#C1 Heaven-defying martial soul awakening. The moon is high, the wind is dark, and the clouds are dense. Jiuxiao, Luonan City, Extreme Heaven Sect. 10-star martial spirit. Gold-type white tiger mythical beast. Ha ha ha. I finally have, ah. The roar of a young man suddenly resounded through the entire courtyard, and at the same time, above the sky, a group of thunder exploded, roaring like myriad beasts, and the thunder of heaven and earth slammed into the ground with the might of heaven and earth. That thunderstorm was in the middle of the roof of the small courtyard, the lightning current turned, and the electric sparks were scattered everywhere. The boy in ecstasy was struck by lightning at the moment when his martial spirit was just awakened. At this moment, the young man's soul was blown away, and he died on the spot. Hey, isn't it night self-study? Wasn't the power outage? Wasn't it struck by lightning? The corpse on the ground suddenly stood up. Shaking twice, he walked to the mirror in the room. What's this special there? The figure standing in front of the mirror is full of sluggishness and confusion. The boy is still the boy. And Chu Yan is no longer that Chu Yan. That's right, on the same windy, dark and cloudy night, Chu Yan, who was studying at night, watched as the thunder and lightning hit the classroom circuit, and the classroom burst into flames. Chu Yan has passed through. Opening his eyes and looking at himself in the mirror, Chu Yan went from shock to ecstasy in only 3 seconds. That's great. I finally don't have to look at the stinky face of the head teacher. Chu Yan, who was excited, hadn't been happy for a long time, and the memories that rushed out of his mind made him stunned again. Extreme Heaven Sect's 3 wastes? What a waste of time. This identity made Chu Yan crazy. Grip the grass, what kind of time travel welfare is this Nima? Let me be a waste? Chu Yan grinned at himself in the mirror. Chu Yan came from the Chu family, one of the big clans in Luonan City. His father was the head of the side branch of the Chu family in Longmen Town. When Chu Yan was 10 years old, he was in the tempering state and stayed in this position for 3 years. There was a lot of discussion in the clan, and various rumors of waste made the father, who was the head of a dignified branch of the Chu family, spend all his savings, went through the back door, and sent him to the Extreme Heaven Sect. I hope to rely on the massive cultivation resources of the Extreme Heaven Sect to make Chu Yan stronger. Who would have thought? 3 years have passed, in addition to winning the glorious title of the ultimate 3 wastes of 10,000 years waste and resounding through the Extreme Heaven Sect, Chu Yan still stayed in the body-tempering realm for a while. And the memory of the cause of Yuan Chu Yan's death made Chu Yan extremely depressed, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This Yuan Chu Yan, who is the ultimate 3 wastes of 10,000 years of waste, is not really a waste, but because of his martial spirit. Although Chu Yan has figured out everything about his predecessor, but now, a serious problem is placed in front of him again. Should I continue to awaken my martial soul, or give up? Grass, I'm the first genius in the universe to be invincible, I'm afraid of a fart. I want to be the number 1 in the world. In the roar of Chu Yan shaking the roof, a white light shot up into the sky, and the domineering aura filled the entire room. In the room, martial soul awakening was activated again. Roar. A beast roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the phantom above Chu Yan's head rose up and quickly appeared. This is a huge white tiger with 2 wings on its back, 2 horns on its forehead, and the tiger teeth in its mouth are flush with its chest. The white tiger mythical beast is rendered with golden light, and the white tiger holds its head high, like a king who reigns over the world. On the top of the white tiger's head are 2 neat rows of shining gold stars, emitting 10 dazzling white lights, which are the status symbols of the legendary 10-star martial arts. What a handsome Wuhun! Chu Yan's exclamation just fell. The 10-star light above the white tiger's head suddenly restrained itself, and another group of red light appeared, bursting with more splendor than the white tiger's martial soul. Difficult. Is it still a twin martial spirit? As soon as the red light appeared, even the phantom had not fully appeared, but suddenly the light greatly diminished and dimmed. What's the situation? Congenital insufficiency? Chu Yan opened his mouth wide, and his heart that had just been excited fell to the bottom, and his whole body was cold. A full 10 dim red stars appeared above the head of the red light, and they were also the legendary 10-star martial spirits. Cool, 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 twin 10-star martial spirits. The blood in Chu Yan's body was ignited again, and there was a buzzing sound in his brain, which made him dizzy for a while, and he was completely confused if all this was real. But, something even weirder happened. At the same time as the 10 red bright stars above the red light cluster dimmed, another 3 light clusters appeared again. White, cyan, yellow. The 3 light groups were even darker than the dim red light group, swaying and looking weak, making the stunned Chu Yan think they would go out at any time. These 4 groups of rays of light squeezed the white tiger martial spirit aside, occupying most of the space above Chu Yan's head, weakly shining with faint rays of light. The light group is so dim that it is almost transparent. However, the 10 stars of different colors above the light group prove their identities. Ha ha ha, 9-star spirits are nothing, I have 10-star spirits, and there are 5 in a row. Just a second. The starlight converged, including the red light ball at the beginning. A total of 4 light balls were swallowed by the white tiger martial soul with one mouth, hidden in the body, and carefully nourished with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Chu Yan, who was excited like a stormy sea with blood in his heart, was about to restrain his true qi and take back his martial soul. The white tiger martial spirit turned his head sharply to stare at Chu Yan, and the golden light exploded in the tiger's eyes, carrying the endless might of heaven and earth. Roar. In the sound of the tiger's roar, the white tiger's martial spirit suddenly rushed towards Chu Yan and entered through his body. What? As the white tiger martial spirit entered his body, Chu Tian suddenly felt a violent energy rushing along the meridians of his body, surging frantically like a flood. The violent impact brought a huge pain, and Chu Yan's eyes were split open, and he almost fainted. No. No. Must not faint. Chu Yan clenched his teeth, blue veins burst out on his face and neck, clenched his fists, and beads of sweat fell down. In fact, in just 10 seconds, when the white tiger martial spirit rushed out of Chu Tian's head, Chu Yan felt that a century had passed. Who? Ho. Who? Breathing heavily, sweating like rain, his body was soaked. Chu Yan stretched out his hand to support the edge of the bed, so that he did not fall down. Chu Yan didn't want to try this kind of brutal pain that pierced through the meridians of the whole body. I'm so stupid, I almost died, why wouldn't you be gentle? After breathing for a while, Chu Yan, who had come over, raised his head and was about to scold the white tiger martial spirit, but was startled by the appearance of the white tiger martial spirit in midair. In the void, the martial spirit of the star-filled white tiger divine beast, which was originally majestic and glaring at the world, has. But it has changed a lot, becoming. #C2 Vulcan cannon in hand, I have the world. In the void, the martial spirit of the star-filled white tiger divine beast, which was originally majestic and glaring at the world, has. But it has changed a lot, becoming. With short limbs, a small head, and a body with black and white patterns, even 2 ears collapsed softly, resting on both sides of his forehead, his whole body was limp, and he looked weak. Isn't this Nima a folded cat? Chu Yan was stupid. He didn't expect that, in order to help him clear the meridians, the white tiger martial soul had become like this. Even the original 10 gold stars on the top of his head had become 3, and the other 7 were so dim that they could hardly be seen. White tiger martial soul, I, Chu Yan, wrote down what you paid for me. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, looking at his white tiger martial soul in the void. A folded-eared cat patted his chest and said, "I will do my best to cultivate, so that you can restore the power of the white tiger mythical beast as soon as possible." After a brief pause, Chu Yan took back the white tiger spirit and turned his head to look at the mirror beside him. Humph. 10,000-year-old waste of the extreme three wastes? Starting today, I will show you who is the waste. Sitting cross-legged again, Chu Yan planned to try to practice and feel the difference after awakening his martial soul. Close your eyes and concentrate, your dantian opens. In Haotian continent, martial practitioners first breed true qi in their bodies, enter the body-quenching state, and after cultivating to the 10th stage of the body-quenching state, they can break through to the qi-refining state. This process takes at least 3 years for ordinary people, and as many as 10 years. Even in the first life, there are vast differences due to different talents. And what determines this talent is the difference in their respective martial arts. Before the age of 16, all teenagers who entered the body-quenching state could increase their training speed by awakening their martial souls. The quality, speed, and potential of absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth vary greatly depending on the star level of the martial soul. This is a generally accepted criterion for judging talent. Martial spirits are divided into 9 levels from 1 star to 9 stars. The higher the level of martial arts, the higher the natural talent and the greater the future achievements. Of course, there are also peerless martial spirits, such as the star full of martial spirits. This kind of peerless talented young man who will only appear in 100 years, a peerless powerhouse who achieves supreme martial arts. It's just a matter of time. But someone like Chu Yan, who awakened 5 full-star martial spirits at one time, has never appeared in the records of Haotian continent. Sitting cross-legged and sinking into the state of cultivation, Chu Yan. He started to run his infuriating energy, and felt the pleasure of high-speed cultivation brought by the greatly changed meridians in his body. In the room, with Chu Yan's body as the center, countless spiritual powers from heaven and earth poured into Chu Yan's body like 1,000 streams returning to the sea. These heaven and earth spiritual powers are gathering faster and more, and even Chu Yan's whole body is wrapped in milky white spiritual power mist. This is more than 10 million times more than the spiritual power of heaven and earth that Chu Yan mobilized during his usual practice. Chu Yan never expected that after awakening his martial soul, he would be attracted to the spiritual power of heaven and earth to such a terrifying level. This is simply unheard of. Countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth, along the thick meridians in his body, flowed unobstructed all the way, and poured into his dantian with almost no loss. Noisy. 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 The huge spiritual energy merged into Chu Yan's dantian, and the few traces of true energy that were originally scarce increased rapidly. In an instant, it increased tenfold. Second stage of body tempering realm. Chu Yan was extremely excited. After staying in the extreme heaven sect for 3 whole years, he has not reached this step. He never expected that just awakening his martial soul would bring him such an unexpected joy. Restraining the beating heart, Chu Yan continued to frantically attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, strengthening the true energy in his dantian. After one night, Chu Yan opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, opened his mouth lightly, and a cloud of white spurted out. Third stage. Body quenching stage 3. After getting out of bed, he stretched his waist greatly, and when the sense of relief flowed through his body, the bones on his body made a crackling sound, which lifted his spirits. Next month is the deadline for being kicked out of the Extreme Heaven sect. Zoman Grand Competition? Good. Let this competition be my first battle for Chu Yan's rise. Having made up his mind, Chu Yan pushed open the door full of patches. It was already bright outside. After the heavy rain, the air was extraordinarily fresh. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the difference in the other world, Chu Yan looked into the distance and looked beyond the small courtyard. Bang! The small courtyard gate, which was originally thin, was finally dismembered when it was kicked open. 3 people came in from outside the courtyard. Looking at the person walking in the front, Chu Yan sneered. I didn't look for you, but you actually delivered it to your door. Just in time. Chu Yan, I brought the identity jade, but this year's body tempering pill did not take the initiative to hand in. The person who spoke in the first place was Sun Hao, a 3-star crocodile-toothed rat martial soul with a 3rd-stage body-quenching cultivation. He brought his 2 attendants to get Chu Yan's disciple status jade before Zoman issued the body-quenching pill. Talisman, ready to take the body-quenching pill of Chu Yan on behalf of him. Sun Hao and his 2 attendants, standing in the middle of the courtyard, looked at Chu Yan, who slowly walked out with disdain. Do you really want it? Chu Yan walked out, and before Sun Hao could reprimand him, Chu Yan's icy voice suddenly sounded, like the voice of a 9-secluded devil, making people tremble. Is this still the Chu Yan of the ultimate 3 wastes of 10,000 years of waste? Sun Hao's face was a little ugly. Just now, he shuddered because of Chu Yan's look. This, shame. It is absolutely unforgivable. Sun Hao looked at Chu Yan, his face was red and angry, and he shouted angrily, Chu Yan, you 10,000-year waste, you dare to come out. Sun Hao's grief was like Chu Yan killed his father. However, Chu Yan didn't say much, he didn't even look at Sun Hao. He slowly walked past him and looked at the wooden door of the small courtyard that was broken into pieces. It's still broken in the end. It's a pity. Sun Hao watched Chu Yan talking to a piece of broken wood, but he turned a blind eye to himself, and suddenly became furious and shouted, Wan Yan. You don't want to live anymore, a wooden door is a pity. Oh, I just wanted to abolish you? Chu Yan looked at Sun Hao with a gloomy face, and said coldly, but what are you dare to threaten me? What? What did you say? When Chu Yan's words fell, Sun Hao's face turned purple and his eyes widened. What did he say? A piece of trash, what do you think I am? Is he crazy? Sun Hao's face has been completely distorted. Looking at Chu Yan's face, he gritted his teeth and made a voice from his throat, you kind of say it again. Oh, it's a pity, I was a wooden door for 3 years, and I was kicked countless feet, but today. Sun Hao was ignored again. How dare he? Trash, you. Sun Hao hadn't spoken yet, but Chu Yan had already yelled furiously, you scumbag, you are a bastard. I really thought that I would not dare to kill you when I was old. Crap. You bastard. What? Sun Hao looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe that Chu Yan dared to scold him like this, with a pair of savage eyes, the boss staring, the eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. What I'm talking about is you, grass. I talk about other people's waste all day long, what about you? Grass. I'm just a 3-star martial arts. I think I'm a jerk. I'll teach you how to be a man today. The infuriating energy on his body was running wildly, and the majestic gold-type infuriating energy quickly rushed to Chu Tian's fingers. Okay, Chu Yan, you. Sun Hao pointed at Chu Yan's hand, trembling slightly. Okay, you numb. Chu Yan pouted and cursed. Call out. A bunch of white gold-type infuriating energy leaked out from Chu Yan's fingers, turning into a meteor and shooting straight out. This is Chu Yan imitating the machine gun in the memory of the previous life, deliberately changing the running route and attack method of infuriating, wanting to try the feeling of being a violent iron warrior. Grass. I have Gatlin in hand, whoever refuses to accept it will do it. Whoa. The next moment, before Sun Hao and the people behind him could react, a dense sound of true qi breaking through the air suddenly sounded, completely breaking the peace of the small courtyard. Chu Yan seemed to smell a strong smell of gunpowder smoke in a trance. Ha ha ha. I'm grass, it's cool. With the frantic bursts of gold-type true qi between his fingers, Chu Yan trembled all over, and his face was crazy. He shouted, and countless white strands of true qi were madly spurted out by Chu Yan in a special way, quenching his body. The majestic true qi of the third stage of the realm poured into the fingers continuously, making Chu Yan experience a passion of blood. I told you to pretend. Crap. If I don't show my power, you fucking think I'm easy to bully. The true qi that has been augmented by the 10-star white tiger spirit is extremely powerful, and it is by no means comparable to ordinary true qi. Shh. The dense infuriating beam is still madly blazing out. Puff puff. Sun Hao and the other three had just stimulated their respective martial spirits and activated their true qi to protect their bodies, when they were smashed by Chu Yan's countless true qi beams and dissipated in the air. Almost instantly, the two servants behind Sun Hao were directly beaten into sieves, like a hornet's nest. What is this? Who can tell me, what exactly is this? What martial art is this? On the opposite side, Sun Hao had a look of fear on his face. He felt the infuriating beam that passed by. It was absolutely impossible for a person in the first stage of the body-tempering realm to possess, and such a strange attack method made him look sluggish. How so? This trash. There is such a powerful martial art. Killed two of his subordinates almost instantly? They are all the second rank of body-tempering realm, which is a whole rank higher than Chu Yan. Now, so dead? And there is absolutely no way to fight back? Chu Yan sneered, walked slowly in front of Sun Hao, looked at Sun Hao, who used to ridicule him all day long, patted his face, and said with a smile, "Boss Sun, what's wrong? Are you afraid? You didn't say I was a waste. Why? Why don't you do it, come on." Ah? You and I? Sun Hao was almost terrified. He glanced at the two corpses that were full of holes and foaming with blood. He shivered. At this moment, Chu Yan's smile, in his eyes, was like the smile of death, evil and terrifying. Chu Yan, I was wrong, please let me go." As soon as Sun Hao finished speaking, he saw a smile on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Chu Yan stretched out one hand, and placed his index finger on Sun Hao's forehead. "He is going to kill me. Chu Yan, you dare to kill me, my brother is." Bump. The infuriating beam at close range exploded, Sun Hao's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white things splattered everywhere. Tom. The corpse fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood flowed out, staining the ground red. Call. Retracting his fingers, Chu Yan blew a mouthful of gunpowder smoke that did not exist at the tip of his finger, and chuckled lightly. "Don't dare to kill you? Now what? Ha ha ha, Lao Tzu's martial spirit is strong, this feeling is too numb for him." Chu Yan laughed wildly, his voice fell back over the small courtyard, and a few birds that fell on the trees were startled. But, clean up. According to the rules of the Extreme Heaven sect, private fights are not allowed between inner disciples, but outer disciples are very loose. However, my small courtyard always needs to be cleaned up. Chu Yan spent the whole day busy. The three corpses, plus the ground of the small courtyard, if not the body was transformed by the white tiger martial spirit, it is estimated that he would be paralyzed from exhaustion. Fortunately, the Extreme Sky sect covers an area of 10,000 miles, and the area is very large. The small courtyards of each disciple are far apart. In addition, Chu Yan lives in the most remote place. No one found out that Chu Yan lived in the most remote place. Everything that happens here. After finishing everything, Chu Yan returned to the room and continued his practice. One night passed quickly. The next day, just before dawn, someone came again. #See 3 Beautiful Sister. Fang Heng swaggered and walked into Chu Yan's small courtyard with a proud look on his face. Originally one of the 3 wastes at the limit, he relied on a soul awakening pill to awaken his 2-star martial arts. However, even if he awakened his martial arts, the Extreme Heaven sect, which is full of geniuses, can make him show his prestige. There are not many objects. Therefore, Chu Yan became one of his few targets. However, today's Chu Tian. Junior brothers and sisters, this is the #1 waste material of my Extreme Heaven sect, Chu Yan. In the future, everyone should work hard to cultivate and awaken their martial arts as soon as possible, otherwise, like him, they will be suppressed every day, like a dead dog, and shameful. The boys and girls between the ages of 10 and 15 who followed Fang Heng, their faces were all immature and curious, were obviously new disciples. Chu Yan sneered. After Fang Heng relied on the family's awakening soul pill to awaken his martial soul, he didn't cultivate well and took pleasure in humiliating himself every day. How could such a person achieve anything? In the memory of Chu Yan's body, not only Fang Heng in front of him, but also other people in the sect, who often humiliate themselves like Fang Heng, are beaten several times every month, and they all change. Became the norm. Even the body-tempering pill issued by the sect was taken away, without exception. Chu Yan sneered, looked at Fang Heng, and said softly, "Who do you call waste?" "Huh? The trash has a temper today, why are you staring at me? Is it itchy again?" The moment Fang Heng met Chu Yan's eyes, those sharp eyes made him instinctively feel that something was wrong. "Just you?" Chu Yan still sneered, standing tall, with a calm expression on his face. In stark contrast to Fang Hengbiao, whose face was slightly red and his heart was empty. "You wanna die?" Fang Heng's heart was broken, and the aura of the second stage of the quenching realm poured out violently, and he wanted to punch Chu Yan. "Stop." A sweet voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked up at the same time, and a girl in purple was walking. Although there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, those sharp eyes were staring at Fang Heng. Seeing the girl, Fang Heng's face changed drastically, and a strong sense of fear emerged. Not because of anything else, but only because of the purple robe on the girl's body, which is the sign of an inner disciple. What's more, this is the first talented girl of the Chu family whose fame spread throughout Luonan City, Chu Bing. Fang Heng secretly said that his voice was not good. He thought that he could use his own cultivation to make things difficult for Chu Yan in front of the new disciples. Then he thought that she would appear at this time. It's okay, I'm just going to discuss with brother Chu Yan." Fang Heng, who knew that Chu Bing and Chu Yan had an excellent relationship, smiled at the purple-robed girl. "Roll." The girl first glared at her, and then only said one word. Fang Heng's body trembled, his face was blue, and the moment he raised his feet and turned around, he glared at Chu Yan fiercely, and then took the new disciple out of Chu Yan's small courtyard. "Chu Bing. Why are you here?" Chu Yan looked at the girl of the same clan with confusion. "I deliberately sneaked over to see you." The ice on Chu Bing's face slowly melted away, and a rare chuckle appeared. The rumored iceberg beauty, who is not only amazingly talented, but also beautiful and unparalleled, rarely shows her warm side in front of others, except for Chu Yan, a playmate who grew up together since childhood. Chu Bing will not forget. "When I was a child, I stumbled and fell off a cliff, and all the children were scared away." Only 7-year-old Chu Yan clenched his teeth and held his little hand for an hour. 2 people. When he grew up, relying on his amazing talent, Chu Bing was able to temper his body at the 6th stage at the age of 12, and awakened his 6-star martial spirit. He was directly accepted by the Extreme Heaven sect as an inner disciple, and the chance for the two to meet was less. "Give." Chu Bing reached out to Chu Yan. In the open jade hand, a body-quenching pill emits a faint medicinal fragrance. This is too precious, I can't ask for it. Chu Yan said quickly. The body-tempering pill is a sacred medicine for martial arts, and it is extremely precious. It has a powerful amplifier for all martial practitioners within the body-tempering realm. Whether it is a family or a sect, for some talented juniors, they will spend a lot of money to subsidize their precious medicinal pills. Originally, Chu Yan also had body-quenching pills issued by the sect. However, he was weak, and he was directly taken away every time, so. In the past 3 years, Chu Yan has not taken any of the 3 body-quenching pills. If she wanted to come to Chu Bing, she must have left the body-tempering pill given to her by her family or sect. I told you, just take it, you're still not my brother. Chu Bing was a little displeased. With this body-quenching pill, it can help you improve your cultivation, and maybe you can awaken your martial soul. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and just as he was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded. Binger, why did you come here? A figure in a golden-edged purple robe walked into the small courtyard, glanced at Chu Yan, frowned slightly, and said to Chu Bing. Master. I'm here to see my brother. Taking advantage of Chu Yan's stupefied effort, Chu Bing shoved the body-tempering pill into his hand, and hurriedly cupped his hands to answer the words of the middle-aged man in the golden-edged purple robe. Chu Bing, why did you come here? Follow me back. The middle-aged man said with a displeased expression. Yes, master. Chu Bing raised his head and glanced at Chu Yan, and reluctantly lifted his feet and walked towards the middle-aged man. Seeing the figures of the two turning and leaving, Chu Yan held the body-tempering pill with warmth in his heart. Binger, you are one of the top 10 talented disciples of our sect, so don't talk to this kind of waste in the future, so as not to be influenced by him. Master, my brother just hasn't awakened his martial soul, he's very smart. Forget it, I see that you just gave him the body-tempering pill. I'll give you another one when you go back. Forget it, let's not take this as an example. Remember, a 15-year-old waste who has not awakened his martial soul, even though he is from the same clan, it's better to have less contact. The conversation between Chu Bing and his master passed into Chu Yan's ears without fail, and also into the ears of Fang Heng, who was secretly hiding outside the courtyard and did not leave. Without strength, you can only be looked down upon by others. This is the rule of this world. Chu Yan withdrew his flashing eyes, moved his heart, lifted his feet out of the courtyard gate, and walked towards the martial arts pavilion. #C48 Square Break. As one of the 6 major sects in Luonan City, the Extreme Heaven sect has a large collection of secret books, all of which are placed in this 4th-floor martial arts pavilion. Now that Chu Yan has awakened his martial soul, of course, he must find a martial arts technique that suits him as soon as possible. Whether it is a practice technique or a martial skill, its preciousness and power are very different, and it is divided into 4 ranks and 3 ranks. That is, heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow and high grade, middle grade, and low grade. The more precious the exercises and martial arts, the stronger the power. Chu Yan's feet were just about to step into the martial arts pavilion when a cold voice suddenly sounded. Those who have not reached the 3rd stage of the quenching state are not allowed to enter the martial arts pavilion. Stopping and turning to look at the elders guarding the building, Chu Yan said with a slight smile. I know, elder, my cultivation base has reached the 3rd stage of the body-tempering realm. What? Elder Sholu's face stiffened, and then he said angrily, Chu Yan, you are just a piece of shit, don't you know that cheating the elder is a serious crime? Humph. Elder, see for yourself. Chu Yan didn't talk nonsense, and directly ran the infuriating energy, and the aura of the 3rd stage of the body-quenching realm flooded out. You really achieved it. This. On the wrinkled face, the muscles continued to tremble, and Chu Yan's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Ignoring the sluggish elders guarding the building, Chu Yan directly entered the martial arts pavilion. More than a dozen bookshelves are neatly arranged, with one or two quaint books on each shelf. Chu Yan. A figure suddenly flashed out, standing in front of Chu Yan, looking at him in surprise, his face full of disdain. Chunan. Chu Yan glanced at the other party. Although Chunan and Chu Yan belong to the Chu family, but Chunan is a direct clan in Luonan City, and he basically does not know the branch clan of Chu Yan. He only met once on the day he joined the sect. Just know the name. Later, the name of Chu Yan's 3 waists at the limit spread, which made Chunan, who is also a member of the Chu family, feel ashamed and disgusted with Chu Yan. Can a waist even break through to the 3rd stage of the body-tempering realm? Chunan's tone was full of disdain. How did I break through? It has nothing to do with you. Chu Yan's face was cold, and he didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore, and went directly to choose the secret book. Chu Yan was the first to go to the bookshelf area of martial arts secrets, picked up a copy, and started watching. Knowing Fire is a mid-level yellow-level exercise, suitable for fire-type martial arts cultivation, with strong attack power. After hesitating for a while, Chu Yan put the Knowing Fire back to its original place and continued to look at other exercises. Although the higher the rank, the better, but on the 2nd floor, it is basically a middle-grade Huang rank. Naturally, you have to choose the one that suits you best. Barbarian Niu Gong, a yellow-level middle-grade practice method, an earth-type practice method, with a strong infuriating force and a strong defense. Dragon, Huang-level middle-grade exercise, would attribute exercise, pure qi, balanced attack and defense. After reading each book, Chu Yan found that these exercises were similar, but each had a different emphasis. After thinking about his own situation, Chu Yan finally chose the hidden dragon art. After choosing the exercises, Chu Yan walked to the martial arts area. Cracking the stone palm, the palm technique is sturdy, the accumulation is thin, the mountain is broken, and the power is amazing. Zone the cloud step, use it, like a wandering cloud, illusory and shadowless, unpredictable. Qingyang gun. Breaking the army fist. Chu Yan looked at each one carefully. The power of these martial arts was astonishing, and they did not disappoint Chu Yan. Bafang is broken. Chu Yan's eyes were immediately attracted by a secret book. Bafang Break, a gold-based yellow-level middle-grade boxing technique, capable of attacking but not defending, refining to a great success, implying 8 levels of strength, and superimposing it can break through the enemies of all directions. After flipping through more than a dozen pages in one breath, Chu Yan nodded in satisfaction. This is it. Grab 2 cheats. Just as he was about to turn around and go downstairs, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. Chu Yan, this Bafang put is mine, put it down. Chunan jumped out in time to block him. Chunan? Chu Yan glanced at him and asked, why? This secret book is what I liked first. Bring it here. Yours? Why is it in my hands? Chu Yan chuckled. Chu Yan, let me tell you, if you don't put down this secret book today, you will be at your own risk. Chunan's eyes turned cold and he said threateningly. Consequences? I don't know. Chu Yan shook his head with a casual look on his face. Okay, Chu Yan, I'll say it one last time, put down the secret book, kneel down and admit your mistake, otherwise I will waste your hands and let you be a waste for life. Chunan pointed at Chu Yan's nose and shouted grimly. Humph. A gleam of light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and his brows were already wrinkled. Chu Yan, whose bottom line was touched, was no longer willing to argue with Chunan. You wanna die? Chunan shouted loudly, and the aura of the 4th stage of the body-tempering realm burst out violently, and the green light flashed behind him, and the martial spirit flew into the air. Stop. The cold voice of the elder guarding the building sounded, "Those who do things in the martial arts pavilion must not step into this pavilion for the rest of their lives." As soon as these words came out, it was like a basin of cold water that completely extinguished Chu Yan's breath. "Elder, I know I'm wrong, I don't dare to violate it." Chu Yan, who restrained his breath, quickly explained. Then, Chu Yan turned around, looked at Chu Yan viciously, and said, "You are lucky today. Next time we meet, you will definitely break your dantian, cut off your limbs, and make you a waste of waste." "Are you an idiot?" Chu Yan replied indifferently. You. Chu Yan's whole body trembled with anger, but he couldn't attack, but his face was flushed with suffocation, and there was a hint of coldness in his slightly narrowed eyes. "You wait for me." After holding back for a long time, Chu Yan held back those words and went downstairs with a pale face. After simply reporting the 2 secret books in his hand to the elders of the building, Chu Yan returned to his place. After 2 hours, Chu Yan walked out with a smile on his face and came to the small courtyard outside, preparing to practice the martial arts he just learned. In the small courtyard where the lowest-ranking outer disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect lived, there were all kinds of wooden stakes, stone pillars, and other cultivation equipment. Walking to the stone pillar, Chu Yan used the martial art Bafang Sha, and suddenly the fist wind whistled, driving the air to rub, and bursts of sonic booms sounded. "Drink!" At the same time, Chu Yan let out a loud shout, and a violent punch hit the stone pillar like a meteor. A loud bang came out, and the stone pillar directly turned into a pile of gravel powder, which was thrown to the ground. However, it did not end. After the fist wind shattered the stone pillar in front of him, it still rushed forward, and there was another sound of sonic boom and visible air distortion in the air, hitting another stone pillar, and the second one 2 meters away a stone pillar burst open with a bang. At least 2,000 pounds of strength. Chu Yan was very satisfied. With the strength of the 3rd stage of the body-quenching realm, using this Bafang break, he could directly hit a second break, and the power was so amazing. "Looks like it's time to go to the Tianji Mountains." Chu Yan clenched his fists and turned his eyes behind him. In the distance, a rolling mountain range. The back mountain of the Extreme Heaven sect stretches for thousands of miles, where countless treasures of heaven and earth and monsters are hidden. It is a frequent place for sect disciples to improve their cultivation. #C5 The Hatred of Wife. Without the slightest hesitation, after simply cleaning up, Chu Yan walked out. Although there are many opportunities in the Tianji Mountains, they are also dangerous. Every year, disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect and many outsiders of the sect die at the mouth of the monsters in this mountain. It is good and bad. Of course, Chu Yan knew the danger of the Heavenly Pole mountain range, but after Chu Yan reached the 3rd stage of body-tempering realm, his cultivation speed slowed down significantly. After thinking about it carefully, Chu Yan knew the problem. Although his body has undergone the full transformation of the white tiger beast god, it is not stable enough after all, and there are still some congenital deficiencies. Therefore, the best way is to use the treasures of heaven and earth to further refine the meridians in the body to achieve the effect of perfect body quenching. Walking on the green shady mountain path, suddenly a silver bell-like laughter came. Chu Yan was stunned, and felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. "I saw a small lake not far away, a pair of young boys and girls standing in an antique pavilion, talking and acting intimately, like a couple of months ago, kissing me and me." The girl had a beautiful face, tall stature, snow-white skin, and a long green dress that set off her appearance even more and more movingly. This girl is none other than Chu Yan's fiancée, Yi Meier. Yi Meier, the eldest young lady of the Yi family in Luonan City, was originally a small family attached to the Chu family. Its strength was not as good as that of the Longmen Town branch of the Chu family. With support, the strength of his family has grown stronger day by day. Originally, according to the intentions of the two parents, It was planned that the marriage would be done by the end of this year, so as to spread the branches and leaves for the Chu family as soon as possible. The boy who was with Yi Mei was none other than Xuanhuan, a direct descendant of the Chu family. A genius boy who had awakened a 4-star martial soul and was at the 4th stage of body tempering, at least a lot more genius than the former Chu Yan. This moment. The sudden appearance of Chu Yan found them, and they also found Chu Yan. After the 6 eyes met, all kinds of complicated eyes flashed. "Mayor, why are you with him?" Chu Yan said with a cold face, walking in front of the two, frowning deeply. Yi Mei's eyes were a little flustered. Under Chu Yan's direct gaze, she turned her eyes to Xuanhuan as if asking for help. Gently patted Yi Mei's jade hand twice, Xuanhuan sneered and said, "Chu Yan, you are here just in time. I will officially inform you that Yi Mei is already my Xuanhuan's woman, and you are not allowed to see her again in the future, otherwise, you know the consequences." Yi Mei. Chu Yan ignored Xuanhuan, and looked at the girl almost word for word while gritting his teeth. "Chu Yan, let me tell you very well, you don't want to toast, don't eat it, eat a fine drink." Xuanhuan saw Chu Yan's reaction, and his eyes flashed. "Don't forget your own identity, you are just a waste, nothing more. It's not worthy of Meyer." Seeing that Xuanhuan's attitude was tough, Yi Mei slowly gained confidence in her heart, with a look of disdain on her face, and said, "Yes, brother Xuanhuan is right, I only like him." "Why? Is it because I can't awaken my martial soul?" Although Chu Yan was angry, she was still calm. After all, this Chu Mei was a marriage with former Chu Yan, and she was only affected by her body's memory. Feelings, so it is impossible to get angry with such a woman. "Yes, your talent is too poor, even my father wants me to leave you." Yi Mei nodded and said without blushing. "Poor talent?" Chu Yan muttered to himself, chuckling. "This is how the world is. The strong are respected, the weak are only bullied, and even those close to you will look down on you. Not long ago, my martial soul awakened, it is a 3-star martial soul. Compared to you, only a genius like Xuanhuan can take care of me, and you don't even have a martial soul, and you will even be kicked out of the extreme. Tianzong is destined to be a waste of life. Samsung martial spirit? It is good. Good, good, good." Chu Yan smiled, nodded slightly, and his face became more and more calm. "Don't do this kind of woman." As soon as he turned around, Chu Yan just took 2 steps, but suddenly stopped, without turning his head, his back turned to the two, and said, "Yi Mei, remember what you said today." After speaking, he strode towards the Tianji Mountains not far away. His figure was free and easy, without any hesitation. Looking at the background of Chu Yan's departure, Yi Mei frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Chu Yan would be so calm when she bumped into the fact that she and Xuanhuan were together. Shouldn't he be crying and begging himself not to leave him? She raised her head and looked at the path in front of the mountain. The figure had disappeared deep into the mountain. Yi Mei smiled lightly and shook her head. "Remember? What if I remember, do I still regret it? It's ridiculous." Chu Yan did not rush in, but walked towards the mountain group that was listed as a forbidden area by the Extreme Heaven sect. These mountains with the strongest spiritual energy are blocked by the Extreme Heaven sect. Unless you have the ability to fly, you can only enter and exit from the entrance if you want to enter here. There are a total of 3 entrances, all of which are guarded by the elders of the Extreme Heaven sect. As a disciple of the Extreme Heaven sect, Chu Yan, of course, can enter and exit freely. It's just that the elders Shoshan looked at Chu Yan with surprise and shock. They never imagined that Chu Yan, who is known as the Extreme 3 Wastes, dared to enter the Tianji Mountains alone. Did he plan to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff, or use his own? Does your body support the monsters in this mountain? Ignoring the complex eyes of Elder Shoshan, Chu Yan was completely attracted by the scenery in front of him. The big trees that cover the sky, the dense bushes, the fragrance of flowers everywhere, and the rich aura make people feel refreshed. The depths of the whole mountain are as intoxicating as a paradise. Walking in such a scenery, Chu Yan's mind slowly relaxed. Roar. I don't know how long it took, when a deafening roar sounded, and then, a monster jumped out from behind the tree. Blood-toothed tiger beast? The leaves on the surrounding trees swirled like a rain of leaves. This monster is 2 meters high, with yellow and white animal patterns all over its body. It is staring at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes. The 4 tiger palms are about the size of a wash basin, walking back and forth. Seems ready to attack at any moment. Chu Yan's face was dignified, his body's true energy flowed, but his body remained motionless. The blood-toothed tiger beast in front of him is a 3-star yellow-level monster whose strength is comparable to the existence of the 3rd stage of the body-tempering realm. If it becomes mad, it will tear its prey to pieces and soak its body in blood, which is also the origin of its name. Therefore, Chu Yan was on guard. 1 person and 1 tiger are holding each other. Whether it is Chu Yan or the blood tiger beast, they seem to be observing each other, and no one takes the initiative. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and his left foot stomped. This time, the blood-toothed tiger was beastly beast, and the hair on the whole body exploded violently. With a roar, it jumped up, and the huge body rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chu Yan's eyes, with a big mouth, full of it was a bloody aura, and a pair of qilong fangs shone with a cold light, biting down fiercely. Chu Yan's pupils shrank, and there was no fear on his face. In an instant, his figure flashed to the left, his right hand clenched his fist and smashed it with all his strength, driving the air, and 2 sonic booms exploded. Boom. With a loud bang, the blood tiger beast's body was actually in mid-air, smashed to pieces by this punch. 8 directions are broken, 1 broken and 8 wounds, there will be death, but no life. This Bafangpa is really powerful, even if it is a mid-level martial arts, I'm afraid it is the best. Facing the rain of blood and minced meat scattered all over the sky, Chu Yan was extremely excited. After this Bafang break reached the realm of double breaking, Chu Yan was fully confident that he would compete with the 4th rank of body tempering realm. No, we must practice stronger triple strike and quadruple strike as soon as possible. Chu Yan's eyes froze, his face sinking like water. He swept through the ground blood tiger beast minced meat, but did not find the demon crystal. His figure flashed, like a ferocious tiger, it disappeared into the depths of the woods. In the next 2 days, Chu Yan found a hidden place and prepared to practice martial arts. This is a waterfall that falls from a height and is nearly 10 meters long. The water rushes and falls into a pool of 30 meters below, with a huge roar and a sky full of water vapor. It's not bad here. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he carefully and quickly inspected the surroundings. After confirming safety, Chu Yan took off his clothes and slowly stood under the waterfall. #C6 Continuous Breakthrough. Breaking the Bafang boxing technique, the fist is like a meteor, and it implies inch strength. Chu Yan's eyes were tightly closed, and the tricks recorded in the secret book kept flashing in his mind. Afterwards, he raised his fist and slammed, and his right fist turned into a sudden shadow and smashed to the surface of the water. The power of the waterfall falling from a high place is amazing. Even if Chu Yan brought out all the true qi of the 3rd stage of the body-tempering realm, with this punch, he only smashed a big hole in the middle of the waterfall, and it returned to its original state in an instant. Then, Chu Yan punched and punched continuously towards the falling waterfall. Every punch is exhausted, every form is fully concentrated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Chu Yan had already entered a state of ecstasy, raising his fists and smashing into the waterfall for thousands of times. No. No. Or not. After an unknown number of punches, Chu Yan's eyes were slightly red. Looking at the waterfall silver training in front of him, he kept shouting in his heart, as if he was going to be enchanted. The louder the roar, the faster the punches. However, it is not enough. Chu Yan's heart was completely immersed, and he couldn't feel him behind him at all. A phantom figure slowly appeared. It was the white tiger martial spirit. He seemed to feel the change in Chu Yan's mood, and his body grew rapidly from the size of a kitten. Big, turned into a white tiger deity. The golden white tiger, mythical beast, is the main slaughter. Its growth requires not only the spiritual power and infuriating energy of heaven and earth, but also the killing heart and the realm of fighting spirit. At this time, he felt the infinite fighting spirit on Chu Yan, and he actually appeared on his own. Chu Yan still hadn't noticed that in the midair behind him, the white tiger martial spirit, a pair of golden eyes shot out 10,000 rays of golden light, dyeing the entire void behind Chu Yan golden. One punch, another punch. Every punch is full force, bringing out a series of explosions. His body has almost reached its limit, whether it is his arms or muscles everywhere, bursts of soreness fill his body. However, his punches did not stop. Deep down in Chu Yan's heart, he has such a character, as long as it is what he decides to do, no one can stop it. If you don't reach your goal, never give up, never give up. Suddenly, an electric current flashed through his mind. Chu Tian, who was about to throw a punch, froze suddenly, his face stunned. This, right. That's it. Gently lowering his arms and closing his eyes, Chu Tian's heart was once again immersed, chasing the trace of clarity in his mind, and meditated and realized. This stop, a full 4 hours. Ding. With a light sound in his mind, Chu Yan opened his eyes fiercely. I see. He raised his fist without hesitation. This time, the sound of the sonic boom didn't even sound. The lightning-like right fist slashed the waterfall in front of him in two, splashing the sky. Rumbling. The sound of the sonic boom finally sounded, and it exploded after Chu Yan had already withdrawn his fist and stood up, showing how horrific the speed of this punch was. Chu Yan couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw the sight of the waterfall in front of his eyes. Although he still only raised the martial art Bafang break by 1 level, reaching 1 breaking 3 directions, its power has undergone earth-shaking changes, increasing by at least 3. More than twice. Okay, this Bafang Pa, it's a small success after refining it here, let me try its power again. Chu Yan chuckled and muttered to himself. Back on the shore, get dressed, find out the dry food that he brought with him, and eat some casually. Chu Yan raised his feet and walked towards the depths of the mountains again. For the next 2 days, Chu Yan went all the way in blood, and the road he walked, on the ground covered in blood, lay down on the ground with monsters of different strengths. The most tragic one was facing a violent Vajra ape comparable to the 5th stage of the body-quenching realm. This monster was not only extremely powerful, but also unusually agile. After several heavy blows, Chu Yan spit out blood. Although Chu Yan won in the end, he also suffered a lot of internal injuries. However, from this monster's brain, Chu Yan obtained the first piece of monster crystal, which was worth thousands of gold. What surprised Chu Yan even more was that when he was about to die from the injury, Bafang Pa advanced again, reaching the level of the 4th layer of heaven, 1 broken and 4 wounds. After that, Chu Yan began to avoid monsters as much as possible, and at the same time searched for immortal herbs and elixir, hoping to recover quickly. Not long after walking carefully, a strong spiritual energy with a hint of medicinal aroma floated into Chu Yan's nose, not far ahead. This is fairy grass. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly widened, surprised. This is a 3-inch tall plant, for green leaves swaying gently, a flash of fluorescent light circulates, and bursts of medicinal fragrance can be heard. Immortal spirit grass is a 2nd-grade spirit medicine. It has great medicinal effects on the warriors who have cultivated in the body-tempering realm. It can even be directly upgraded to a first-grade cultivation base if it is more than 100 years old. It can be said to be a top-grade spirit medicine. I picked the 4-leaf fairy grass without hesitation, and swallowed it with one mouth, before the fluorescence between the leaves completely dissipated. Sit down cross-legged and start refining the medicinal power. In Chu Yan's body, a huge medicinal force rolled and dissolved in the body. Not long after, Chu Yan only felt a slight shock in his dantian, and a powerful force filled his body. Finally broke through the 4th stage of the body-tempering realm. When Chu Yan opened his eyes, there was a hint of joy on his face, and his eyes flashed. After breaking through to the 4th stage of body-tempering realm, not only did the old wounds heal, but Chu Yan felt that the true qi in his body was several times stronger and purer than before. Consolidate again and let's go. As soon as his mind moved, Chu Yan just wanted to stimulate his true qi. After the peripheral light of his eyes swept across a large area of vegetation not far away, there was a dark cloud, and a faint white mist emerged. Hey! It looks like a cave. Well, the cave is safer. Standing up, Chu Yan walked towards the cave. This cave is extremely secretive, and it would be difficult for Chu Yan to discover its existence if it hadn't suddenly appeared a mist of mist. Stepping into the cave, Chu Yan found that there was no monster scent in the cave, but the humidity was extremely high. He listened carefully, but could hear the faint sound of water flowing. After groping for a while, he turned around a few huge milkstones, and a pool of white water appeared in front of Chu Yan. This pool of water actually contains such a powerful spiritual power, it seems that there must be something extraordinary. As soon as Chu Yan's words fell, a circle of water ripples on the surface of the white pool suddenly swayed, and a small white figure jumped out of the water, twisted in mid-air, and fell into the pool again, bringing out waves of shaking ripple. This is Snowfish. Snowfish is not a monster, because it contains spiritual power, so it is an extremely rare medicinal material, but because it will lose its spiritual power as long as it leaves the place where it lives, it rarely appears in front of the world. But, at least, it was delicious. Chu Yan smiled lightly, stood with concentration, and waited quietly. Sure enough, in just a few seconds, a white figure jumped out of the water again and jumped into the air. Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the white figure. The white snowfish was caught by Chu Yan, and after struggling for a while, only staring and panting remained. It doesn't seem like there is a cooker. Looking at the palm-sized sea bass, Chu Tian remembered that when he came out, he only brought dry food and no utensils for cooking. Even if the sea bass were caught, there was no way to cook it. Of course, eating raw, Chu Yan still can't do it. Helplessly smiled twice, put the snow crystal fish aside, Chu Yan found a slightly dry place, ready to start practicing. Sitting cross-legged and taking 2 deep breaths, Chu Yan gently closed his eyes, and the white-capped martial spirit behind him rose up, brilliance flashing. Just then, a mutation arose. As soon as the white-capped martial spirit appeared, his eyes glared at the snowfish that was put aside by Chu Yan. The cat's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rushed straight towards the snowfish. The cat's mouth opened wide, and it swallowed the snowfish on the ground in one gulp. A stream of light flashed across the white cat, and its body actually grew a little bit bigger. This is... Chu Yan's whole body was shocked, and his face was full of shock. Can Wuhun eat fish? Martial spirit that can directly swallow living things? This is truly an unheard of wonder in the world. Could it be that this is the uniqueness of Mangxing martial spirit? With bright eyes, Chu Yan immediately stood up and jumped down from the white water pool next to her. #C7 Devour Martial Souls. Not long after, when he landed again, he grabbed a sea bass in his left and right hands and threw it on the ground. As soon as his mind moved, under the impetus of true qi, the white cat's martial spirit appeared, and as expected, the white cat flew straight to the two snowfish on the ground, swooped twice, and was swallowed by it. As soon as it was swallowed, its body suddenly swelled in a circle. At the same time, above the head, next to the original 3 Venus, the 4th Venus lit up. Although the light was not strong, at least it was no longer dim as it was originally. Almost invisible. It can actually improve my martial arts. Chu Yan was shocked, and his face was full of ecstasy. By coincidence, he actually found a way to quickly restore the white tiger's martial spirit. The spiritual power in this snow fish can actually be absorbed by the martial spirit. So, Chu Yan, who was overjoyed, jumped into the pool again, using his robe as a pocket, caught all the 12 snow crystal fish at the bottom of the pool, and threw them to the white cat martial soul. The result, naturally, did not disappoint Chu Yan. After swallowing 12 snowfish in a row, the white cat's martial spirit has doubled in size, and its size is already the size of a little wolf, and the 4th gold star above its head is already bright. 4-star martial spirit. Under the surprise of Chu Yan, he only felt that his inner chi was surging, his strength had grown greatly, and his whole body's sense of strength had at least doubled. I don't know about other monsters or animals, can you? Chu Yan rolled his eyes and rushed out of the cave. However, the result disappointed Chu Tian greatly. Chu Yan, whose strength has soared, hunted down 10 different types and levels of monsters, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars, but the white cat martial soul did not respond. In Chu Yan's eyes with infinite anticipation, it looks like an old god is there, and he has no plans to devour these monsters. I am greedy. It seems that not all monsters or animals will do. Although Chu Yan was somewhat disappointed by the result, it has already made Chu Yan very satisfied. After all, knowing the recovery method of the white tiger martial spirit is better than waiting slowly. Just as Chu Tian was about to leave the cave and set out to hunt down powerful monsters, a small crisp sound suddenly sounded from outside the cave and entered Chu Tian's ears. Crack. It was the sound of a twig being stepped on, although it was slight, it was real. Chu Yan, don't hide, I know you are inside. As soon as the words came down, a figure with a sinister smile appeared in the cave, looking at Chu Yan with a gloomy look in his eyes. Fang Heng? Chu Yan was stunned for a while, looking at the other party, his brows immediately wrinkled. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you can't run away this time. Fang Heng laughed when he saw Chu Yan's expression. Hand over the body-tempering pill in your hand, no one can protect you today. You follow me? Chu Yan sneered and said, what if I don't give it? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Fang Heng was obviously stunned, and looked at Chu Yan in surprise. Suddenly, a murderous aura emerged. Chu Yan, you rubbish, I didn't settle the account with you last time. Today, if you don't hand over the body-tempering pill, I want you to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Heng did not wait for Chu Yan to answer, the aura on his body burst out immediately, and the strength of the 2nd stage of the quenching body reached its limit. Fang Heng followed Chu Yan all the way after he left the Extreme Heaven sect. As soon as he entered the Heavenly Extreme Mountains, he encountered a yellow level 3-star monster. If it wasn't for getting rid of the monster, Fang Heng might have long ago scolded Chu Yan. Started. After all, if Chu Yan's body-quenching pill is slow, it will be taken away by others. However, this time, Fang Heng was going to be disappointed. If you want a body-quenching pill, Fang Heng is not qualified enough. Chu Yan did not have the slightest fear on his face, but his expression was still indifferent. Fang Heng's face changed greatly, and he was shaking with anger. This guy is still so arrogant. Chu Yan, you are courting death. With a loud roar, the martial spirit rose up, and 2 red stars flashed past, which turned out to be 2-star black-spotted tigers. Fang Heng rushed forward like a mad dog, the blade shimmering with cold light, wrapped in the true chi of the 2nd stage of body-tempering realm, and slashed straight down. This knife was almost done with all his strength, without leaving any hands. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Chu Yan on the spot. Chu Yan, who had been standing still, felt Fang Heng's murderous aura, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Take a light step forward, raise your fist, smash. The fist wrapped the infuriating energy of the fourth stage of the body-quenching realm, and slammed into the blade. Boom! After a huge explosion sound, Fang Heng was seen flying upside down under this majestic force, hitting the soil wall behind him and sinking deeply. How did you become so strong? The blood flowing out of Fang Heng's mouth instantly soaked his chest, and he looked at Chu Yan, who was walking slowly as if he had seen a ghost. Humph! Don't you want to kill me? Why are you here? Chu Yan looked at Fang Heng, who was vomiting blood again and again, and said expressionlessly, while his raised fist was full of true energy. No. No, don't kill me. Chu. Master Chu. Chu Yan sneered and looked at Fang Heng, who was struggling to kneel and kowtow like garlic. He didn't intend to talk nonsense with him anymore. Just then, a mutation arose. Ow! The big cat-shaped white tiger spirit flashed white light in his eyes, and roared several times at the black-spotted tiger spirit behind Fang Heng. Puff! The white tiger martial spirit raised its front paws and slammed it towards the black-spotted tiger martial spirit, smashing it like a bubble. The cat's mouth opened, and the broken black-spotted tiger spirits were sucked into the body like a long siphon. After the black-spotted tiger was eaten by the white tiger martial god, it turned into a majestic spiritual force and rushed into Chu Yan's body. It turns out that the same kind of martial spirit also eats. Haha, Chu Yan was surprised at first, and then said with great joy. Ow! Ding! The white tiger, who had eaten the black-spotted tiger spirit, roared and flashed white light. The white tiger martial spirit, which originally had only 4 white stars, suddenly exploded with 1 more. 5 stars. Even Chu Yan, who had already seen the white tiger martial soul eat the snowfish rising star, at this moment, a storm surged in his heart. Chu Yan awakened a full 5 10-star martial spirits, but due to his own reasons, 4 were in a deep sleep. The only one who woke up was also washing his marrow and quenching his body, which caused huge consumption and was reduced to 3 stars. After finally eating more than a dozen snowfish, he recovered 4 stars. Chu Yan was worrying about going there to find this rare creature. The white tiger martial arts actually swallowed other people's tiger martial arts without being picky about food. If so, then the other sleeping martial spirits. Hey, in this way, it will be much easier to restore the martial spirit. Now a 5-star martial arts is so good, if 5 10-star martial arts are. Chu Yan's eyes flashed wildly, and his whole body trembled with excitement. A row of martial spirits full of stars appeared in front of the world, that scene. However, these are too early, everything must be worked hard. Immediately afterwards, what made Chu Yan even more excited was that as the white tiger martial spirit broke through to 5 stars, his cultivation level also directly broke through the bottleneck, reaching the 5th stage of body tempering realm in one fell swoop. Body tempering stage 5. Not long after breaking through the 4th stage of the body tempering stage, when the martial arts rose from 4 stars to 5 stars, he was promoted to 1 level again. At this moment, Chu Tian finally understood the importance of a strong martial arts, and at the same time, he understood more deeply. What a heaven-defying spirit of the white tiger, mythical beast. Recovering his mind, Chu Yan lifted his feet and left the cave with a flick of his robe. He didn't even look back at the corpse in the cave, whose head was shot and his spirit was swallowed. Killing Fang Heng with 1 punch was just Chu Yan's first battle on the road to becoming a strong man. He would not show mercy at all to those who wanted to kill him. After leaving the cave, Chu Yan began to search. Now that he knows the recovery method of the white tiger martial spirit, of course, the sooner the better. Next, Chu Yan completely entered the tempering process. He was like a solitary beast in the mountain range. After the breakthrough, he can now face a 4-star yellow level monster with one punch, and a 5-star yellow level monster can also be killed with ease. Unfortunately, after killing so many monsters, none of them could make the white tiger martial spirit take a fancy to. Could it be that the level is not enough? Chu Yan murmured to himself, and then looked up to the depths of the Tianji Mountains. Shaking his head, Chu Yan understood that even if his current strength was a yellow-level monster, he couldn't kill as many as he could. Imagine. This way, Chu Yan killed no less than 100 monsters, but the white tiger martial soul didn't even look at it every time, which made Chu Yan extremely depressed. It seems that the white tiger martial spirit doesn't eat monsters. Chu Yan sighed softly, a little disappointed. However, Chu Yan was not without success. After fighting in the past few days, he found that not only did he punch faster and faster, but sometimes, almost as soon as he found the monster, he subconsciously punched. Without even seeing the shape of the monster was already dead. Such a reaction speed and comprehension surprised Chu Yan. After thinking about it for a long time, Chu Yan looked at the white tiger martial spirit behind him, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. The golden white tiger mythical beast, the master of killing, good at fighting, is the god of war among beasts. It seems that it's all your credit. The powerful martial spirit is really different. Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, but just as he was concentrating on thinking, suddenly, there was a faint voice from the side. Martial Dao cultivation level, whether it is vision, hearing, etc., especially in the quenching state, with continuous breakthroughs, all the limbs, internal organs, and senses of the body will continue to strengthen, reaching the 4th stage of the body quenching state. Basically, he can detect any disturbance within a radius of 100 meters. Restraining his breath, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he moved towards the voice of the voice. Passing through a forest, after Chu Yan jumped a few times, there was a scene where one person and one beast were fighting. With just one glance, Chu Yan's eyes widened immediately, and his face changed greatly. The whole body's true qi surged out like a flood, and the figure turned into an afterimage, rushing towards one person and one beast. His eyes were full of the figure lying in a pool of blood, the familiar figure that could no longer be familiar. #C8 9 Days of Thunder of the Golden Summit. His eyes were full of the figure lying in a pool of blood, the familiar figure that could no longer be familiar. Chu Yan, his brother with the same father and mother. Boom. There were still more than 10 steps away from the blue-eyed hurricane wolf who was roaring towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan's whole body burst out of true qi, which had already reached its limit. The roaring punches slammed heavily on the yellow level 4-star blue-eyed wind wolf in midair. The violent bafangpo, with a thunderous sound, turned the blue-eyed hurricane into a meteor, flew upside down, connected and smashed 3 big trees with thick boles, and fell to the ground, with blood from his nose and mouth. Crazy squirting, seeing that it is impossible to live. Brother, why are you here? Chu Yan ignored the wolf monster, hugged the figure on the ground, and asked eagerly. I came to find you, something happened at home. The young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, with blood on the corners of his mouth, his face was pale. When he saw Chu Yan, he was obviously shocked, and he grabbed Chu Yan and said tremblingly. Before waiting for the anxious Chu Yan to ask, Chu Yan tilted his head, spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and passed out. Chu Yan was stunned, his eyes swept across Chu Yan's body, and the scars that were deeply visible to the bones were extremely terrifying, causing Chu Yan's brows to wrinkle tightly, and his eyes narrowed into slits. The injury is serious. Chu Yan carefully inspected Chu Yan's injuries. Although he is also a 3rd-rank body-quenching martial artist who has awakened his fighting spirit, it is not an option to cure this kind of injury with multiple fractures and damaged internal organs. Easy thing. Chu Yan carried Chu Yan on his back. Chu Yan did not dare to delay, his true energy flowed, his eyes swept around, he confirmed the direction, and hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the mountain range. In Chu Yan's room, the pharmacist of the Extreme Heaven sect, who spent a single demon crystal, frowned and shook his head gently when he saw Chu Yan for the first time. This injury is too serious. While talking to Chu Yan, the pharmacist in a white robe quickly took out various bottles and jars from the portable medicine box, and sprinkled several different colors of medicinal powder on the 17 wounds of Chu Yan's body. Is there nothing you can do? Chu Yan frowned, looking at Chu Yan, who was still unconscious on the bed, with a complicated look in his eyes. Chu Yan, who has been called a waste by his family since he was a child, has suffered countless scorns and ridicules from his clansmen, but only this eldest brother, who loves himself very much, often stands up and fights for himself and those people. The original Chu Yan's gray childhood, just because of his elder brother Chu Yan, has a trace of warmth and beauty. In the depths of his soul, Chu Yan, who occupies this body, can feel the deep affection of his predecessor for the big brother. This kind of family obsession even affects Chu Yan, who occupies the body, and feels the same. If you want to save him, you need at least 5 or more medicinal pills. The white-robed pharmacist did not stop, carefully handling the wounds on Chu Yan's body, cleaning, applying medicine, and bandaging. He was probably shocked by Chu Yan's serious injury, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. 5-grade medicinal pills. Chu Tian was shocked and his whole body shook violently. In Haotian continent, warriors are respected, but there are some special occupations that are even thousands of times more noble than warriors. Among them, there are alchemists. The treasures of heaven and earth bred in heaven and earth, as long as they pass through the hands of an alchemist and are refined into medicinal pills with various effects, their worth will increase exponentially. Fang Heng, who was bombarded and killed by Chu Tian, was the one who spent countless wealth in his family, and barely exchanged for a second-rank soul-awakening pill, which helped him awaken his martial spirit and became a body-quenching person that everyone envied. Musha. It can be seen that the magic of this elixir, and it's expensive. Not to mention the 5th-grade medicinal pill, even if it is a 1st-grade medicinal pill, it is not something that Chu Yan can afford. That's it. When Chu Yan was stunned, the white-robed pharmacist finally completed the treatment of Chu Yan. Raising his sleeves to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he looked up and saw Chu Yan's iron-blue face. If so, there is only one way. Of course, the white-robed pharmacist knew the reason for Chu Yan's bluish complexion, not to mention him, even if he had been a pharmacist all his life in the Extreme Heaven sect, he could count the medicinal pills he had seen with one hand. What? Chu Yan's eyes burst into a ray of hope, glared at the pharmacist, and hurriedly asked. The golden summit of the extreme sky. After hesitating for a while, the white-robed pharmacist still sighed and spit out 4 words. The golden summit of the Extreme Heaven is located on the top of each of the 12 main peaks of the Extreme Heaven sect. As long as the disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect who have been to the Extreme Heaven Golden Summit have 9 deaths and 1 injury, the degree of danger is prohibitive. Few people will mention it. Only some people who pursue the ultimate in martial arts and are obsessed with breaking through their own strength will occasionally think of it. Most of the disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect, who have been in the sect for many years, may not be aware of the existence of such a Jedi. But the more dangerous it is, the more rewarding it is. As long as you pass any of the tests set up in the 12 golden roofs of the Extreme Heaven sect, you will jump directly into the core parent-child of the inner sect like a carp jumping over the dragon gate, and become the direct disciple of the 10 elders of the Extreme Heaven sect. No matter what sect resources are needed, it is almost not a problem. However, if the test fails, the consequences. Okay, thank you, Senior. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and strode out. There is a natural stone cave above the highest main peak of the Extreme Heaven sect, and there is the entrance to the golden summit of the Extreme Heaven. At this moment, Chu Yan was already standing at the entrance of this cave. Outer sect disciple Chu Yan wants to participate in the trial of the Jitian Jing Ding. Chu Yan shouted loudly while raising his hand towards the stone cave. In a dark stone cave, a faint ray of light could be seen faintly, and the sound rang in the cave, echoing endlessly. "Come in." After a long time, the sound of response sounded. Chu Yan took a deep breath and strode into the cave. Entering the cave, the light suddenly dimmed, and chasing after the little light, Chu Yan walked all the way to a cave in the layout of the room. A stone table, a stone bench, an oil lamp, a figure holding a scroll in his hand, is concentrating on studying. "You want to go to Jinding?" The old man in golden clothes put down the scroll in his hand and turned to look at Chu Yan. "In order to ask for a 5-grade medicinal pill to save people." Chu Yan clasped his fists in a salute, and replied neither humble nor arrogant. The golden-robed old man's pupils shrank slightly, and in the eyes of Chu Yan, there was a glimmer of light, and he looked at Chu Yan up and down, as if he had seen all of him. "The 5th-grade medicinal pill is not difficult, but you are only at the 5th stage of body tempering, and there is no chance of passing the test. But please give it a try." Chu Yan still clasped his fists and saluted, looking up at the golden-robed old man. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes, the dark eyes of the golden-robed old man suddenly lit up. "This son, his eyes are firm and bright." "Yes, yes." The old man in the golden robe raised the corner of his mouth lightly, nodded slightly, and pointed behind him. "The second passage on the left, go." "Thank you, senior." Chu Yan looked in the direction of the fingers of the golden-robed old man, and there were 12 passages, with different sizes and shapes, which should lead to different golden tops. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan lifted his foot and walked towards the passage pointed by the golden-robed old man. After a few big steps, the figure disappeared at the entrance of the passage. 5-star martial arts, it's a pity, it's a pity. The golden-robed old man saw that Chu Yan's figure disappeared, turned around and continued to pick up his book. Shin began to study it. The passage he pointed to Chu Yan was called Lei Dong Jiao Tian. Although it was ranked among the top 3 dangers of the 12 golden summits, he would not take the initiative to attack. He hoped that after Chu Yan saw it, he would retreat in spite of difficulties. Left a ray of life. #C90 miles of thunder and lightning. The passage is extremely long. Chu Yan walked all the way, and walked for about half an hour before coming to a stone gate. With the arrival of Chu Yan, the stone gate slowly opened, and the dazzling light passed through the slowly opened stone gate, stabbed Chu Yan's eyes slightly. A violent fluctuation of spiritual power rushed towards him, causing the true qi in Chu Yan's body to move involuntarily. This is a high platform, a quaint platform at the top of the mountain, a blue sword floating in the air above the high platform, floating up and down. Around it, there are 9 thick thunder pillars, rushing straight like a towering tree. In the sky, guarding the sword, there was a loud explosion of thunder and lightning. Chu Yan's face was shocked, and he looked at the 9 thunderbolts and the sword with thunder all over his body in surprise. On the left-hand side, a stone tablet was erected, and several rows of golden characters were reflected in Chu Tian's eyes. If you want to pass the thunderous 9-day trial, you need to use the Thunder Sword technique to cut off the thunder pillar. Thunder Sword technique? Chu Yan saw that there was a blue secret book on the stone tablet, with the 4 characters Lightning Thunder Sword technique on it. Reaching out his hand to remove the cheat book and an ordinary long sword on the stone tablet, Chu Yan gently opened the cheat book and looked at it seriously. Thousands of miles of thunder flashes for thousands of miles, coming like thunder, going like lightning, flashing for 1,000 miles, and flashing for thousands of miles. Refined to a small success, the force is like thunder, the sword is like thunder. It is called 13 Swords of Thunder. What a powerful swordsmanship, but it's only a high-grade swordsmanship. Chu Yan closed thunder swordsmanship, held the long sword in his hand, closed his eyes gently, and slowly emerged in his mind what was recorded in the secret book, the first formula. Drawing sword style. When the intention moves, the sword moves, and the sword moves will kill you. This is the sword drawing style. True qi circulated and poured into the body of the sword, and under the gentle shaking of the wrist, the long sword made a trembling sound. Chong. Chu Yan's eyes snapped open, and he swept toward the 12 sword-testing stones that stood not far away. The long sword was unsheathed, and a sword light shot directly at the one-man-high sword-testing stone. Ding! With a light sound, a puff of stone foam splashed out and dissipated in an instant, but there was not even a mark left on the sword-test stone. Hey! Such a hard stone. It can't hurt it at all. Chu Yan frowned and muttered to himself, well, it shouldn't be fast enough, come again. Chong. Draw the sword. Sheath. Chu Yan's movements were completed, but the result was still the same, only a splash of stone dust. Jitian Golden Summit Thundering Nine Heavens is located on the top of the third highest main peak of Jitian sect. It is closely connected with other main peaks by suspended passages. Standing on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance, the entire Jitian sect is surrounded by thousands of miles of mountains and rivers at a glance. No surplus. Layers of clouds, magnificent and refreshing. However, Chu Yan was not in the mood to appreciate it at this time, and his mind had already sunk into the sword-drawing style of 13 Swords of Thunder. Draw the sword, sheath. Draw the sword again, sheath it again. I don't know how many times I repeated an action, and the sweat on my forehead became more and more. Ding. Another sword was swung out, and finally a small sword mark suddenly appeared on the sword test stone in front of him. That's right, it's really similar to Bafang Pa. Chu Yan's face showed a look of surprise, and then his mind calmed down again, and his eyes became more and more sharp. 5 full days have passed, the sun and moon above his head have alternated 6 times, and there are countless sword marks on the sword test stone in front of him. Different depths, intertwined and mixed. There is only one word for the sword-drawing style of 13 Swords of Thunder, that is, fast. Fast to the extreme, it is the might of breaking the bamboo, the strongest sword erupts at the moment of drawing the sword, one strike will kill, never hesitate, and never turn back. Call out. Crack. The sound of sword qi breaking through the air suddenly appeared. Chu Yan's sword was very different. He slashed on the sword test stone, and directly cut out a scar long and deep. With the long sword in his hand, Chu Yan smiled and said, "It's time to try." Turning around and facing the high platform, there were 9 pillars of thunder, lightning and thunder, and their might was astonishing. The blue long sword in the middle seemed to sense Chu Tian's fighting intent, and it made a humming sound. Facing Lei Zhu, Chu Yan's body's true qi quickly circulated, and the white tiger martial spirit behind him rose up and appeared above Chu Yan's head. A pair of golden tiger eyes stared directly at the 9 thunder pillars in front of him, roaring up to the sky. Drawing sword style. The pupils shrank sharply, Chu Yan moved, and a sword was swung out, and the white light sword qi that was amplified by the white tiger martial soul slashed straight towards the nearest thunder pillar. Call out. At the same time as the sound of breaking the air, the white sword energy has already submerged deeply into the thunder column. But the stone sinks into the sea and disappears without a trace. Just when Chu Yan was stunned, the Lei Zhu suddenly rolled up, and a blue sword qi suddenly appeared and shot directly towards Chu Yan. Between the lightning and flint, Chu Yan swung his sword without hesitation, and the white sword qi left his body and collided with the blue sword qi. Shichi. 2 groups of sword qi, one blue and one white, exploded not far in front of Chu Yan, and countless small sword qi shot out. Several of them crossed Chu Yan's ears and clothes, bringing out tiny bloodstains. and cloth shreds. So strong. I didn't expect that I would refine this sword drawing style to a small level, and I'm still not the enemy of this Lei Jiu. Is it really impossible to crack this Lei Dong Jiu Tian? Frowning tightly, Chu Yan's eyes froze, and a hint of hesitation flashed. No. No, as long as it's a trial, there must be a way to crack it. Come again. Just a thought flashed by, Chu Yan's eyes became firm again, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed at Lei Jiu. When the thunder pillar reflected back a sword energy, Chu Yan, who had been prepared, split a sword energy and broke it. Repeating this, for a time on the high platform, the sword shadow flickered, the sword chi was vertical and horizontal, and countless sharp sword chi filled the entire space. Chu Yan didn't know how many swords he swung, his clothes were all torn apart, and there were countless sword wounds on his body. Every sword wound showed a trace of blood red. Although it was not deep, the number was too many, making Chu Yan look extremely terrifying, like a madman. Bloody man. Chu Yan also tried to attack several other Lei Jiu, but found that the results were no different. After that, Chu Yan completely calmed down, specializing in swinging, attacking, and defending, completely immersed in the world of swords. Every time he swings a sword and blocks the next, Chu Yan will deepen his understanding of the sword. Especially the blue sword energy from Lei Jiu, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes visible, sometimes invisible, completely unrestricted, making Chu Yan greatly shocked. It turns out that the water has no constant force, and the sword has no constant shape. The sword is born from the heart, and only comes out of the heart. This is the sword. Chu Yan, whose eyes were sluggish, looked at the blue sword chi that shot towards him. Slowly, the sword chi became slower and slower, as if it was about to stagnate. Drawing sword style. At this moment, Chu Yan's body was full of white light, and the white tiger martial soul shot out a white light at the same time. Ding! With a crisp sound, after the blue sword chi was cut in two by a sword, the white sword chi released by Chu Yan remained unabated and shot straight at Lei Jiu. The sword chi attacked into the thunder column, bringing out the sound of tremors, and the faint thunder rolled down. Where the thunder column was hit by the sword chi, a small hole was suddenly retracted, and it seemed to be completely pierced by the sword chi. But in just a moment, it returned to its original state, and suddenly, he shot another blue sword energy towards Chu Yan. Right, that is it. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. #C10 first in 0 years. Extreme Heaven Sect, absolutely heaven. A large crowd gathered, all dressed in the costumes of the Extreme Heaven Sect, with a solemn expression. What's the situation? Even the elders of the inner door are here. I heard that the first genius of my sect, Lan Hai, went to the Xiang sect to participate in the competition of the disciples of the same generation, and came back with a great victory. Hey! Blue Ocean? The first genius of Luonan City who awakened the 7-star martial spirit at the age of 10 and reached the 7th stage of body tempering realm at the age of 16? That's right, I heard that there are several other geniuses from the sect who came together, and they all won great victories. Even the elders came to greet. In the waiting crowd, there were whispers of discussion from time to time, especially when it came to the first day of the Blue Ocean. There were repeated exclamations. It seems that the name of this Blue Ocean is very famous. Standing at the front of the crowd are the 3 elders of the inner sect of the Extreme Heaven sect. Behind them are their own direct disciples, all of whom are outstanding genius disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect. In the sky in the distance, a spirit beast came over the clouds at an astonishingly fast speed, and could vaguely see more than 10 figures on the spirit beast's back. Arrive! The great elder of the inner sect, his eyes tightened, and he looked far into the distance. That spirit beast is a bird of prey, with wings spanning nearly 10 meters, eagle beak and sharp claws, and sharp eyes. Above the beast's body, a green brilliance steadily covers more than 10 figures on its back, and in the blink of an eye, and began to fall to the sky. It's a long time for the elders to wait. A voice came from the back of the spirit bird that had just landed. This person is dressed in purple, with sword brows and tiger-eyed eyes, a square face and a broad nose, and the boldness between his eyebrows is very obvious. As the figures jumped down from the back of the spirit bird, the young man in purple robe who finally got down, after jumping off the spirit bird, waved his hand and actually took the spirit bird into his body. Wow! It's actually his martial spirit. Could it be that he is the first genius in the legend, Lan Hai? That's right, it's him. Didn't you see that it was the 7-star martial spirit, the Skyfire Thunder Eagle? It's a mutated martial spirit of the fire element, with a hint of the power of lightning from the gold element. Although the voices of the crowd behind the Extreme Heaven sect were extremely low, the strength of the elders of the Extreme Heaven sect was of course all within their ears. As the 3 elders of the Extreme Heaven sect frowned slightly, the elderly Chen, but he was smug, with an undisguised smile on his face. This time, the 2 new disciples competed, and the elder Lycan came back with a great victory. It's really a big boost for my Extreme Heaven sect. Who are the 3 elders? In just a moment, the strange color on his face was taken away, and he greeted Elder Lycan with a smile on his face. You're welcome, Lan Hai has come to meet the elders. After Li Chen returned his salute, he stretched out his hand and said, It's not too late to see the elders of the Extreme Sky sect. With a straight face, Li Chen said to the young man standing behind him. Disciple Lan Hai, see the elders. The young man had a smile on his face, his eyes wandered, and his arrogant Shinchi was faintly revealed, extremely pure, but there was only a hint of arrogance in his eyes that could not be concealed, it was extremely obvious. Yes, what a genius. The 3 elders responded with a smile, nodding with a smile, and admiring the first genius. Mo Xiong, Feng Tong, Chu Bing, I have met the elders. When the disciples finished their greetings one by one, the Supreme Heaven Sect elder couldn't help showing a hint of shock on his face. According to the agreement, the sects of the Extreme Heaven Sect and the Xiang Sect are all arranged to be new disciples within 5 years. In other words, among these 10 disciples, the lowest martial spirit is 5 stars, and their talent level is obviously stronger than before. I didn't expect that this session actually accepted so many talented disciples. Growing up, the situation where the Extreme Heaven Sect and the Xiang Sect were sitting on an equal footing might be broken. Okay, yes, they are all geniuses with excellent talent, and their future achievements are limitless. The great elder of the inner sect of Extreme Heaven Sect. After a dry laugh, he cupped his hands and replied. Okay, I'll go to the main hall first, and then discuss. The sect master is waiting for you. Excuse me, is there a disciple named Chu Yan in the outer sect? Before everyone turned around, the boy named Lan Hai asked directly. It seems there is. The inner sect elder was not familiar with the outer sect disciple, but vaguely felt that Chu Yan's name was somewhat familiar, so he replied casually. I heard that this Chu Yan is an extremely talented disciple of the outer sect. I want to learn from him. After Lan Hai finished speaking, his eyes swept across the crowd, as if he was looking for something, but the sudden burst of laughter from the crowd made his expression change drastically. Ha ha ha. Of course, Chu Yan, an outer disciple, is known as the Extreme 3 Wastes. What kind of talented disciple is there? I'm dying of laughter. I haven't awakened my martial arts for 3 years, but I still have talent. It's a shame. Even Lan Hai knows about this waste. That's right, it's too embarrassing. I don't think I should wait for the outer sect to evaluate and kick him out of the sect. The 3 elders of the Extreme Heaven sect are all mature and stable people, but even so, they all blushed with ridicule, and secretly kept this Chu Yan firmly in their hearts. When the crowd laughed, a playful look flashed in the eyes of Lan Hai inadvertently, and at the same time, he turned his head slightly to look at the purple-robed girl on the side. This purple-robed girl is Chu Bing. On her already cold face, when laughter and derisive discussions erupted in the crowd, a chill flashed in her eyes, just in line with Lan Hai's eyes. Her face froze, and then she understood that Lan Hai was doing it on purpose. He deliberately made Chu Yan embarrassed in front of everyone in the Extreme Heaven sect. That being the case, let's go to the main hall. Don't let the sect master wait for a long time. The elder left the dust, directly past the elders of the Extreme Heaven sect, raised his feet and walked towards the inside of the sect. His behavior fell into the eyes of the elders of the Extreme Sky sect, and his face suddenly showed resentment. It's just that he accepted a talented disciple, and he didn't take other elders seriously at all, and he walked in the first place with his feet raised. Not long after, the elder of the Extreme Heaven sect, with his face sinking like water, led the crowd and just appeared in front of the gate of the sect hall. A group of figures had been waiting outside the hall for a long time, and the leader was the sect master of the Extreme Heaven sect, Mo Yang. The elder Lycan glanced at the blue ocean beside him, couldn't help showing a proud smile, strode towards sect master Mo Yang, just about to speak, but a vision suddenly appeared. Boom, rumbling. It was like an eternal thunder, which had accumulated for endless years and suddenly exploded, and the thunder that shocked the whole world rolled over the sky above the Extreme Heaven sect. The thunder suddenly exploded with endless might, making everyone who had just met and who had not spoken yet froze at the same time. Boom, rumbling. There was another thunderous explosion, and at this moment, everyone was extremely shocked. Ordinary disciples were shocked that the sound of thunder was obviously different from ordinary thunder, and its might was astonishing. How could there be a thunder in this case, for no reason at all? However, the expressions of the elders and sect masters of the Extreme Heaven sect changed drastically. It was impossible for them not to know the source of the thunder. Who is on the golden summit of the extreme sky? Sect master Mo Yang shouted loudly, his eyes shining brightly. Boom, rumbling. When the third thunder sounded, the sect master of the Extreme Heaven sect flashed and turned into a stream of light, heading towards the entrance of the golden summit of the Extreme Heaven. For decades, let alone 3 thunders, no one has been able to shake even one thunder. This thunderous continuous masterpiece shows that there must be a peerless genius in the sect who has passed the trial of thundering 9 heavens, and has broken 3 thunder pillars in a row. This talent is definitely the first person in the Extreme Heaven sect for 100 years. #C11 9 Days of Thunder and Shock. Shu. The figure of the sect master Mo Yang just appeared in front of the stone cave of Jitian Jinding when he saw the golden-robed elder, staring dumbfounded at the third mountain in the distance. I have seen the elders. The sect master Mo Yang raised his hand and saluted, and his words indicated that this golden-robed elder was actually the supreme elder of the Supreme Heaven sect who was above the sect master, equivalent to the first person of the Extreme Heaven sect. Continuous silhouettes flashed, and as soon as the elders of the Extreme Sky sect appeared, they saw the sect master salute the elders, and quickly raised their hands to salute at the same time. See Elder Taishang. The golden-robed elder frowned lightly and didn't answer, but with a puzzled look on his face, he muttered to himself. I didn't expect that he actually did it. It's truly an extraordinary talent. My Extreme Heaven sect will be prosperous. When sect master Mo Yang heard the words of the elder Taishang, he would not understand. As expected, a disciple in the sect passed the trial. Dare to ask the elder Taishang, who is this disciple? Sect master Mo Yang asked gently, but the excitement in his words was extremely obvious. Elder Jin Pao turned his head and glanced at sect master Mo Yang, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and nodded with a smile. Sect master, please follow the old man into the cave and talk, and the other elders will return. Boom, rumbling. Before the sect master and the golden-robed elders could lift their feet, another thunderous explosion sounded, and the prestige was stronger. At close range, even the elders of the extreme sky sect felt the infuriating qi in their bodies tumbling. The fourth tone, this. The elders were shocked and turned to look at the third mountain in the distance. Let's go back. I have something important to discuss with the sect master. The golden robe's tone was actually eager. He waved his hand, and let the other elders retreat, leading the sect master into the cave. When the two entered the cave, the golden-robed elder looked at the expectant sect master and said with a smile. 10 days ago, an outer disciple of my sect entered the Ledong Nine Heavens. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it seems that the extreme sky sect is really going to rise. With this talent appearing, at most 100 years, my extreme sky sect will definitely become the #1 sect in Luonan City. Without the presence of many elders, sect master Mo Yang's face was full of excitement, and the color of surprise appeared undisguised. Sect master, I was about to tell you about this. The golden-robed elder also had a happy expression on his face, but there was a strange look in his eyes. Boom, rumbling. Boom, rumbling. Boom, rumbling. 3 consecutive thunderous sounds startled the two of them at the same time, and the surprised expression just now froze on their faces like petrification. This is the 7th tone, could it be? Thunder sword. Sect master Mo Yang, looking at the golden-robed elder, even his breathing became heavier. There is hope. The 12 treasures left by the founder of the Supreme Heaven sect. It seems that after Jun Qingfeng 500 years ago, I will lose another one. Elder Jinpao's eyes fluttered. He looked back at the second passage on the left, and said excitedly. Sect master, regarding this young genius, I think, for the time being, his identity must be kept secret. The meaning of the elders is, Yes, I understand. Sect master Mo Yang's face was straight, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He nodded and replied. No matter who it is, who dares to hurt the genius of my sect, I, Mo Yang, will never let him go. Everything is done according to the wishes of the elders, but I still want to ask, who is this young man? Boom, rumbling. Boom, rumbling. The golden-robed elder smiled lightly, and in the last 2 thunders that exploded over the extreme heaven sect, he gently opened his mouth and said. Outer disciple, Chu Yan. What? It's actually him. Sect master Mo Yang opened his mouth wide. He held his breath in his chest, almost didn't come up, and coughed twice, before letting the breath go down. Sword, lead with momentum, lead with speed. Potential, what the sword energy points to, annihilates everything. The third main peak of the extreme heaven sect, at the top of the peak, a young man, holding a blue long sword, stood long, the howling mountain wind blew, and the robe on his body made a hunting sound. Now, I have broken the 9 heavenly thunders and obtained this thunder sword. It should be considered that I have passed the test. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with a sword intent, and the edge of the body was elegant. It is the sharp sword energy formed by the sword intent. Putting the ordinary long sword back to its original place, holding the thunder sword, Chu Yan turned around and returned to the passage where he came from. After walking for about half an hour, he returned to the front of the golden-robed elder. Elder Xie, I have completed the trial of thundering 9 heavens. May I ask about the medicinal pill? Seeing the elder Jinpao looking at him with a smile, Chu Yan couldn't help feeling warm, and he was a little more sure of the result of his passing the trial. Chu Yan. Yes, you have completed the trial of the thunderous 9 days. This is the medicine you want, but... The elder Jinpao held a jade bottle in his hand, got up and walked in front of Chu Yan. His words made Chu Yan's heart skip a beat, and he immediately grabbed it. Could it be that it takes too long to complete? Can't I switch to a medicinal pill? Chu Yan was a little impatient, but he didn't speak, just looked at the golden-robed elder nervously. My surname is Dong, you can call me Elder Dong in the future, I just want you to promise me one thing. This time you pass the Thundering Nine Heavens trial, you must not mention it to anyone, otherwise, this medicine pill. Chu Yan was startled, and quickly replied. Disciple Chu Yan, I won't tell anyone. Elder Dong smiled lightly, handed the jade bottle to Chu Yan, waved his hand, and then the figure slowly disappeared, but he had already left the cave. And Chu Yan suddenly felt his eyes darkened, and immediately fainted. I do not know how long it has been. When Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes to regain consciousness, he found that he was already in his own small yard. Big brother! Chu Yan, who woke up, jumped up immediately and rushed into the room in 2 steps. When I entered the room, I saw that Chu Yan on the bed was soundly asleep, and there was no danger to his life, so he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Reaching into his arms, he took out the jade bottle and poured out a round golden medicinal pill. Chu Yan helped Chu Yan and stuffed the medicinal pill into his mouth. A strange fragrance suddenly floated up in the room. At the same time, the terrifying wounds on Chu Yan's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths, even the blood on his face recovered. These 5-grade medicinal herbs are really amazing. Seeing Chu Yan lightly snorting and slowly opening his eyes, Chu Yan was overjoyed and said excitedly. Chu Yan. As soon as Chu Yan woke up, he grabbed Chu Yan's arm and said anxiously. Hurry up, come back to the family, father, he was locked up. What? Who? Why? Chu Yan was also in a hurry when he heard it, and asked again and again. In his memory, his father, Chu Jiang, was the head of the Chu family's branch in Longmen town. Although he was not strong in martial arts and only had the 7th stage of the body-tempering realm, he was extremely capable in managing the family. The strength of the Chu family Longmen town branch under his management has gradually increased, and the family medicinal material business in charge is also very profitable. Logically, in this case, how could something happen to the father? That night, the Chu family's own clan in Luonan City suddenly sent a few people to take their father away with a warrant from the chief elder of the Chu family. Why? Those people? It was said that it was a private bribery that father mobilized family resources to send you to the Extreme Heaven sect, but father used his own savings back then. Those people were arrogant and unreasonable. They said that unless they let you go to the Chu family in Luonan City, Fong, otherwise. Among those people, I only know Chu Nan from the Chu family's house when I sent you to the Extreme Heaven sect. As soon as Chu Yan's words fell, Chu Yan's pupils shrank sharply, and a fierce aura surged up. With Chu Yan as the center, countless air currents scattered and flashed past, and the tables, chairs, and furniture in the room turned into at the same time. Countless pieces fell to the ground. Chu Nan. You are courting death. Chu Yan's eyes were red, and he roared up to the sky. #C12 come back strong. Luonan City, Chu family. At this time, the family discussion hall. The head of the family, Chu Hong, looked gloomy and frowned as he looked at the next Chu family elders, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The first elder on the left, Chu Rong, was flushed, and his eyes were fiercely looking at the middle-aged man standing in the middle of the hall, with murderous aura looming in his eyes. The other dozen or so people present were all the deacons of the Chu family's halls, all of them blinking and silent. The atmosphere was dignified, depressing and dull. Everyone knows that all this is because of a major event that happened to the Chu family a few days ago. Some clansmen revealed that Chu Jiang, the head of the clan division in Longmen town, violated clan rules and used family resources 3 years ago to send his son to Jitian sect, one of the 6 major sects in Luonan City. If this is the only case, it may not be a big deal, and the elders of the Chu family will not be unanimously determined to be guilty. The key is that his son, who has been in the Extreme Heaven sect for 3 years, the title of 3 Wastes at the Limit has spread not only in the Extreme Heaven sect, but also in the 6 major sects and Luonan city, making the Chu family embarrassed. After all, the Chu family is also a big family in Luonan city, so when have they lost face like this? A waste, 16 years old in 3 months, if you can't awaken your martial arts within these 3 months, it is equivalent to being an ordinary person for the rest of your life. Not to mention wasting the family's resources for such a person, but also embarrassing the entire Chu family. This is a big thing. Our Chu family has been based in Luonan city for 500 years. It's not one of the best, and it's also a famous family. To have such a thing happen, it has been concealed for 3 years. It is absolutely unforgivable. The first elder's words were as cold as frost. He glared at Chu Jiang, and when he turned to look at Patriarch Chu Hong, his attitude was extremely firm. Okay, I see. Do the others have anything else to say? Patriarch Chu Hong nodded and asked in a deep voice. Several elders, many deacons, heard the words. Of course they knew the result, so they all avoided Chu Hong's swept eyes, and they didn't care about it. I have something to say. At this time a cold voice sounded. Everyone's eyes swept over at the same time, and it was Chu Nan who spoke. According to the rules of the Chu family, younger generations are not eligible to participate in such high-level family meetings, but Chu Nan is an exception. First, because he is one of the younger generation, his talent ranks in the top 3, and secondly, this time I will go. Longmen Town arrested Chu Jiang. He was ordered by the Great Elder to represent the Chu family. Therefore, today's clan trial of Chu Jiang is naturally qualified to stand here. As a big family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, the Chu family places great importance on the younger generation with high talent. This Chu Nan, dressed in white clothes, wearing a gorgeous jade pendant the size of a palm, with a gold edge on the corners of his clothes, and holding a folding fan, has a suave look. Looking at the aura emanating from his body, his cultivation has actually reached the 5th stage of the quenching state. Degree. A 5-star martial spirit, in just half a year, broke through to the 5th stage of the quenching realm, which is twice as fast as the ordinary cultivation speed. Of course, this is inseparable from the large amount of cultivation resources provided to him by the family. Without these cultivation resources, Chu Nan, the living condition of this rich young master, is absolutely unattainable. Although the 5th stage of the body tempering realm is not strong, it is only the result of his half-year cultivation. At this speed, breaking through the body quenching state at the age of 20 and reaching the qi refining state is not difficult at all, and it can be said that the future is limitless. Hearing Chu Nan's voice, several elders and many deacons looked at them with envy and awe, and even a hint of flattery. Under this kind of gaze, a hint of arrogance appeared on Chu Nan's face. At such an important family high-level meeting, showing his genius certainly made him feel high. Patriarch Chu Hong, with a calm face and a glint of light in his eyes, nodded lightly at Chu Nan. Chu Nan looked at Chu Jiang, and said coldly, Patriarch, a few days ago, the first genius of the Extreme Heaven sect, Lan Hai, mentioned Chu Yan in public. It caused everyone in the sect to burst into laughter. As a junior of the Chu family, I was really embarrassed at that time. This time, not only the Extreme Heaven sect, but even the entire Luonan city knew that my Chu family had produced the #1 trash in the whole city, which had a great impact on the reputation of my Chu family. Jiang caused it, so, I suggest, remove Chu Yan from the genealogy. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly tightened. All the elders and deacons were stunned, and immediately understood that Chu Nan appeared to have a plan. For a time everyone's eyes turned to Chu Hong at the same time. At this time, Chu Hong's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was still calm, but the chill in his eyes had already appeared. The Chu family has established a clan for 500 years, and there has never been a case of expelling the clan. Is this Chu Yan going to be the first? Standing in the middle of the lobby, Chu Jiang frowned, his face ashen, and said, "The resources spent to send the child to the Extreme Heaven sect are all my Chu Jiang's personal assets." This point, when Master Chu Nan was looking through the account books, "I believe I have seen it. I, Chu Jiang, did not violate the rules of the clan. Regarding the removal of Chu Yan, the rules of my Chu family clearly stated that it was not a serious crime of treason and should not be sacked. Could it be that Chu Yan was mediocre because of his talent? To suffer such humiliation?" Just as his words stopped, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. I saw the first elder Chu Meng stood up abruptly, his face full of disdain. "It is a personal property, and a non-traitor is a serious crime that cannot be removed. Chu Jiang, as a Chu family, everything you own belongs to the family, and the family trusts you before handing over the property of Longmen Town to you. Unexpectedly, he actually used the family property to enrich his personal wealth, and he also made a false statement about his personal property. The name of your son Chu Yan's waste has been widely spread in Luonan City, and it has smeared the face of the family, even more than the crime of treason." As soon as these words came out, like a thunderbolt, the entire discussion hall exploded with a buzz. All kinds of chattering and pointing, all of them nodded secretly towards Chu Jiang, and seemed to agree with what the elder Chu Meng said. At this moment, at the gate of the Chu family, a figure with a person on his back strode in from the main gate of the Chu family. Along the way, the servants and clansmen who deliberately blocked were forced by Chu Yan's body-quenching 5-stage aura, and they couldn't get close at all. Is this still that trash Chu Yan? This breath even surpassed that of the talented young master, Chu Nan. Ignoring these people, Chu Yan carried Chu Zhan all the way to the discussion hall. #C13 Trespass to heavy ground. The Chu family's discussion hall returned to a deadly silence. The crime of treason. Chu Jiang smiled, looking coldly at Chu Nan with a proud face, and said, "Chun Nan, what is the crime of robbing the fiancé of the same clan?" As soon as Chu Jiang's voice fell, Chu Nan, who was proud of himself, shuddered violently, and turned to stare at Chu Jiang's eyes full of murderous intent. "Enough." Chu Hong stood up and stopped Chu Jiang's unfinished words. At the same time, Chu Jiang's eyes darkened. He knew that the family could do a lot for him for a genius, even if it was to give up a separate room. The master and his trash son. I announce that from now on, Chu Jiang and Chu Yan, the principals of the Chu family's Longmen Town lineage, will. Boom. However, at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud bang. The thick copper-clad wooden door of the Chu family's discussion hall exploded into shards in an instant, and a figure walked slowly into the flying sawdust, broken pools, and dust. His face was full of anger. This person is Chu Yan. The sudden explosion and accident caused everyone in the lobby to fall into a sluggish state. All eyes were on the figure. In particular, Chu Hong, who was standing on the seat of the head of the family, stared at the figure in a stunned manner. He never dared to think who would dare to directly destroy the important place of the Chu family's council hall, and even at such an important high-level meeting, he directly kicked the door and entered. Chu Nan and the first elder, Chu Meng, were about to announce when they were suddenly interrupted. However, at this sight, the two of them were stunned. Not only the two of them, but all the elders and deacons in the discussion hall slowed to a halt. It was unexpected that they would be beaten to death. At this time, the one who broke into the door was actually the number one trash resounding through Luonan City, the shame of the Chu family, Chu Yan. You want to kick me and my father out of the house? Chu Yan's face was all cold, and the moment he opened his mouth, he questioned. Xian, why are you here? Ah? What happened to Chu Zhan? Chu Jiang saw Chu Yan for the first time and asked subconsciously. With a pale face, he hurried over and took over Chu Zhan. Without waiting for Chu Yan to explain, a stern voice sounded. Chu Yan, you are so courageous to actually break into the family council hall and kick the door. This is a rebellion, this is a capital crime. Chu Yan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and his twisted face was full of madness and gloom. He finally showed his face at a family high-level meeting, but Chu Yan's foot was completely useless. Chu Yan didn't even look at Chu Yan, who was screaming with a grim face. Instead, he glanced at the elders and deacons. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the patriarch, Chu Hong, and asked word by word. Are you going to sweep my father and me across the family? At this moment, Chu Yan's aura made everyone stunned at the same time. They didn't know Chu Yan's sudden appearance, or Chu Yan's uncharacteristic aura. These elders and deacons even wondered if the person in front of them was Chu Yan. At the same time, everyone's eyes turned to Chu Hong, who frowned. Yes, your father used the family resources privately, and you. Chu Hong's face changed slightly, he could only maintain the original statement, and said softly. Chu Yan, you are a waste, why? Chu Yan snatched the owner's words and shouted at Chu Yan, but suddenly found that Chu Yan turned to face his father Chu Jiang and explained gently. Father, eldest brother is fine, he has already given him a 5th-grade medicinal pill. Hiss. A burst of screeching sound resounded in the council hall at the same time. Including Chu Yan, who was directly ignored by Chu Yan, his rigid face was still distorted with anger just now. 5th-grade medicinal herbs. It is the Chu family in Luonan City, which is considered a wealthy party. It's not something that can be taken casually. Looking at this Chu Yan, he said it so casually, could it be? You fart. You will have a 5th-grade medicine pill? You lied to the patriarch and the elders, capital punishment, capital punishment. Chu Yan's eyes were red and his saliva was flying. He pointed at Chu Yan and roared violently. Enough. Chu Yan, shut up. Chu Hong also recovered from the shock, the light in his eyes flashed, looking at the calm but indifferent Chu Yan below, glared at Chu Yan and shouted. This cut-off made everyone stunned, only Chu Jiang put down Chu Zhan gently, heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Chu Yan and said. Xiaoyan, you shouldn't have come. No, I have to come. Chu Yan nodded, his eyes swept across the audience. Suddenly, his voice suddenly increased, and he roared out. Everything started because of me, so let me end it. You, Chu Yan, I challenge you. Chu Yan pointed his finger at the genius of the Chu family, Chu Yan. Everyone was stunned. Almost at the same time, a thought arose in their hearts, what is Chu Yan going to do? Suicide? Or prove what? After absolute silence, a sarcastic laughter sounded, and it was Chu Yan who made this laughter. Ha ha ha, didn't I hear it right? Chu Yan, you are a waste without awakening your martial spirit. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Chu Yan finally relaxed, and it seemed that the focus of the audience had returned to himself through Chu Yan's suicide challenge. At this time, Chu Yan's laughter gradually diminished, because the elders and deacons who were supposed to laugh out loud along with him, to laugh at that poor Chu Yan, all stared at Chu in disbelief. Behind the south. That's where Chu Yan is located. Turning around abruptly, following everyone's gaze, Chu Yan took 2 steps back in shock, his whole body trembling. At this time, Chu Yan, under the eyes of everyone in the audience, burst out with the momentum of the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm on his body. Chu Yan's complexion changed instantly, his body became extremely stiff, his throat seemed to be stuck by the pressure, and he could no longer laugh. Chu Yan's aura burst out, and Chu Yan's aura changed drastically. Above his head, a white cat martial arts, the size of a small wolf, with 2 golden lights in his eyes, emitted an extremely dazzling light. After sweeping across the audience, he glared fiercely. To Chu Yan. A full 5 shining white stars, proving the star of this martial spirit, a 5-star martial spirit. This, everyone is blinded. I just heard that Chu Yan had not awakened his martial spirit, and when he turned his eyes, Chu Yan's 5-star martial arts, the 5th stage of body-quenching realm, appeared alive in front of them, like a loud slap across the face. Every stunned elder and deacon of the At the family annual meeting last year, Chu Yan was still a waste without awakening his martial spirit, but now, even after the annual meeting, he awakened his martial spirit, but within a year, from the 1st stage of body quenching, to the 5th stage of training. What kind of talent is this? And without any investment of family resources, in contrast, relying on the vast resources of the family, Chu Yan, who barely managed to get a promotion in half a year, is not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of Chu Yan. Who is the genius? Who is trash? Does that even need to be said? Chu Yan's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and he was violently pressing towards Chu Yan. Under Chu Yan's sudden pressure, his feet were unsteady, and Chu Yan actually sat on the ground, his face still shocked. Who is trash? Chu Yan turned around abruptly and looked at everyone. His aura had reached its peak, pure and strong true energy, surging and rolling in the entire lobby like a tide. The Chu family, the discussion hall, fell into a dead silence at this time. Only the questioning voice of Chu Yan, in the hearts of everyone, was like a thunder, rumbling and thundering. #C14 The sword strikes like thunder. The patriarch, the elders, the deacons, including Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan, all looked at Chu Yan with shock on their faces. The cultivation of the 5th stage of the body. Even the first genius of the Chu family, Chu Bing, after awakening his martial soul, it took 3 years for him to reach the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm, and that was the result of countless resources. Chu Yan has a maximum of 1 year, and his cultivation speed is even several times more terrifying than Chu Bing, the first genius of the Chu family. At this time, facing the breath released by Chu Yan, everyone felt a burning sensation on their faces. Xiaoyan, your martial spirit, your cultivation? Chu Zhang's voice had a distinct vibrato. No, it's not true. A harsh scream came from Chu Nan's mouth, and he jumped up from the ground, staring at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes. You are trash. How can you do that? Do you have the cultivation of the 5th stage of body tempering? Father, Sister Chu Bing gave me a body tempering pill. A month ago, I awakened my martial spirit, and then I got a spirit grass in the Tianji Mountains. I just broke through to the 5th stage of the body tempering realm. Hiss. The sound of gasping sounded, and for a while, everyone's expressions changed drastically. A month ago, just awakened the martial arts? In other words, just rely on a body-quenching pill to awaken the martial arts, and then within a month, from the 1st stage of the body-quenching stage, to the 5th stage of the body-quenching stage? This kind of cultivation talent, not to mention in the Chu family, even in the entire Luonan city, cannot be found. Is it martial soul? However, just a 5-star martial spirit that looks like a clouded leopard, how could it be so talented? Is it a mutant martial spirit? Everyone looked at the cloud-wearing leopard martial spirit above Chu Yan's head with doubts. Sure enough, the ordinary wood-type martial spirit did not release the cyan wood-type aura, but the white gold-type aura. Therefore, it is obviously a mutated 5-star martial spirit, the same as the first genius Lan Hai of Luonan City. As we all know, the higher the martial spirit star, the higher the cultivation talent, but there are some exceptions, that is, the mutant spirits of one soul and 2 types. Among them, the mutant spirits of the gold type are the rarest, and they represent more innate abilities. Powerful. The Chu family standing in front of them actually awakened a mutated spirit of the gold type. This. Okay, it's really great. Chu Zhang's repeated laughter made everyone sober up. Chu Nan, you dare to fight. Chu Yan turned his eyes and looked at Chu Nan coldly. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, let everyone see today, even if you awaken your martial spirit, you are still a waste. Chu Nan suddenly laughed wildly. As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked, and even Chu Yan's face flashed a hint of doubt. Why is this Chu Yan still so arrogant after revealing his 5-star martial spirit and the 5th stage of body tempering realm? Could it be that he has something else to rely on? Boom! A dark shadow of a sword slowly appeared, rising slowly behind Chu Yan, and 5 shining gold stars released the power of 5-star martial arts. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand, he reached out and grabbed the sword spirit in his hand. Born martial spirit. The sharp knife rushed through the audience in a huff, causing everyone's complexion to change greatly, and at the same time, there was a sudden look in their eyes. It's actually a martial spirit. Could it be that Patriarch Chu Hong and the Great Elder attach so much importance to this Chu Yan? It is said that there is no 1 in 100 martial soul, not only can help cultivation, but also can be used to fight the enemy in actual combat. It is really powerful. I heard that those who have awakened their natal soul will also awaken their powerful natal soul skills. This time Chu Yan is in danger. This Chu Yan is really not self-sufficient, thinking that relying on the spirit grass to rise a few steps, he will be arrogant. Ha ha ha, Master Chu Yan is still one of the most talented geniuses in my Chu family. In addition to Patriarch Chu Hong and Great Elder Chu Meng. The other elders and deacons present were all excited as if they had been beaten with blood. Looking at Chu Jiang and Chu Yan, there was a hint of abusiveness in their eyes. In their eyes, there was a spirit of life and spirit. Chu Nan, who was born with the soul skill, could easily defeat Chu Yan, so there was no suspense at all. The originally relaxed Chu Jiang also changed his face greatly. He originally thought that according to Chu Yan's current strength, he could completely compete with Chu Nan. Looked at Chu Yan. Fighting the river of blades. In the shock of everyone, Chu Nan slashed out with a knife without hesitation. The majestic true chi penetrated into the martial soul of the sword in his hand, and the powerful blade chi slashed towards Chu Yan overwhelmingly. Fate soul skill. Not bad. Chu Yan's face was calm, and he slowly pulled out the blue long sword from his waist. The long sword in Chu Yan's hand actually made a buzzing sound when he closed his eyes. An incomparably sharp breath emanated from Chu Tian, and the air kept returning to the sound of the long sword, and the sound of the sword grew louder and louder as the blue long sword trembled. The oncoming rumble of sword energy also became weaker in this sound. The elders and patriarchs present were all powerful people. After they had a panoramic view of the state of the two, they could easily find a vision. Is this sword intent? The elders' faces changed greatly, and they said in shock, could it be that the sword intent is unparalleled in swordsmanship? The 3 elders stood up in surprise almost at the same time, and at this moment, Chu Yan shot. This sword, radiant, almost to the extreme, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a touch of icy cold flashed, and the lobby of the discussion was suddenly bright and dark. Thunder swordsmanship, the sword moves when the mind moves, the sword arrives when the eye arrives, the sword will be injured, and never look back. #C15 one move is enough. Everyone's eyes followed Chu Yan's movement of drawing his sword, and looked in front of him. Chu Nan, who used the soul skill of his life, was completely sluggish at this time. He never imagined that the sword that he didn't see clearly just now had such a terrifying power in Chu Yan's hands. However, he was remorseful and had no chance. Under the gazes of everyone, the blue sword light that disappeared in a flash slammed into the thunder-like sword chi. Almost instantly, the blue sword chi passed through and split the sword chi into 2 parts. Second, continued to charge forward unabated. Bump. A palm wind waved, smashing the blue sword color to the side, and it was the first elder Chu Meng who shot. Puff. However, Chu Nan, whose natal soul skill had been broken, spurted out a large puff of blood, and his entire body was thrown backwards, like a piece of rag, flying into the air, and then fell to the ground ruthlessly. Quiet, absolutely quiet. The entire discussion hall fell into a dead silence. With just one move, Chu Yan was defeated. Is this a dream? The same as the fifth stage of the body-quenching realm, how can the strength be so different? Chu Yan, one of the most talented geniuses in the Chu family, actually lost to the Chu Yan, who was just called trash. How is this possible? Is this the Thunder Sword technique of the Extreme Heaven sect? The patriarch, Chu Hong, had already stepped down from the high position, standing in front of Chu Yan, looking directly at him, with a look of shock on his face for the first time. Yes, it is the first style of Thunder 13 swords. Okay, as expected of my Chu family disciple, ha ha ha. Chu Hong, who was laughing wildly, turned to Chu Jiang, and laughed loudly. Chu Jiang, you have such a talented descendant in your Longmen town lineage, it's a godsend for my Chu family. What? Hearing the words of the patriarch Chu Hong, Chu Jiang and Chu Jiang were stunned at the same time, including all the elders and deacons, their eyes twitched. This owner, Chu Hong, changed his face really fast. As soon as Chu Yan won, he immediately jumped out. Unusually, when everyone was still in shock and didn't react, he started to praise Chu Jiang and his son. Although Patriarch Chu Hong had a big smile on his face, he looked at Chu Yan with shock. When he was young, Chu Hong was also an inner disciple of the Extreme Heaven sect. By coincidence, he had heard of the origin of the Thunder Sword technique, and because of this, he was naturally more shocked than other elders who did not know why. And the deacon is much bigger. On the other hand, Chu Yan's father, Chu Jiang, is also the head of the branch of the Chu family. His attitude towards the head of the family, Chu Hong, has changed greatly. Naturally, he can quickly understand that in the face of family interests, individuals are nothing at all. Humph. At the same time as a heavy voice came, the elder Chu Meng flicked his robe sleeves, and strode out of the council hall with an ashen face. No. It's impossible, how could I possibly lose? Chu Yan struggled to get up from the ground, swayed and walked in front of Chu Yan, with an expression ranging from disbelief to distortion, to madness, pointed at Chu Yan and yelled, "You Chu Yan is trash, I, Chu Yan, are a genius, it's not true, none of this is true." Patriarch Chu Hong frowned slightly when he saw Chu Yan's appearance, and winked at the deacons next to him. The deacons nodded and strode forward, ready to take Chu Yan away. Chu Yan, whoever insults people, people will humiliate them. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are heavens outside the sky. Today you are defeated by me, but in the future, I am afraid you will not even have the qualifications to let me shoot. You. Chu Yan's whole body trembled, his face flushed red, he opened his mouth sharply, and with a puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood again, and passed out, just caught by the two deacons who came close. Patriarch, elders, and deacons, what is the result of the dismissal of my father and me? Chu Yan said softly. The person who reported this must have ulterior motives. I will investigate and punish this person. As for the matter of expulsion, that's even more impossible to talk about. My Chu family has established a clan for 500 years, and I have also excommunicated the clan at the end. Moreover, the matter of Chu Jiang sending his son to the Extreme Heaven sect is to train the descendants of geniuses for the family. This matter is beyond reproach. Before Chu Hong could finish speaking, the elders and deacons all nodded their heads with expressions of approval. The patriarch is right. Chu Yan's talent is very likely to surpass Chu Bing's. He is the first genius of the Chu family. It is most suitable to enter the Extreme Heaven sect. I heard that the Longmen branch managed by Chu Jiang is getting stronger and stronger, and the family business is also good. It is really a rare management talent. I see, as the owner of the family said, there are villains who are jealous and want my Chu family to strife. This person must not be cold. I see, the head of the family can completely consider transferring Chu Jiang to his clan to be an elder. Amidst the chatter, the elders and deacons changed their attitudes towards Chu Yan and Chu Jiang. Their eyes were full of smiles and approval. Although Chu Jiang's face was not angry, but many years of experience in the upper position made him just smile lightly and no longer care about it. And after seeing the faces of everyone, Chu Yan was completely enlightened. These clan elders and deacons all look at their strength. When they are weak, they will speak coldly to you. If you are strong, you will immediately change your face and become very close to you. But so. That being the case, thank the patriarch and all the elders and deacons. My son and I will retire first. Chu Hong cupped his hands and turned to leave with Chu Yan and Chu Zhan. After walking out of the Chu family gate, Chu Yan said goodbye to his father and prepared to rush back to the sect to prepare for the upcoming sect competition. Although Chu Jiang was eager to know how his son became stronger, he also understood the importance of this sect competition to his son. Road. Xiaoyan, there are 100 gold coins here. Buy what you need, and find me if you don't have enough. In addition, I want your brother to accompany you for a few days, and let him come back when the sect competition is over. Chu Yan was slightly stunned, looking at his father's bright eyes. He suddenly understood something. Father, I won't let you down. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he collected the gold coins, took Chu Zhan, and turned away. Along the way, Chu Yan was a little silent. Except for paying attention to Chu Zhan's injury, he was thinking about it for the rest of the time. Of course, Chu Yan understood his father's thoughts. There were only two things for him to bring his brother. First, if he passed the sect competition and became an inner disciple, he would have his brother come back to report. If he did not pass the competition, his brother Chu Zhan could comfort himself. Feeling the affection of his father and brother, Chu Yan felt that he had a great responsibility. I want to win. I must win. As soon as Chu Yan entered the range of the Extreme Heaven sect, he found that many disciples pointed at him, whispered something, and looked abnormal. Have you heard? Then after Chu Yan awakened his martial soul, he actually killed Lan Hai's servant. Humph. The guts are fat enough, I think he's dead this time. Who said it wasn't? Lan Hai has spoken out, he wants to abolish his hands and feet. Blast his martial spirit and make him the worst trash. This blue ocean is so good, but the slaves are all disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect? Those genius disciples are all treasures, and the one who is not accompanied by a few slaves. Besides, they can also do things that the geniuses are inconvenient to show up. Various vague voices reached Chu Yan's ears. In response, Chu Yan just smiled lightly and continued to go to his small courtyard, but Chu Zhan's expression became tense. Second brother, this Lan Hai said. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Chu Zhan asked worriedly, why don't we go find him and explain to him? Don't worry, big brother. Chu Yan smiled softly, you rest, I will go to the back mountain to practice. After speaking, Chu Yan walked out, and Chu Zhan behind him flashed a few complicated expressions in his eyes. The sect competition is about to start. Chu Yan wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, and naturally, he does not want to waste time. He decides that he will spend the remaining 10 days practicing in the back mountain. Maybe he will encounter some fairy herbs and elixir. In the dark night, in the dense forest, Chu Yan sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the body at a speed visible to the naked eye, transformed into true energy, and gathered in Dantian. The sky turned white, and a trace of morning light gradually revealed. When the sun shone into the dense forest and cast 1,000 spots of light, Chu Yan opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He raised the corner of his mouth lightly, his eyes flashed brightly, his fists swung, and he took a step forward. Bafang broke out, and 5 explosions sounded in response. A big tree with a thick waste not far ahead shook 5 times in a row, and then exploded, splashing wood chips all over the sky. In just one night, Chu Yan raised the Bafang Pa by 1 level, reaching the level of the 1st level and the 5th level, and the power greatly increased. With concentration, Chu Yan slowly retracted his fist. Looking at the big tree with only a half-human-high stump blown up in front of him, he frowned slightly. Although the power of this Bafang shaping is amazing, it consumes a lot of infuriating energy, and the punch just now used up his 2nd level infuriating energy. This Qianlong is still too bad, otherwise it shouldn't be so bad. Chu Yan thought to himself. With a wry smile, he shook his head. As he is now an outer disciple of the Extreme Heaven sect, if he thinks of getting a good practice, he can only talk about it after he is promoted to the inner sect. Just then, there was a sudden noise behind him. Chu Yan's heart tightened, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a snow-white bear rushing past, followed by big snakes spitting out letters. Purple Sky Bear. #C16 Adventure in the Valley. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he jumped up to block the white bear. When the big green snake saw Chu Yan, it raised its head suddenly, its eyes fixed on Chu Yan and the white bear, who turned around, Xian vomited and rushed over. Chu Yan's face was dignified. He saw that this big green snake was an 8-star yellow level monster, equivalent to a martial artist of the 8th rank of body tempering realm. For Chu Yan, who was only at the 5th rank of body tempering realm, it was considered very powerful. Opponent. The figure dodged in a hurry, dodging the attack of the big green snake. The white bear behind him took advantage of the big green snake's miss and rushed through Chu Yan's feet. When it reached the head of the big green snake, the 2 bare paws slammed down. Bump. The big green snake was hit with a bear's paw on the head, shook its head for a while, screamed, the snake's shape twisted, its big mouth opened, and the 4 sharp snake teeth flashed a cold light and bit the white bear. Chu Yan's brows tightened, and just as he was about to shoot, he saw the white bear squeak and roll on the spot, just dodging the big green snake's bite, and Chu Yan was shocked into cold sweat. Running true chi, Thunder Sword shot without hesitation, a sword light flashed, and slashed on the big green snake, leaving a foot-long blood opening, and the snake blood spurted out. The big green snake rolled around for a while, twisted into a ball on the ground, and a snake tail slammed towards Chu Yan. Chu Yan held the sword in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, his true chi surged into the air, and the thunder sword in his hand danced with countless blue sword chi. The big green snake was repeatedly slashed by the blue sword energy, and countless bloody mouths appeared on its body. Under the screams, the blood flowed like a column. After rolling a few laps again, there was no movement at all. Chu Yan let out a long breath, retracted the thunder sword, followed behind the white bear, who had already rushed up, and walked towards the big green snake. As soon as he came to the corpse of the big green snake, the Ziluo Tianxiong jumped on top of the big green snake's head, slapped his palms, opened a large mouth, and took out a small cyan ball. Demon Crystal. Chu Yan's eyes widened, surprised. Generally speaking, the probability of this monster crystal appearing is extremely low. Even if it is a high-level monster, the probability of generating a monster crystal in the body is only 1 in 1,000, and those monster beasts under 5 stars are even 1 in 10,000. Unexpectedly, I did not expect that this 8-star big green snake actually has a demon crystal in its body. The white bear walked to the middle of the big green snake's body again, waved the bear's paw again, and dug out a soft, green thing. Snake guts. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. The snake gallbladder in this monster's body is a good thing. It is more than 1,000 times stronger than ordinary snake gallbladder. If a warrior takes it, it will not only strengthen his body, but also increase his infuriating energy. Ziluo Tianxiong swayed his short legs, leaned towards Chu Tian, threw the snake gall to Chu Tian, then grinned, pointed to the demon crystal in the bear's paw, and then pointed to the snake gall in Chu Yan's hand, and opened his mouth. Swallow the demon crystal. Swallow it. Chu Yan was shocked. The monster crystals of the monsters are all violent spiritual powers of heaven and earth, which usually need to be slowly refined, and if they are swallowed in one breath, once these impure monster crystal spiritual powers are violent in the body, they will directly violently destroy the body. Dead. Seeing how Xie Tianxiong was pursing his lips, he was actually using it for everything. He didn't expect this little bear to be able to devour the demon crystal directly. Turning to look at De Qing Snake's several meter-long body, Chu Yan thought about it, but gave up, turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to leave, the little white bear hurriedly stood in front of Chu Yan, waving its bare paw at Chu Yan, and making a strange noise in his mouth. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Obviously, the little bear asked Chu Yan to follow it. After thinking about it, Chu Yan still lifted his feet and followed the little guy towards the depths of the mountain range. It didn't take long for him to cross the outer periphery of the Tianji Mountains and began to approach the central area of the Tianji Mountains. As soon as he entered the central area, the moisture and rotten smell became much stronger, and from time to time, white bones could be seen scattered everywhere, and it seemed that they had been dead for some years. The little white bear's speed was getting faster and faster. Chu Yan followed behind the little guy, going deep all the way, watching more and more bones with no way out. Even to the point where he couldn't get off his feet, Chu Yan, who frowned, couldn't help feeling a little frightened. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to enter a small valley. The green grass was full of flowers, the fragrance of flowers was everywhere, all kinds of exotic flowers and trees were densely covered, and a small river was flowing by, and it looked like a paradise. Chu Yan was stunned for a while, and the bones were all over the place just now. As soon as he entered the small valley, the beauty immediately followed, and the gap was too great. The little white bear took Chu Yan all the way to a cliff. The bear's paw pointed at the cliff below and shouted at Chu Yan. A probe. Looking down, Chu Yan saw a few small purple fruits on a spiritual grass, shaking gently with the wind. This fruit is purple, with a faint fragrance that exudes, making people feel relaxed and happy. It's actually a small good fruit. Chu Yan was shocked, and his face was full of ecstasy. Small good fruit. Growing up in a place where people are invincible, but it gathers the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. People who practice it take it, and it has the effect of being reborn, and it has greatly improved the cultivation base. It is impossible to meet people with great good fortune and blessings, so it is named Xie Shengguo. Looking at Xuanhuan, who was standing on the cliff and swaying gently in the wind, Chu Yan's eyes flashed brightly, his heartbeat continued to accelerate, and he turned to look at Xie Tianxiong, only to understand the reason why this little guy brought himself. These little fruits of goodness grow more than 10 meters below the cliff, and it is impossible for the little white bear to pick them, so I brought them here. You're smart? Is the big green snake guarding this spiritual fruit? Chu Yan asked. Ow. The little white bear kept nodding, walking back and forth on the edge of the cliff, looking impatient and extremely cute. Chu Yan chuckled, leaned over and looked down again. The cliff under his feet was bottomless, the cliff wall was smooth, and there was no place for his feet at all. Thinking of picking it up, it was really difficult. With one jump, Chu Yan jumped off the cliff. Just after falling a few meters high, the thunder sword in his hand inserted it towards the cliff wall. He used the thunder sword to stabilize his body. Finally got close to the place where the small good fruit grows. Because it was related to life and death, Chu Yan was extremely careful. The infuriating qi in the whole body was running to the limit. He stabilized the infuriating qi in the body a little, and calmed down. Chu Yan reached out and grabbed Xuanhuan. Pregnancy. Bump. A stone fell from above and hit Chu Yan's head. Chu Yan, who was frightened, looked up and saw the little white bear lying on the edge of the cliff, looking up, losing his balance and falling straight towards Chu Yan. Down. Ah, be careful. Chu Yan, who was shocked, grabbed the whole small good fruit in his hand, shoved it into his arms, and raised his hand to catch the falling little white bear. Pass. The little white bear fell heavily into Chu Yan's arms, and immediately smashed Chu Yan's thunderbolt sword fixed on the cliff, and one person and one bear fell down sharply at the same time. Unexpectedly, a little guy who looked like a puppy was so heavy, Chu Yan, who was shocked, quickly hugged the little white bear in one hand, and thrust the sword into the cliff with the other. But because of the excessive force, every time the thunder sword inserted into the cliff would be released immediately, which could only slow down the falling speed of Chu Yan and Xiao Xiong. Chu Yan was so shocked that he could only run his true qi, constantly using the thunder sword to slow down, and the whistling wind in his ears made him feel a sense of dying. After decelerating and falling like this repeatedly, Chu Yan didn't know how long it took. When his true energy was about to be exhausted, he finally stepped on the ground. This is a protruding platform in the midair of a cliff, just enough for one person to stand. While Chu Yan breathed a long sigh of relief, he suddenly saw the entrance to the cave behind the cliff. Unexpectedly, there was a cave with a height of one person. #C17 Rakshasa Bone C. Without entering rashly, Chu Yan sat on the ground, put the little white bear on the ground, and slapped its two butts fiercely, only then took out the spirit grass from his arms. The frightened little white bear, who was trembling all over, immediately jumped up when he saw the spirit grass, screamed, waving its bare paws constantly, looking extremely happy, and then looked at Chu Yan with a pitiful expression. What a lifeless foodie. Then Chu Yan couldn't help but smile, picked up two small fruits of goodness, and threw them. The little white bear took it in his palm, opened his mouth wide, and vomited without looking at it. At the same time, he hurriedly sat down and began to attract the pure spiritual power of Lingua. Looking at the appearance of Zhishengxing, Chu Yan is not surprised. This kind of spiritual beast is very different from ordinary monsters. Most of them can cultivate on their own and continue to strengthen themselves. Besides, Ziluoxiangxing is one of the spiritual beasts. Top presence. Seeing that the little white bear slowly showed a trace of spiritual power fluctuations, Chu Yan also sat down cross-legged, took out a small good fruit and swallowed it, running the hidden dragon art, and began to attract the small good fruit's spiritual power. This small good fruit is a kind of high-quality spirit grass among the wood-type spirit grasses. As soon as he entered it, a pure spirit energy appeared around Chu Yan's body, emitting a faint cyan light. Chu Yan, who was enveloped by the blue light, felt like a hot spring, his whole body was indescribably comfortable and smooth, and the infuriating energy in his body also began to run fast. An hour later, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual power of that little good fruit had been absorbed by him. He stood up, and the whole body made a burst of crackling skeletal sounds. Chu Yan found that just a small good fruit actually made him jump from the 5th stage of the body-quenching realm to the 6th stage of the body-quenching stage, and the whole inner qi was at least doubled. Not only that, but Chu Yan, who looked down at himself, found that the outside of his body was actually full of black impurities, sticky, and had a foul odor. He didn't expect that this little good fruit could actually remove impurities from the body and play a role in tempering. The role of the body. After a long stretch, Chu Yan felt that his true qi had been fully recovered, and his spirits were greatly improved, with endless energy in his body. Looking at the little white bear who was still sitting cross-legged, Chu Yan knew that it was still attracting Xuanhuan, so he ignored it and walked towards the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Chu Yan felt the cold air coming out from the cave, penetrating directly into the body, as if to freeze the bones. After transporting the infuriating body protector, I continued to go deeper and found that the cave was clean and not damp. After walking for a while, I came to a large cave. There are some stone tables and stone benches in this cave, as if someone lived there. There are 4 rooms around the cave. Chu Yan raised his feet and walked towards the first room. The first room was completely empty, not even a small stone. In the second and third rooms, Chu Yan was dumbfounded that he still had nothing. Is it all empty? Chu Yan said in disappointment. At the door of the third room, Chu Yan looked and saw that there was a stone bed in the room, and there was a secret book on the stone table next to it, with a token made of unknown materials pressed on it. Walking forward, Chu Yan looked at the secret book, and gently held it in his hand. There were a few big characters with dragons flying and phoenix dancing on it, and it was written Rakshasa Promise. Suddenly, a terrifying thought spread out, Chu Yan, there was a buzzing sound in my head, and when it was dark, I saw the endless mountain of bones and corpses in front of me. At first glance, the bottom of my eyes were full of bones, and the Snow White one could not see the end. Chu Yan was shocked, and looked down at his feet. Under the rumbling vibration, the thick white bones under his feet began to tremble violently. In a mountain of bones not far away, a huge figure stood up, holding a three-pronged golden fork. He slammed towards himself. Suddenly, there was a sway in front of him, and between light and dark, Chu Yan returned to the cave again, holding the secret book and standing on the spot. Rakshasa Bone Sea. The scene just now shocked Chu Yan. The whole body was in a cold sweat, looking at the Rakshasa Promise in his hand, thinking of the sea of bones of the Rakshasa in his heart. He couldn't help letting out a long sigh of relief. After slowly calming down and breathing smoothly, Chu Yan opened the first page of Rakshasa Promise. Yin and Yang Jiyuhai, Rakshasa Infinite Sky. Every word seems to carry the will of the ancient times, constantly blasting in Chu Yan's mind, and the sound of ghosts crying and howling constantly echoes, and a phantom of a Rakshasa holding a golden fork reappears, exuding in front of Chu Yan. Monstrous breath. The sluggish Chu Yan's eyes were round, and he lost his mind. He just read those two words in his mouth. Suddenly, behind him, the white tiger martial spirit rose up, shooting out 10,000 golden lights, and the sky shook at the Rakshasa. The sky roared, finally making the Rakshasa phantom disappear. When the white tiger martial spirit was withdrawn from his body, Chu Yan suddenly woke up, and was shocked for a while. When he fixed his eyes on the book again, the two sentences had disappeared, but several lines of words reappeared. Those who cultivate my Rakshasa Promise will devour the sky and eat the earth, fight forever and ever, and ascend infinitely, immortal life. As Chu Yan flipped, the words on each page flashed golden light and rushed directly into Chu Yan's eyebrows, and a practice method suddenly appeared in his mind. The strange thing is that this exercise did not show the level, which made Chu Yan a little surprised. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Yan began to practice according to the first level of the exercises. As soon as he turned his infuriating energy, the white tiger martial spirit behind him immediately soared, emitting 10,000 rays of golden light, illuminating Chu Yan in it. The original Chandao Rakshasa suffocation was suppressed as much as possible, and it was unable to affect Chu Yan in the slightest. Refining the Rakshasa body and entering the Rakshasa Tao, that is, I am a direct disciple of Aoshiansen, who holds the Rakshasa order in charge of the Rakshasa sect. After the Rakshasa Promise was run once, a big word appeared in Chu Yan's mind. It was actually left by Outyanjan of Rakshasa sect, causing Chu Yan's chi and blood to surge. Rakshasa order. A small token, only the size of a slap, was slightly shocked when he started, echoing the Rakshasa true chi that had not dissipated in Chu Yan's body. There was a flash of light, leaving only a token pattern in his hand. Hey! It turned out to be a storage space. Chu Yan was immediately overjoyed. Storage space is extremely precious. Even in Luoyang, where Chu Tian is located, only the king has a storage space, not even the head of the Chu family. Moreover, the utensils carried by ordinary storage spaces are mostly rings and belts, which are easy to be found and robbed. Graphic storage spaces like Chu Yan's palm are even more precious. Consciousness is controlled into the Rakshasa space, which has an area of thousands of square meters, and some secret books and spiritual stones are piled up, all of which are precious things. After checking the room again, and after finding nothing else, Chu Yan got up and left the room and walked out of the cave. After leaving the cave and returning to the terrace, I just saw Ziluo Tianxiong wake up and turn around. After shouting loudly, Little White Bear happily circled around Chu Yan for several times. Chu Yan found that the little guy who attracted Xuanhuan was obviously bigger than before, purple light flowed in his eyes, and his hair was white and shiny. Picking up the little white bear, Chu Yan ran the Rakshasa infuriating energy, and used the thunder sword to climb the rock again. He only felt that the infuriating energy in his body was full and strong, which was much easier than when he first came down. When it reached 30% true chi, Chu Yan was even more surprised. Little bear, I'm going back, I'll come back to you when I have time. Chu Yan touched the little white bear's head and said softly. However, when Chu Yan turned around, the little white bear screamed and rushed to Chu Yan, stretched out his palm to block, and shook the bear's head desperately. Seeing Chu Yan's puzzled look, the little white bear simply stretched out his bare paw and directly grabbed the corner of Chu Yan's clothes. As soon as you get there, I'll follow you there. Little bear, do you really want to follow me? Chu Yan chuckled. Little white bear nodded without hesitation. Chu Yan was startled, then nodded and said, okay, let's go out of the mountain together. Then, one person and one bear went out of the valley. When he walked out of the valley and past the scattered bones, Chu Yan's infuriating chi was tumbling in waves, and the killing intent flashed in his heart, but it just returned to normal in an instant. Returning to the periphery of the Jitian mountain range, Chu Yan did not practice any more and returned directly to the Jitian sect. As soon as I entered the Extreme Heaven sect, I met an acquaintance at the door, Chu Bing. #C18 Suicide Challenge. Seeing the anxious look on her face, she seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. As soon as she saw her, she had a happy face and hurried over. Chu Yan, you went there, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Looking at Chu Bing's blushing face, her big watery eyes flickered, her chest heaving from running a few steps, heaving up and down. Looking at Chu Yan's dazzled eyes, she thought to herself, she was only a teenager. The little girl, she actually developed so spectacular. I went to the back mountain to practice, is there anything? Seeing that Chu Bing had waited for him for so long, he couldn't help feeling warm and quickly replied. I heard that you awakened your martial spirit and beat up Chunan. You are too powerful. Chu Bing's eyes lit up with excitement, but then his expression became tense again, and said, by the way, Chu Yan, that Lan Hai said, to deal with you, you have to be careful. Hearing this, Chu Yan just smiled lightly. If it was before, Chu Yan was not absolutely sure, but after he just obtained the Rakshasa promise technique, it is not a big problem to deal with the blue ocean, which is only at the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. Blue ocean? Chu Yan shook his head and said, he doesn't deserve it. Oh, is it? What a big breath. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Chu Bing. It was Lan Hai, who was walking quickly. A dead face, without a trace of expression, but the disdain and abuse in his eyes are very obvious, and he chuckled twice. Boy, I advise you to stay away from Chu Bing, otherwise it won't be as simple as abolishing your hands. Lan Hai stood between Chu Yan and Chu Bing, and pointed at Chu Yan's nose with a domineering look. Abolish your hands? Chu Yan asked, looking at Lan Hai's arrogant face. Yes, even if you awaken your martial spirit, what if you are still a waste in front of my blue ocean, so, do as I say. Lan Hai, you are not allowed to bully Chu Yan. Chu Bing stood in front of Chu Yan and glared at Lan Hai Dao. Lan Hai was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Chu Yan with even more angry eyes. Chu Yan, will you hide behind a woman? There is something to stand up and have a one-on-one with me. Lan Hai crossed Chu Bing and shouted directly to Chu Yan. Oh? Duel? Chu Yan smiled. Okay, I accept your challenge. The Zoman Grand Competition 7 days later, we will fight to the death. Chu Yan said. What? Not only Blue Ocean, but even Chu Bing and the onlookers were stunned. Is this guy crazy? He actually fought to the death on the first day of the sect. I think most of them are stupid, thinking that if you have a martial arts spirit, you can fight the Blue Sea. There are tens of thousands of disciples in the sect, but none of them dare to compete with senior brother Lan Hai. How dare he? When the crowd was discussing and laughing, Chu Yan had already turned and left, heading towards his small courtyard. He didn't intend to pay attention to what those people said. Instead of arguing with these people for nothing, it is better to seize the time to cultivate. Lan Hai looked at Chu Yan's leaving figure, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. A waste who had just awakened his martial soul, actually dared to challenge himself, just took this opportunity to show everyone who is the real Supreme Heaven sect boss. Chu Yan, who returned to the small courtyard, found that his eldest brother Chu Zhan was not in the courtyard. He guessed that he might have gone out, so he started to cultivate on his own. After sitting cross-legged and practicing according to the first-level mental method of Rakshasa Promise, the true qi in the body began to change slowly. The earliest Qianlongju infuriating qi was a faint yellow color, but after it was transformed into Rakshasa infuriating qi, the color began to slowly turn red, and even the aura of heaven and earth inspired by Chu Yan began to slowly turn into the surrounding qi. Red. After being attracted by the white tiger martial spirit, he slowly entered the meridians in Chu Yan's body. The moment when all the infuriating energy in the body was transformed into Rakshasa infuriating energy, Chu Yan couldn't help shaking his entire body, as if he had jumped into the magma. Chu Yan hurriedly guarded his consciousness, carefully operated the exercises, and slowly guided the Rakshasa true qi to circulate in his body. These Rakshasa infuriating qi is extremely fast in the body. Every time he breathes, Chu Yan almost feels that the temperature of his body is rising by 1 point, and the feeling of being roasted is obvious. Grinning his teeth tightly, he kept running the first layer Rakshasa Wujiju technique, and after circulating his body again and again, finally, these infuriating qi became extremely pure, slowly calmed down, and slowly merged into his dantian. When the Rakshasa entered dantian for the first time, Chu Yan found that a huge force rose from the body, the muscles of the whole body surged, and the true energy continued to rush out. Shares of red light. Body tempering realm 6th layer. The first time I ran the Rakshasa Promise Ju, I actually jumped directly from the peak of the 5th stage of the body quenching realm to the early stage of the 6th stage of the body quenching stage. This effect was more than 10 times better than that of Qianlongju. This discovery made Chu Yan happy. It seems that this Rakshasa's true qi is much better than the true qi of ordinary Huangpin exercises. Although so far, I still don't know the grade of Rakshasa Wujiju, but it is definitely not a Huang grade exercise. The higher the rank of the martial arts, the more pure the spiritual energy of the world, and the stronger the true qi transformed. In the martial arts world, even a low-level martial artist can challenge some high-level martial artists by leaps and bounds. The power. Although martial arts determine a person's talent and future achievements, the cultivation method is equally important. Closing his eyes again, Chu Yan continued to practice. The whole night was spent in cultivation. After the infuriating energy in the body was converted into Rakshasa infuriating energy, Chu Yan's cultivation speed was obviously much faster. The high-speed cultivation state, when he awakened his martial soul, has returned. In just one night, Chu Yan's body has been tempered. In the early stage of the 6th stage of the realm, the cultivation has reached the middle stage, and this kind of speed can scare almost any elder of the extreme heaven sect to death. The night is like water, and the stars are bright. Chu Yan sat cross-legged on his broken bed, surrounded by layers of pale red heaven and earth aura, swallowed by the white tiger martial spirit. Infuriating qi surged up and down like waves in the body, and with huge force, it impacted the meridians of Chu Yan's whole body. The closer the cultivation base is to the bottleneck of breakthrough, the greater the resistance will be. At the edge of the 7th layer body, this also greatly slowed down his cultivation speed. After exhaling, Chu Yan gathered up and walked out of the room. The moonlight was thick, and there was silver everywhere. Chu Yan jumped and stood in the yard, holding the thunder sword. The breath of his body surged wildly. After the Rakshasa, true chi circulated in the body for a week, his eyes seemed to turn blood red. The muscles swelled up quickly, filling the robes on the body to the limit, and red air currents surrounded Chu Yan. After the Rakshasa promise has cultivated the 1st level, you can use the Rakshasa's true energy to mobilize the Rakshasa's real body. Although it is only the primary stage, as long as you continue to practice according to the Rakshasa promise, every time you break through 1 level, you can raise the real body of Rakshasa by 1 level. Chu Yan with blood-red eyes, Rakshasa's real body flashed and moved, the whole person passed by like a red cloud, raised his fist and slammed into a big tree in the courtyard. A blood-colored infuriating explosion exploded in the air. The sound completely penetrated into the body of the big tree. Then, the leaves of the big tree began to fall wildly, and the original green skin was also withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire tree, under Chu Yan's punch, went from full of greenery to the disappearance of its vitality in just an instant. Chu Yan looked at the tree that was completely withered and yellowed, and nodded with satisfaction. The 6th heavenly body tempering realm plus the Rakshasa true chi, and then swiped it with the 8 party-breaking fist. The power was more than 3 times stronger than before. Now, with his strength, it is enough to kill any ordinary powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the fluid realm. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that the effect of tempering the body of ordinary exercises is slag compared to Rakshasa's infuriating energy. Compared with ordinary warriors of the same rank, Chu Yan's current body is definitely more than twice that of them. After getting used to the real body of Rakshasa again, Chu Yan withdrew his infuriating energy and was about to turn around and enter the house, but saw his elder brother Chu Zhan walking back from outside. Chu Yan, I heard about that blue ocean, who just broke through the 7th level of body quenching, and now has reached the 8th level of body quenching. You. Chu Zhan looked complicated and his face was ashen. #C19 Xinglu. Only then did Chu Yan understand what the eldest brother Chu Zhan was doing. It turned out to be to help him find out about the blue ocean. However, at the age of 16, Lan Hai reached the 8th level cultivation of the tempering realm, which is truly not the name of the first genius of the negative heaven sect. Like his father who has been cultivating for more than 10 years, he has just reached the tempering realm. The 8th heaven of the body. I heard that the extreme heaven sect just gave him a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Chu Zhan continued. 3 medicinal herbs. Chu Yan was taken aback, then sneered, no wonder he was so talented, it only took less than a year to go from the 7th layer of the body-quenching state to the 8th layer, which must be the reason why the extreme sky sect invested heavily in resources. No expense was spared, such a precious medicinal pill, other disciples were not qualified to even glance at it. Chu Yan, I heard that you had a life-and-death battle when you had an appointment with the Blue Sea Sect Great Competition. Do you want to? I'll go and talk to him? Chu Zhan asked worriedly. No, big brother. Suddenly, Chu Yan said, don't go to him. Chu Zhan stared at Chu Yan in surprise. Just as Chu Zhan was about to persuade him again, suddenly, Chu Yan's infuriating energy surged out, spurting out a large swath of red infuriating energy. 6th heaven. Body tempering stage 6th heaven. After Chu Zhan was startled, he exclaimed with a look of disbelief. Although the last time Chu Zhan saw his younger brother, Chu Yan, was half a year ago, but at that time, he could clearly remember that Chu Yan was only the 1st layer of body tempering realm, which had not awakened his martial soul, and then he reached it in half a year. Sixth heaven, this is too terrifying. Could it be the reason for awakening the martial soul? Does your martial soul really only have 5 stars? Chu Yan, who had not awakened his martial soul, had a trembling voice. Although he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. That's right, it's a 5-star martial spirit now, and it just broke through the 6th level of the body-quenching realm. Chu Yan nodded. He didn't want to worry too much about his elder brother, so he only wanted to let Chu Yan know part of his strength. Chu Yan's eyes turned red, and tears rolled down unexpectedly. Xing Zhang's man was completely crying with joy. Xiaoyan, how did you break through? After calming down a little, Chu Yan still asked with some doubts. Chu Yan smiled lightly, touched a small purple fruit from his arms, and handed it to Chu Yan, who was puzzled. The small good fruit is intoxicatingly fragrant. This is Xuanhuan? Chu Yan exclaimed. Yes, I got it by chance in the Jitian Mountains last time. There are 6 in total. I gave 2 to the little bear who found the spirit fruit. I swallowed 3. The little white bear stood beside Chu Yan's feet, screamed twice, and looked at Chu Yan with a smug face, obviously showing his merit. Ha ha ha, that's great. I didn't expect Xiaoyan to get not only the spirit beast, but also the spirit fruit of heaven and earth. The efficacy of these 3 small good fruit is definitely not inferior to the 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Chu Yan laughed, and felt happy in his heart. Incomparable. This one is for you, swallow it and cultivate, maybe you can awaken the martial spirit in your body. Chu Yan said. Chu Yan's smile froze, and he frowned slightly. He didn't know why, not only the former Chu Yan, but also Chu Yan, who was of the same bloodline as him, also did not awaken his martial spirit, but Chu Yan relied on amazing perseverance. Starting from the age of 8, for 10 years, he had cultivated his body to the 3rd stage of the body-tempering realm, but unfortunately, his body was still unable to form true qi. Seeing Chu Yan's face and shaking his head gently, knowing that he was going to refuse, Chu Yan said directly, I have already swallowed 3 pills, and if this one is more, the effect will be much worse. Much bigger. Chu Yan's face froze, looking at Xuanhuan in his palm and did not speak. Thank you. Chu Yan finally nodded, took a deep breath, and said while holding down the excitement in his heart. To be honest, he really wants to awaken his martial soul, which is the dream of every martial artist, so he needs the spiritual fruit very much. Brother, we are a family, so thank you. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Chu Yan looked at Chu Yan, who chuckled. Feeling warm in my heart, I nodded slowly. After a while, Chu Yan slowly took out 2 spirit stones from his arms and handed them to Chu Yan, saying, Xiaoyan, my father went back yesterday, and when he left these 2 spirit stones. Let me give them to him. You, buy what you need. Lingsher. Chu Yan was startled, a little surprised. A spiritual stone is worth thousands of gold and is the most advanced trading currency in the Haotian continent. These spiritual stones contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can assist the strong to cultivate, so they are of high value. When Chu Yan returned to the room to refine the small good fruit, Chu Yan held the 2 spirit stones in his hand and frowned slightly. There are still a few days before the sect competition, and the battle of life and death with the Blue Sea is also on the same day. The most important thing at present is to improve strength, and in my current state, the only thing that can quickly improve is Wuhun. Thinking of it, Chu Yan lifted his foot and walked out of the courtyard gate, heading for Luonan City. Picking Star Building is the largest medicinal herb store in Luonan City. It has some business dealings with Chu Zhang's father. Chu Yan has also visited with his father several times before. This medicinal herb store, which is open all over the continent, contains almost all medicinal herbs known on the continent, and among them there must be some elixir similar to sea bass. For Chu Yan, there are 2 ways to improve martial arts. One is to kill, kill those martial artists with tiger-like martial arts, and let the white tiger martial arts devour them. However, each martial artist's martial spirit will not be released easily. It's really difficult to find out who has a tiger-like spirit, and you can't kill people everywhere. The second method is the elixir that by who can see, and what it is, Chu Yan really doesn't know, so he can only find as many as possible, and let the white tiger spirit choose. Therefore, this star-picking building is exactly Chu Yan's goal today. Sir, what do you need help with? Chu Yan walked into the star-picking tower, and a young and beautiful maid asked respectfully. I want to buy a lot of elixir. Chu Yan said directly. Elixir? Please come with me. The beautiful maid led the way, and soon, Chu Yan came to a counter dedicated to selling elixir. An old man in white robe saw Chu Yan and asked with a smile, "This son, I don't know what elixir you need. How much do you need?" Snowfish. Do you have any? How many do you want? Chu Yan asked. The so-called elixir is completely different from ordinary medicinal materials. Simply put, it is the initial stage of the heaven and earth spirit grass fairy fruit. Usually, the time is short and the effect is poor. If there is 100 or 1,000 years, the elixir will be directly upgraded to the heaven and earth spirit grass fairy fruit. Now, among these, the most common ones, such as vermilion fruit and earth spirit grass, have been artificially planted. Yes, 10 gold coins for one. There are about 100 coins in stock, and this price. The old man glanced at Chu Yan and said. Okay, give me all of them. Besides, I also need other elixir similar to snowfish. Chu Yan said with a happy expression on his face. What do the other elixirs refer to? The old man was startled and asked in confusion. Well, you give me a copy of each of the elixir you have here, and I will choose it myself. Chu Yan said directly. One of each? This? The old man was stunned for a while, with a hesitant look on his face. This is the King Block Spirit Stone, is that enough? Chu Yan took out 5 spirit stones directly from the Rakshasa space and placed them in front of the old man. Enough. Enough. Please wait a moment, young master, and the little one will go get it right away. The old man saw that the spirit stones that Chu Yan took out were all high-grade spirit stones, and immediately dispelled his doubts and nodded again and again. After the old man left in a hurry, the beautiful maid who was waiting on the side led Chu Yan directly to the VIP room on the side. It didn't take long for the old man to come back with more than a dozen buddies. A large pile of elixir was piled up in a room. Except for the 100 snowfish ordered by Chu Yan, he directly put it into the Rakshasa space, and the others were just swept away. There are thousands of species. After taking everyone out of the VIP room, Chu Yan released the white tiger martial spirit. Luckily, he found 3 types of white tiger martial spirit that caught his eye, which surprised Chu Yan. Throwing out a total of 30 spirit stones, Chu Yan exchanged for tens of thousands of spirit medicines, which filled the corner of the Rakshasa space. 30 spirit stones were considered a lot of business for Luonan City's Xinglu. After the old man accepted Chu Yan's spirit stones, the wrinkles on his face were blooming. Just when Chu Yan was in a hurry to go back and refine the star for the white tiger martial spirit, suddenly a person broke into the lobby of the star-picking building and fell to the ground covered in blood. This person's wounds continued to drip blood, and the injuries were obviously extremely serious. #C20 Rakshasa. Chu Yan, who was about to go around, glanced at the person on the ground, suddenly hesitated, stopped, and walked up. The injury is too serious. Ordinary medicinal materials and elixir are not good at all. That's right, you can see that his meridians are damaged, and he is still injured, so he can't be saved. The breath is so weak, it can't last for a day, there is no third-grade medicine pill, it's dead. The most pharmacists in the star-picking building were surrounded by a few pharmacists, and they came to a conclusion in 3 or 2 times. They often encounter people who come to the pharmacy to seek help from injuries like this, but the important thing is whether the people who come have money. Therefore, when several pharmacists checked the injuries, they also confirmed that this person was penniless, so when they were about to throw the star building, Chu Yan came out to stop them. How many spirit stones are in the 3rd grade medicinal herbs? I will give them out. The pharmacists were obviously startled, but then saw the large amount of spiritual stones that Chu Yan took out, and immediately reacted, and immediately started the treatment. A 3rd grade medicine pill cost Chu Yan 50 spirit stones, but the effect is very significant. A silver ammunition was fed into the middle-aged man's mouth, and the wounds on his body began to heal immediately. After waiting for a while, Chu Yan lifted the middle-aged man on his back and walked out of the Xingxing building. Seeing the figure of Chu Yan leaving, the pharmacists in the star-picking building were a little puzzled. It was either crazy or stupid to spend so many spiritual stones for someone they didn't know. Returning to the small courtyard in the sect, Chu Yan did not move, and placed the middle-aged man in his room. Looking at the middle-aged man on the bed, Chu Yan circulated his infuriating energy and penetrated into the middle-aged man's body. After careful exploration, he found that everything was normal. After his body was recovering at full speed, he was greatly relieved. Find out a few pieces of eldest brother's clothes, help the middle-aged man to take off the bloody clothes on his body, then stay in the room, rest and wait for the middle-aged man to wake up. Not long after, on the broken bed, Mo Xiong slowly opened his eyes, woke up and turned around. He propped up his body, slowly sat up, glanced around, and then set his eyes on Chu Yan, and asked suspiciously, "Little brother, did you save me?" "Yes." Chu Yan nodded. "Here is there?" Luonan City Extreme Heaven Sect. Mo Xiong stood up from the bed and frowned slightly, as if recalling something. "Little brother, thank you for saving me. I have something urgent. You tell me your name, and I will come to thank you in the future." Before Chu Yan could answer, Mo Xiong raised his feet and left, but just as he reached the door, his body swayed violently and fell backwards. Chu Yan's hands were quick. He supported him, sat back on the bed, and said, "Are you a Rakshasa disciple?" When he was in the star-picking tower, Chu Yan saw a ghost fork tattoo on the chest where Mo Xiong's clothes were torn open. "What? How do you know?" Mo Xiong was shocked, his face changed greatly, his breath soared, and he stared at Chu Yan. Chu Yan raised his hand gently and stretched out the palm of his right hand in front of Mo Xiong. "Luo. Rakshasa order." Mo Xiong's whole body shook, and his body trembled uncontrollably under the excitement. After being shocked, Mo Xiong came back to his senses and bowed his head, saying, "Mo Xiong, a disciple of the Rakshasa sect, see the sect master." Seeing this, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. If Mo Xiong's reaction was wrong just now, Chu Yan would definitely kill him with one sword while his injury was not healed and his true energy could not be condensed. "Okay, Mo Xiong, get up." Chu Yan nodded. "Yes, thank you, sect master." Mo Xiong stood up, bowed his head and bowed his hands respectfully, very different from just now. "How did you get hurt so badly?" Chu Yan looked at Mo Xiong and asked. Reporting sect master, this subordinate was injured by a mysterious 7-star monster in the depths of the Jitian mountain range, and was chased and killed by it all the way to this vicinity. Mo Xiong replied. "Profound level monster." Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect this Mo Xiong to have such strength. He was able to hunt down the mysterious 7-star monsters that were comparable to the Chi-refining realm 7th level powerhouses. This strength was a lot stronger than most of the elders of the Extreme Heaven sect. "Sit down with your legs crossed, and I'll help you recover from your injury." Chu Yan said, although there were many questions to ask, but seeing Mo Xiong's pale face, the most important thing at present is to stabilize the injury as soon as possible. How can this be possible? Besides, this subordinate was severely injured by that Moonstar Black Python, and the meridians are damaged. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover. Mo Xiong was startled and said hesitantly. For a martial artist, the first is the dantian, and the second is the meridian, which is extremely important. If it is damaged, it is extremely difficult to recover. Unless there is a genius treasure or a precious medicinal pill, if you rely on your own true energy to nourish it, even if it is 10 or 8 years. Can't recover 50%. You don't have to worry. Chu Yan shook his head and said, when you were in a coma, I had given you a 3rd-grade medicinal pill, and your meridians should recover within 3 days. What? 3rd-grade medicinal pills? Mo Xiong was shocked. He didn't doubt Chu Yan's words, but he felt that Chu Yan had 3rd-grade medicinal pills at such a young age, which shocked him. You sit down cross-legged first. I'll help refine the medicinal power. Chu Yan said with a light smile. After Mo Xiong hurriedly saluted, he sat cross-legged with his back to Chu Yan. When he was seated, Chu Yan pressed his palms on his back, his infuriating energy circulated, and rushed into Mo Xiong's body from behind. Mo Xiong quickly calmed his mind and cooperated with Chu Yan. Inflammation guide the body's true qi to revive. After a long time, Chu Yan slowly withdrew his true energy, let out a long breath, and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Seeing that Mo Xiong had started to heal his injuries, Chu Yan left the room and walked into the small courtyard. A white shadow flickered towards Chu Yan, and it was the little guy from Zilua Tianxiong who stood up with 2 short legs and rushed towards Chu Yan excitedly. It's bear bile. Chu Yan couldn't help but startled when he looked at the huge bear on the chubby bear paw of the little white bear. Unexpectedly, this little guy killed all the others, and even sent it to Chu Yan like a treasure, with a look of anticipation, waiting for Chu Yan's praise, which warmed Chu Yan's heart. It seems that you have killed a lot of monsters, and your size seems to be a bit bigger. Thank you for your bear bile. Chu Yan touched the little white bear's head and said with a smile. The little guy enjoyed Chu Yan stroking very much, and the little bear kept taking advantage of Chu Yan's hand, squinting his eyes and acting like a spoiled child. After playing with the little white bear for a while, the little guy rushed to the Tianji mountain range in the back mountain by himself. After following Chu Yan, it still stayed in the mountain range for most of the time. With the strength of the yellow 8-star, on the periphery of the Tianji mountains, there are few rivals. Seeing the snow-white figure of the little guy disappear behind the courtyard, Chu Yan smiled lightly, lifted his feet out of the courtyard gate, and went to the practice room of Extreme Heaven Sect. There are thousands of training rooms in the Extreme Heaven Sect. The biggest advantage is that it is absolutely quiet. Because the elders are on duty in turn, you will never be disturbed while you are cultivating. It is extremely crucial and important for Chu Yan to improve his martial arts, so he chose a training room with 10 gold coins. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the training room on the east side of the Extreme Heaven Sect, a figure in purple robe blocked Chu Yan and said with a sneer. Chu Yan, your body tempering pill this year has exceeded the receiving time. I have already given it to others. Remember not to miss it next year. Oh, by the way, forget it, you will be kicked out of the sect in a few days, next year no chance. Chu Yan raised his eyes to look at the elder Zipiao, and was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the elder on duty in the training room today was actually Li Chen, the master of Lan Hai, the first genius of the Extreme Heaven Sect. Elder Lycan, did you give my body tempering pill to Lan Hai? Chu Yan frowned slightly. Humph. So what? You, an outer disciple, dare to question me. Elder Lycan's face was full of disdain. Question? Chu Yan sneered, and said, my body tempering pill was forcibly occupied by you, I don't even have the right to ask? Humph. It's just a piece of trash, What if you awaken your martial spirit? It's a complete waste of sect resources. Li Qin said as he should, without blushing at all. Chu Yan shook his head gently, took out 10 gold coins from his arms, threw them directly on the table, took a random number plate, and went straight into the training room. You. Seeing Chu Yan ignoring him and passing by, a sinister look appeared on Li Qin's old face, saying, Chu Yan, the battle of life and death during the Zhongmen Grand Competition is your time of death. I will definitely ask Lan Hai to kill you. Chu Yan was stunned, stopped, but did not turn around, turned his back and said, if you have the ability, let him kill it. Ignoring Li Qin, Chu Yan went deep into the training room, chose a remote room, and closed the door. #C21 4 stars in a row. Not only the upgrade of martial arts, but also one's own Rakshasa space, can't easily happen to people, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. In this restricted training room, after Chu Yan placed the number plate, the restriction at the door would start automatically. Without the permission of the people in the room, no one could open it or know what was going on in the room. After calming down a little, Chu Yan took out all the elixir from the Rakshasa space and filled it up around him. Sitting cross-legged, his mind was calm, and the white tiger martial spirit the size of a leopard flew out of the sky behind him. As soon as the white tiger martial spirit appeared, the tiger's eyes were full of brilliance. Looking at the elixir all over the floor, he opened his mouth and inhaled without hesitation. Countless elixir were drawn into the tiger's mouth, turned into pure spiritual energy, and poured into Chu Tian's body. Chu Tian quickly closed his dantian and meridians, and let the spiritual power transformed by the elixir swallowed by the white tiger's martial soul only supply itself. Ow, ow. Devouring wildly, shining white, roaring. One after another spiritual power fluctuations rose from the body of the white tiger martial soul, and the sixth white star flickered, and finally suddenly lit up. Upgrade to 6 stars. However, the white tiger martial spirit, which had risen a few laps, did not stop devouring it because it had risen to the 6th star. Instead, the speed of devouring it was getting faster and faster because of the great increase in strength after the ascension. Ding! Upgrade 7 stars. Upgrade to 8 stars. Upgrade 9 stars. Tens of thousands of dwarf elixir were all swallowed up. 9 shining white stars radiated dazzling light, but the 10th white star was flickering, and it was still making the final sprint. Ow! With a thunderous roar, the 10th white star finally shone. 10-star martial spirit. Full of stars. Chu Yan stood up excitedly, staring at the white tiger, mythical beast in the air, excited. Finally recovered, after swallowing a huge amount of elixir, the white tiger martial arts returned to its peak state again. This is the real 10-star white tiger divine beast martial arts, and there is no extraordinary and peerless soul change in all of them. The shock and ecstasy made Chu Yan's mind suddenly tremble. This is the life skill. White tiger black pattern technique. At the same time as the exclamation, Chu Yan's body suddenly became blurred, and finally disappeared completely. The training room of hundreds of square meters suddenly became empty. After about 5 breaths, Chu Yan's body was again show up. This is the natal soul skill that Chu Yan's 10-star martial soul brought him, the white tiger black pattern technique. The white tiger martial spirit with white hair and black background exists between light and darkness. When it hides itself and is ready to attack the enemy, it hides itself in space, invisible and invisible. This is too awesome, it's forcing. Chu Yan was ecstatic. Chu Yan, who had been obsessed with Chu Nan's natal soul ability last time, was really stunned by his natal soul ability this time. In fact, even an ordinary martial spirit like Chu Nan has natal soul skills, and Chu Yan's 10-star martial spirit will of course have better natal soul skills. Otherwise, how could it be called a 10-star martial spirit that is 1 in 10,000? If you suddenly become invisible when facing the enemy, run behind the enemy, and strike with all your strength, the enemy will die. This is completely the unparalleled soul skill of killing people and killing people. Although it can only maintain the invisible time of 5 breaths at present, with the improvement of cultivation, the soul skills of life will become stronger and stronger, and the invisible time will naturally become longer and longer. He was invisible again, disappeared from the middle of the room, and when he reappeared, he had already reached the corner and raised his fist. 6 Huhu flashed fist shadows and smashed to the wall. Compared with before the upgrade of the martial arts, Chu Yan clearly found that the body-quenching effect, the use of infuriating energy, the speed of agility, all aspects have at least doubled. Every attack, after the blessing of the white tiger spirit, the infuriating power, explosive power, it has increased greatly, and even Bafangpa has been upgraded again, to the level of 1 break and 6 injuries. How terrifying is the speed of maxing martial spirits cultivation. Chu Yan took a long, deep breath, feeling more and more excited, and couldn't wait to go back and try it. After leaving the training room, the sky was already bright, and a ray of golden morning light climbed over the Jitian mountains in the distance, shining the golden morning sun on Chu Yan, who was striding forward. Back in the small courtyard, Chu Yan went straight back to the room. As soon as he entered the door, Mo Xiong hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "See, sect master." From knowing that Chu Yan healed himself, he not only spent a 3rd-grade medicinal pill, but also spent his own infuriating energy. His attitude towards Chu Yan became more and more respectful. Seeing Mo Xiong's extremely respectful attitude, Chu Yan could see that this was by no means pretending, but really came from the heart. "Get up." Chu Yan nodded. Mo Xiong stood up and put his hands down. "Mo Xiong, I'm still in the Extreme Heaven sect, so don't call the sect master anymore," Chu Yan said with a slight sigh. "Yes, Zong." "Young master." Mo Xiong hesitated for a while, but answered. "How is your injury?" Chu Yan nodded and asked. Back to the young master, the injury is no longer a serious problem. Now that 80% of his strength has been restored, it will take 2 days at most to recover. Speaking of this, Mo Xiong's eyes flashed, and he looked at Chu Yan gratefully and replied. "Very good." Chu Yan said, "Then tell me about the current situation of the Rakshasa sect." This. Mo Xiong was startled, his face showing embarrassment. "What?" Chu Yan frowned. Mo Xiong saw Chu Yan's expression, his expression tightened, and he quickly replied, "Young master, it's not that I don't say it, but I don't know much." "Why?" Chu Yan was stunned. "The Rakshasa sect is divided into the outer sect and the inner sect, and I belong to the outer sect, and I am a disciple accepted by the master when he traveled abroad." During the 20 years of following the master, the old man rarely mentioned the current situation within the sect. "Just say." Mo Xiong paused, glanced at Chu Yan, and continued. "It's just that, until 30 years ago, after the disappearance of the old sect master, the inner and outer sects of the Rakshasa sect have been fighting with each other. Mo Xiong's master was named Luo Ping, and he was the elder of the outer sect." "In fighting?" Chu Yan frowned and asked, "Then your master, where is Elder Luo Ping now?" "Master went to Longwen Zongwa 3 years ago, saying that he was looking for someone, and after that, there is no news." Mo Xiong replied. "Dragon Pattern Kingdom. That is the big country to which the Luoyang country belongs. There are more than a dozen small countries like the Luoyang country. From here, to the Dragon Pattern country, you have to pass through many small country forces." Chu Yan lowered his head and thought, now it is impossible to know more about the Rakshasa sect from Mo Xiong. Just as he was lost in thought, Chu Yan heard the sound of a human body falling to the ground in the small courtyard. He was shocked and quickly walked out of the room, only to see the bruised face of the elder brother Chu Zhan, collapsed in the courtyard. There were several red fingerprints on his face, blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and there were bruises on the exposed parts of his body, obviously being beaten. Who fought? Chu Yan raised Chu Yan and asked with fire-breathing eyes. That Blue Ocean. Chu Yan said hesitantly after seeing that it was Chu Yan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Blue Ocean. A trace of coldness flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and it was him again. This extreme heaven sect, where he went was all related to him. I went to the auction house of the extreme heaven sect today, and wanted to get you some Lingqiao immortal fruit, but I was blocked by the blue ocean at the door, and then his servant started. Chu Yan slowly got up and said. Chu Yan swept across Chu Yan's face, dozens of fingerprints, obviously got a lot of slaps. He's courting death. Chu Yan was furious, and killing intent appeared in his heart. In order to help himself, the eldest brother was actually humiliated by the blue ocean, and he was still in front of everyone's eyes. Although the eldest brother had not awakened his martial arts, he had been persevering in his cultivation with tenacious perseverance. Therefore, how could the strong Chu Yan suffer this insult? Then Lan Hai also said that he will not let you go in the sect competition in a few days. Chu Yan said angrily. Don't let me go? Chu Yan sneered and clenched his teeth. If that's the case, then in the sect competition, let's do a good calculation of these accounts. Of course, the more people see this kind of thing, the better. Give him a few more days of pride. Silent all night. At dawn the next day, Chu Yan took Mo Xiong to the Extreme Heaven Sect auction house. Both Chu Yan and Mo Xiong were injured, and Chu Yan wanted to buy some healing medicine so that they could recover as soon as possible. When I just walked to the auction house in the sect, at the gate of the beautiful wooden building, I saw many people walking in. Chu Yan was stunned. In his memory, this sect auction house usually held a large-scale auction once a year, and there were no people at all during the normal time. What is the situation today? #C 22 piles of heads. Look, this year's auction is indeed ahead of schedule. I heard that it is for a century-old dragon heart grass. Who said no? This is a good thing, you can't buy it with money. I heard it costs 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins? This thing was left by the sect for Lan Hai, no matter how much money you have. Yeah, it's just going through the motions for an auction. In fact, who doesn't know that this dragon heart grass must belong to the blue ocean? Let's go, hurry in, there's no place to be late. The people who passed by one after another heard various discussions, and Chu Yan suddenly understood that the original Zongmen had prepared spirit grass for Lan Hai, but in order to show fairness, they came up with a trick to advance the auction. Chu Yan, you are here too, let's go, it's about to start, let's go. Z flashed by, Chu Bing's beautiful face appeared, and she smiled softly at Chu Yan. Seeing Chu Bing, Chu Yan was startled, then nodded and turned to Mo Xiong, come in with me. Yes, young master. Mo Xiong cupped his hands. Chu Bing was stunned when he heard Mo Xiong calling Chu Yan the young master. Although he was a little puzzled, he thought that it might be Chu Yan who had awakened his martial spirit. Enter the auction house side by side. Entering the venue, it was indeed crowded, and the seats were full. Although the sect disciples knew that they had no chance to mention the centennial dragon heart grass. But they all came to join in the fun with a good mentality to take a look, and immediately filled the venue. Go, there's a place there. Chu Bing looked around and found 2 vacancies near the aisle, so he greeted Chu Yandao. After sitting down next to Chu Bing, a disciple behind the seat suddenly stood up. Chu Yan glanced at it, and said to Mo Xiong. Mo Xiong, sit down too. He pointed to the position behind him. After all, Mo Xiong was a powerhouse in the Qi refining realm's 7th layer, so standing was a little bad. He deserves to sit too. A harsh voice suddenly sounded. Lan Hai suddenly appeared, glared at Chu Yan and said, his eyes swept, and Chu Bing's eyes flashed. Chu Yan, even you are not qualified to sit, but let your servant sit. Chu Yan glanced at Lan Hai coldly and said, if he is not qualified to sit down, you are even less qualified. What? Chu Yan, you. Lan Hai was furious, thinking that he was the first genius of the Extreme Heaven sect, and also the hope of the future of the sect, but this Chu Yan actually said that he was not even a servant. What are you arguing about? The auction is about to start. At this time, the elder Jiuxiao Lycan came over, looked at the two and said. When Lan Hai saw Li Chen, he hurriedly bowed his hands to salute, and after saying goodbye, he glanced at Chu Yan bitterly, and stopped talking. Seeing Lan Hai's reaction, Li Chen lightly frowned and glanced at Mo Xiong, saying, Chu Yan, this is your family slave? Didn't you see that there are still many sect disciples without seats? Is he qualified to sit? Chu Yan frowned. This elderly Chen was still helping his proud disciple. How could he let him go? Let him go. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't speak, Elder Lycan ordered directly. Leave. This Elder Lycan meant that Mo Xiong was not even qualified to stand here. Didn't you hear what my master said? This is an auction in the sect. It's just a slave. Are you trying to show your identity as the eldest young master? Humph. It's not your turn for my people to point fingers. Chu Yan's heart was roaring with anger, and he said coldly. You. Lan Hai did not expect that Chu Yan would dare not give himself face at all in front of so many people, and his eyes suddenly burst into anger. Chu Yan, are you going to let this auction be postponed because of you? Li Chen pointed at the surrounding disciples who were watching the excitement. Chu Yan was stunned, suppressed the anger in his heart, turned his head, and said to Mo Xiong. Mo Xiong. You go back to recuperate first. Mo Xiong got up, cupped his hands, and said calmly, yes, young master. After speaking, he glanced at Lan Hai and Li Chen sideways, and strode away from the venue. Lan Hai watched Mo Xiong leave with a smug look on his face, and looked at Chu Yan contemptuously. Chu Bing on the side glared at him fiercely, ignoring the smug blue ocean. At this time, Li Chen, the elder of the mountain, had already arrived on the presiding stage and loudly announced the start of the auction. The venue immediately fell silent, and everyone stared at the stage. Suddenly, a hurried shout rang out, elderly, it's not good. Something big happened. A figure rushed in from outside the venue in a panic. His steps were vain, his face was pale, and his expression was extremely frightened. But it was a white-robed outer sect disciple. Judging from the way he was holding a weapon, he should be a disciple guarding the mountain gate. He was panting like a cow. He pointed out the door and said with a trembling voice. Elderly, outside the mountain gate, outside the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate? What's the matter? Li Chen's face tightened, and he quickly asked. Everyone watched with bated breath. Outside the mountain gate, there are a bunch of heads. The disciple guarding the mountain gate exclaimed loudly. What? A bunch of heads. Several deacon elders from the inner door and the outer door stood up at the same time, their faces were shocked, and the sound of gasping spread in the venue. Li Chen's face changed greatly, he raised his feet and walked outside, and everyone followed closely behind. Everyone hurried away, just arrived at the mountain gate, and looked around. I saw that in the middle of the Extreme Heaven sect Dashaman on the mountainside, more than a dozen round people's heads piled up into a hill. The faces of these human heads were full of horror, their death was extremely tragic, and their faces were covered in black blood, which had solidified. Li Chen walked in front of the pile of people's heads, his face was ashen, and then his body's true energy surged, his eyes swept around, and he shouted loudly. Who is it? Dare to kill my sect disciple who is outside the Extreme Heaven sect. Get out of here. With the roar, behind him, a golden lion rose into the air, roaring in the sky, and the huge sound wave spread throughout the entire mountain. Everyone was shocked and looked in awe. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that Elder Lycan's martial spirit was so domineering. 6 gold stars flashed, which was considered a top-quality martial spirit. After half a sound, as the echo of the lion's roar slowly dissipated, the surroundings were silent. Ha ha ha. A voice from the void suddenly sounded, extremely ethereal, making people unable to judge the location at all. Hey! I'm so happy today, why didn't I see your sect master? It's a pity that I missed my gift. Li Chen and a few elders suddenly looked at a big tree a few dozen feet away. The anger in the essence was a violent shot. With a leap, he jumped up and shot out. Numerous palm shadows formed a gust of wind, flying sand and stones, the extreme fury. Golden Lion's palm. Countless palm prints like a gust of wind hit the big tree. Suddenly, a spiral fist burst through the air, facing towards Elderly Chen's palm shadow, and slammed into each other fiercely. Amidst the loud noise, a figure in black emerged from the shattered sky of sawdust. Quickly flashed out, landed on a boulder next to him, and stood tall. This man is dressed in black, has eagle eyes and a pointed mouth, his body is covered with feathers, his wings are on his back, and he flaps gently. Soul body. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. After reaching the Qi refining realm, the martial spirit evolves, and it can integrate itself with the martial spirit. This ability is called the spirit body. Such as wings, armor, animal poison, etc., the strength has increased greatly. The person in front of him was obviously an avian martial spirit, and his soul body grew wings. Although he couldn't fly, it could greatly increase his speed. Elderly, isn't this golden lion palm not so good? Since your suzerain is not here, I won't play with you today. The man sneered, vibrated his wings violently, jumped, and slid down the mountain. The speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the mountains and forests. Li Chen didn't expect the other party to walk so easily. He wanted to catch up, but he couldn't see the other party's figure, so he could only give up. Senior brother he. An inner disciple, who seemed to recognize one of the people in the crowd, exclaimed in surprise as his expression changed drastically. Junior brother Li. I just started training yesterday, and I died today. And senior brother Zhao, he is a strong hand at the 7th stage of the body tempering realm. He has been cultivating in the Jitian mountain range. I didn't expect. Many disciples walked out and recognized the identity of the deceased in the pile of heads. They were very sad. Some brothers and sisters with good feelings, or relatives of the same clan, had already burst into tears at this time, extremely sad. From the words of everyone, it can be found that most of the people killed this time are the more outstanding sect disciples of the Extreme Heaven sect. They are all in their 20s, did not expect such a disaster. The elders were also sad and silent. After a long time, the deacon elder came out and ordered several descendants to gather the corpses and bury them separately. An auction is also suspended. Chu Yan, these brothers and sisters died so tragically, their parents and family members will definitely die of sadness. Chu Bing said to Chu Yan with red eyes. Chu Yan was stunned, not knowing what to say, just nodded slightly. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Chu Yan also returned to his small courtyard, greeted Chu Zhan and Mo Xiong, and headed towards the back mountain. #C23 Crazy Upgrade. Seeing that Chu Yan's expression was wrong, Mo Xiong hurriedly followed closely to the top of a hill in the Extreme Heaven sect. Chu Yan stood so quietly, looking up at the endless stars in the sky. A few steps away, Mo Xiong was quietly guarding, and the surroundings were silent except for the hissing of insects and beasts. Mo Xiong, do you think there is a god in the sky? Will he bless us mortals? Chu Yan asked suddenly. Mo Xiong was startled. God? His expression was stunned, as if he did not expect Chu Yan to ask this. I saw someone go to the temple to offer incense before, and they prayed sincerely, then they would be blessed by the gods. Chu Yan said faintly. Begging? Bless? Mo Xiong chuckled, shook his head, and said, in this world, only great strength can protect yourself and your loved ones. Strong strength? Chu Yan was stunned. Yes. Stronger than everyone, absolute strength. Mo Xiong nodded and said with absolute certainty. Yes, great strength. Chu Yan's eyes lit up and his blood boiled. Only absolute strength can protect everything he wants to protect. Get stronger, get stronger. Only by becoming strong can you decide your destiny and change everything. The moment Chu Yan turned around, a breath swept through, making Mo Xiong stunned for a moment. Go, let's go back. The figures of the two went down the mountain. After returning to the small courtyard, Chu Yan sat on the broken bed, sat cross-legged, took out 2 small fruits of goodness and swallowed them down. The white tiger spirit devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around, transforming it into true qi in the dantian, nourishing the meridians. Chu Yan was taken aback by the cultivation effect of the 10-star martial spirit, and the speed was more than 3 times faster than before. Plus 2 small fruits of goodness. Chu Yan, who was originally the 6th stage of the body-quenching realm, directly broke through to the 7th stage of the body-quenching realm. With the full integration of the medicinal power of the small good fruit, the level of cultivation is still rising wildly. The middle stage of the 7th stage of the body-quenching realm. Body tempering stage 7 stage late stage. Body tempering stage 7 peaks. Ding. The initial stage of the 8th stage of body quenching. Time flies. 3 days later, when Chu Yan walked out of the room, his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 9th stage of the quenching realm. 3 full sections, 3 days. Ordinary people will take 3 to 5 years to do it, even with a heaven and earth spirit grass like Xie Shengguo, it will take 1 to 2 years at the fastest, and Chu Yan only took 3 days. In 3 days, I have been promoted to 3 levels in a row. The sky just opened, and the sun has not yet fully risen, in the dense forest on the periphery of the Tianji Mountains. Chu Yan raised his fist and swung out, a fist shadow roared out, the sound of rumbling, like thunder rolling. After 7 consecutive explosions, countless winds and tornadoes blew up, and wherever they passed, all the trees fell down and exploded. The sky is full of sawdust, and the eyes are wide open. Breaking the Bafang boxing, 1 breaks 7 injuries, secretly orders 7 broken strengths, and all are firm. Nodding his head, Chu Yan slowly stretched out his hand, took off the thunder sword on his back, stood with the sword in his hand, and the true qi in his body circulated back and forth between the sword and dantian, and gradually small tornadoes formed around Chu Yan. It flashed by, dissipated and reunited, and so on. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes snapped open, a sword light flashed, and the electric light exploded straight ahead like thunder, but Chu Yan had already retracted the sword and smiled. Half a breath of time, the thunderous sound of thunder sounded, and Chu Yan started half a step in front, and toward the 10 feet away, a straight ground groove extended. For the powder. This is exactly one of the 13 styles of the thunder sword technique, the bright sword style. With the improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation, this sword bright move contains the power of thunder and lightning. What Jianfeng pointed out, killing all things, nothing can stop this sword. That's right, this thunder swordsmanship is really good, even the 9th rank of body tempering realm can't stop my sword. Chu Yan looked at the deep ditch on the ground and said to himself, the true meaning of thunder swordsmanship, he already knew what he meant. What is lacking is only the cultivation base. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation base, the power of this thunder swordsmanship will become stronger and stronger. Moreover, the 3rd form of the thunder sword technique, the collapsing sword form. The power is even more astonishing. With a sword swing, the half-moon-shaped sword chi spreads out. Within a radius of 100 feet, no grass grows, killing everything. Tomorrow, it will be the sect competition. Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly and said with a smile. Back in the small courtyard, Chu Yan found Mo Xiong directly. "See, young master." Seeing Chu Yan, Mo Xiong hurriedly bowed and saluted. He originally planned to accompany Chu Yan to practice in the back mountain, but was stopped by Chu Yan, so he was not at ease. Chu Yan came back. Found it right away. Chu Yan nodded, walked into the room, and asked, "How is your injury?" Yesterday, Chu Yan gave Mo Xiong the last small good fruit, hoping that he would not only recover from his injuries, but also hope that his strength would be improved. Back to the sect master, the subordinates used the spiritual fruit given by the young master to break through the Qi refining realm's 7th heaven and reach the early 8th heaven refining realm. Mo Xiong looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed, and he was extremely grateful. Chu Yan not only he used the 3rd-grade medicinal herbs to heal his wounds, and gave him the spiritual fruit of heaven and earth, Xie Shengguo, which made him break through the bottleneck that had been trapped for 3 years in one fell swoop. In the early stage of Qi refining realm 8th layer. Chu Yan nodded, thinking that Mo Xiong's cultivation speed was quite good when he thought that he had used the small good fruit to ascend to the 3rd layer. In this way, you can learn from me. Chu Yan thought about it, looked at Mo Xiong and said. Yes, young master. Mo Xiong responded quickly, following behind Chu Yan to the small courtyard. When the two stood up, Chu Yan used Bafangpo to launch a mad attack on Mo Xiong. Mo Xiong also used his infuriating energy to meet him. As soon as they touched it, he was taken aback by Bafangpo's dark energy. The cultivation of Qi realm 8-fold heaven can also be resolved calmly. The two attacked one and defended the other. They were in full swing in the small courtyard, and Chu Yan's actual combat experience was also rapidly increasing. However, just as the battle between the two was fierce, a white shadow suddenly jumped in from the wooden wall at the back of the courtyard and attacked Chu Yan and Mo Xiong like white lightning. It was the little white bear, who suddenly ran out. The figure has grown several times, and it must have devoured a lot of demon crystals in the past few days. Chu Yan and Mo Xiong smiled at each other, looked at the grinning little guy, and let him join the fight. The two of them, a bear, started the battle circle again in the small courtyard, and they were very happy. For a time, the shadow of the fist, the strength of the palm, and the paw of the bear appeared in the small courtyard. The little white bear was not tall, but the pair of bear paws were extremely powerful. Even Mo Xiong, who had controlled his cultivation at the 9th rank of the body-quenching realm, accidentally took a few palms from it. He was sweating from the pain. Not worse than a hammer. Little White Bear also set Mo Xiong as the main target of attack. When Chu Yan's attack stopped, he would pounce on him, give Mo Xiong a few hits, and run away. Fortunately, Mo Xiong has rich experience in combat. The cultivation base is not weak. After taking a few slaps, he always takes precautions and does not give the little guy a chance to succeed. In this way, the 2 and 1 bear fought for a long time, then they dispersed and practiced on their own. That night, before dawn, Chu Yan finally cultivated from the middle stage of the 9th stage of the body-quenching realm to the late stage of the 9th stage of the body-quenching stage, but the training speed has also dropped significantly, and it is no longer possible to break through in a short period of time. A round of golden sun rose from the sky, and a new day finally arrived. Today is the day of the annual sect competition of the Extreme Heaven sect, and it is also the day of the life and death battle between Chu Yan and Lan Haiyue. It's time. Chu Yan stood in the small courtyard, watching the golden light of the sunrise spread over the earth, and smiled softly. Mo Xiong and Chu Zhan both stood behind Chu Yan, looking at Chu Yan with different expressions. I don't know what Chu Bing is doing now. Chu Yan suddenly remembered and muttered to himself. Although Chu Bing is also in the Chu family, she is the adopted daughter adopted by the principals of the far-flung Chu family. If not for her amazing talent, she would not have been moved into the Luonan family. She was listed as the first genius of the Chu family. Nourish. A life and death when he was a child created Chu Bing's special affection for Chu Yan, and he always maintained Chu Yan, who had been a waste for 3 years. For Chu Bing, Chu Yan has always been grateful. Feeling the heat of the sun shining on his body, the bell of the Jitian sect master hall in the distance to summon all the disciples has already rang. Chu Yan's breath restrained, facing the golden sunshine, strode out of the small courtyard, and walked towards the sect hall. #C24 Genius is shit. As soon as he arrived at the main hall, Chu Yan discovered that almost all the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect had arrived. Standing in the forefront of the blue ocean, seeing Chu Yan appear, a sneer in his eyes met Chu Yan's eyes. The sneer and disdain in his eyes were particularly obvious, and there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Since seeing Chu Yan sitting next to Chu Bing at the last auction, his hatred has become heavier and heavier, especially because of Chu Bing's dissatisfaction with his attitude towards Chu Yan. The fierce stare in his eyes makes Lan Hai think of it every time. Will have the urge to chew on Chu Yan. Chu Yan frowned slightly and ignored Lan Hai's gaze. On the main stage, more than a dozen elders appeared, and then Li Chen, dressed in purple robes, walked to the middle position and sat down on the chief. Because of the last time the sect disciple was killed, the sect master took 3 inner elders to track down the murderer. Therefore, Li Chen became the highest-ranking person among the inner sect elders, and he naturally presided over the sect competition. Okay, all the disciples be quiet. Li Chen's face was full of smiles. He stood up and said loudly. The hall suddenly fell silent. I announce the start of the sect competition. After Li Chen made a solemn announcement, an elder from the outer sect stood up and started to announce some precautions for Dabi. After that, the first assessment of outer sect disciples began. Hundreds of outer sect disciples were divided into dozens of test venues, and they were tested one by one according to the rules of the big competition. Soon, the winner was decided. And Chu Yan, who was supposed to play, was unexpectedly excluded. According to the interpretation of the judge, Chu Yan only needs to fight with Lan Hai today. If he loses, he will leave the sect, and if he wins, he will be promoted to the inner sect. Hearing the words of the elder judge, Chu Yan frowned slightly and looked at the elder Lycan, who was sitting first on the stage. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Needless to say, Li Chen must have used his power to give him special treatment to Chu Yan. In his opinion, today, Chu Yan has only one dead end, and there is no other way to go, and Li Chen and Lan Hai have no plans to let Chu Yan go. Yan went the second way. The first day of the Extreme Heaven sect was against the first trash of the Extreme Heaven sect. Is the result still a guess? Slowly, Chu Yan's special treatment also spread among the crowd, and the disciples who learned the news looked at Chu Yan from time to time, with sympathy and regret in their eyes. Soon, the competition of the outer disciples ended, and the highlight of the Zongmen competition, the Free Challenge Ring project began. As soon as the sentence of the judge elder fell, Lan Hai had already jumped onto the competition stage, and pointed his index finger to Chu Yan. His face was full of bloodthirsty smiles. Chu Yan, are you afraid? Lan Hai smiled disdainfully. Chu Yan had offended himself 3 times and 5 times, and today he finally had the opportunity to teach Chu Yan a lesson. Today, in front of everyone in the sect, I just happened to take him as a prestige. Thinking of this, Lan Hai couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chu Yan smiled slightly and walked out. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chu Yan, how many moves do you think you can hold on my hand? 3 moves? Or 1 move? Watching Chu Yan step onto the stage, Lan Hai glanced at Chu Bing, who was under the stage, feeling very happy. Hearing Lan Hai's words, Chu Yan raised a finger and shook it gently. Ha ha ha, you are quite self-aware. You also know that you can only support one move in my hands. Lan Hai laughed. No, I mean, I only need one move against you. Chu Yan shook his head and said lightly. It's not that Chu Yan is arrogant, even if he doesn't need true qi, just relying on the physical power of Rakshas's true qi, he has far surpassed the 7th level body-quenching martial artist, and it is not much better than the 8th level body-quenching martial artist. Just one trick. Surrounded by screaming voices one after another, looking at Chu Yan's eyes, as if looking at a mentally handicapped. Even if it is a battle between warriors of the same rank, it is impossible to decide the winner with one move, not to mention that Chu Yan's strength is much lower than that of Lan Hai. One move to defeat the Blue Ocean. I really don't know if it should be said that Chu Yan is arrogant. Still an idiot. Defeat me with one move? Lan Hai's face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't expect Chu Yan, a waste, to despise him so much. Today, if I, Lan Hai, don't make you disabled for life, I won't be called Lan Hai. Boom. Lan Hai roared loudly, and the 7 stars shone behind him, releasing his martial spirit directly. 7-star martial spirit. Skyfire Thunder Eagle. The eyes are like electricity, the electric light flows, the flames are like tides, and the majesty is incomparable. After releasing his martial spirit, Lan Hai's whole aura changed drastically. The cultivation base of the 8th level body-quenching realm erupted like a torrent. Chu Yan, die! Lan Hai shouted and took the lead, shaking hands into claws, and attacking Chu Yan's chest fiercely. This eagle claw is extremely tyrannical, not only as fast as lightning, but also with the power of lightning and flame, killing Chu Yan with one move, so that he clearly knows what a genius is and what a waste is. The arrogance of a waste should pay the heaviest price. Chu Yan moved his left foot forward, raised his fist and swung out, attacking Lan Hai's eagle claws. Chu Yan's punch was mediocre, without releasing his martial soul or bursting out his true qi. Seeing Chu Yan's punch, Lan Hai couldn't help sneering, this waste is simply arrogant and boundless, just punching like this, want to block himself? Is it possible? Break it for me. In an instant, the violent infuriating qi rushed out of Lan Hai's hands. Lan Hai's 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 iron spears, and he wanted to smash Chu Yan's fist with one claw. However, the reality was completely different from what he thought. When his eagle claws touched Chu Yan's fist, he suddenly felt a huge force of fat attack, which directly shook his palm and slammed into his chest. Bump! Chu Yan's fist slammed into Lan Hai's chest, and violent force spurted out. With the sound of cracking sternum, Lan Hai was instantly knocked 5 or 6 meters away, smashing heavily on the ground, squirting. A big mouthful of blood mist. It's quiet in the hall. Everyone froze there like petrification, and even their breathing was extremely small. Chu Yan defeated Lan Hai with one punch. The elder Lycan looked at the blue ocean lying on the ground with a dull expression. How is it possible? How is this possible? Lan Hai couldn't accept this fact at all, and roared with a ghastly expression. Just after roaring a few words, he spewed out several mouthfuls of dirty blood, and it seemed to have some pieces of internal organs. Who's trash? Who's trash? You can't even take a punch from me, you're worse than trash. Chu Yan walked in front of Lan Hai, looked down at the other party condescendingly, and said sarcastically. You. Lan Hai's face was ashen, embarrassed. And you, Elder Lycan, this is the genius disciple you cultivated by taking my body tempering pill? Even if I can't take a punch, I'm so embarrassed to call it a genius. Ridiculous. Raising his head, Chu Yan looked directly at Li Chen and said. Lan Hai was angry and shouted, I'm not reconciled, I'm the first genius of the Extreme Heaven sect, why can this waste beat me? Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he stepped on it fiercely. Genius? Garbage? Chu Yan said coldly to Lan Hai, and suddenly stepped on it again. When he lifted his foot again, he hit Lan Hai's chest, kicked him, and rolled out of the competition stage. The screams of the blue ocean vomited blood. At this time all the talents in the petrification in the hall woke up. Lan Hai, who was kicked out, struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at Chu Yan on the stage, the hatred in his eyes shot up like flames. "I fought with you." His eyes were red, and his body was covered in blood, and he rushed towards Chu Yan on the stage like a madman. Seeing the mad dog like Lan Hai rushing towards him, Chu Yan's eyes flashed coldly, his left foot stepped forward, his right hand raised his fist, and attacked Lan Hai's palms. Crack! A bone-crushing sound fell back into the silent hall. Lan Hai's screams just came out, but Chu Yan didn't stop, and punched again, attacking Lan Hai's other hand. Crack! The sound of broken bones sounded again. Blue ocean! The elder lichen roared angrily, flew up, jumped into the air, and caught the blue ocean that flew upside down, only to see blood flowing from the blue ocean, and the bones of both hands were broken. Seeing that his beloved disciple was almost disabled, Li Chen felt pain and anger in his heart. He gently handed Lan Hai over to the elder judge beside him, and turned to look at Chu Yan, his face full of killing intent. "You dare to harm your fellow sect?" Chu Yan looked at the elder lichen, who walked slowly, and sneered in his heart. This blue ocean bullied others several times, and even publicly humiliated his elder brother Chu Zhan. Today, he is angry for his elder brother. Of course, it will not let the blue ocean go down completely. "Elder lichen, when this blue ocean threatened to destroy my hands and the whole sect, why didn't you say that you would harm your fellow sect, but now you jumped out and said, You are really fair and selfless." In the hall, all the elders, deacons, and gatekeeper disciples were startled at the same time. "You, presumptuous!" Li Chen suddenly blushed, and shouted with some shame and anger. "I am today's sect steward elder, and I said that if you harm your fellow sect, you will harm your fellow sect." B's face turned blue. Li Chen said directly, "I will deal with you according to the sect law, abolish your hands and feet, get out of the sect." After speaking, the third stage of Lichen Chi refining realm's cultivation base was completely released, and he suddenly raised his palm and slapped Chu Yan. "Chu Yan, be careful." Chu Zhan and Chu Bing in the audience exclaimed at the same time. #C25 Emotion Strength. Suddenly, a figure swept through like a gust of wind, and instantly came to Chu Yan, raised both hands, and met Lichen's palms. Bump. Puff. Under everyone's eyes, Lichen madly sprayed blood mist and flew out, his body smashed to the seats under the stage like a broken bag, knocking over the tables and chairs that were impossible. What? Everyone looked in shock at Elder Li Chen, who fell to the ground like a dead dog, with disbelief on his face, and then looked at the figure in front of Chu Yan. "Yes, it's him. How is this possible? How could it be him?" When everyone saw the appearance of the person who shot, they were all shocked. He turned out to be the one who was kicked out at the auction the day before yesterday, Chu Yan's slave. With a single blow, Elder Li Chen will fly away, so this person has at least the 5th stage of Qi refinement realm. Qi refinement stage 5. Mo Xiong slowly turned around and bowed to Chu Yan. "Young master is shocked." Chu Yan nodded and said, "It's okay." He looked up at Li Chen under the stage, who had been helped up, his eyes full of panic and anger. "Shoo!" Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of him, and a figure appeared. "See Elder Taisheng." The elders and deacons in the hall stood up and saluted at the same time. But it was the supreme elder of the Extreme Heaven sect, the Jingpao East elder. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Mo Xiong with a stern face, and said, "Who is your excellency?" Mo Xiong didn't speak, then turned back and walked slowly behind Chu Yan, guarding quietly. Elder Jinpadong couldn't help but feel a little sullen, and shouted, "Speak up and save you from death." Although Elder Lycan was injured by this person's palm, as far as Elder Dong is concerned, firstly, because this person suddenly shot, Lycan was not prepared, and secondly, although this person's strength is not bad, he is only at the 5th level of Qi refining realm at most. Practice. Pyridine. As soon as Elder Dong's voice fell, Mo Xiong's disdainful voice was already out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Elder Dong. That's right, contempt. Seeing that Mo Xiong was ignoring him, Elder Dong scorned him, and couldn't help but feel furious in his heart. In front of the many juniors of the sect, Elder Dong, as the most injured person of the Extreme Heaven sect, was repeatedly ignored by this Mo Xiong, and he was completely angry. Earth-splitting palm. Elder Dong shouted loudly, and his figure rushed towards Mo Xiong. His palms shot continuously, his true qi was violent, and there was a faint tendency to shake the ground. The earth-splitting palm is a rare high-grade Huangji martial skill in the Extreme Heaven sect. Once it is shot, its power is astonishing. Young master, be careful. Mo Xiong shouted softly. Although he saw that Elder Dong's palm's shadow had avoided Chu Yan, he still nervously blocked Chu Yan behind him. Ishan fist. The fist wind whistled, with fierce true qi, and collided with Elder Dong's earth-splitting palm. Bump. When the fists and palms collided, a terrifying storm of qi sputtered, tumbling with vigor, and rolling over the elders and deacons who were a little closer, and were actually agitated to retreat, and countless tables and chairs under the stage flew into all directions. Under everyone's attention, Elder Dong's body stepped back a few big steps, barely standing. Puff. A mouthful of blood was not suppressed, it spewed out of the mouth, and flowed down the corner of the mouth. Elder Dong, the supreme elder of the Extreme Heaven sect, the first powerhouse in the sect, was defeated, so simply and thoroughly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. 2. Supreme Elder. After a few breaths, the elders and deacons who had reacted ran to Elder Dong and exclaimed. Elder Dong stroked his chest, stood up straight, waved his hand gently, and looked at Mo Xiong with shock in his eyes. 8th Heaven of Refining Qi Realm. What? Qi Refining Realm 8th Layer. Everyone in the Extreme Heaven sect looked at Mo Xiong and Chu Yan fiercely. Shocked, fearful, unbelievable and other complex eyes came, and Lycan and Lan Hai under the stage opened their mouths in shock, as if they had lost their souls. Qi Refining Realm, a realm that ordinary warriors would never be able to reach even if they awakened their martial souls. Elder Dong is already at the late stage of Qi Refining Realm 7th Layer. Compared with Mo Xiong's initial Qi Refining Realm 8th Layer, he is 2 small steps away. Even if Mo Xiong hasn't released his martial spirit, he can still easily deal with Elder Dong. At this time Mo Xiong saw that Elder Dong had no intention of fighting anymore, so he returned to Chu Yan's back and stood guard with his hands behind his back again. At this time everyone's eyes followed Mo Xiong's actions and turned to Chu Yan again. This Chu Yan, who is a servant of the 8th level of Qi Refining Realm, has just beaten the first genius Lan Hai of the Extreme Heaven sect with 1 punch, and he has not even released his martial spirit. To what extent? In just over a month, from awakening the martial soul to defeating the blue ocean, this talent. In the blinking eyes of everyone, all kinds of thoughts flew. Chu Yan, you instructed outsiders to seriously injure the elders in the sect. You are guilty of death. Everyone was startled at the same time, turned their heads to look, but Lan Hai pointed at Chu Yan with red eyes and shouted. Lan Hai, shut up for me. Elderly Chen's face changed greatly, and he quickly shouted to stop. Master, what are you afraid of? It's only the 8th level of Qi Refining. We are tens of thousands of disciples in the Extreme Heaven sect, are you afraid that he won't succeed alone? Lan Hai gritted his teeth, turned to Elder Dong and said, Elder Taisheng, like Chu Yan. The act of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors, according to the internal regulations of the sect, should abolish the cultivation base and drive out of the sect. Li Qin just wanted to stop it, but there was a flash of golden light in front of him. Elder Dong waved his hand and slapped the blue ocean, shouting, "Shut up!" In the hall, everyone looked at Lan Hai, who was slapped by Elder Dong, and they all shook their heads secretly. It's this time, but Lan Hai still doesn't know what to do and wants to frame Chu Yan. The whole process was seen by everyone. Whether it was the battle between Chu Yan and Lan Hai, or the battle between Mo Xiong and Elder Dong, there was nothing to say. It could even be said that the victory was just and aboveboard. Elder Lian Dong and the elders and deacons, they didn't speak, and that round got the blue ocean clamoring. Chu Yan looked at Lan Hai coldly, but ignored him at all, and turned to look at Chu Zhandao. "Brother, let's go." After speaking, under everyone's attention, they walked out of the hall with Chu Bing and Mo Xiong. This time, the sect competition was meaningless. Elder Dong looked at the figure of Chu Yan leaving, his eyes were complicated, and finally, he let out a long sigh, but said nothing. After returning to the courtyard, Chu Zhan called Chu Yan into the room. "Brother, I know you have a lot of questions, but there are some things that are not yet time to talk about, so." Chu Zhan was startled, and looked at Chu Yan a little stunned. "Chu Yan, is Senior Mo really the cultivation of the 8th heavenly body tempering realm?" Chu Zhan hesitated for a moment, but asked again. Originally, he thought that this Mo Xiong was bought by Chu Yan at the slave market in Luonan City. "Servant, I didn't expect that in today's battle, I was almost scared to death. Mo Xiong is my master's subordinate, so call me young master." Chu Yan thought about it and could only answer like this. Chu Yan didn't plan to say anything about the Rakshasa sect. After Chu Zhan was stunned, his face couldn't help but be ecstatic. He didn't expect that Chu Yanbai's master's subordinates were so powerful, so his master wasn't even more powerful. Thinking of this, Chu Zhan was very excited. "Okay, since the sect competition is over, I will go home. I will tell my father the news as soon as possible," Chu Zhan said with a smile. Chu Yan also smiled lightly. After pondering for a while, he continued, "Brother, I may be leaving the Extreme Heaven sect to travel in a few days. Just tell Dad, I will go home in about a year." "What? Traveling?" Chu Zhan looked at Chu Yan in surprise and exclaimed. #C26, the sword points to the world. "Don't worry, with Mo Xiong following me, I'll be fine." Chu Yan knew what Chu Zhan was worried about, and quickly explained. "Also, with your current situation, this Extreme Heaven sect doesn't mean much to you. However, when you go out, it's not as good as inside the sect. You have to be careful about everything outside." Chu Zhan saw that Chu Yan had made up his mind. But reminded. "Don't worry, big brother." Chu Yan warmed his heart and replied with a smile. Chu Yan has long thought about going out to travel, but he only mentioned it to Mo Xiong. Using the cruel world outside to hone and improve himself is the only way for the strong. Staying in the sect will sooner or later become a frog at the bottom of a well like the blue ocean, is self-absolute in martial arts. After the two chatted for a while, Chu Zhan left the Extreme Heaven sect and returned to Longmen town. "Mo Xiong, get ready, the day after tomorrow, we'll set off," Chu Yan said to Mo Xiong when Chu Zhan left. "Yes, sect master. The night is like water, and the moon is a song." In the small courtyard, Chu Yan is gently waving the blue long sword in his hand. The cultivation base has already reached the middle stage of the 9th stage of the body-quenching realm, which is close to the bottleneck position of the first realm. Chu Yan's Rakshasa promise and the full star martial arts can no longer bring him a flying speed of cultivation. Heavily suppressed. Originally, according to Chu Yan's plan, to quickly break through the body-quenching realm and enter the chi-refining realm, he can start to cultivate the second level of Rakshasa's real body, and his strength will undergo earth-shaking changes at that time. The second style of Thunder Sword is really amazing, and it fits perfectly with the real body of Rakshasa. An hour later, Chu Yan put away Thunder Sword and said secretly, "White tiger and black pattern art." As Chu Yan snorted softly, his figure quickly disappeared, and suddenly, in the air, a blue sword energy cut through the dark sky, shining like a star. Then, Chu Yan's figure appeared on the big tree in the small courtyard. After a blow, Chu Yan's body fell from the tree and stood there, looking back at how he felt when he just made the move. After half an hour, he was invisible again and attacked. This time, the blue sword energy was brighter and slower, as soft as a blue palm stroked the sky. After landing again, Chu Yan stopped cultivating. His white tiger and black pattern technique could only be used 3 times a day at his current cultivation level. Therefore, each time he practiced, Chu Yan practiced at most twice. When Chu Yan was practicing, Mo Xiong always stood outside the courtyard and helped him guard. Not long after stopping to practice, suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the small courtyard, and they looked at Elder Dong and Elder Li Chen. Chu Yan frowned slightly. Elder Dong and Li Chen went outside the small courtyard, but were stopped by Mo Xiong expressionlessly. The two were extremely embarrassed and laughed twice, but did not dare to get angry. Li Chen nodded and bowed, and said to Mo Xiong, "Senior, we are here to ask Chu Yan. There is no other meaning." Mo Xiong didn't even look at him, he just stood in front of the two of them and did his duty. "Let them come in," Chu Yan said. When Mo Xiong heard Chu Yan's voice, he took a step sideways and let the courtyard door open. Elder Dong and Elder Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, hurriedly entered the small courtyard with a smile on their faces, and walked respectfully to Chu Yan's side. "What's the matter with you?" Chu Yan's face was flat. It's very strange that 2 elders suddenly appeared in this small courtyard. Chu Yan, the lowest level outer disciple, lived in extremely remote places, not to mention the elders, and even inner disciples rarely came. The faces of the two became more and more embarrassed, and some of them were not smiling. "Chu Yan, the sect has decided to promote you as a core disciple, the top 10 elders. No, the sect master will accept you as a direct disciple in person." Chu Yan was stunned, with a stunned look on his face. According to the rules of the Extreme Heaven sect, the direct disciples received by the major elders, no surprise, will all be the heirs of the elders in the future, and the direct disciples of the sect master are naturally the next sect master heirs appointed by the sect. "Yes, Chu Yan, you should know what this means." Elder Dong's face finally regained a trace of light. In his opinion, Chu Yan not only defeated the first genius of the Extreme Heaven sect, Lan Hai, but also passed the Lei Dong, the peerless genius of the 9 Heavens trial is the best candidate to inherit the sect. You must know that in this position, the first genius of the Yuanji Tianzong, Lan Hai, has been jealous for a long time. This is a great honor, and it will allow Chu Yan to become one person in the Extreme Heaven sect in the future, and the height above 10,000 people, and even the Chu family can become one of the best big families in Luonan City in the future. However, Chu Yan said indifferently, "No need, there is no need for this." Elder Dong and Elder Lycan were sluggish at the same time. "Chu Yan, you." Elder Li Chen blurted out with a purple face on his face. "Okay, let me tell you, tomorrow, I will leave the Extreme Heaven sect and go out to practice," Chu Yan said. "What? Going out to practice?" Elder Dong and Li Chen's expressions changed greatly, and some couldn't react. After a long time, Elder Dong sighed, but still said, "Chu Yan, the sect is sorry for you, but the sect will always look forward to your safe return." After Elder Dong finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle from his arms and handed it to Chu Tiandao. "This is a 6th grade pill, Guiyuan pill. It should be enough for you to break through the bottleneck and improve your strength." Li Chen looked at the jade bottle by the side, and was shocked. This 6th grade medicinal pill Guiyuan Dan is extremely rare. It can be regarded as a treasure of the sect. It has been treasured for 100 years. I did not expect it to be given to Chu Yan. 6th grade medicine pill? Chu Yan hesitated and took the jade bottle. Seeing Chu Yan accepting the medicinal pill, Elder Dong's nervous expression finally loosened, he breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile finally recovered on his face, as if he did not give out a precious 6th grade medicinal pill, but accounted for something. Like a lot of cheap. However, just when Elder Dong smiled brightly, he saw Chu Yan holding the jade bottle to Mo Xiong and said, Mo Xiong, this medicinal pill is for you. The smiles on the faces of Elder Dong and Li Chen disappeared at the same time, and Mo Xiong was also surprised. This 6th grade medicinal pill is more effective for those in the qi refining realm, and it belongs to you. Chu Yan said very casually. Mo Xiong looked excited and quickly replied respectfully. Thank you, young master, for always giving. Chu Yan nodded, turned to Dong Chongkai and Li Chen and said, This medicinal pill is for Mo Xiong, do you have any opinions? Of course, it's the same. Elder Dong smiled, but blood was dripping in his heart, a 6th grade medicine pill. That is the only one in the entire Luonan city. Not long after, Elder Dong and Elder Li Chen left Chu Yan's courtyard. And their goal of making Chu Yan a direct disciple of the sect has not been realized. Silent all night. At dawn the next day, 2 figures and 1 bear appeared at the gate of the Extreme Heaven sect. On the winding mountain road, the 3 figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the endless mountains. After Chu Yan left the Extreme Heaven sect, he went directly to the Heavenly Extreme Mountain Range. After passing the outer area, he went all the way to the depths of the mountain range, targeting the Heavenly Extreme Forest in the central area of the Heavenly Extreme Mountain Range. Going forward like this, hunting monsters all the way, preparing to traverse the entire Tianji Forest. 5 days later, Chu Yan and his party had approached the edge of Jitian Forest. It was already dark, and after the fire was raised, Mo Xiong had already hit a few small beasts and returned. The little white bear saw it, and immediately rushed over with bright eyes. Ouch! Drooling, he started to circle around Chu Yan, urging Chu Yan to bake quickly. Little guy, just wait and eat. Chu Yan said with a smile while setting up the grill. Luo Zixiong was stunned that day, and then he screamed twice, and disappeared into the forest. In less than a while, the little white bear ran back, hanging from his mouth and holding it in the bear's paw. There were actually 3 spirit grasses. This is star tears. Chu Yan was taken aback when he looked at the 3 spirit grasses that little white bear handed him. Star tears. The body-quenching spirit grass can be ranked in the top 10. In the market, money can't buy it, and the price is at least 500 gold coins. Seeing the surprised expressions of Chu Tian and Mo Xiong, the little white bear immediately became happy, and slapped his chest with a squeak, looking triumphant. Seeing this, Chu Yan and Mo Xiong were both amused by the little guy's appearance and laughed lightly. Along the way, the little guy will always spread his 2 short legs and disappear in the blink of an eye. When it reappears, he will definitely find some spirit grass and fairy fruit. Therefore, Chu Yan and Mo Yu are also responsible. Its light has eaten a lot of heaven and earth spirit grass. After roasting the little beast, the golden and oily roast meat made the 2 of them and 1 bear feast on each other, and they were hooked. Chu Yan's barbecue skills that span time and space made Mo Xiong and the little guy never get tired of it. Young master, according to this, we can reach the capital in 5 days at most. Mo Xiong said. Chu Yan nodded, looked up at the north, and his eyes flashed. Suddenly, there were beast roars and fighting sounds in the distance. Chu Yan and Mo Xiong were startled at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the little guy rushed over. Chu Yan and Mo Xiong's expressions tightened, and they quickly followed. Not long after, Chu Yan followed behind the little guy and walked through a jungle, but there was a small lake in front of him. I saw two teenagers being surrounded and killed by a group of blue-clothed men. The two teenagers had countless scars and blood on their bodies. Xuanhuan, blue-cloth sect. Mo Xiong recognized the forces of both sides at a glance, and said softly. Hearing Mo Xiong's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly. #C27 Murder Capture. Mo Xiong explained, Xuanhuan is the sect of your Luoyang kingdom, the young master should have heard of it. And that blue-clothed sect is a big force in the Yundan kingdom, that pair of teenagers belong to the Xuanhuan, and those blue-clothed people are the blue-clothed sect of Fire Xuanhuan. Blue Door. Chu Yan looked at both sides of the fight and recalled in his mind that the Xuanhuan was a powerful sect in the Luoyang kingdom. Xuanhuan, that is definitely a supreme honor. As for that person in the blue-clothed door, Chu Yan did not have any impression. The sudden appearance of two people and one bear was discovered by both sides of the fight. The eyes of the pair of teenagers lit up and shouted at Chu Yan loudly. Help us! Mo Xiong frowned lightly, looked at Chu Yan, and said softly, Young master, it's better not to manage such a thing. Chu Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the two teenagers continued to shout. Senior brother, don't go. As soon as these words came out, the dozen or so disciples of the blue-cloth sect rushed towards Chu Yan and surrounded them. Hall master, they are a group, what should we do? A blue-clothed disciple asked the middle-aged man, who was holding a white long sword in his hand. The middle-aged man with the sword swept over Chu Yan and the others, and finally set his eyes on Mo Xiong, because he felt that Mo Xiong's strength was not weak. Since you are a group, you are leaving today. Mo Xiong's breath suddenly rose, but he turned to look at Chu Yan, waiting for Chu Yan's decision. Can't go? This is the territory of my Luoyang kingdom, what qualifications do you have to stay with us? Chu Yan's face turned cold as he looked at the other party and said. Boy, how dare you, ah. A disciple of the blue-cloth sect saw that Mo Yan was disrespectful to the middle-aged man holding the sword, and was about to scold when suddenly, a white figure flashed by. He screamed and hugged, my legs, my legs. I saw two large pieces of meat missing from his left leg, and blood spurted out. It was the Ziliuo Tianxiong who attacked. After the little white bear succeeded, he flashed back to Chu Yan and yelled at the dozen blue-clothed disciples. You're courting death. A blue-clothed disciple saw that his companion was injured, and immediately became furious. The three blue-clothed disciples around him shot at the same time and attacked the Ziliuo Tianxiong together. The knife gleamed as fast as lightning. Touch, touch, touch. Seeing that the knife's shadow was about to slash at little white bear and Chu Yan, those knife lights suddenly disappeared, but the few blue-clothed disciples who shot out flew out, spraying blood mist from their mouths. No movement, dead. Mo Xiong withdrew his hands, his icy eyes swept over the corpses, then turned around and cupped his hands. Young master, are you all right? Chu Yan waved his hand and said, it's all right. These blue-clothed disciples were only at the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm. Even if Mo Xiong didn't make a move, it would be impossible to hurt Chu Yan. The middle-aged man with the sword looked at the corpses on the ground, and was startled at first, then said with a furious expression, you dare to kill my blue-cloth sect disciple? Mo Xiong took a step forward and stared at the middle-aged man holding the sword and said, those who are not good for the young master, die. The rules of the Rakshasa sect are strict, and anyone who dares to hurt the sect master should be killed with all his strength. Okay, you are ruthless, I will take note of this account. Let's go. With a wave of the sword-wielding middle-aged man, he wanted to take the blue disciples to leave. Want to leave? At this moment, Chu Yan's cold voice sounded. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He and these people have already made revenge. If you let them go, it will be a disaster. If you find an opportunity to take revenge in the future, if you don't talk about yourself, even if you find the Chu family, it will be a threat to your family. Therefore, Chu Yan will never let these people go. The faces of the sword-wielding middle-aged and those blue-clothed disciples changed. Just as he was about to say something, Mo Xiong flew up, and a dazzling light group lit up behind him. This group of light is extremely dazzling and radiant, like the stars. This is Mo Xiong's martial spirit, Xingqian. Stars are a special kind of natural martial spirit. After Mo Xiong summoned his martial soul, his soul body unfolded in an instant and merged with his martial soul. All the disciples and he flew upside down and vomited blood, and fell to the ground one after another, gasping on the spot. The speed of the light group was astonishingly fast. In just a few breaths, all the blue-clothed disciples, including the middle-aged man with the sword, all died on the spot. The two disciples of the fire-profound sect were sluggish and rigid, looking at Mo Xiong with a look of horror, until Mo Xiong took back his spirit and stood behind Chu Yan. The two of them knew very well that this blue-clothed sect disciple was extremely powerful, especially the middle-aged sword-wielding man, whose strength was at least at the 8th level of body-tempering realm, yet he was killed so easily. When Chu Yan looked at the two with cold eyes, the two disciples of Xuanhuan woke up. "Many, thank you for saving your life, senior." A young man bowed with a trembling voice, and then stepped back again and again, but he looked like he was about to escape. "Stop." Chu Yan frowned, his voice cold. "Just now, why did you call us senior brothers? Do you want us to back you up?" But the faces of the two people changed drastically, but they didn't stop at all, suddenly turned around and accelerated towards the forest not far away, unexpectedly trying to escape. Mo Xiong. As soon as Chu Yan's words fell, Mo Xiong took a leap, passed over the heads of the two like a big pung spreading his wings, and landed in front of them, blocking them. Please let us go, I'll give you the treasure map." When the two teenagers saw Chu Yan walking slowly, their whole bodies trembled in fright. Chu Yan's icy eyes flickered for a moment, and then the thunder sword flashed in his hand. After 2 screams, the two teenagers were already dead. After killing the two of them, Chu Yan put away the thunder sword, groped on their corpses, and found an animal skin on the chest of one of the teenagers, which was a picture. Into the eye is a purple bear paw, which is different from the ordinary 5-fingered bear paw, but this purple bear paw has 6 fingers. Is it the soul of the Ziluo Tianxiong? Chu Yan clearly remembered that among the bear spirit beasts, only the Ziluo Tianxiong had 6 fingers. Turning to the other side, I saw a mountain painted on it. The mountain was like a man standing, and the switch was extremely strange. At this moment, Ziluo Tianxiong suddenly turned around Chu Yan. When Chu Yan handed the picture to the little guy, the little white bear kept pointing at the picture and yelling at Chu Yan, as if he was saying something, but of course Chu Yan couldn't understand it. "Little guy, don't you know this picture? Or the mark of the bear's paw?" Chu Yan asked. "Ow." The little white bear nodded naively, and patted his chest with a loud noise. After asking for a long time, Chu Yan did not understand, and simply put the treasure map into the Rakshasa space. Although there is no clue now, but depending on the situation, it has a great relationship with Ziluo Tianxiong. After collecting the pictures, Chu Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the corpses all over the place. After searching every corpse, except for some gold coins and spirit stones, I only found one exercise method on the middle-aged man with a sword, Lan Yunjue. It was actually a low-grade Xuanjia exercise method. After putting everything into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan and Mo Xiong began to dispose of the corpse. Not long after, the 2-in-1 bear left the cleaned-up site. #C28 Robbery Girl. In the celestial forest, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Chu Yan continued to travel through the celestial pole forest while practicing with all his strength, and finally broke through to the late stage of the 9th stage of the body-quenching realm, one step closer to the chi-refining realm. There are countless beasts under Chu Yan's hands, and among them, Little White Bear's performance surprised Chu Yan the most. Not because of its strength, but because of its judgment. Every time the monster it provokes is killed, it quickly pulls out the monster crystal and swallows it, and the hit rate is almost 100%. Chu Yan was shocked by this discovery. The probability of a monster producing a monster crystal is only 1 in 10,000. Although this probability will increase as the level of the monster increases, it will never reach 100%. 2 people and 1 bear, they swept all the way through the celestial pole forest. On the morning of the 11th day, they finally got out from the other end of the celestial pole forest. In front of them was the destination of their trip. Luoyang Royal City. This huge city is many times bigger than Luonan City. From a distance, the city wall is at least 50 meters high, and 4 moats with a width of 100 meters surround the city, like a silver band of light. Seeing the city in the distance, Chu Yan's face brightened, and he immediately quickened his pace. However, when Chu Yan lifted his foot into the city gate, he was caught by a voice. "Please. Let go of our father and daughter." A gray-haired old man in patched clothes was kneeling in front of a young man in Chinese clothes, begging bitterly. Opposite him, the young man in Chinese clothes with a lewd smile ignored him and just stared straight at a girl beside the gray-haired old man, looking at it with a smile. The girl hid behind the gray-haired old man, her whole body trembling. Her dusty face still could see the natural beauty of the moonlight, but her stunning face was full of horror at this time. This young master sees her, it's her blessing, and she doesn't know what's wrong. The young man in Chinese clothes was about to lift his foot to the girl, when the old man with gray hair hugged his leg, and suddenly said angrily, "Beat him for me." Chu Yan glanced at the city gate guards in front of him, but they all pretended to be invisible. Stopping, Chu Yan frowned, and without any hesitation, turned around and walked over there. "Stop." As Chu Yan's cold voice sounded, everyone was startled at the same time, and they turned their heads to look over. A servant walked towards Chu Yan and put out his hand to block the way. "Didn't you see young master he here? If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Bump. As soon as the Jiaoding finished speaking, he felt a flower in front of him, and then he flew out backwards. After flying more than 10 meters away, he rolled all the way to the ground and hit the ground, turning into a flesh and blood flower. Mo Xiong's tall figure swept across the crowd coldly, and after a heavy snort, he returned to Chu Yan's back. Everyone was stunned on the spot. He Jin, a young man in Chinese clothing, was full of anger, pointed at Chu Yan and said, "Reverse. Reverse. You lowly untouchable dare to kill my subordinates, die. You must die. Kill him for me. Chop him. Feed the dog into meat sauce." When the servants heard it, they pulled out their big knives, one after another, and rushed towards Chu Yan in a rage. In this Luoyang King city, they walked sideways every day, and today they were killed by a few pariahs. These servants are not only quick, but also vicious. Almost all of them are attacking Chu Yan's vital points, obviously wanting to chop him directly into flesh. Mo Xiong snorted coldly, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He stood firmly on the spot, his palms danced like flying, one after another palm shadows flashed, and with each palm, there was a scream. Under the horrified gazes of several guards, those householders holding steel knives were thrown into the air like kites with broken strings, and they flew in all directions. Touch, touch. Ah, ah. Applause and screams. He Jin's originally grim face slowly became dull. The cries of clamoring for Chu Yan to be chopped into flesh also stopped, replaced by panic and shock. Chu Yan walked over slowly, approaching step by step. However, He Jin, the young man in Chinese clothing, stepped back again and again, his face was twitching, and he shouted, what is this pariah doing? I am the prince of Yunhou Mansion, and my father is the first waiter. If you dare to touch me, I will let me, your whole family is dead. Just a few days ago, a civilian killed 17 members of his family because he looked at himself a few more times, and all of them were thrown into the street. The whole family died? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at He Jin with his horizontal eyes. He stepped forward with his right foot, and the violent breath rushed straight towards He Jin. He Jin was swept to the ground by Chu Yan's breath, and He Jin's whole body trembled. Don't worry, I don't want to kill people today, you can't die. Chu Yan said with disdain when he saw the appearance of this marquis family. When the young master Huafu heard Chu Yan's words, he let out a long sigh, his whole body relaxed, and suddenly softened. A gust of wind blew, and the lower body was freezing cold. Under the terrified eyes of everyone, Chu Yan took Mo Xiong and turned around and entered the city gate, leaving behind a sluggish crowd. It was not until Chu Yan walked all the way out that several city gate soldiers ran over, supported He Jin to stand up, and said, Young Master we will take you home. Hearing the soldiers' words, the stiff-faced He Jin suddenly woke up, his eyes filled with resentment. Untouchables, you dare to humiliate me, wait, I want you to die, I want you to suffer more than death. At this time, Chu Yan and Mo Xiong were already walking on the streets of Luoyang Wanqing, and they looked around. As the capital of a kingdom, Luoyang King City is extremely prosperous and lively. The wide streets and horse lanes are dozens of meters wide, and the traffic is full of people. At a glance, they are full of people. Compared with Longmen Town and Luonan City, it is a world of difference, just like the difference between a city road and a country road. On the street, all kinds of people walked among them, passing by Chu Yan and the others. There were dozens of county towns in the entire Luoyang kingdom. Under each county town, there were more than 10 towns. There are hundreds of millions. Following in the crowd, the little white bear was extremely excited, flashing around, and even almost robbed a shop selling demon crystals, but fortunately, the quick-eyed Chu Yan took him back. Just walking and walking like this, the two and one bear came to a large restaurant. Chu Yan smelled the fragrance inside and stopped. Go, eat first. During this period of time in the Tianji forest, while cultivating and rushing on the road, I made do with food. Although I occasionally had a barbecue, it would be boring to eat too much. When I finally got to the city, of course I had to eat a good meal. The little white bear's eyes lit up immediately, and rushed into the restaurant, barking happily. Little guy, don't run. Chu Yan saw the little white bear rushing in, and quickly followed. #C29 Great Commander Zongtian. Stepping into the restaurant and looking around, I didn't expect that such a large restaurant would be full of seats, with more than a dozen tables, all full of people, and it was extremely lively. Chu Yan was startled, and could only take the little guy and Mo Xiong to the second floor. The little heir on the side saw it, ran over quickly, and led the two and one bear to a window on the second floor. Not only was it ventilated, but he could also see the scene on the street, which made Chu Yan extremely satisfied, so he threw one away. Gold coins passed. Xiao Er stared blankly at the gold coin in his hand, and suddenly a smile bloomed on his face. You must know that one gold coin is enough for an ordinary family's living expenses for a month. The reward of this gold coin has not been for Xiao Er for a long time. Encountered. Thank you for your reward, what do you two want to eat? Our wine here is good, and fire snake wine is very famous in this royal city. After Chu Yan and Mo Xiong sat down, Xiao Er nodded and said, That's good, 10 dishes are the best, and 2 bottles of wine. Chu Yan said. He took out 10 gold coins and threw them over. Xiao Er put it away with a smile on his face, and quickly replied, Okay, 2 masters, wait a moment, the food and drinks will come immediately. Soon, Xiao Er brought the wine and dishes. More than a dozen dishes were all meat dishes. As soon as they came out of the pot, they were steaming hot, full of color and aroma, and the little white bear rushed to the table and began to sweep. "Second lord, your dishes are ready." Xiao Er put down the 2 bottles of wine, nodded and turned away. "Fire snake wine?" Chu Yan poured a glass in his hand and was about to taste it, but was snatched away by the little white bear with one paw. The bear's belly lit up, and the bear's eyes lit up immediately. After drinking, the little guy cried out happily. Chu Yan and Mo Xiong looked at each other and smiled, and poured a glass each. As soon as the wine entered their mouths, a pure fragrance burst out in their mouths and flowed down their throats. Carefree. After eating a glass of wine, Chu Yan and Mo Xiong had a big appetite, and they ate like a storm. At the same time, in the Marquis Yun mansion in Luoyang King City, He Jin, who was dressed in a stench, was standing in the lobby, shouting with a flushed face. "Dad, you must help me, those 2 pariahs should be damned. Break their legs and hands, gouge out their eyes, let them live and die, hang them at the gate of the city, and let them know that they offend our Yunho mansion. The fate of them. They must not be spared lightly." Hidong saw the angry look on his son's face and the miserable appearance on his body, and he was instantly furious. His eyes were full of murderous intent. The son of the dignified marquis actually let 2 commoners bully him like this, which made him how can he be in the king's city in the future? Face to face. Even the guards in the house were all killed. This is simply a slap in the face. Chiguagua slapped him in the face of a first-class marquis. "Check it out for me and find those 2 people." Hidong's eyes were red, and he turned and shouted at Xiaong, the housekeeper, beside him. Suddenly, a housekeeper ran in. It was one of the many housekeepers who had just been sent to look for him, and he said with a flying expression, "Master Marquis, those 2 are on the 2nd floor of Yunlai restaurant on East Street. Call all the guards above the 5th rank and follow me to Yunlai restaurant." Hidongting stood up abruptly, his eyes flashed coldly, his chest heaved violently, and his face flushed. Unexpectedly, the 2 civilians injured the people of the Marquis mansion. Not only did they not hide, but they also openly went to the restaurant to eat and drink, to celebrate. This time, Marquis Hidong was so angry that he was about to smoke. "How dare you provoke my Marquis mansion, such a big dog?" "Yes, Lord Marquis." Butler Xiang quickly agreed, and went down to convene the staff. On the other side, Chu Yan and Mo Xiong had 3 wine tours. After eating and drinking, Mo Xiong stood up and handed over to Chu Yan. "Young master was in Luoyang Kingdom back then, and he accepted a direct disciple who is also my Rakshasa disciple. I will call him to visit the young master." "Rakshasa sect disciple?" Chu Yan nodded and said, "Okay. Go." There is no need to ask more. He knows that Mo Xiong is very stable in his affairs, and there must be no problem with this Rakshasa sect disciple, so Mo Xiong is eager to find him to recognize Chu Yan. "Young master, wait a minute, I'll be back when I go." After saluting, Mo Xiong strode away. Mo Xiong walked out of the restaurant and headed straight for the eastern district of Luoyang King City, where dignitaries lived. It didn't take long for Mo Xiong to stop in front of a big red copper gate. Above the mansion gate, there was a golden plaque with 4 characters written on it. Grand Commander's Palace. The Luoyang Kingdom is the suzerain state, and the country is established by the sect. All the armies in the sect are divided into 10 commanders and in charge, and above the 10 commanders, there is a Grand Commander who is in charge of the 10 commanders. In the Luoyang Kingdom, there are many royal families and princes, and there are countless princes and nobles, but when it comes to under 1 person and over 10,000 people, there is only 1 person who is in charge of the commander of the 10 directions. The name of the great commander of Luoyang Kingdom is Zongtian. He has served 2 generations of monarchs successively, especially the current king. When he ascended the throne, he was framed and left in one party. Lead the army of 10 directions, pacify the usurping prince, and welcome the fallen king back to the capital, and the emperor's kindness is declared to heaven. If you don't get off your horse when you enter the palace, enter the court and sit in the golden palace. These 2 ballads circulating in the streets and alleys describe the supreme prestige of this great commander. Mo Xiong just wanted to lift his foot in, but was stopped by the sergeant of the gate. Don't trespass into the Grand Commander's mansion. Violators will be killed on the spot. I want to see the great Commander Zongtian, please help me to inform you and say, please see me, junior brother. The 2 sergeants were startled and looked at each other. After some hesitation, one of them turned around and ran into the mansion. After a while, a man who looked like a housekeeper came out. It was a master from the great commander's mansion. He looked at Mo Xiong and asked, "You said you were the great commander's junior brother, what proof do you have?" Mo Xiong reached into his arms and took out a gold medal with a huge zong on it. When the master and sergeant saw it, their expressions changed greatly, and they quickly bowed their hands and said, "Seeing a gold medal is like seeing a great commander. See your lord." This gold medal was handed over to Mo Xiong by Zongmin back then. There were only 3 pieces in total. It was Zongtian's gold talisman, and it was not for those who were not extremely heavy. "I want to see the commander," Mo Xiong said. The master stood up straight, and said with an embarrassed expression, "The commander accompanies the king to the imperial mausoleum to hunt, and is not in the mansion now." "Huh? Not here?" Mo Xiong's expression suddenly changed. "You immediately send someone to inform the commander and tell him to go to Yunlai restaurant on Dongjia immediately. Just say the junior brother is waiting for him, there is something important." Mo Xiong handed the gold medal to Master Shi, turned around and left. Behind him, the faces of the 2 guard sergeants changed slightly, as if they were a little embarrassed. They looked at the master together. "This? The commander accompanies the king, but master, you should wait until the commander returns before reporting." The master looked at Mo Xiong's background in plain clothes, put the gold medal in his arms, and said to the 2 sergeants who were looking at him, "In his opinion, even if the identity of the great commander is a junior brother, the relationship is very good, and if he is given a gold medal, it is impossible to throw the king directly and rush to see him immediately. Therefore, rushing to pass the news may attract. It is difficult for a great commander to do in front of the king." Thinking of this, the master shook his head lightly, then turned around and entered the Grand Commander's mansion. #C30 Siege. At this time, just as Mo Xiong hurried back to Yunlai restaurant, on the street, the first-class Marquis He Dong was rushing with a large group of people. Outdated, it overturned an unknown number of stalls, leaving the entire street empty. Looking at these wolves-like tigers, everyone hides far away, shivering, thinking, who is going to be unlucky? As soon as the majestic and domineering He Dong stepped into the restaurant, the housekeeper beside him shouted loudly, "Everyone, get out! No one on the 2nd floor wants to leave." When the diners on the 1st floor of the restaurant saw it, they all turned pale with fright, and hurriedly raised their legs and ran away. The restaurant owner on the side was taken aback, and hurriedly greeted them, saying, "Lord Marquis, why is this?" He Dong, however, ignored the restaurant owner at all, raised his leg and kicked it, kicking the fat restaurant owner into a rolling gourd. "Enclose the 2nd floor for me, and not a single fly is allowed to go away," He Dong said with an angry face when he stretched out his hand. "Yes, Lord Marquis." The family members responded, picked up their weapons, and rushed to the 2nd floor. He threw his sleeves and glared fiercely at the restaurant owner who was lying on the ground, moaning. He took his son and several guards and walked to the 2nd floor. He Jean strode up to the 2nd floor, glanced over, and saw Chu Yan sitting by the window, he suddenly jumped up and shouted. It's him, it's that pariah. Dong just stepped on the second floor, looked in the direction of his son's finger, and then frowned slightly. How come there is only one, and there is one more person? It must have escaped, grab this first, and then ask the whereabouts of the other one. Jin's eyes were red and he glared at Chu Yan. Chu Yan got up slowly, stood in front of Dong, glanced at dozens of people with cold eyes, and found that most of these people were between the 6th and 7th stages of the body-tempering realm, and only 2 or 3 were slightly stronger. There is no threat to Chu Yan at all. When he was in the Tianji forest, Chu Yan had already reached the late stage of the 9th level of the tempering body, and was only 1 layer away from the Qi refining realm. Moreover, even if he couldn't beat him, Chu Yan still had the soul skill White Tiger Black pattern. After reaching the late stage of the 9th level of the quenching state, the hiding time of the White Tiger Black pattern technique increased from 5 breaths to 8 breaths, which was enough to escape. Chu Yan sneered, looked at Jin, and said, I let you go, but I'm still here for revenge. I really don't know what to do. As soon as the words fell, Dong and the people around him were startled at the same time. The young man in front of him was so bold. In the face of such a situation, he still released cruel words. Is there really anything to rely on? Dong's eyes flashed, and after turning his eyes, he said heavily, Boy, in front of this marquis, you are so arrogant, don't you know me? Want to find out about me? Chu Yan chuckled. Of course he knew the old man's shrewdness, but he shook his head and said, I just came from out of town, I don't know. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Dong's hesitant face suddenly changed greatly, and he roared with red face. Okay, that's the case, I'll let you know what it's like to offend the Marquis mansion today. Someone, cut off my hands and feet and tie them up. Yes, Lord Marquis. The few servants who surrounded Chu Yan agreed, holding weapons and rushing towards Chu Yan with a grinning smile on their faces. The weapons in their hands were raised high, gleaming with cold light, and they slashed at Chu Yan's hands and feet. Who dares? Suddenly, a roar came, and the entire 2nd floor of the restaurant was shaken with a humming sound, like rolling thunder, and the feet of the several servants who were holding up their weapons were shaken. At this moment, a figure flew in from the window, and the figure was like a flash movie, covering the few servants. Touch, touch, touch. When a few family members flew out and slammed into the wall of the restaurant. When the blood was flowing from the nose and mouth, the figure had landed firmly in front of Chu Yan. It was Mo Xiong, who had just rushed back, when he heard the sound of the 2nd floor downstairs, and flew in directly from the window. As soon as he jumped up to the 2nd floor, he saw several people slashing at Chu Yan with knives. His eyes were split open, and his true energy burst out, shocking everyone. As soon as he landed, the 2 figures beside Dong rushed out and attacked Mo Nan. Split stone fist. Death sword technique. These 2 are the strongest 2 in the Marquis mansion. They are both in the 8th heaven of Qi refining realm. At the same time as they shouted loudly, a huge fist and a sword beam crossed towards Mo Xiong's front. And attack from the side. Soul body. Mo Xiong's face tightened, and he immediately summoned his martial spirit, transformed into a dazzling star, and slammed into the huge fist in front of him. It was a hard hit. Mo Xiong's slamming force not only avoided the sword light on the side, but also hit the fist shadow, and suddenly the fist shadow was smashed into pieces and scattered. After that, the stars radiated brilliantly, and suddenly rushed into the group of servants. Under the continuous impact, the servants of the Marquis mansion were thrown away one after another, spraying blood mist, and a large area fell down in the blink of an eye. This time, the soul attack was almost all Mo Xiong's full strength. He didn't keep his hands at all, he just hoped to kill the opponent in a short period of time. The entire 2nd floor was filled with corpses, and blood flowed into rivers. Mo Xiong succeeded with a single strike, and then flew back to Chu Yan's side. After landing, his eyes were like lightning, and he swept across the people on the opposite side. When he saw He Jin, a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but he didn't expect this sloppy young master to actually return for revenge. Swept by Mo Xiong's sharp eyes, He Jin's legs trembled, and he moved a few steps to hide behind the two powerhouses in the Marquis Mansion. The two powerhouses of the Marquis Mansion are both in the early stage of Qi refining realm, and they are a small rank worse than Mo Xiong. The two of them joined forces just now. Not only did they fail to defeat Mo Xiong, but instead they let him kill a lot of servants in the Marquis Mansion, extremely angry. You dare to kill the people of my Marquis Mansion. Marquis He Dong stepped out and looked at Mo Xiong. His face was ashen, his eyes spitting fire. It seems that you are coming to kill me today, right? According to the Lord Marquis, you are only allowed to kill me, but we are not allowed to fight back. Chu Yan sneered. The flesh on He Dongqi's face swayed again, and his eyes almost ate Chu Yan. The people who killed my Marquis Mansion 3 times and 5 times, you must die today, no one can save you. He Dong turned around and said to the two Qi refining realm powerhouses beside him, trouble the two of you to take action today, these two must be taken away today. People are beheaded on the spot. Housekeeper, go and call the palace guards for me, I want them to die today. The housekeeper Xiaong was stunned, and after hurriedly handing over to agree, he turned around and went downstairs. It was the first time he saw the Marquis being so angry, and he thought he was really angry this time. Those two people were dead today. The two mansion powerhouses looked at each other, then both took 2 steps forward and pressed towards Mo Xiong. In their opinion, the only opponent was Mo Xiong, and that young man was only at the tempering realm, no threat at all. Marquis He Dong and his son took a few steps back, waved their hands, and dozens of servants surrounded them again. #C31 brother is here. Leave this person to us, and you go to deal with that kid. The strong man in the Hofu holding a long sword ordered the servants around him. After he finished speaking, a cyan elephant showed a phantom behind him, with a wind-type martial spirit. 5 green stars shone on top of the martial spirit. It was actually a 5-star wind-type beast spirit. This kind of spirit is rare. The wind element is known for its speed and agility, and this elephant-like spirit can also enhance the strength of the warrior, so it is 1 point stronger than the ordinary 5-star spirit. The proboscis of the war elephant is extremely flexible, which is very suitable for warriors to improve their understanding and cultivation of weapons such as swords and spears. The longsword shook, shouted loudly, and attacked Mo Xiong fiercely. Behind the strong man, beside him is a King Kong orangutan martial spirit. The same 5-star Earth-type martial spirit is extremely strong in both attack and defense, especially the divine power of both hands. Unrelenting. Seeing the sword-wielding strong man rushing out, he shouted and instantly turned into a soul body, a tall and strong King Kong orangutan with long hair. The confrontation with Mo Xiong just now suffered a loss, so this time he directly turned into a soul body and rushed towards Mo Xiong. Young master, be more careful. Mo Xiong said softly without changing his face when he saw the two attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly summoned his martial soul and turned it into a star. Under the brilliant light, he drew an arc, bypassed the two powerhouses in front of him, and once again rushed into the pile of strengths in the quenching state. Among the servants in the section, in the blink of an eye, they smashed over a dozen people, and rushed towards the King Kong orangutan. Touch, touch. Just after Mo Xiong rushed out of the Jiaoding group, the little white bear beside Chu Yan slapped the bear's paw and rushed over. After Mo Xiong, he danced a pair of bear's paws out of the sky in the Jiaoding group. Play with the gang of dicks. When the two powerhouses in the Marquis Mansion saw that Mo Xiong actually bypassed them and succeeded in sneak attack again, their faces were livid. For a time, the whole second floor of the restaurant was full of infuriating energy, sweeping all directions, and all the tables and chairs were turned into powder. In the fierce battle between Mo Xiong and the two powerhouses, they were 1-2, and it was difficult to decide the outcome for a while, but after all, the infuriating energy consumed a lot. Some were in a hurry. The two strong men and Marquis Hidong were all happy when they saw this situation. "If you dare to hurt my young master, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Mo Xiong couldn't help shouting angrily, feeling the other's thoughts. "Ha ha ha, regret? If I don't torture the two of you to death today, I will regret it for the rest of my life." "I, Hidong, said in this Luoyang royal city, I have never been afraid of anyone, and I will not chop the two of you into flesh. Take it to feed the dog, it will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart." Hidong laughed out loud. At the same time, in front of the great commander's mansion on East Street, the great commander Zhong Tian, who had just returned from hunting with the king, had just returned to his mansion. Standing in front of the mansion gate, Zhong Tianqing frowned and looked towards the restaurant. The three qi-refining 8th-level powerhouses were fighting. 8th heaven of refining qi realm. In Luoyang King City, there are not many strong people in the qi refining realm 8th layer, and it is even rarer for 3 people to fight in a restaurant at a time. Seeing the great commander returning to the mansion, the master who has been standing beside him hurried forward to report, "Great commander, a person who said he was the master and junior brother came to visit just now, and this is the gold token he is holding." With just one glance, Zhong Tian, who saw the gold medal, immediately changed his face, grabbed the gold medal, and shouted, "Brother!" Seeing the big change in the commander's face, the master slammed into his heart. "What about people?" The great commander Zhong Tian asked eagerly. "I haven't seen him for a few years, and I didn't expect the junior brother to come to him." For Zhong Tian, this is a very happy thing. The master's face was heavy, he hesitated for a while, and he said, "Waiting for you at Yunlai restaurant, there is something important." Restaurant. Zhong Tian turned his head sharply to the east, where the infuriating energy fluctuated more and more intensely. Could it be? The people fighting in the restaurant are the junior brothers. Zhong Tian naturally knew about his younger brother's cultivation, that is to say, he encountered an opponent whose strength reached the middle stage of qi refining realm, and now it is extremely dangerous. Almost instantly, Zhong Tian made a judgment. "Why didn't you report early?" Zhong Tian roared at the master with a cold brow. The master, who was startled by Zhong Tian's reaction, suddenly felt his heart tremble, almost peeing his pants, and immediately froze on the spot. "Crazy rhinoceros beast." Zhong Tian ignored the frightened master, but directly summoned his martial spirit, which instantly turned into a spirit body. A huge rhinoceros, with a height of 2 meters and a weight of several tons, appeared on the spot. The thick rhino skin has metallic luster scales, as hard as steel, and a single horn with a length of several meters is blazing with red flames. The thick 4 legs cracked the stones on the ground, and in the blink of an eye they sprang out for dozens of meters. Unexpectedly, such a cumbersome rhino is so fast. As the rhinoceros armored beast ran, the entire East Street began to shake, and even tiles fell to the ground on the houses on the street. When the master saw that the great commander was directly in his soul body and rushed out, he immediately understood that the great commander attached great importance to this junior brother. "Did something happen to the apprentice and brother whom you valued?" "That oneself." Yunlai restaurant. With the arrival of the guards of the Marquis mansion, the entire restaurant was turned into 3 floors and 3 floors. Although these ordinary soldiers were not as powerful as those guards, they were better than the crowd. Thousands of people hula around them, and the scene became even more tense. Up. On the 2nd floor, the battle between Mo Xiong and the 2 Marquis mansion powerhouses was getting worse and worse, while Little White Bear was able to cope with it with ease, and the battle with a group of servants was indistinguishable. Standing on the side, Chu Yan's eyes became colder and colder, and the infuriating energy in his body began to run. He was going to use the sole skill of his life, the white tiger and black pattern technique, to hide in the past and give one of the two powerhouses a ruthless memory. However, after all, there is a big realm apart, and this kind of action is really dangerous. Therefore, Chu Yan keeps an eye on the battle between the three of them, waiting for the best time. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet vibrated, and the entire restaurant seemed to be shaking, and the sound of beast roars could be faintly heard. Mo Xiong, who was in the middle of the fierce battle, heard the sound, and his face suddenly became happy. He knew what the vibration and the roar of the beast represented. Brother, Zongtian is here. #C32 Exterminate the whole family. Marquis Hidong also felt the occurrence of the vision, and could not help frowning slightly. Seeing the happy look on Mo Xiong's face, he guessed that their helper might have arrived. Different faces showed disdain and hummed softly. One sound. In this Luoyang King city, no matter how many helpers the other party comes, Marquis Hijin doesn't care at all. In his opinion, it's just a lot of trouble and killing a few more people. For a moment, the sound of the heavy ground got closer and closer, and then disappeared, and the sound of fighting suddenly came from the first floor downstairs, which made Hidong immediately frown. Bring a few people to the first floor and chop up the guy who came to help me. Marquis Hidong turned his face and looked at Xiaong, the housekeeper, beside him. Yes, Lord Marquis. Butler Xiaong folded his hands, beckoned to the guards standing behind the Marquis at the 8th and 9th rank of body tempering realm, and walked towards the stairs. However, as soon as he reached the entrance of the stairs, his body suddenly froze, and his whole body trembled with horror, as if he saw something terrible. Useless trash. Hidong stood up and was about to go up to teach the timid butler a lesson, but he just took 2 steps and saw the man coming up from the stairs. In an instant, like the butler Xiaong, he froze. On the spot. I saw the person coming up the stairs, dressed in golden armor, a red cloak flying, full of white hair, and a pair of bright eyes with endless majesty. Great Commander Zongtian. Big Commander. Hidong's mouth was no longer in command, and he felt a dizziness, and countless gold stars flashed in front of him. Zongtian swept his eyes on the spot, and saw his junior brother Mo Xiong being besieged by 2 people. He was immediately furious. Dare to hurt my junior brother, give me death. Like thunder rolling in, the entire second floor trembled, and a terrifying aura swept through, with endless iron-blooded murderous aura, shocking all directions. Ben Thunder Gun. Zongtian waved the silver spear in his hand, and countless spear shadows shot out from the sky, like a meteor shower piercing the sky. Countless screams sounded. When Zongtian swung the silver spear out of his hand, the servants of the Marquis mansion had already turned and fled, but there was no place to hide under the shadows of the guns. The 2 powerhouses in the Marquis mansion who were taking care of them even sprayed blood and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The entire second floor was immediately empty. Of all the people in the Marquis mansion, only Marquis Hidong and his son stood still. However, their legs were shaking, and they seemed to be unsteady. With a single shot, he seriously injured 2 powerhouses in the 8th level chi-refining realm, and killed dozens of powerhouses in the body-quenching realm. Such terrifying strength shocked everyone. Zongtian strode to Mo Xiong's side and asked with concern, "Junior brother, are you okay?" "I'm late." Mo Xiong smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "Senior brother, I'm fine." This is. Zongtian discovered Chu Yan from the moment he went upstairs. Seeing that Mo Xiong made all his efforts to protect this young man, he couldn't help but be puzzled and asked directly. Mo Xiong's face sank, and he pulled Zongtian aside, put it in his ear, and whispered a few words. When Zongtian looked at Chu Yan with a horrified face, Chu Yan had already placed Luo, who was in the palm of his right hand. The break spread. Zhong Tian's eyes widened, and he was shocked. He was on his knees immediately, but was pulled by Mo Xiong, and he suddenly woke up in shock. Bending down and holding hands, Zhong Tian said respectfully, "Zhong Tian sees young master." Small, young master. He Dong's father and son, who could barely stand still, with their legs and feet swayed, sat directly on the ground this time. The Luoyang kingdom is under one person, more than 10,000 people, and Zongtian, the great commander of the 10-party clan army, actually salutes a young man, and also calls young master, this. Several people only felt that their eyes were dark, and the entire restaurant in front of them seemed to be spinning. "Okay, excuse me." Chu Yan nodded with a smile. Looking up at the old man in front of him, he couldn't help being a little surprised. He did not expect that the fellow apprentice Mo Xiong mentioned would actually be the great commander of the Luoyang kingdom, and even such a high-ranking person was a disciple of the Rakshasa sect. Then the strength of this Rakshasa sect. "Thank you, young master." Zhong Tian quickly stood up straight, his face was full of respect, and the joy in his eyes was very obvious. However, when he turned to look at He Dong and He Jin, his face was full of coldness, and the murderous intent in his eyes was stronger than at the beginning. Shh. Two spear lights flashed, and the two Marquis Mansion powerhouses who were still lying on the ground gasping for breath suddenly separated their heads, their limbs were cut off, and the dead could no longer die. "Big Commander, I'm the Marquis." He Dong's face turned green, and with an expression about to cry, he stammered to Zhong Tian, who was walking towards him. He only hoped that the great commander Zhong Tian would be concerned about his own identity and status, and the status of a noble of the kingdom was his only bargaining chip. "First-class Marquis?" Zhong Tian said coldly. Yes. "Wait, He Dong nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, staring at the protruding eyes, looking at the silver spear slowly drawn out of his throat. Vitality quickly emerged from his eyes disappear. Shoo! Another shot was fired. He Dong's son, He Jin, was stabbed to the core, just as he turned around. "Just a Marquis, to dare to take the initiative to our sect, it is not a pity, to die." Zhong Tian looked at the two corpses on the ground with cold eyes without any hesitation. Zhong Tian put away his spear and returned to Chu Yan, knelt down on the ground, and slammed his head. "This subordinate is frightened by the sect master, death penalty, capital crime." Chu Yan was startled, and quickly lifted up Zhong Tian with both hands, saying, it's okay, you don't have to do this big gift in the future." Seeing that Chu Yan actually helped himself up, Zhong Tian was excited. After getting up, he still apologized repeatedly. It seemed that he felt extremely guilty about Chu Yan being attacked in the restaurant. After a while, a large number of footsteps sounded in the restaurant, and the guards of the Grand Commander's mansion arrived, and they were all a little shocked when they saw the corpses in one place. "Dispose of all the corpses, I killed these people," Zhong Tian said to the general who led the team. Then there was a trace of murder in his eyes, and he continued coldly. "Order 10,000 personal guards, give me the Marquis's house and destroy it, not a single one." All the guards of the Grand Commander's mansion were surprised. "As ordered, Commander." The general who led the team hurriedly raised his hand and saluted, then turned around and went downstairs. "Young master, why don't you follow me back to my mansion?" Zhong Tian bowed his hands and asked respectfully. The guards of the Grand Commander's mansion, who were carrying the corpses, all looked up in shock. "Little lord." Commander Zhong Tian called that person young master. "Okay, let's go then." Chu Yan nodded and replied. Okay, young master, please." Zhong Tian's face lit up with joy, and he quickly stretched out his hand to invite him and lead the way in front. #C33 Zhongtian's strength. Chu Yan took Little White Bear and Mo Xiong, followed behind Zhong Tian, and was escorted by the brigade of guards to the Grand Commander's mansion. After they left the Yunlai restaurant, a lot of people gradually gathered towards the restaurant with their heads poking around. Among the crowd of people who were watching, some of them were able-bodied and shrewd in their eyes. Panic disappeared on the streets. It didn't take long for the entire Luoyang city to spread the news that the great commander had killed a first-class marquis in Yunlai restaurant, and slaughtered his entire family, leaving no chickens or dogs. The whole city was shocked. Everyone is in danger. Although there are no less than a dozen first-class marquis in Luoyang Wanqing, they are also dignitaries far exceeding first-rank ministers. Even if the king of Luoyang Kingdom wants to execute a marquis, he will be cautious. Unexpectedly, this great commander killed him when he said it, and also wiped out the whole family. This is definitely a first-class event in Luoyang Wanqing. I heard that Marquis Hidong offended a distinguished guest of the great commander. The great commander was so furious that he even turned into a soul and killed him. This Marquis Hidong is also stupid. It's not good to provoke anyone. If you go to provoke the great commander, even the king will let him. It really deserves it. I don't know who the distinguished guest of the great commander is, but he actually asked the great commander to kill a first-class marquis without hesitation. We must find out as soon as possible. While the major forces in Luoyang Royal City were shocked, there was a lot of discussion. Several ministers rushed into the palace with angry faces to meet the king of Luoyang Kingdom, but left the palace in dismay. It seems that the king did not intend to pursue this matter, but the minister who reported it in the future gave a lesson. That night, the great commander's mansion was brightly lit, and the banquet was noisy. The banquet specially held for Chu Yan was extremely lively. All kinds of precious dishes and fine wines were put on the table by Zhong Tian, and even the tribute wine that was treasured was brought out. Therefore, this reception banquet can be regarded as a joy for the guests and hosts. After the banquet, in Zhong Tian's study, Chu Yan sat in the upper seat, with Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong sitting on both sides. Chu Yan has been staring and thinking. The scene in Yunlai restaurant today kept lingering in his mind. Although I have cultivated from the first stage of the body-quenching realm to the late 9th stage in a few months, this kind of cultivation speed, let alone a genius, can't even be achieved by monsters, but even so, in the face of the strong qi refining realm, Chu Yan is still not enough. If Zhong Tian hadn't arrived in time, he would seriously injure two qi refining realm powerhouses and kill dozens of body-tempering realm people with one move. How terrifying is Zhong Tian's strength? Could it be that there is a higher level above the qi refining realm? With suspicious eyes, Chu Yan slowly looked at Zhong Tian, and after pondering, he asked. Grand Commander, I would like to ask, what kind of strength is after the qi refining realm? When Zhong Tian heard Chu Yan's words, he quickly got up and replied, Go back to the sect master, after breaking through the qi refining realm, you will enter a new realm. In the world of our martial arts, we will be called innate powerhouses. Innate powerhouse? Chu Yan said stunned. Yes, sect master. Zhong Tian nodded. Body tempering and qi refining before Xian Tian are both basic cultivations. One is to strengthen the body of the warrior, and the other is to condense the vortex of true qi. They are collectively called the acquired realm, which is regarded as the entry realm. Therefore, only by stepping into the innate realm, it's the real powerhouse. Mo Xiong nodded, and then said, Sect Master, after stepping into the innate, infuriating energy can nourish the 7 meridians and 8 meridians of our warriors, as well as the internal organs, so, in this way, all aspects of the body's abilities will be greatly improved. For example, even if the acquired powerhouse is at the 9th level of qi refining, the lifespan is only more than 100 years old at most, but as long as they break through into the innate, their lifespan will be greatly extended, and it will not be a problem to be 300 or 400 years old. 300 or 400 years old? Chu Yan said in shock. Mo Xiong nodded, looked at Zhong Tian, and said with a slight smile, Sect Master, my senior brother Zhong Tian is a second-level powerhouse in the innate realm. Now he is more than 130 years old, but he looks like an ordinary person in his 60s. Chu Yan was startled again, and looked at Zhong Tian in disbelief. Sect Master, once you step into the Xiantian realm, a vortex of true qi will form in the Dantian position, and the true qi will also become liquefied, which is more than 10 times stronger than ordinary atomized true qi, and the martial spirit will also be transformed. For the entities. Isn't it possible to participate in the battle? Chu Yan asked. That's right, Sect Master, like my senior brother, his mad rhinoceros armored beast is the 7-star martial spirit. If summoned, its strength is comparable to that of senior brother. Comparable. That is 2 innate powerhouses, which means that the strength is doubled in an instant. Chu Yan frowned slightly and thought deeply. You have a total of 5 martial spirits. If your strength breaks through to the innate realm, and you are summoned at one time when you are facing the enemy, wouldn't it become 5 on 1? 5 times the strength, no matter how strong the opponent is, he will be beaten to death by himself. Not to mention, his 5 martial spirits are all 10-star full martial spirits, and they are all summoned. They fly in the sky, run on the ground, and swim in the water. Maybe they can scare people to death. This is also too defiant. However, breaking through the hurdle of innateness is difficult and dangerous. While Chu Yan was still thinking about how to beat his opponents, Zhong Tian gently reminded him, one of the first conditions is the martial spirit. A martial spirit below 6 stars, no matter how high the talent is, it may stop at the 9th level of qi refining for life. Therefore, if you want to break through to the innate realm, you must have at least 6 stars or more. In Haodian continent, martial soul rank determines future achievements. This is a well-known thing. Therefore, any family or sect, the only evaluation of genius is martial soul star rating, and nothing else. This is the reason. Just like the Chunan of the family and the Blue Ocean of the Extreme Heaven sect, they were trained with all their strength because of the high star rating of their martial spirits. Is it completely impossible for one of the 6-star martial spirits to break through the innate? Chu Yan asked. This, of course, is not absolute. However, it is 100 times more difficult for spirits below 6 stars to break through the innate spirit than spirits above 6 stars. Even if there are 6-star mutant spirits, there may be 100,000 Li, or there may be only one person. I am fortunate to break through to the innate, and I still need countless treasures of heaven and earth to accumulate. Luckily, my martial soul star rating is not low. Are there many innate powerhouses? Chu Yan thought about it and continued to ask. Zhong Tian chuckled, nodded and said, after Xiantian, it is extremely difficult to break through every level of heaven. I was stuck in the late stage of qi refining realm 9th level 70 years ago. It took me 20 years to go from the first level of the Xiantian realm to the second level of the Xiantian realm. Therefore, there are very few people in the Xiantian realm, and there are only a dozen people in my Luoyang kingdom. However, I heard that there are strong people who surpass the Xiantian realm in the Hongye Empire, but I have never seen it before. Red Leaf Empire. Chu Yan said in surprise. #C34 Mountain Bandit Village. Yes, my Luoyang kingdom is just one of the hundreds of kingdoms under the jurisdiction of the Hongye Empire. Our vast continent is divided into the extreme north, the extreme south, the extreme west, and the extreme east. Powerful empires exist, and, it is said, the Zhongtian continent, which is located in the middle of all continents, is even more powerful. All of them are invulnerable to swords and guns, invulnerable to fire and water, immortal, like gods. Hearing Zhong Tian's words, Chu Yan's heart suddenly boiled with enthusiasm. Red Leaf Empire. Zhongtian continent. This martial soul world is so vast, and here, every continent has infinite wonderfulness waiting for him. You must cultivate hard and become stronger as soon as possible. When the time comes, go to the Zhongtian continent and see these legendary powerhouses like gods with your own eyes. Maybe, one day, I can become such a world powerhouse. Not long after, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong said goodbye to Li Yun. Chu Yan, who couldn't calm down for a long time, walked out of the room, walked slowly into the small courtyard, and looked up at the endless stars in the sky. The eyes are long and deep, with a trace of burning heat. Night passed. The next day, just before dawn, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong guarded Chu Yan outdoors until Chu Yan got up and walked out. See Sect Master. When the two saw Chu Yan, they quickly knelt down and salute. According to the rules of the Rakshasa sect, it is necessary to pay tribute to the sect master every day. In the Rakshasa sect, the sect master is the supreme being. After helping the two up, Chu Yan said, "Today, I plan to go for a walk in the royal city, so you don't have to follow." "Yes, sect master, I will arrange for the escort to accompany immediately." After Zhong Tian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Originally, Chu Yan planned to refuse, but seeing Zhong Tian's resolute expression, he hesitated for a while, but still didn't say anything. After a while, two of Zhong Tian's personal guards came to Chu Yan and knelt down and salute. "See, young master." "Okay, there are two of you." After Chu Yan politely returned the salute, he took the two out of the Grand Commander's mansion and onto Wangqing Street. The two guards, dressed in plain clothes, with eagle-eyed eyes, closely followed Chu Yan. Both of them were at the 5th level of Qi refining realm. They were extremely strong and smart. On the way, as long as Chu Yan paid attention or when they stopped, the two would introduce Chu Yan carefully, making Chu Yan extremely satisfied. Looking all the way, Chu Yan walked outside the city unconsciously. On the shaded road, the scenery is pleasant, and the mountains are undulating, which is fascinating. Chu Yan carried a long sword on his back, unfolded his movements, and quickly swept towards a mountain. The Tianfeng Mountains are more than 100 miles away from the Luoyang royal city. Chu Yan unfolded the Rakshasa real body, and pushed the speed to the limit. Well, what a strong bloody smell. The swift Chu Yan frowned, and he keenly sensed that there was a strong bloody aura in the air. What happened? The strong bloody smell from there? He stopped, his eyes swept around, and he felt it for a while, and then walked towards the source of the bloody smell. Now that you have found it, go take a look. Soon, Chu Yan came to a small village in the mountains. The village was very small, with only about 100 families. But now, the whole village is in ruins, many thatched huts have been emptied halfway, and the dirt roads in the village are full of corpses. The crimson blood, dyed the yellow land, sinks into a small blood-colored stream, and looks like a hell on earth. The bloody smell in the air came from this village. This? Chu Yan's face changed greatly, even though he had killed people, he was still shocked by the sight of his eyes. Young master, it is rumored that bandits have appeared near the royal city recently, and my commander has sent troops to kill them. I didn't expect. A guard's face was also ashen. Explained to Chu Yan. These bandits are so vicious that they actually slaughtered the entire village? When Chu Yan heard this, anger rose in his heart, and cold light flashed in his eyes. Lifting his feet and walking slowly, he walked into the small village. The whole village was dead silent, except for the tragic corpses of dead elephants everywhere, which were broken arms and stumps. Most of the corpses on the ground were old people and children. A 2 to 3-year-old boy with a head of ingots was stabbed through the chest with a knife and lay in a pool of blood. Everything in front of him made Chu Yan extremely angry, and his face was ashen. These people have no humanity at all to do such a thing that people and gods are indignant about. Aha! Suddenly, a weak moan entered Chu Yan's ears. Chu Yan's expression moved, and he ran towards the place where the sound came from. Among the ruins, a half-white-haired ant, covered in blood, was severely injured, fell to the ground, but was still alive. "Auntie, how are you?" Chu Yan hurriedly helped her up and asked eagerly. The ant's wound can be seen deep in the bones, the blood is constantly gushing out, and the air is flowing, showing that it is impossible to live. Save my daughter. Please." The ant's eyes narrowed, she saw Yan clearly, and suddenly raised her hand to grab Chu Yan's arm, her face full of pleading. "Who?" "Auntie, tell me who it is?" Chu Yan asked. "It's the bandits from Panlong Mountain, those beasts. After killing the people in the village, they also robbed my daughter." The ant's face was full of grief and anger, with endless resentment. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed, and it really was those bandits, a group of inhuman guys. "Young master, this Panlong Mountain is more than 100 miles away from here, and there are thousands of bandits who often burn, kill and loot in this area. Because of their weak strength, they just rob ordinary people. Auntie, don't worry, I will rescue your daughter." Chu Yan nodded heavily. Thank you, benefactor." A smile appeared on her face, her hands loosened, and the ant swallowed her last breath. "Murder?" Chu Yan got up, clenched his fists, and his brows were full of murderous intent. "A bunch of scumbags, God won't take care of you, I'll come." In an instant, Chu Yan unfolded his body and chased the dirt road outside the village according to the footprints on the ground. Depending on the situation, not long after the village was massacred, the bandits couldn't get far. Chu Yan wants to catch up and kill all these beasts. Drive. Drive. A group of bandits in miscellaneous clothes are urging war horses under their crotch, walking slowly on the mountain path. These bandits walked very slowly, and in the middle of the team, they were also tied with a dozen women. These women, depending on their age, ranged from their teens to their 20s and 30s, and they all looked quite handsome. "Brothers, stop and rest for a while, and then go on your way after eating." A one-eyed bandit leader waved the 9-ringed broadsword in his hand and shouted loudly. When the bandits heard all the cheers, they stopped in place, looking for water, and for making fire, and it became lively. Those women, all of them shrank into a pile with fearful faces, all bowed their heads and shivered all over. "Brother, I'm so lucky this time, look at these watery stains." A bandit had a lewd face, smiled, and his eyes kept scanning the bodies of several young women. His eyes were full of desire. "Ha ha ha, this time the brothers can all get it. I can finally have a good time. #C351 don't want to go." Another bandit with his shirt open and his chest hair exposed laughed out loud, his eyes also greedily looking at the women, and said, "This little girl is so handsome, Mom. Yes, if you sell it to the slave market, at least you can sell it for 500 gold coins." Among the group of women, there is a 14-year-old woman in short clothes. The girl has clear and bright eyes, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, her fair and flawless skin reveals a touch of pink, and thin double lips are as delicate as rose petals. Among the women, it was particularly striking. "Humph. Wang Mozi, if you want to die, just try, this girl is reserved for the boss." The bandit leader snorted coldly and shouted loudly. Suddenly, a woman somehow broke off the hemp rope and fled towards the dense forest. "Ha ha ha, the third head of the family, this little girl handed it over to me." Seeing a woman fleeing, the bandit named Wang Mozi had a happy expression on his face, and hurriedly chased after him. After a few dodging, he caught up with the woman and dragged her into the depths of the dense forest with a grin. For a time, the laughter of the bandits and the cries of women resounded. But not long after, a figure slowly walked out of the jungle. "Haha, Mr. Ma, your speed is too fast, isn't it okay?" "That's right, I said this kid gets up every night to pee, it seems empty, a waste." Ma's third, brag about 7 or 8 times a night every day, look, he's only 5 breaths, it's a shame. Ha ha ha. Looking at the black figure walking out from the jungle, everyone laughed and laughed. However, their expressions soon changed. Because, the person who came out was not the third Ma, but a young man with a long sword on his back. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. You. Who is he so Ma, Wang Matzi? The third master slowly leaned over and shouted coldly. Clang. 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 The sound of weapons being unsheathed sounded, and all the bandits pulled out their steel knives and surrounded Chu Yan in a fan shape. Under the hint of the third master's eyes, the 2 bandits bypassed Chu Yan and ran into the dense forest. After a while, they dragged out a corpse. The bandit leader immediately turned cold, looked at Chu Yan with murderous eyes, and said, Who are you? You are actually against our Panlong Mountain, are you courting death? Looking for death? A cold light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and the murderous aura on his body became heavier and heavier. He looked up at the bandit chief and said, Today, none of you will survive. Humph. You are a 9th level body tempering realm boy, you have such a big tone. The bandit leader felt Chu Yan's aura and sneered disdainfully. The cultivation of the third master is at the 2nd level of chi refining, which is the most powerful. Moreover, there are 2 or 3 people in his team who also have the 1st level of chi refining. Moreover, the number of people has an absolute advantage, and it is not easy to deal with a child at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. However, the bandit leader did not act directly. He had been on the tip of the knife for a long time, and he was able to get into the position of the 3rd head of Panlong Mountain, not only by strength, but also by being cautious. You go to me and kill him. With a wave of his hand, the bandit leader shouted to his opponent. Kill. Kill him. Come on together. Suddenly, more than a dozen bandits roared and rushed towards Chu Yan, and while Liang's steel knife was as fast as lightning, slashing at Chu Yan fiercely. Seeing this situation, the third master couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Under this wave of attacks, how could the young man survive? The dozen or so people who took the shot were all at the 5th to 9th level of the body-quenching realm, and more than a dozen infuriating chi surged, not to mention the body-quenching realm. Even if they were experts in the quenching realm, they had to deal with it carefully. In the face of more than a dozen knives slashing over, Chu Yan sneered. Court death. Shoo. The dazzling sword light flashed, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. Ah, ah, ah. More than a dozen screams sounded, and the dark red blood spurted out the blood mist, and more than a dozen people fell on their backs with a bloodstain on their necks. One-shot kill. What? All the bandits stared at the boss with frightened eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. What made them completely unexpected was that a boy at the 9th level of tempering body could actually kill more than a dozen people with one sword. Although most of his strengths were a little worse, but this strength is too terrifying. Go on. Give me all the extra numbness. A kid at the 9th level of tempering realm can turn the sky over. The bandit leader's face was flushed, and he roared again and again. He picked up the 9-ring sword and rushed forward. Leaping forward, the 9-ring steel knife made a crisp sound of metal rings, and the infuriating energy poured into the blade. The face of the third master was full of pride. With his 9-ring sword, even a powerhouse at the 3rd level of chi refining realm might not be able to withstand it. Call out. Chu Yan didn't dodge at all, he drew his sword and swung it out. Sword chi is like a rainbow. This sword is exactly the 2nd form of the 13th form of thunder, the bright sword form. Clang! The big sword and the sword light collided fiercely, making a loud noise. Chu Yan was shocked and took 3 steps back, and the bandit leader, after landing, also took 3 steps back. In this move, the two are actually indistinguishable. Although the bandit leader was at the second level of Qi refining realm, 2 realms higher than Chu Yan, he was far behind in terms of cultivation and martial arts. Although Chu Yan's cultivation level is only at the 9th level of quenching the body, but the Rakshasa infuriating energy is extremely powerful, and when the real body of the Rakshasa is deployed, the strength is comparable to the powerhouse of the 3rd level of Qi refining. In addition, Chu Yan's physical strength can even be compared to a powerhouse at the 5th level of Qi refining. In addition to the 13 thunder swords, the more Chu Yan practiced, the more he felt that this martial art could never be a high-grade Huang level exercise, and its power was stronger than a middle-level Xian level exercise. If it weren't for the second style of Jianlei's 13 swords, the swordsmanship had not been practiced to a small extent, and with that sword just now, Chu Yan would not have been able to tie the bandit leader. How is this possible? The bandit leader was taken aback and shouted in shock, "You are only at the 9th level of body tempering realm, how can you be so strong?" Chu Yan's strength shocked the bandit leader. He is very clear about his own strength, especially the 9-ring sword technique, which is impossible for ordinary Qi refining 3-level warriors to accept. But now, taking advantage of the moment when the bandit leader was sluggish, Chu Yan's sword was like lightning, and the sword energy passed by, making everyone invincible. In an instant, 5 bandits were killed by a sword. There were more than 20 of these bandits in total, and nearly 20 of them were killed by Chu Yan, leaving only 3 melons and 2 dates. Die! The light in his eyes burst, Chu Yan shouted loudly, his figure flashed like a ghost, the sword light flashed, and another bandit was cut into 2 pieces by the chest, and the blood was mixed with the internal organs, and it flowed all over the ground. But Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and his figure turned sharply again. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and the sword light is like electricity, killing one person in one step. In the end, when Chu Tian stopped and stood quietly on the spot, apart from the corpses on the ground, only the 3rd master was still standing. "Boy! You have the kind of people who dare to kill me in Panlong Mountain, you wait." The 3rd master had a grim expression on his face, and after speaking bitterly, he was about to turn around and leave. In his opinion, this young man is very strong, but he is at most tied with him, and it is difficult for him to kill the young man. Therefore, he chose to leave, preparing to take revenge in the future. "Want to go?" Chu Yan flashed and stopped the bandit leader. "Humph! Boy, don't be dead or alive. Do you think you killed me?" The bandit leader shouted with a livid face. "Have you forgotten?" Chu Yan sneered, squinting at the 3rd master, and when the other party showed a stunned expression, he continued, "I said, today, none of them will survive. #C36 Beg Sun." Chu Yan's sneer made the bandit leader furious. He shouted loudly, and the martial spirit behind him rose into the air. It was actually a wild boar with tusks, with red eyes. Martial spirit emerged, and the bandit leader's strength increased by at least 30%. He strode out, and the 9-ring sword was raised high again. Under the movement, a whistling wind sounded and slashed straight to the top of Chu Yan's head. There was a sneer at the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. When the bandit leader's 9-ring saber was about to slash to the top of his head, Chu Yan's figure slowly disappeared. "What?" With a slash in the air, the bandit leader, who lost his balance under the force, swayed under his feet for a while, barely standing still, and turned sharply to look behind him. The place where the young man stood just now was empty, and the surroundings were silent. "No, gone?" The shocked expression just appeared on the 3rd master's face, but there was a sharp pain in his chest. In an instant, his strength quickly lost, his eyes darkened, and his body slowly fell down. The moment he landed, he saw behind him a figure slowly emerging from the void. This figure is exactly Chu Yan, who performed the white tiger black pattern technique. Call. After beheading all the bandits, Chu Yan finally let out a breath. The white tiger and black tattoos really didn't disappoint me. With a smile on Chu Yan's face, he slowly turned to look at the group of women. These women were still stunned. Come out, let these women go, and let them go home. Chu Yan snorted softly and said to the two guards of the Grand Commander's mansion, who were forcibly ordered not to take action. When Chu Yan killed the bandit leader just now, the two had already walked out from behind the tree. Yes, young master. When the two bowed their hands in salute, their faces were also full of admiration. They didn't expect that Chu Yan, with his 9th-level body-quenching realm, actually killed 3 chi-refining realm powerhouses. This strength was too incredible, and there was a look of awe in his eyes. Thank you for your life-saving grace. A group of women also woke up at this time, and in gratitude, they all knelt down. Chu Yan smiled lightly and waved his hand. Along, the grace of rebirth today, the little girl can't repay it. Please let me know your name, and Yuer will remember it for life. At this time, the short-shirted girl walked gently in front of Chu Yan, pursing her jade lips. The girl in the short coat was the girl the bandit leader said he would send to the big boss, just now. At this time, when I looked up close, her face was beautiful and cold, her eyes were like deep pools of black jade, and her skin was white and delicate, like ivory carvings. However, she saw her eyebrows were curved, her small nose was slightly upturned, her face was like white jade, and her face was like white jade. With a bright pearl hanging from her neck, it gave off a faint halo, which made her look like she was dressed in pink and jade. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this group of women to be so stunning. My name is Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled slightly, brought a war horse and handed the reins to the girl. Go back to the village, I will help you bury your dead relatives. Thank you, my grandfather. The girl nodded lightly, with a grateful expression on her face. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to simply clean up the scene with 2 guards, and then headed towards the village. Blue Village. The village that was just slaughtered. At this time, a group of strong men were burying their bodies with sad faces. The women who had just returned to the village, seeing this scene, suddenly cried out in pain and ran to their relatives. When Chu Yan stepped forward to ask, he realized that these people were all from nearby villages. Knowing that something had happened here, he came to help the aftermath and buried the dead villagers in the ground for safety. The girl in short coat ran directly to a corpse, crying sadly. That corpse was the aunt that Chu Yan had seen before. It turns out that she is the aunt's daughter. Chu Yan suddenly understood. Chu Yan stepped forward and comforted softly, Miss Condolences. Auntie has made her wish, she will rest in peace. When the girl heard it, she cried even more sadly, and her weak body trembled slightly. Chu Yan sighed, this life and death parting is the most painful. Son. The girl heard Chu Yan's sigh, and suddenly turned around and knelt down toward Chu Yan. Yuer is an orphan. If it wasn't for my mother's adoption and raising me, I would have died in this forest long ago. My mother treats me like she's gone, so that Yuer can grow up happily, but she doesn't want to be killed like this today. Why am I so weak? If I can become a powerful warrior, I can protect her and protect everyone who died here. Yes, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. The girl cried and told, as if she wanted to vent all her sadness, and it seemed like she was endlessly rebuking herself. The more she talked, the more her body trembled, the pear blossoms crying on the whole face were filled with rain, and the color of the flowers was pale, which made people look very pitiful. But what else can be done but sadness and self-blame? In a world where the strong eat the weak will have the same fate as hers. Chu Yan was silent. Girl, don't be too sad, the spirit of your family, I hope you can cheer up. Chu Yan could only comfort him like this. It's better to bury your relatives first, so that she can be buried in peace. After Chu Yan finished speaking, together with the girl, they buried the old man on the edge of a beautiful highland. After that, Chu Yan left some money and was ready to leave. Son. Just after walking a few steps, a soft whistle sounded. Chu Yan turned around and looked. It was the girl in the short coat. The girl moved gently, walked to Chu Yan's side, knelt directly on the ground, and said, Yuer wants to follow the sun. I hope the sun will take him in. After finishing speaking, a pair of big eyes that flickered nervously, looking at Chu Yan, with a look of anticipation on his face. Chu Yan was stunned, and frowned slightly. Girl, why are you following me? What is the purpose? There are beautiful women. Of course Chu Yan doesn't want to refuse, but he doesn't get overwhelmed. He doesn't even know the intention of the other party, so he brings them home. Yuer wants to learn the way of cultivation from the sun and become a martial artist. There was a hint of determination in his big eyes, and his expression was very serious. Young master is a good person. Only you can help Yuer. Yuer can do everything, wash clothes, cook, and be a cow and a horse to repay the sun. I beg your son to take him in. The girl bent down deeply, and her forehead touched the ground, leaving a tinge of red on the ground. Chu Yan's face changed greatly, and he was deeply moved. He quickly helped the girl, and said with the same serious face, As long as you are not afraid of danger and hardship, I will help you to cultivate in the future. Also, whenever you want to leave, I will never stop you. In Chu Yan's view, this girl is by no means simple. Although she looks weak, her heart is extremely firm. Thank you, sir. There was finally a smile on the girl's face, and the smile that bloomed instantly was like 100 flowers blooming, making people feel like a spring breeze. Afterwards, Chu Yan returned to Luoyang Wangqing with the girl and 2 guards. Along the way, Chu Yan and the girl chatted for a long time and learned a lot about her situation. The girl's name is Lan Yuer, a very poetic name. He is younger than Chu Yan, only 14 years old. He usually practiced with some body-quenching realm powerhouses in the village, but he realized a bit of aura, but his strength is only at the 2nd level body-quenching realm, which is slightly stronger than ordinary people. #C37 Moonsister. Before dark, Chu Yan returned to the Grand Commander's mansion. After introducing Lan Yuer to Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong, Chu Yan took Lan Yuer to his small courtyard. Chu Yan's courtyard was originally Zhong Tian's residence. It was a typical courtyard structure. Chu Yan lived in one room, Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong each lived in one room, and one room happened to be vacant. Yuer, you can live here in the future. Chu Yan originally planned to help clean up the room, but was rejected by the girl, and even the maids sent by Zhong Tian refused, but left the daily necessities sent, so he cleaned up by himself. In less than half an hour, the girl finished packing and followed Chu Yan to the courtyard to sit down. In terms of cultivation in the future, I will find time to teach you little by little, and I will also prepare exercises and martial arts. You can refine your true qi and strive to awaken your martial soul as soon as possible. If it doesn't work, I will find a way to find a medicinal pill. Awakening the martial soul depends on one's own perception, and on the other hand, on medicinal pills. There is no other way. Well, thank you, sir. The girl hurriedly stood up and saluted, thanking her repeatedly, and was naturally very moved by Chu Tian's arrangement. That. Yuer, you don't have to be so polite in the future, you don't have to always salute, just order it at will. Chu Yan said with a smile. Also, don't call me your son in the future, just call me by your name. How can this be done? The girl's face was anxious, and she shook her head again and again. I'm just a maid of the sun, how dare you call the sun a taboo? Chu Yan was speechless. This girl is beautiful, but if she was so restrained, it would make Chu Yan a little uncomfortable. After a little sigh, Chu Tian looked at the girl and said with a serious face. Well, if the girl is willing, she will be my sister in the future. What? The girl was shocked when she heard Chu Yan's words, stared at Shui Lingling's big eyes, and looked at Chu Yan dully. Exactly, you don't have any relatives, and I don't have a sister. Chu Yan asked, with a straight face. Do you want to? I. The girl's eyes struggled, flickering again and again, biting her lips lightly, her face flushed, bright red. You don't want to? Chu Yan asked. No. Yue is of course willing. The girl's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears of excitement poured out. Ha, okay, starting today, I, Chu Yan, have a younger sister. Chu Yan laughed out loud, turned to look at Lan Yue and said with a smile. Then, still not called brother? Brother Chu Yan. The girl's shy face was like a peach blossom, and when she let out a soft cry, her head was already lowered. Okay, ha. Chu Yan opened his mouth and laughed again. It's just dawn. In the misty morning light, Chu Yan stood in the courtyard with a sword. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the thin morning mist floated lightly in the air, but when it passed by Chu Yan, it suddenly accelerated and was swept by an invisible and colorless cyclone. At this time, Chu Yan's mind was empty and bright, and he carefully comprehended the bright sword style of Thunder 13 swords. Thunder swordsmanship is very different from other swordsmanships. This swordsmanship focuses on meaning rather than form. For each type of swordsmanship to be perfected, it is necessary to lightly move and focus on artistic conception, otherwise it will go astray and be difficult to achieve. This point, Chu Yan had already realized when he passed the Thundering Nine Heavens Golden Dome trial. Chu Yan, in his mind, kept drawing his sword and stabbing out, and a sword light passed by, and a sword was as fast as a sword. There is a tiger in the heart. Suddenly a feeling flashed, Chu Yan opened his eyes fiercely. In an instant, take out the sword. The sharp sword shadow flashed past, and the harsh sound was like the sound of metal friction. On the ground in front of Chu Yan, a trace like a stick scratched across the ground stretched straight forward. It shot out more than 10 meters away. It's done. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the straight scratches on the ground with a happy expression on his face. The second style of the Thunder 13 swords, the bright sword style, when Chu Yan first practiced, he stabbed with a sword, but left a groove on the ground that was more than a meter deep and wide, but at this moment, it was only a light scratches. It's not because the marble on the floor of the Grand Commander's mansion is too hard, but because the second style of the Thunder Sword technique, the bright sword style, requires extreme speed and condensed sword chi. The power is stronger, and when it reaches the final stage, only the sword will be seen, and even the sound will not be left, not to mention the traces on the ground. But now, Chu Yan stabbed with a sword, only leaving a light mark on the ground, which is enough to show that he has practiced this style to the realm of small success, and the power is several times higher than the original. That's great. If you fight against the bandit leader last time, you don't even need the white tiger black pattern technique. With just this sword, you can defeat him. Chu Yan was very excited. After practicing for nearly a month, he finally reached the realm of small success. Moreover, Chu Yan is even more certain that this thunder swordsmanship can never be a Huangpin martial arts. Call. Exhaling and making a sound, Chu Yan took the breath and collected the work, returning the sword to the sheath. At this moment, a young girl in yellow held a warm teacup and handed it to Chu Yan. Brother Chu Yan, it's amazing, take a break with a cup of tea. Chu Yan gently took the teacup and smiled. Yue is so beautiful today. At this time, Lan Yue, dressed in a yellow long gown, bright and moving, with light eyebrows and bright eyes, plus the morning mist, at first glance, like a fairy in the world, like a dream. In the past few days, I heard that Chu Yan accepted Yue as his sister. Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong were overjoyed and sent a lot of clothes and accessories as gifts. And Lan Yue dressed up casually, and Chu Yan was stunned. Even Zhong Tian, the commander of countless beauties, exclaimed again and again, jokingly calling Lan Yue the #1 beauty in Luoyang Kingdom. Brother Chu Yan, just now Uncle Zhong came over and said that today the Xingxing building in the city will hold an auction once a month. Ask Brother Chu Yan if he wants to go? With a charming smile, the girl looked at Chu Yan and said, Auction? Chu Yan was stunned for a while, and then chuckled lightly. Exactly, Yue has been here for a few days, and hasn't been out yet. I'll take you out for a walk. Maybe we will be able to photograph precious medicinal pills. Chu Yan said with a smile. Yeah. All right. Yue nodded lightly, with excitement in her big eyes. Picking Star Building. The largest auction venue in Luoyang Royal City, the forces behind it are extremely powerful. Among Haotian continent, when it comes to wealth, Zhexinglu is probably second to none. The star-picking tower has a long history and has been developing in various parts of Luotian continent for hundreds of years. According to the gossip, it seems to be inextricably linked with a powerful ancient sect. Business and military affairs have always been the lifeblood of any force, and this wealthy and adversarial country's commercial organization, the Xingxinglu, has even participated in the royal family. Although countless people are envious of its profits, no one dares to fight its ideas. Under the leadership of a maid, Chu Yan still took the 2 guards from last time, and Yue walked into the auction. #C38 3-star Demon Fire. Entering it, the bright surroundings became dim, and there were bursts of noise, which came into the ears from all directions, causing Chu Yan, who prefers a quiet environment, to frown. The auction venue is very large, and it is not difficult to accommodate 1,000 people. At this time, under the lights in the center of the auction venue, a stunning beauty in a red robe is using that charming and tender voice, explain to everyone in the venue the function of the item in hand. Under the coquettish voice of the glamorous woman, the price of that item, which is not really precious and rare, is rising steadily. After finding a slightly off position, Chu Yan pulled Yue to sit down, and glanced at the charming woman in the field. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that many of the guests came for her. Deacon of Picking Star Tower, Monli, a well-known beauty in Luoyang Wanqing, her graceful figure and charming style make countless men bow down under her red dress. Sweeping around casually, he suddenly frowned. In another corner not far away, a man looked at Monli on the stage with fiery eyes, his hands closed between the pair of delicate cherry-red mouths, constantly twitching under me. Damn it! Chu Yan rolled his eyes, a black line on his head. This guy is too good, push it. With a low scolding, Chu Yan pulled Yue's little hand and moved a few positions to the side. With the corners of her eyes beating, she looked at the woman on the stage who was twisting her body again. Fairy. Seeing the items in Manli's hands, Chu Yan was not interested at all. It was impossible to spend precious spirit stones to buy scraps, even if a beautiful woman said that there is nothing in the sky and nothing in the ground. Young master, there are 2 princes and 4 first-class dukes in the VIP room over there. The guard behind him whispered to Chu Yan's ear, there should be treasures to be auctioned, otherwise they won't come here. Among the dignitaries of the Luoyang kingdom, they are known as 1 great leader, 2 great generals, 3 great princes and 4 great nobles, but now, this auction has actually attracted 2 princes and 4 great dukes. Well, there should be something good. His heart tightened, his brows raised slightly, and Chu Yan touched his chin curiously. What was it that attracted these big men? I have to say that this woman named Monli is a genius. His eyes and smiles changed the price off the court. Whenever someone shouts a higher price again, she will vote for that person. The charming smile suddenly made those men even more frenzied. The atmosphere in the entire auction hall has always maintained a climax state. Everyone, I think everyone will be interested in the next auction item. Man Liu waved her hand lightly, and one of the attendants brought a box, which was opened, and there was a jade bottle inside. This is the second-grade medicinal pill. The slender jade hand gently picked up the white jade vial, and the charming smile made the field quiet. But then, all kinds of discussions sounded. In the martial arts world, the most sought-after things were the various medicinal pills refined by alchemists. Establishing Foundation Dan. It is effective for warriors within the body-quenching realm. It is hundreds of times better than ordinary body-quenching pills, especially for teenagers who have not awakened their martial arts. The moving voice is full of temptation, the slightly open red lips, and spit out a numb and delicate voice, which makes the bones a little sore. Hee, if you want to have a peerless genius junior in your family, don't miss it. The Foundation pill can increase the speed of cultivation, and it is 100 times faster than the body-tempering pill that ordinary medicine halls can produce. This is a good thing. However, this pill can't be fake, right? Manly's introduction was vague, and the audience suddenly someone asked. Haha, this medicinal pill has been personally appraised by Master Moni from the star-sitting building. It is of the second rank, and there will be no problem. Please rest assured, Manly Mei said with a smile. I heard that it was personally identified by Master Moni. The doubts in the field suddenly subsided. Everyone knows that Master Moni is a 2-star alchemist, and the entire Luoyang royal city, even the prince and duke who see him, must give him 3 points of courtesy. Chu Yan's expression moved, and when he glanced at the jade bottle, he couldn't help thinking about it. For Yue, who had not awakened his martial soul, the most lacking thing was a second-grade medicinal pill awakening soul pill. Before that, it would of course be better to swallow this foundation pill. This foundation building Dan has 2 spiritual stones, please bid. Manly chuckled, her charming eyes swept across the audience, especially when she was looking for the VIP area. She deliberately stopped for a while, of course she knew who it was. Rich people. I'll give you 2 spirit stones. As soon as Manly's voice fell, someone made a bid. I'll give you 3 spirit stones. Someone immediately raised the price and followed closely behind. The atmosphere of the field content quickly heated up, and after a while, the price was raised to 7 spirit stones. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, he didn't immediately bid, closed his eyes slightly, and waited for the cannon fodder to finish. It didn't take long for the fierce price competition to begin to weaken. A young man in Chinese clothing in the VIP area raised his hand and said lightly, I will give you 10 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as the voice fell, the venue suddenly became quiet. Many people looked at the young man in Huafu who just made a bid, and chose to give up in frustration. They did not have the strength to compete with blood swordsmen. Hee, young Master Long, haven't you awakened your martial soul? Why did you still buy this foundation pill? A middle-aged man turned his head and said with a smile. Prince Buffon, what do I buy, do you care? Young Master Huafu was obviously not on the right track with the middle-aged prince, so he said coldly. Humph. Then see if you can get it. Buffon, a middle-aged man who was a prince, was suddenly a little annoyed and hummed. 12 high-grade spirit stones. The price was followed closely, suppressing Longshao's price. Most of the countries in Haotian continent are established by sects, and the largest sect in Luoyang Kingdom is the Emperor Tianzong, which is also the sect that controls this country, and the Orthodox kingship. The position of the duke is 2 of the 4 dukes, and the blood knife gate is one of them. This young man in Chinese clothes, Long Xiao, is the young sect master of Blood Sword sect, and he is also a well-known figure in Luoyang Kingdom. 13 high-grade spirit stones. In less than a few minutes, under everyone's astonished eyes, the 2 raised the price to 15 high-grade spirit stones like mad dogs. Spirit stones are divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower grades. Each level up, the value doubles. That is to say, 15 high-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 60 ordinary spirit stones. This is a huge amount of wealth. The annual income of the previous small force. 30 high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yan, who closed his eyes, suddenly said. The hall fell silent for a moment, and all eyes turned to Chu Yan, including the blood swordsman Long Xiao and Prince Bufan, who had just bid wildly, were also shocked by the suddenly doubled price. Who is this kid? I haven't seen it before. How come there are so many people like this in Wanqing? Prince Bufan laughed. Long Xiao's eyes were sharp, and he stared at Chu Yan for a long time. After turning his head, he hesitated for a while, and finally gave up. The purpose of his coming today is the same as the purpose of several other princes and nobles, it is for that thing. Prince Bufan looked at Long Xiao's appearance and shrugged his shoulders. It was a good idea to build a foundation pill, but it wasn't his purpose either, so he just gave up. This young master has bid for 30 high-grade spirit stones, are there any more bids? Manly said, looking at Chu Yan with a charming smile. Okay, congratulations to this young master for winning this foundation pill. Seeing that no one responded, Manly finally raised her hand and announced. Chu Yan in the corner nodded with a smile. 30 high-grade spirit stones were considered a lot of wealth for others, but for Chu Yan, who had Rakshasa space, it was only a drop in the bucket. In his Rakshasa space, the pile of spirit stones left to him by the previous sect master had more than 1,000 pieces, and all of them were high-grade spirit stones. Hee, the next lot is the last one, and it's the most anticipated. Manly said, and suddenly stopped, a smile like a peach and apricot swept across the audience, hanging everyone. After the appetite, he went on to say. It can be used as a pill fire, a 3-star demon fire. #C39 Martial Soul's Restlessness. It can be used as a pill fire, a 3-star demon fire. As soon as a few words came out of Manly's mouth, there was a sudden silence in the hall. Compared with the previous second-grade medicinal pill, the shock caused by the demon fire was undoubtedly more sensational. Although the medicinal pill is precious, it is only a one-time item, and the demon fire can be used for a lifetime, and it can even allow people to get involved in that enviable profession. Because, as long as there is a demon fire, if you are lucky enough to refine it and become an alchemist that everyone admires, then don't you worry that there is no elixir? All you can eat. Thousands of eyes stared straight at the jade box that Manly was slowly opening. A quaint bronze lamp is presented, and at the top of the lamp, a pale yellow flame is beating slightly. As it jumped gently, everyone's atria followed, and in the entire venue, only the sound of heavy breathing, the beating of the atria, and the sound of swallowing saliva were heard. Compared with the shock of others, at this time, Chu Yan, in his sea of consciousness, exploded like a river overturned. A red ball of light slowly rose from the 5 martial spirits and rose to the highest position in the entire sea of consciousness. The light was brilliant, and it continued to convey to Chu Yan the message that it was going to devour the demon fire. This. Chu Yan was stupid. Originally, after his white tiger martial spirit reached 10 stars, Chu Yan had tried to awaken the other 4 martial spirits. No matter what kind of spirit grass, the other 4 full-star martial spirits had absolutely no intention of awakening and recovering. But now, the martial soul of the red light group suddenly went crazy and tossed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Could that demon fire help my second spirit recover? But what is the relationship between demon fire and martial spirit? In the venue, some people slowly recovered from the shock, with a pair of fiery eyes staring at the flames in the stands, and even the coquettish and moving Manly was quickly forgotten. Call. Chu Yan, who was sitting in the corner, finally suppressed the martial spirit of the red light ball in the sea of knowledge, and did not let it come out directly. The white tiger martial spirit and the other 3 regiments all hid in the corner in fright. Samsung Demon Fire. His eyes swept over the pale yellow flame, and Chu Yan subconsciously pursed his lips. As we all know, to become an alchemist, you must use the demon fire to sacrifice your martial soul, so that you can have the soul fire required for refining medicine pills. Therefore, the demon fire is the first-order fire seed in the third-order 9 stars. The possibility of becoming an alchemist. Manli's tone became low and serious. The darker the color of the flame, the stronger the power. And this beast with the surname of the demon fire, the bone fire nether wolf. It already has a hint of light yellow, and after the identification of many of our masters, it was designated as a 3-star demon. Fire. Hiss. It's actually an earth-level monster, it's terrifying. Really, look, that flame has a little yellowish color, and its power is definitely not small. Yeah, using this flame to sacrifice the spirit, the success rate will be much higher than that of the 1-star and 2-star demon fires. Various discussions and exclamations rang out, and after pointing, the venue became lively. But Manli suddenly spoke up, the smile on her face, like a blooming flower bud, slowly bloomed, and she swept across the audience with a wink, once again attracting everyone's attention. However, for the sake of my reputation, I have to announce all the results of the appraisal of it by several masters. This 3-star demon fire is incomplete. What? Damn it, so that's the case. I said, why is Xinglu willing to put it up for auction? It turns out he's a waste of fire. It's a profiteer, such a waste fire is actually put up for auction. Manli's voice just fell. The venue was buzzing like a frying pan, and this news was undoubtedly like a basin of cold water, which completely extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. However, several masters have made it clear that although this 3-star demon fire is incomplete, it has a higher chance of success than the 2-star demon fire sacrifice. It's a little more dangerous. Manli continued to explain, trying to increase its value. Humph. It is a matter of life-saving to use demon fire sacrifices to refine martial arts. Who dares to use incomplete fire seeds? If they are not careful, they will die. Prince Buffon snorted again, and it was obvious from his angry face that he had decided to give up. It's so easy to become an alchemist, a bunch of cowards. Long Xiao of the Blood Sword sect, but his face was full of excitement, his eyes were fixed on the flame, his face was still full of scorching heat. Miss Manli, what's the reserve price for this waste? Just when everyone had their own thoughts and hesitated, someone shouted anxiously. With a charming smile still on her glamorous face, Manli smiled and said, 3-star demon fire, the auction reserve price is 100 top-grade spirit stones. As soon as the sky-high price came out, the content of the venue suddenly became quiet. Obviously, most people did not have the deep financial resources at all. In the corner, Chu Yan couldn't help but gently shook his head. This woman is really ruthless, not ordinary ruthless. 100 high-grade spirit stones, that is 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, even the entire Chu family, not worth so much money. The faces of several princes and nobles in the VIP area are also full of livid colors at this sky-high price. However, for auctions, it is one thing for you to bid the price, but it is another matter if anyone buys it. Whether it was because of the incompleteness of this kind of fire, or because the price was against the sky, the atmosphere in the venue at this time was extremely cold. In the face of this embarrassing cold scene, Manli did not take any measures, and still waited with a smile on her face. He knew very well that the temptation to become an alchemist would definitely make people take risks, even if they did everything they could. Boiba has the opportunity to reach the sky at this step. Sure enough, not beyond her expectations, an old man raised his hand first. I'll give you 100 high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yan's eyes followed the voice, and the guard behind him had lowered his head and said to his ear. Young master, this person is the side-by-side power of Luoyang King City and Blood Sword sect, Qianya sect. That old man is their sect master, and his name is Jiuxiao. Qianya sect. Chu Yan nodded. 110 top-grade spirit stones. The next bidder was a plump middle-aged man covered in jewels, who looked like a nouveau riche no matter what. $120. The old man glared sharply at the fat nouveau riche and continued to bid. The sound of bidding in the venue was sparse, completely different from the lively scenes of other auctions before. After all, more than 100 high-grade spirit stones were definitely not something that ordinary forces could take. I'll pay $200. Long Xiao from the Blood Sword sect finally spoke out coldly. As soon as his price was shouted, the two people in front were suddenly shocked, their eyes struggled a few times, and they could only helplessly shake their heads and give up. It's no wonder that, in this Luoyang King city, in addition to a few grand dukes and princes, there are only a few people who can take them out. Moreover, these people are all dignitaries, and let them go to the blog in order to become alchemists. Life, I really don't necessarily want to. For a time, no second person was willing to pay a higher price. I will give out 300 high-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a voice came from the angular position of the venue, making Manly, who was about to announce the result, suddenly happy. Everyone looked at the source of the voice at the same time, with shocked expressions on their faces. It's him again? Who is that young man? How rich is he? Humph. I think it's the rich young master, from there, coming from the prodigal family. Yeah, I haven't seen it in Wangqing. I heard that there are several rich families under the county seat. When all kinds of discussions sounded, a gloomy gaze stabbed at Chu Yan fiercely. #C40 Blood Knife Gate. When all kinds of discussions sounded, a gloomy gaze stabbed at Chu Yan fiercely. Long Xiao from the Blood Sword sect was full of anger. In the entire Luoyang royal city, except for a few princes and dukes, who would dare not to give himself face, a prodigal who didn't know that he ran out of the mountain nest, and just wanted to be in his own place with a few stinky money. Playing with prestige on the head, this Luoyang royal city is not something you can get along with if you have money. 320 yuan. There was a clear smell of gunpowder in Long Xiao's bidding voice. 350 yuan. Chu Yan, who had an indifferent face, quoted the price that caused an uproar in the audience. Manly on the host stage, looking at the two people who were fighting fiercely, her charming smile became more and more alluring. 360 yuan. Long Xiao coldly shouted desperately with bloodshot eyes. 400 yuan. Chu Yan's voice was still as flat as water. Long Xiao from the Blood Sword sect stood up abruptly, his two eyes staring at him like red lanterns. Just as his lips were shaking and he was about to increase the price again, the old man standing beside him whispered softly in his ear. Master, the resources given to you by the sect master have reached their peak. Hearing the old man's words, Long Xiao's whole body was shocked, and he gave Chu Yan a resentful look before sitting down. Okay, I declare that this 3-star demon fire belongs to this young master. Although Manly had an extremely bright smile on her face, she was still a little dissatisfied with not being able to call out the other party's name. She just secretly decided to find out who this rich young man was as soon as possible after the auction ended. All the items in this auction are sold out. Seeing the end of the auction, Chu Yan couldn't help chuckling, stood up slowly, and walked towards the backstage. The process of handing over the spirit stone and picking up the lot went very smoothly. Manly, who originally wanted to have a good chat with Chu Yan, suddenly froze when she saw Lan Yuer, and immediately dismissed her thoughts. Chu Yan walked back all the way out of the auction house of the star-picking building, but he didn't want to. As soon as he passed a square, he was stopped by two figures. Who are you? Chu Yan asked suspiciously, looking at the familiar person in front of him. Congratulations to the little brother for taking the 3-star demon fire. The man was dressed in Chinese clothes, and the embroidery of a blood-red long knife on his chest was lifelike. "Oh, thank you." Chu Tian replied politely, "What's the matter with you?" Long Xiao glanced at the old man behind him, and after the other party nodded, he said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, I want to borrow your 3-star demon fire to take a look. I was at the auction just now. I was far away, and I didn't see it very clearly." Chu Yan was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Moreover, Chu Yan also remembered that this is the person who just bid with him. After a little sigh, Chu Yan saw that the other party had a good attitude. After hesitating, he nodded and agreed. Nodding to the guard behind him who was holding the big box, the guard slowly opened the big black box in his hand, revealing a crystal cover inside. Inside, a pale yellow flame was beating slightly. "Many thanks, son. By the way, I have never seen Sun in Luoyang Wanqing before. Do you know where Sun is from?" Long Xiao took the crystal hood from Chu Yan's guard and asked, casually, with a smile on his face. "Me? I just came to Luoyang Royal City, from Longmen Town in Luonan City." Chu Yan replied. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, a trace of anger flashed in Long Xiao's eyes, and he frowned slightly. "Young sect master, sure enough, this 3-star demon fire lacks a trace of wood-type spiritual power, and it is indeed a defective product, but it happens to be related to your wood-type martial spirit." The old man behind Long Xiao carefully probed the 3-star demon fire and said in a low voice. Hearing the old man's words, Long Xiao's face suddenly appeared overjoyed. After turning his eyes around a few times, he looked at Chu Yan and said, "Boy, I want this 3-star demon fire, you can ask for a price." Chu Yan frowned. Looking up at Hua Xiao, whose complexion has changed greatly, and even the title has changed, different hearts are filled with disgust. "Not for sale." Chu Yan shook his head. Seeing Chu Yan's resolute attitude, Long Xiao couldn't help but be furious, and said fiercely, "Boy, you'd better be more acquainted. This Luoyang Royal City is no better than your country. If you want to live longer, you better be smarter." "Smart?" Chu Yan sneered, "If you don't sell it, come grab it if you have the ability." At this moment, a team of imperial guards of the royal city just patrolled past the two, causing Long Xiao's complexion to change constantly. "Okay, you have a seed, and I'll give it back to you." Long Xiao took the crystal cover from the old man's hand, threw it on the ground, and rolled all the way to Chu Yan's feet, so dazzling. When the two guards behind Chu Yan saw it, their faces were furious. When they were about to step forward, Chu Yan reached out to stop him and shook his head. The two of them held back. "You." Chu Yan pointed at Long Xiao, "Pick it up for me." The other party laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, let me pick it up." "In my eyes, young Master Long, you are not as good as the garbage on the ground." "Bold." The two guards heard, and since they shouted, the momentum of the 5th level of Qi refining realm poured out. Long Xiao and the old man were stunned when they saw it, but they were not afraid, and sneered, "Do you want to court death?" After speaking, the aura of the whole body was released, and a green 8-legged spider was suspended behind him. This Long Xiao spirit turned out to be a spider. However, different from ordinary spiders, its spider spirit is green, and each spider leg is shining like a steel knife. Blood knife spider. Chu Yan was a little strange. This blood knife spider martial spirit is also a rare martial spirit. Although the star is not high, it is also the best of the 6-star martial spirit. Martial spirit, in each star level, there are also high and low points. There are ordinary, high level, of course, there are top, a total of 3. At this moment, on the other side of the square, a group of figures flew over, very fast, and rushed in front of them. These people were wearing red shirts, and they had the same embroidery on their chests as Long Xiao, with a blood-colored long knife, which was obviously the blood knife gate. People. One of them had a big black mole on his face, but he was handsome and fair. After Huang Zhong bowed his hands to Long Xiao, he glanced at Chu Yan and asked Long Xiao, young sect master, what happened? Long Xiao looked at Chu Yan coldly, and said coldly, this kid, he asked me to help him pick it up. A soil spore from Longmen town. Pick up something? Let Shui Daomen Long Xiao help him pick up things. Court death. Chu Yan's face turned cold. At first, when he saw Long Xiao asking politely to take a look at Yao Hua, he agreed to him, but now, after knowing that he was from the remote Longmen town, he immediately changed his arrogance. Face, domineering. This made Chu Yan extremely unhappy. It turned out to be a boy in a backcountry, and he actually asked about our Long Xiao. Don't you look at this place? This is the Luoyang King City. Who doesn't know the reputation of my blood sword sect? Huang Zhong said coldly to Chu Yan, he shouted, now, all of you kneel down and kowtow to our young master Long to admit your mistake. Our young master Long may still let you 1 yard, otherwise. From Huang Zhong's point of view, it was already very tolerant to provoke the person from the blood sword sect and let him kowtow to admit his mistake. Otherwise, it is normal to find a reason at any time to end the life of the other party. Kowtow and admit your mistake. Hashtag C4110 Side Army. When the two guards heard that the other party asked Chu Yan to kowtow to admit his mistake, they were immediately furious. At this moment, Chu Yan said coldly, now, I will also give you a chance to kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise. Having said that, Chu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Now that things have come this far, there is no need to hold back. At this time, people gathered around to watch the fun, and when they heard that the young man actually made Long Xiao from the blood sword sect kneel down to make amends, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid is going to go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. That Long Xiao and Huang Zhong stayed for a while, and then their faces turned ashen. A country boy, who was not even as good as garbage, actually made them kneel down and apologize. Long Xiao in a gorgeous white robe raised his hand and pointed at Chu Yan. His face was full of savage color, and said angrily, boy, you are dead today, I will regret what I just said now. Chu Yan sneered and said, you. Not worthy. You. Long Xiao was half dead with anger, his eyes swept over the Wangqing Guard patrol that rushed over because of the crowd, his face muscles twitching wildly. Humph. Boy, if you have the kind of me to go out of the city, I will make your life better than death. Long Xiao snorted heavily, gritted his teeth, and said. But before Chu Yan could answer, Huang Zhong said, young sect master, just now the sect master asked me to come to you, saying that it was urgent, so you should hurry back. Calculate your fate, let you live 1 more day, you wait for me. After hearing Huang Zhong's words, Long Xiao frowned slightly, his face hesitated, he still gave up dealing with Chu Yan, turned around and left. Seeing Long Xiao leaving, the guards of the royal city surrounding them all looked at Chu Yan in unison. Young master, private fights are strictly prohibited within the Luoyang royal city. Although the guard was angry, he still told Chu Yan the rules of the king's city. After all, this was the imperial guard on behalf of the king. Let's go. Chu Yan looked at Long Xiao's background and nodded lightly. After speaking, he pulled Lan Yuer and turned to leave. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Besides, Chu Yan was not very familiar with the situation of the Luoyang King City, and in the eyes of the public, he was unwilling to cause trouble to Zhong Tian. To deal with this young master Long, Chu Yan has at least 100 ways, so why rush at this time? Seeing that the opposing sides had left safely, the janitorial guards also left, and the surrounding crowd slowly dispersed. In the discussion hall of the Blood Sword Gate, Long Xingtian sat there, his body exuding a faint red light, and the hall was a little depressed. Long Xiao and Huang Zhong stood there, not daring to speak. So, that 3-star demon fire was taken away by that country boy? Long Xingtian asked after a long time. Xiao Long nodded and said, Father, if the guards were not there, I would have killed him. Okay, you all go out. Long Xingtian shook his head and waved them away. Long Xiao was about to continue speaking, but Huang Zhong pulled the corner of his shirt and his eyes twitched, so he bowed and left the council room. After Chu Yan left, he did not rush back to the Grand Commander's mansion, but accompanied Lan Yuer to wander around the royal city at will. After buying some things for girls, Lan Yuer suggested to go back when she saw that Chu Yan was in a bad mood. Seeing that Lan Yuer was so sensible, Chu Yan couldn't help feeling warm, nodded, and returned to the Grand Commander's mansion with 2 guards. What? The Bloodsword sect dares to be rude to the young master. As soon as the 2 guards returned to the Grand Commander's mansion, they reported what happened today to the Grand Commander Zhong Tian. After Zhong Tian heard this, he roared in rage, and the violent infuriating roar roared, and the entire Grand Commander's mansion shook. Yes, Commander. One of the guards said, the young sect master of the Bloodsword sect said that the young master is not as good as garbage. Trash isn't good? Zhong Tian, the great commander, was furious. Flying white hair. Yes, not only that, he also wanted to snatch the demon fire that the young master took, and then. The guard hesitated for a while. Then what? Say it. Zhong Tian shouted loudly. Yes, Commander, the young sect master of the Bloodsword sect asked the young master to kneel down and admit his mistake, the guard said quickly. What? The great commander Zhong Tianting stood up and shot it with a palm. The tables, chairs, and marble countertops around him were all turned into powder. Also, that young master Long said that he must kill the young master, another guard added. Kill the young master. Zhong Tian's anger finally broke out. Pass on my golden order. Assemble the army of 10 commanders to destroy the Bloodsword sect. Commander of the 10 directions, 100,000. That's an army of 1 million. Destroy the top 5 forces in Luoyang Royal City, the Bloodsword Gate. The 2 guards were immediately stunned on the spot. Don't hurry up. Zhong Tian immediately roared when he saw the 2 of them standing still. Following Zhong Tian's roar, a wave of air rushed towards him and almost fell over the 2 guards. As ordered. Great Commander. The 2 quickly stabilized their bodies, turned and rushed out of the room. When the 2 figures disappeared, Zhong Tian strode out of the door and shouted loudly. Sing the horns of 10 directions. The man who looked like a general outside the door took orders loudly, took out a golden horn, and blew it when he opened his mouth. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of a horn like a pierced travertin resounded through the entire Grand Commander's mansion, and it rang in the sky above the royal city. As soon as the horn sounded, the figures in the Grand Commander's mansion moved, and many soldiers and guards ran out. Something happened. The 10 square horns represent a critical military situation. The horn sounded, and the 10 directions came out. All the guards of the Grand Commander's mansion assembled. Then, Zhong Tian shouted at the soldiers and guards who came running. Lead the order. Great Commander. For a time, various whistling sounds rang out in the Grand Commander's mansion, and people continued to gather towards the martial arts field. A tense air of war swept through. Chu Yan and Mo Xiong were in the room when they heard the sound outside and came out. When they found a panicked servant and asked about the situation, Chu Yan and Mo Xiong were startled at the same time, and hurried towards the martial arts field. When the 2 arrived at the martial arts field, they only saw the figure of the great commander Zhong Tian Jiuxiao leaving. That night, the entire city of Luoyang was under martial law. The Bloodsword Gate, located in the Tianfeng Mountains in the south of the King City, was slaughtered by an army of millions. The Blood Knife Gate, which was established for 100 years, has developed rapidly in recent decades, and has become the fifth largest force in the Luoyang kingdom. However, he did not expect that in just one night, hundreds of thousands of disciples bloodshed into rivers, and countless corpses were buried. The scenic blood sword sect peak was dyed blood red. Except for Lan Xingtian, the sect master of the blood sword sect, who escaped injured by relying on the cultivation of the first-level Xiantian realm, no one escaped the net. The sound of Jingge resounded throughout the night, causing everyone in Luoyang Wanqing to be in danger and trembling. At dawn, the king came in person, but after simply asking a few questions, he returned to the palace without any blame. Chu Yan did not intend to block, because Chu Yan originally planned to find an opportunity to kill that Long Shao, but now, Zhong Tian did it for him. #C42 Ling Tianzong. At noon the next day, Zhong Tian returned his troops and went straight to Chu Yan's room. Sect Master, this subordinate has humiliated the Sect Master, death penalty. Death penalty. Zhong Tian knelt in front of Chu Yan, deeply remorseful for Chu Yan's humiliation by the Blood Sword sect, and apologized to Chu Yan. Chu Yan quickly lifted Zhong Tian up and comforted him. It's okay, it's not your fault. Thank you, Sect Master. Zhong Tian hesitated for a moment, then got up and thanked him. The Rakshasa sect has strict rules, and Chu Yan also heard Mo Xiong mention that things like Chu Yan being humiliated in the subordinate area are a big sin. After Zhong Tian got up, Chu Yan pondered for a while and asked, Elder Luo Ping, is there any news? After Chu Yan arrived at the Grand Commander's mansion, he told Zhong Tian to contact Elder Luo Ping as soon as possible. Back to the young master, there is still no news from the master for the time being. Hearing Zhong Tian's report, Chu Yan was a little disappointed. He originally planned to go to the Rakshasa sect headquarters through this Elder Luo Ping. By the way, this time you destroy the blood sword door, there is no problem. Chu Yan asked. When Zhong Tian heard it, he smiled softly. It's okay to go back to the young master. In this Luoyang kingdom, the really powerful sect is called Ling Tian sect. Compared with Ling Tian sect, Blood Sword sect is only a drop in the bucket. Ling Tianzong? Chu Yan said. Yes, this Ling Tian sect is the only sect in Luoyang kingdom that is qualified to participate in the Battle of the Emperor's List held by the Red Leaf Empire. Zhong Tian continued, those who can win this Battle of the Emperor's List are also in the top 100. If you are strong, you can enter the Imperial Power sect of the Red Leaf Empire to cultivate and become a disciple of the Red Leaf sect, which is a great honor for the family and even the kingdom to which it belongs. Moreover, the rewards for the Battle of the Emperor ranking are extremely generous. The first to the 100th place will all be rewarded with medicinal pills and treasures. The first place can get a 7th grade medicinal pill. 7th grade medicinal pills. Chu Yan exclaimed. Zhong Tian was also excited. That is a 7th grade medicinal pill. For the innate powerhouse, it can definitely break through the bottleneck and improve the cultivation base. Chu Yan's lips trembled, and he couldn't believe it. If you swallow a 7th grade medicinal pill, I am afraid that with your current cultivation, you can immediately break through to the Qi refining realm, and go straight to the 5th layer realm. Exactly, in a month, it will be the day that Ling Tianzong recruits disciples. Zhong Tian said here, hesitated for a while, and then continued. Sect Master, I suggest you try it out. Oh? Chu Yan looked at Zhong Tian suspiciously. This Ling Tian sect is of great benefit to the young master's cultivation. This Ling Tian sect holds a competition every year. As long as you win, you can enter the Sky Valley in the sect to practice, whether it is for tempering the body or improving your cultivation. The benefits of Ferris Valley. Temper the fleshly body and improve the cultivation base. Yes, not only that, Ling Tianzong's cultivation resources are extremely rich. As long as the talent is good, all kinds of cultivation resources are endless. Zhong Tian hesitated for a while, looked at Chu Yan, and hesitated. But what? Chu Yan asked. However, the conditions for recruiting disciples in this Ling Tian sect are extremely strict, and the minimum requirement is to have a 7-star martial spirit, otherwise. Zhong Tian said. 7-star martial spirit? Chu Yan was shocked and frowned slightly. This Ling Tianzong is really unusual. According to their requirements, only one person in the extreme Tianzong where Chu Yan was originally met the requirements. This Ling Tianzong's talent requirements for disciples are really not strict. Sect Master, don't worry, as long as I repair a book, even if there is no 7-star martial arts, this Ling Tian sect still has to sell me some face, recommending the young master to join the sect, no problem. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Zhong Tian thought that Chu Yan's martial spirit did not reach the 7th star, and said quickly. As the great commander of Luoyang Kingdom under one person and above 10,000 people, Ling Tianzong will of course give him face. 7-star martial spirit? Chu Yan heard Zhong Tian's words and knew that he had misunderstood, so he couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not worried about my martial soul star rating, I'm afraid to scare them. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong were stunned at the same time. To be honest, the two of them had never seen Chu Yan's spirit before, so they couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, Chu Yan's body glowed with white light, and a trembling aura gushed out. A white tiger with wings on its back slowly appeared in front of Chu Yan. With a pair of golden eyes, he turned his head sharply to look at Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong, looking down at the king of beasts in the world. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong were shocked when they saw the white tiger spirit behind Chu Yan, they were stunned and couldn't believe it. 10-star white tiger divine beast martial spirit. Mo Xiong's voice was clearly trembling. The suzerain's martial spirit turned out to be a star-filled martial spirit that is unique in 10,000. White tiger. The white tiger mythical beast martial spirit ranked first in combat power. Zhong Tian's hands trembled with excitement, exclaiming again and again. OMG! Not only has a star full of martial arts, and it is the white tiger mythical beast with the first combat power. Under the strong stimulation of the two, they only felt that the world was spinning for a while. For a moment, after Chu Yan took back his martial spirit, the two looked at each other, got up at the same time, and knelt down in front of Chu Yan. The sect master will surely revive my Rakshasa sect. Under the excitement, the two worshipped Chu Yan again and again, their whole bodies trembling with excitement. Chu Yan looked at the excitement of the two of them, and was slightly stunned. After hesitating for a while, he still decided not to release the other 4 full-star martial arts. Maybe, when the two were excited, they suddenly suffered a heart attack or something. It is not beautiful. Get up, Chu Yan said. The two quickly got up and stood sideways, but they were still excited, and Zhong Tian cupped his hands. The suzerain is full of stars and white tiger divine beast martial spirit, not to mention Luoyang Kingdom, even in the Tianai Empire, and even the entire Haotian continent, it is one of the best. This is really God's help to my Rakshasa sect, and my subordinates can already see my Rakshasa sect. The glory days are back. The spirit of the star-filled white tiger mythical beast. In Zhong Tian's lifespan of more than 100 years, he has never seen such a high-level martial arts, even in the 1,000-year history of Luoyang Kingdom, he has never heard of it. You must keep the matter of my star-filled martial arts secret, and don't leak it out, Chu Yan said with a chuckle. Sect Master, don't worry, even if the two of us die, I will never say a word. The two of them hurriedly knelt down again and swore on the spot. Chu Yan nodded. Originally, he let them know because he believed in the loyalty of the two. When the two stood up again, Chu Yan asked a few more things about Ling Tianzong. Zhong Tian naturally patted his chest and assured him that as long as he wrote a letter, Chu Yan could enter Ling Tianzong directly without having to attend the recruitment ceremony. After a while, the two said goodbye and left. After the two left, a white figure suddenly rushed into the room and rushed towards Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan was not panicked, but with a happy expression on his face, he directly reached out and hugged the white figure. #C43 Flame Martial Spirit. It is Violet Tianxiong. After Chu Yan settled in the Grand Commander's mansion, the little guy just disappeared. Ow! The little white bear circled around Chu Yan a few times, screaming, not knowing what to say. Chu Yan shook his head with a chuckle, and guessed a few, but the little guy was bragging, saying that he killed many powerful monsters in the Tianfeng Mountains. How powerful! In the Wuhun world, although spirit beasts originate from monsters, they are quite different. Only monsters who have awakened their bloodline and opened their intelligence can cultivate and improve themselves. These spirit beasts can not only improve their strength and rank by devouring the crystals of other monsters like ordinary monsters, but also can use a special cultivation method to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate like warriors. After playing with the little guy for a while, the little white bear twisted that had gained weight a few times and disappeared again. Chu Yan walked to the inner training room, sat cross-legged, and began to practice Rakshasa Promise. In the past few days, Chu Yan finally broke through to the peak of the 9th stage of the body-quenching state. He had a feeling that the breakthrough was in the past few days. Therefore, as soon as he has time, he will use it all for cultivation. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to slowly withdraw his energy, but he took out the crystal cover from his arms and looked at the 3-star demon fire inside the cover, feeling a little moved. In the sea of knowledge, the red light ball martial soul, once again agitated, constantly conveying the idea of devouring to Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan was hesitant to look at the pale yellow 3-star demon fire. As we all know, in Haotian continent, the status of an alchemist is supreme, but to become an alchemist, there are extremely strict requirements. Not to mention that the martial spirit star is at least 9 stars, and the martial spirit attribute must be fire or wood. This is nothing. What makes Chu Yan hesitate is the most important condition for becoming an alchemist. That is to sacrifice the fire seed with one's own martial soul. If the sacrifice is successful, the body martial soul will be transformed into a pill fire, and the original martial soul will disappear completely. In this way, even if one has the basic conditions to become an alchemist. But, if the ritual fails, martial soul will be destroyed by fire, and from now on, it will be regarded as a waste person without martial soul. Just imagine, a peerless genius with 9-star martial arts, who would be willing to take such a gamble? If it succeeds, needless to say, becoming an alchemist who is the envy of the world's warriors and sought after by the major sects, will stand at the top of the pyramid from then on. But if you fail, and your 9-star martial soul is burned, you will also destroy the bright future you can see. Because of this, there are only a handful of alchemists in the spirit world, and the medicinal pills they refine are so popular. But for Chu Yan, this is the biggest problem of becoming an alchemist, but it is not a big problem, because he has 5 full-star martial arts. Even if the sacrifice fails and one is burned, he still has the 4 of them have little impact on their own strength and future. There is only one reason for Chu Yan to hesitate a little, and that is the quality of this fire. Samsung Demon Fire. And there's still a sliver of it. Even if the sacrifice is successful and becomes an alchemist, it is extremely difficult to refine high-quality medicinal pills with this quality of soul fire. If there was a real fire in front of him, Chu Yan would devour the sacrifice without hesitation, but this is the worst demon fire. It was inevitable that Chu Yan hesitated. The fire is divided into 3 levels and 9 stars. The real fire is the best, the karmic fire is the second, and the demon fire is the worst. The darker the color of the fire, the better the quality. Because of the poor quality of this 3-star demon fire, Chu Yan was a little undecided. However, the group of red martial spirits in the sea of consciousness became more and more frantic, and even like when they were in the auction, they intended to rush out of the sea of knowledge and appeared directly. Chu Yan was a little surprised that his red martial spirit was so excited. It seems that this demon fire plays a vital role in it. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan finally let go of his mind, and the martial spirit of the red light group rushed out. As soon as the red martial spirit appeared from behind Chu Yan, it rushed towards the pale yellow 3-star demon fire on the table. In the blink of an eye, the demonic fire was wrapped and swallowed, and then, the red light flashed, and the ball of light began to change in a flash and shrink. The scorching aura filled the entire room, and after the light group emitted a dazzling light, it shrank sharply, revealing its main body. It turned out to be a beating flame. Flaming martial spirit? Chu Yan was shocked. In the world of martial arts, flame martial arts belong to the natural martial arts. Like the pale fire of an alchemist, the color is from light to dark, and the quality is better. Looking at the fist-sized flame in front of me, above the head, 3 red stars gleamed, which was an important symbol different from Dan Fire, the martial soul star. Therefore, it wasn't that the demon fire sacrificed his red spirit just now, but his red spirit swallowed the demon fire. It's so weird. In Haotian continent, the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing, and some things are inherently restrained from the other. Just like the 9-star martial spirits, when a water-based martial spirit fights a fire-based martial spirit, its combat power is increased by more than 30%. It is precisely because of this attribute's reason. And fire seeds also have a natural restraint on martial spirits. Any martial spirit in front of fire seeds will only be the result of being sacrificed and refined. I've never heard of a martial soul that can devour fire. Chu Wei stared, still in shock. At this moment, the flame martial soul burst into flames violently, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual power began to be sucked into the body crazily, and its volume increased rapidly. Chu Yan only felt that the massive spiritual power of heaven and earth rushed into his body like a waterfall. After the scorching spiritual power rushed through the meridians of the body, it merged into the Dantian, mixed with the original Rakshasa infuriating energy, and stirred the original Rakshasa. Breaking true chi, it suddenly turned frantically. Boom! A muffled sound exploded in the body, and a drop of liquid fell from the lower part of the vortex of the madly spinning Rakshasa true chi, which turned out to be liquid true chi. Chi refining realm. Chu Yan hurriedly sat cross-legged and guided his inner chi to continue to condense. The flame martial spirit attracts the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far faster than the white tiger martial spirit, and a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth pours out of the body like a river. The amount is amazing. In Chu Yan's Dantian, the liquefaction process of foggy true chi continued. As the volume of the misty Rakshasa infuriating chi continued to shrink, the volume of the liquid Rakshasa infuriating chi continued to increase, and the last drop of the misty infuriating chi dripped in, and the Jinchi from Chu Yan rushed out. The room swept away violently. Okay, I finally broke through. Chu Yan opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flashed. Chi refining realm, first layer. After the flame martial soul devoured the demon fire and recovered, the terrifying speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth directly helped Chu Yan break through the bottleneck of the 9th level peak of the body-quenching realm, breaking through to the chi refining realm in one fell swoop. Chu Yan quickly closed his eyes and focused, guiding these liquid Rakshasa true chi to run through the meridians in his body, allowing his body to adapt slowly. 2 hours later, when Chu Yan opened his eyes again, he stood up happily. His heart moved, and a group of burning red flames appeared behind him. It was the flame spirit that had recovered from the devouring the demon fire. 3 red stars were bright, and 7 dim stars were almost transparent. So you have to devour the demon fire to recover. Chu Yan suddenly realized. The white tiger martial spirit is to devour the heaven and earth elixir and the same kind of martial spirit to recover, but this flame martial spirit needs to devour the demon fire in order to recover. Chu Yan's thoughts moved, his pupils shrank sharply, the firelight was digested, and the white light flashed. The flame martial spirit behind him was absorbed into the body, and the white tiger martial spirit rushed out domineeringly, quickly completing the switch. Unfortunately, this flame spirit is still too weak to appear at the same time as the white tiger spirit. Chu Yan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and said to himself, I just tried to summon two martial spirits at the same time, but it failed, which made Chu Yan somewhat disappointed. However, I believe that when the flame martial arts gradually recovers to full stars, they should appear at the same time as the Ningbaihu martial arts. At that time, his own strength will reach a terrifying level. Chu Yan chuckled and walked out of the room slowly. #C44 Find a Draw. The moonlight is like water, and the silver is everywhere. In the small courtyard, the night under the moonlight looked a bit poignant. Not far away, on the stone table beside the rockery, Yuer was dressed in snow-white clothes, holding her fragrant cheeks in her hands, and was looking at the ball in front of her neck. Yuer, what is the effect of that foundation establishment pill? Smiling, Chu Yan walked over slowly and asked softly. Haha. Brother Chu Yan, he has already reached the 5th stage of body quenching, but... Yuer showed an unhappy expression on her face, however, I still can't awaken my martial spirit. Is Yuer too stupid? Chu Yan chuckled and looked at Lan Yuer. Who said Yuer was stupid? My Yuer is smarter than anyone else. Chu Yan smiled and said, Don't worry, wait until you turn back to find the soul awakening pill to awaken the martial soul, for you. When that time comes, I will teach you the exercises and martial arts. Whether it is to awaken the martial arts by oneself or rely on the awakening pill to awaken the martial arts and martial skills are the fundamentals that determine the strength of a martial artist. Yeah. Thank you, Brother Chu Yan. Yuer nodded. By the way, Yuer, I see that you wear this bead every day, and you often stare at it in a daze. What's the point of this bead? Chu Yan sat down gently, looked at the bead in Yuer's hand, and asked. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the smile on Yuer's face slowly subsided. If it's inconvenient, don't say it, it's alright, I'll just ask. Chu Yan quickly added when she saw Yuer's expression. Brother Chu Yan, this bead was left to me by my biological parents. Yuer said, holding the bead lightly, and then said, back then, when I was picked up, I only had this bead on my body. Just born not long ago. This bead is the only thing related to my background. Chu Yan curiously took the plant from Yuer's hand and looked at it carefully. This is a jade bead about the size of a thumb. The whole body is half body, milky white. Through the haze inside the bead, you can vaguely see something in the center of the bead. When Chu Yan stared and held his breath and looked at it intently, he felt a majestic aura coming towards his face. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, feeling that this bead was extremely difficult. Yuer, you can accept it. If there is a chance in the future, I will help you find your biological parents. Returning the beads to Yuer, Chu Yan said seriously. Thank you, Brother Chu Yan, Yuer is not in a hurry, even if you can't find it. With Brother Chu Yan here, Yuer is very happy and happy. Moon smiled faintly. Hee hee, silly girl. Chu Yan couldn't help but chuckle and scratched the bridge of Yuer's nose. Let's go, it's dawn, I'll take you shopping. Chu Yan took Yuer and walked outside the mansion. This time on the street, Chu Yan and Yuer were alone without guards. The bustling streets of Wangqing were still so lively, Yuer and Chu Yan had a great time. Near noon, I happened to walk to a restaurant. Yuer, are you hungry? Chu Yan turned his head and asked, I heard that the dishes in this Tianrong building are very special. Many of them are made from the meat of monsters, which is good for cultivation. Well, listen to Brother Chu Yan. Yue nodded, looked at Chu Yan's eyes, smiled, and narrowed into two crescent moons. After getting along during this period of time, she became more and more moved to Chu Yan. Gentle, kind and sincere, considerate. I have no regrets about my original decision. Rongtian Tower is one of the famous restaurants in Luoyang Wangqing. The restaurant is 4-story high and luxuriously decorated. There is an endless stream of diners, especially some warriors. It is the first choice for eating, entertaining guests, and making friends. Holding Yuer's hand, the two stood at the door of the restaurant. Brother Chu Yan, will it be very expensive here? Looking at the exquisite decoration in the restaurant, Yuer asked softly. She had grown up hard, so naturally she was a little uncomfortable. Haha, don't be afraid, brother is rich, it's enough to eat you into a little fat pig. Chu Yan laughed. Yuer immediately stomped her feet with a red face and angrily, and her cute expression made Chu Hu laugh even more. The two entered the restaurant, and many people looked sideways, and most of their eyes stopped on Lan Yuer. Most of these eyes are full of surprises. While looking around, looking for a vacant seat, Chu Yan suddenly heard a voice. Chu Yan, come here. Chu Yan turned around and found that it was Chu Nan calling him. Huh? Chu Nan? On the first floor by the window, Chu Nan and a teenager were sitting there. The young man was dressed in fancy clothes, fair and handsome, and his face was like a crown of jade, and he was looking over here. To be precise, his eyes fell on Yuer beside Chu Yan. Chu Yan frowned slightly. He didn't expect to meet Chu Nan here, but the young man beside him had never met. Since Chu Nan took the initiative to say hello, there was a sense of disregarding previous suspicions, so Chu Yan naturally would not ignore it. Holding Yuer's hand, she strode over. Chu Yan, this is the young master of the Luoyang Kingdom's star-picking building, Gongsun Xiong. Hurry up and salute. Chu Nan nodded and bowed as he looked at the young man beside him and introduced. However, Gongsun Xiong, the young owner of the star-picking building, did not look at Chu Yan. Instead, when he glanced at Chu Yan and held Yuer's hand, there was a gloomy look in his eyes. Seeing that Chu Yan had no intention of salute at all, Chu Nan was annoyed and was reprimanding, but Gongsun Xiong stood up. This girl is under Gongsun Xiong, the young master of the star building in Luoyang Wangqing. Please take a seat, girl. Yuer glanced at the other party, but turned to look at Chu Yan. Chu Yan didn't speak, she would not pay attention to other people's invitations. Chu Yan sneered in his heart. Now, he has fully understood this person's mind, but he still said to Yuer, Yuer, let's sit. After speaking, Chu Yan was about to sit down. Trash, what qualifications do you have to sit here? At this moment, Gongsun Xiong shouted with a gloomy expression. Trash? Unqualified? Chu Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, coldly. Yes, a family waste, relying on the spiritual grass he picked up, got lucky and defeated another waste, and is also qualified to sit with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan's body beside him shook slightly, but he still had a charming smile on his face. Humph. Gongsun Xiong snorted again, turned to look at Yuer again, put on a smile on his face, and said, please take a seat. The young master invites the girl to taste the best wine and food in the Rongtian Tower, and asks the girl to show her face. With a sincere smile on his handsome face, he waited for Yuer to sit down. Lan Yuer's big and agile eyes were full of disgust. Seeing that he had just humiliated Chu Yan, she frowned together. I didn't expect the young owner of the dignified, star-picking building to be such a thing. Chu Yan said coldly, hitting Gongsun Xiong with his eyes. Bold, Chu Yan, if you're smart, hurry up and present this beauty to the young master, otherwise, you won't have any good fruit to eat. Chu Nan shouted loudly at Chu Yan. Chunan, as a disciple of the Chu family, you actually treat others like a dog? Chu Yan sneered and said, I didn't destroy you last time, did you forget the pain? You. Chunan was furious. After being injured by Chu Yan last time, it took more than half a month to recover before barely recovering. At this time, being mentioned by Chu Yan in public, his face was red and his ears were red, and he was angry, but he was afraid of Chu Yan's strength and did not dare to do it. Your name is Chu Yan, right? I said for the last time, she. Stay, you, get out of here. Gongsun Xiong saw Yuer's reaction, coupled with the fact that Chu Nan was scolded by Chu Yan, his smile suddenly disappeared, and his face turned gloomy again, and he shouted directly. Roll? Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth, with a cold smile, raised his hand violently, and threw it out. Snapped. A crisp slap sounded, which was particularly loud in the openness of the restaurant. 5 red marks quickly appeared on Gongsun Xiong's face. #C45, come to you. The people around them all quieted down and looked at this scene sluggishly. They never thought that this Chu Yan would dare to pick the young master of the Xingluo, Gongsun Xiong. This guy is going to be unlucky, and he dares to provoke the star-picking building. Yes, Xingluo is rich enough to rival the country, and even the current king gives them some face. I heard that the power behind the star-picking tower is bigger than the Luoyang kingdom. The people around were thinking about each other in their hearts, but they were looking at this side with excitement, waiting for the next good show to be staged. And the happiest, of course, is Chu Nan. He has hated Chu Yan for a long time, and then he is overjoyed when he sees that he is about to be severely taught by the young master. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, this is your own death. However, the cultivation of the 5th-layer body-quenching realm dares to do something with the young master of the 7th-layer body-quenching realm. Today we will see how you die. Chunan couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Gongsun Xiong was directly slapped by Chu Yan's slap, and he was dumbfounded, unable to react at all. Hit me? How dare he hit me? I'm the young owner of the star-picking building, a waste, how dare I? After a moment, Gongsun Xiong woke up, feeling the burning pain on his face, and his eyes swept over the burning gazes around him. The anger in my heart boiled wildly, and the whole person was about to explode. Gongsun Xiong, the successor of Luoyang Wangqing Xingluo, has been loved by thousands since he was born. Who dares to touch him in the entire Luoyang royal city? Even his father, Luoyang Wangqing Xingluo, the owner of Sun Tang, never even touched his finger. But now, a side branch of a small country family, a rubbish of the 5th-layer cultivation level, actually slapped himself in the face of all eyes. You? Slap me? The roar sounded like the throat of a wounded beast, and in his eyes, the vicious gaze of a vicious wolf shone. Are you stupid? You don't even know if you've been beaten? Chu Yan pouted and said casually, as if he had thrown a fly just now. The people around suddenly rolled their eyes, looking at Chu Yan's eyes with sympathy. Didn't you hear? I said that I am the young owner of the Zhaixing building, Gongsun Xiong. Gongsun Xiong gritted his teeth and said word by word. Xingluo. Young master? For me. Chu Yan had a playful smile on his face, paused for a moment, looked directly into Gongsun Xiong's eyes, and said equally heavily. Fuck. Gongsun Xiong's whole body was shocked, and he was completely angry. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and he punched Chu Yan without hesitation. The whistling fist wind, wrapped in huge infuriating energy, directly attacked Chu Yan's face. Everyone around them widened their eyes and began to shake their heads slightly. Some couldn't bear to see the next scene. I just heard that they said that one is at the 5th level of body tempering, and the other is at the 7th level. If this punch goes down, blood will be splashed on the spot. On the side of Chu Nan, his face and heart were full of joy, and he even thought that if Chu Yan died under this punch, it would be better. However, this is just his wishful thinking. Because a palm appeared in front of Gong Sun Xiong's fist, and this palm directly grabbed the fist. Like iron claws, Gong Sun Xiong's fist was tightly clasped when he grabbed it, and Gong Sun Xiong, whose face was flushed red, continued to struggle, but he could no longer move. How is this possible? Gong Sun Xiong's face changed greatly. What? Everyone opened their mouths in shock. How could it be so easy to catch the fist of an opponent who was 2 realms higher than him? This is not scientific. The onlookers are stunned on the spot. Young master? Qi refining realm, 7th level? Joke. Chu Yan said disdainfully. With a little more force on the hand, there was a sudden click. What? The screams came out. Gong Sun Xiong only felt severe pain in his fist, his face twisted, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down. How dare you? Gong Sun Xiong shouted loudly. Don't dare? People respect me 1 foot, I respect others 10 feet, and people insult me 1 point, and I will pay it back 100-fold. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and with a push of his palm, Gong Sun Xiong was pushed upside down and flew out. Shouted, go away. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Chu Yan would be so domineering. Chu Yan, wait for me. Gong Sun Xiong, who just got up and escaped from the door of the restaurant, stood outside the door and turned around and shouted at Chu Yan. Seeing the figure of Gong Sun Xiong fleeing far away, Chu Yan turned to look at Chu Nan. Feeling the coldness emanating from Chu Yan's body, Chu Nan trembled all over, his legs shook, and he asked in a trembling voice, Chu Yan, what do you want? Roll. Chu Yan spit out a cold voice. Chu Nan's body was shocked, and his face was blue and white, but he didn't dare to say a word, and hurriedly fled from the restaurant. After dealing with these 2 people, Chu Yan was no longer interested in eating. Yue, why don't I go back and make it for you? Okay. Brother Chu Yan made it. Yue eats everything. Immediately, Chu Yan took Yue out of the restaurant and walked towards the Grand Commander's mansion. The 2 returned to the Grand Commander's mansion. Chu Yan cooked the food himself, and Yue helped. The 2 happily ate their own lunch, talking and laughing. Suddenly, Mo Xiong suddenly entered Chu Yan's room and saw that the 2 were eating, and he hesitated. Mo Xiong, what's the matter? Chu Yan asked. Young master, just now, the owner of the star-picking building came to the Grand Commander's residence and asked to see the young master. Mo Xiong quickly replied with his hands over. Oh? A trace of coldness flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, and he said, it's coming so fast. Go, and meet the star-picking building. Chu Yan got up and strode out. Chamber. Zhong Tian sits on the main seat, and on his side-hand position. A big man with a short beard and a square face, wearing a purple robe with rusted gold threads, looked luxurious and extraordinary, but he was silent, as if waiting for Chu Yan. When Zhong Tian saw Chu Yan coming in, he quickly got up and saluted. See young master. The square-faced man on the side was shocked when he saw Zhong Tian stand up to salute Chu Yan and call him young master. Then, his eyes turned sharply, and he suddenly remembered the 2 major events that caused a stir in Wanqing a few days ago. Looking at Chu Yan walking towards the main seat that Zhong Tian gave up, a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. Young master, this is the owner of Jiaxing Building, Gong Sun Teng, who said he has something to meet with young master. Zhong Tian stretched out his hand to introduce when he saw Chu Yan sitting down. Ha, under Gong Sun Teng, I have heard the name of my little brother for a long time. When I saw it today, it is indeed an extraordinary hero, and the talent is amazing. It's a pleasure to meet. After being in the shopping mall and officialdom for a long time, Gong Sun Teng, who has become an adult, even smiled and laughed, and saluted Chu Yan very politely. You're welcome, Master Gong Sun is here today, should something happen? Chu Yan smiled lightly in return, and said with a lightly raised corner of his mouth. When Gongsun heard this, he laughed and shook his head lightly, saying, "It's not a big deal, it's just that I have been with the great Commander Zongtian for a long time, and I heard that he has a distinguished guest visiting, so I have come to visit now." This is obviously a step back, ready to use his relationship with Zongtian to ease things a little bit, and he doesn't want to show his face directly. Of course Chu Yan heard what Gongsun meant, but Chu Yan didn't plan to make a brain teaser with this old fox. After thinking about it, Chu Yan said directly, "Today, I don't know how the landlord Gongsun intends to deal with the matter of Rongtian restaurant." #C460 Beijing Yura. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the three people present were shocked at the same time, and they all looked at Chu Yan in doubt. Okay, brother Chu Yan, he really is a man of temperament. Now that I've said it, I won't be around the corner. Gongsun stood up, glanced at Zongtian, who was full of doubts, and looked at Chu Yan with a smile. Today's Rongtianla incident, I only blame the dog's incompetence, I'll take it upon myself. Gongsun chuckled lightly, paused for a while, and then said, "However, there is an adopted son next to me, who is just at the second level of qi refining, but he wants to compete with little brother Chu Yan. I don't know if little brother can dare to fight." Speaking of this, Zongtian's face changed suddenly, his eyes stared at Gongsun fiercely, and when he was about to open his mouth, he saw Chu Yan raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Haha, since it's a discussion, I naturally agree." Chu Yan said, stood up, walked in front of Gongsun, looked directly at him and said, "But, do you want to add some luck?" Gongsun narrowed his eyes, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed again, and then he laughed loudly. "Okay, my little brother is heroic. If that's the case, I will be the villager of Zexinglu, and I will set up a gambling game, each with 100 high-grade spirit stones as the principal. There is no regret in winning or losing." "Okay, I accept it, but the time must be set in half a month." Chu Yan did not hesitate, and directly agreed to the other party. "Young master." Zongtian and Mo Xiong said urgently at the same time. "It's okay, I have my own plans." Chu Yan waved his hand. Zongtian frowned, but thinking that Chu Yan has always been steady and not an impulsive and reckless person, he did not say anything. "Okay, brother Chu Yan, then half a month later, in the central square of Wanqing, there will be no regrets." Gongsun was overjoyed, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, Gongsun left with satisfaction. This gambling contract, because the forces behind the participating parties shook the status of the Luoyang King city, so it quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the 5 cities. On the one hand, the power behind it is comparable to that of the Luoyang Kingdom, and on the other hand is the Grand Commander's mansion with over 10 million people. All kinds of discussions have spread. In Chu Yan's room, Zongtian, Mo Xiong and Chu Yan sat opposite each other. "Young master, you don't have to pay attention to Gongsun, who is in the Star Building. In this Luoyang Kingdom, he can't make waves." Zongtian was still a little worried. "Don't say it, don't worry, in this battle, I'm sure to defeat my opponent in half a month." Chu Yan's face was full of confidence. Seeing the firmness of Chu Yan's tone, Zongtian nodded, but he was still a little hesitant when he thought that the other party was at the second level of qi refining, and the young master was only at the 9th level of body tempering. Seeing Zongtian and Mo Xiong's expressions, Chu Yan just chuckled. After a little sigh, he asked, "Do you know Tinder?" When Zongtian and Mo Xiong heard it, they were stunned at the same time, and then looked at each other. Zongtian said, "Fire is still what alchemists need, and it is extremely precious. Could it be that you, young master?" Chu Yan smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "I just want to know." Zongtian quickly replied, "Young master Hui, the fire is divided into 3 levels and 9 stars. The 3rd level is the demon fire, the karmic fire, and the real fire. Each fire is divided into 9 stars according to its quality and color. Most of the monster fires are left behind after the death of monsters, like monster crystals. The probability is very low. If there is one monster crystal for every 10,000 monster beasts, only one of the 10,000 monster crystals can be turned into monster fire. Such a low probability? Chu Yan asked in surprise. Yes, young master, only wood and fire-type monsters can mutate into monster fire after death, and other types are absolutely impossible. Zhong Tian continued to say when he saw Chu Yan serious listening. The karmic fire is conceived by the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and it exists in various Jedi and dead places, which can be encountered but not sought, and the number is even rarer. I heard Master say that the holy fire of my Rakshasa sect, Qianjing Yuluo, is within the top 10 of the known karmic fires. Qianjing Yuluo? Chu Yan wondered. Yes, young master, it is said that the necessary condition for the generation of Qianjing Yuluo is that 1,000 Jingwens accumulate for 1,000 years, and it is possible. What? 1,000 temples? Chu Yan was taken aback. Jingguan. The tens of thousands of human heads piled up in a pyramid shape were the actions of brutal people to demonstrate their military exploits. 1,000 Jingguan, at least 10 million people. How is this possible, and there is still a chance of it being produced? The conditions for the generation of a karmic fire are so harsh, if it is a real fire. Chu Yan shook his head gently. It seems that this karmic fire and real fire are unlikely to be obtained, and there is still some hope for demon fire. Okay, I understand, you go down. After the two left, Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and then decided to go to the Tianfeng Mountains and try to hunt for demon fire. After simply cleaning up, he walked out of the room and Chu Yan saw Yue practicing boxing in the courtyard. What Yue practiced was exactly the bafang punching technique taught by Chu Yan. The jade fist swung out, shouted, and practiced very seriously. There was a burst of fine sweat on his red face. Yue, practice hard, I'll go to the Tianfeng Mountains. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he was about to raise his foot and pass by. Brother Chu Yan, take me, I haven't killed a monster yet. Yue immediately stopped and looked at Chu Yan expectantly. Okay, let's go together. Chu Yan thought about it for a while, and then agreed. In the Tianfeng Mountains, because it is close to the Luoyang King city, the monsters are not very powerful. With Chu Yan's strength, it is enough to protect Yue. Immediately, the two left Luoyang Royal City and headed towards the Tianfeng Mountains. Picking Star Building, another courtyard. The large courtyard covers an area of thousands of acres, with pavilions, gardens, streams, and springs, which are very beautiful. A handsome young man, dressed in fancy clothes, sat in a lakeside pavilion. His hands embraced from left to right, and behind him were more than a dozen coquettish women. At this moment, the handsome face was full of lewd smiles, facing the beautiful woman in his arms, up and down his hands, full of tenderness, and the girl's twin peaks changed in various shapes. A man in black suddenly walked into the lake pavilion, knelt on the ground, said, Master, young master, Chu Yan and Miss Yue leave the city and head to the Tianfeng Mountains. Gongsun Xiong's eyes lit up. He stood up suddenly, looking at the man in black under his feet. His whole body trembled with excitement. Just the two of them? Yes, there are no guards to follow, the man in black replied. Gongsun Xiong suddenly laughed excitedly and said, Ha ha ha, that's great, all of you are dispatched. After a while, Gongsun Xiong's eyes were filled with resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said, Kill Chu Yan and bring back Miss Yue. You are not allowed to reveal your identity. The man in black nodded, and when he got up and was about to turn around, Gongsun Xiong added, Remember, don't hurt Miss Yue, send it directly to my room. Yes. The man in black leaves. Gongsun Xiong waved his body and coaxed away all the women around him like a flies. He drank a few glasses of wine with excitement on his face. Since the last time he saw Yue, in the past few days, his mind was full of that beautiful face. In order to get Yue, he sent someone to monitor the Grand Commander's mansion for a long time, and finally got good news. Thinking of getting Yue right away, the goddess-like girl flushed with excitement in her Gongsun Xiong. #C47 Ambush. Outside the Tianfeng Mountains. Chu Yan and Yue walked on the mountain road holding hands. Just as he approached a small forest, a white figure rushed out of the forest. It is Violet Tianxiong. When the little guy saw Chu Yan, he screamed with joy, but when Chu Yan was about to reach out and hug it, the little guy plunged into Yue's arms. Wow, what a cute little bear. Yue rubbed the little guy's head and screamed happily. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, watching the little guy messing around in Yue's arms. He directly picked it up and swiped at his little butt. Yue quickly put the little white bear behind her back in distress, leaving Chu Yan speechless for a while. Chu Yan glared at the little guy fiercely, and let the little white bear, who was rubbing his butt, lead the way. It didn't take long for Chu Yan and Yue to enter the Tianfeng mountain range behind the little white bear, who was dancing happily all the way. Roar! The little white bear had a small belly, standing in front of a fire cloud pangolin, rubbing the bear's paws in disdain. Shot it out with one palm, slammed it to death, took out a small piece of red demon crystal from its head, and threw it into its mouth, and it bit like a bean jam with a popping sound. This yellow level 7-star monster was killed by the little white bear. Little white bear is basically a hit against monsters with monster crystals in their bodies. For this reason, Chu Yan also specially asked the little white bear to help find the monster with the demon fire in its body, but the little guy just shook his head after figuring out what Chu Yan meant. It seems that this demon fire is really much rarer than the demon crystal. However, the little white bear worked extremely hard, and led Chu Yan and Yue to start searching in the Tianfeng Mountains. Along the way, no less than 100 monsters were killed, and a bunch of monster crystals were found, but none of them were found with monster fire. On the 10th day, Chu Yan basically no longer reported hope. Fortunately, in the past 10 days, Chu Yan's cultivation has also grown slowly, and Yue's boxing has also improved a lot. Boom! A yellow level 8-star monster was slaughtered by Chu Yan's Bafang. When Chu Yan was about to leave, the little white bear cried out in excitement. Looking at the red-crowned dodo's corpse, a light red demonic fire was throbbing. Demon fire. Chu Yan was immediately overjoyed, walked closer, held the demon fire in the palm of his hand, and observed it carefully. This demon fire is about the size of an ordinary candle, but the color is light red, and it looks better than the 3-star demon fire last time. For a moment, the demon fire in the palm of the hand began to gradually decrease, which was a sign that it was about to disappear. Chu Tian was startled, remembering that after the demon fire appeared, it would dissipate quickly. If measures were not taken or refined in time, the demon fire would be wasted. Thinking of this, Chu Yan released the flame martial spirit without hesitation, sat down with his legs crossed, and his infuriating chi was running. As soon as the flame martial arts appeared, the temperature in the air immediately rose a few degrees, and without waiting for Chu Yan's control, the flame martial arts rushed straight to the demon fire. It swallowed and wrapped it with a swish, and after flashing a few times quickly, the flames shot up the old high, which obviously increased a little bit, and the color was even brighter. Chu Yan, who was walking cross-legged, only felt a majestic force pouring in from the top of his head after the flame martial soul devoured the demon fire, rushing into the meridians of the body, and into his dantian. After 10 days of cultivation, he has reached the late stage of Qi refining stage 1, and he has made a breakthrough. Refining Qi realm, 2nd layer. When Chu Yan opened his eyes, there was a hint of joy on his face. Unexpectedly, this flame martial soul devoured a demon fire, and it can actually improve oneself to the 1st order cultivation. Standing up, Chu Yan looked up. The flame martial spirit behind him was still only 3 stars above his head, and the 4th star next to him only had a slight sense of light, and there was not much change at all. It seems that this flame spirit is much more difficult to recover than the white tiger spirit. Chu Yan smiled bitterly. Muttered to himself. Hearing Chu Yan's promotion, Yue jumped with joy, alleviating Chu Yan's helplessness. Chu Yan, who rekindled hope again, greatly praised the little white bear. So the little guy rushed out again angrily, and started to help find the next monster with a monster fire in its body. Bump! Another 9-star monster died under the little white bear, but there was no monster fire that Chu Yan expected. Seeing the little guy swallowing the demon crystal, Chu Yan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to lift his foot to leave, he suddenly changed his expression and looked behind him. Swish! 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 I saw 7 or 8 men in black suddenly appearing in the forest behind them, and they surrounded them with a bear. Who are you? Chu Yan gently pulled Yue behind him, looked at a few people, and asked, with a frown. Several black-clothed men were all wrapped in black clothing, revealing only 2 cold eyes. The breath on their bodies was strong, and their strength was in the chi refining realm. It was obvious that the comers were not good. Kill the man, don't hurt the woman. A tall black-clothed man in the lead shouted with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised his eyebrows lightly. Swish! Swish! Several men in black swung big knives and slashed at Chu Yan. These knives are wrapped in true qi, bringing out the Dao qi, and the strength has reached the 2nd level of refining qi. With a few people working together, even a master at the 5th level of qi refining realm can handle it. Whoosh, whoosh. Chu Yan pulled Yue up, unfolded his figure, flashed a phantom, and avoided the attacks of several people. Yue, hide behind me and follow me closely. Chu Yan anxiously thought that Yue would hide behind him. These people all have the cultivation level of qi refining realm or above, but it is impossible to kill Chu Yan. The only thing that attracted Chu Yan's attention was that the leading man in black, who was fully cultivated at the 5th level of qi realm. If only Chu Yan was alone, even if he was a master at the 6th level of qi refining realm, Chu Yan would not be afraid. However, now we must ensure the safety of Yue. Of course, Yue knew that the situation was critical, and as Chu Yan said, she hid behind Chu Yan tightly. A soft fragrance hit. Chu Yan had no time to be intoxicated, and the other party's big knife had already slashed over again. Swish! With a sudden flash, Chu Yan flashed to the side of a man in black. Clang! The long sword was unsheathed, the sword light flashed, and a blood mist splashed. Kill with a sword. Without any pause, Chu Yan's figure immediately retreated. What? All the men in black were shocked at the same time, and Chu Yan killed 1 person in the blink of an eye. What a fast sword! A strange color flashed in the eyes of the leading man in black. Humph! Today, you are dead. The black-clothed leader shouted coldly, pulled out a big sword, and attacked Chu Yan suddenly. Swish! A sword chi that was as fast as a frightening mass shot straight at Chu Yan. With the full strength of the qi refining realm's 5th layer peak, this knife roared like the wind, breaking through the air. Bright sword style. Chu Yan swung out a sword, and the flashing movie flashed. Boom! The swords intersected, shattered violently, turned into a wave of air, and rolled in all directions. Laugh! At this time, the moon behind him heard a hum. Chu Yan hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see Yue's face pale and clenching her teeth, but she insisted, not letting herself make a sound and affecting Chu Yan. She didn't want to distract Chu Yan because of herself. Chu Yan was startled, deeply regretful. Yue's strength is only at the 2nd level of body tempering realm, and she can't stop the aftermath of such a strong infuriating collision. Just as Chu Yan turned around, 5 or 6 men in black had already rushed over, slashing at Chu Yan with a big knife. The knife brought cold light, like lightning, and slashed at the vital points of Chu Yan's body. Draw sword. Swish. 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 The sword chi that was approaching the extreme was continuously stimulated, and several sword chi flashed past, abruptly knocking back a few men in black, and advancing at the same time. Chu Yan pulled Yuer and hurriedly retreated. But not waiting for Chu Yan's figure to stand firm, a sword light slashed towards Chu Yan's foothold from the side. The leader of the man in black made another move. The continuous attacks were like violent storms, giving Chu Yan no chance to breathe at all. Chu Yan moved and dodged while pulling his sword to resist, evading left and right, and firmly protected Yuer behind him. Chi. A knife gas swiped, Chu Yan could not dodge, a string of blood splashed out from the chest, leaving a finger-long wound. #C48 kill them all. Brother Chu Yan. Yuer's face changed greatly, and her big smart eyes were already wet. Ow! A white figure flashed past, and it was the little white bear that rushed over to see Chu Yan injured. Just now, the little guy slapped and killed the 3 men in black, pulled away and came to help Chu Yan, blocking the black-clothed leader. Brother Chu Yan, run away and leave me alone. Yuer knew that she was dragging Chu Yan down, and when she saw that Chu Yan was injured, she burst into tears. Yuer, don't talk nonsense. Chu Yan chuckled, they can't keep us. Immediately, the real body of Chu Yan Rakshasa unfolded, the gray airflow lingered, the speed skyrocketed a little, and rushed towards the mountainside. A few men in black were stunned, just about to rush up, but they were blocked by the little white bear. With his short stature, speed and flexibility, the little guy fought with more than a dozen men in black to buy time for Chu Yan. As long as there are men in black who want to chase Chu Yan, the little white bear will turn from fighting to attacking. Kill it, kill that beast for me. Seeing this, the black-clothed leader roared again and again. At the same time, he stretched out his movements and chased towards Chu Yan. On the mountainside, Chu Yan carried Yuer on his back, and Rakshasa's real body was running at full force, passing through the forest like lightning. The first layer of Rakshasa's real body, the main improvement, is speed, and in an instant, it disappeared from the sight of the people in black. Call. The black-clothed leader followed Chu Yan's figure far behind, about 100 feet behind. Chu Yan, you can't escape. Behind Chu Yan, the eager roar of the man in black kept coming. The corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and Chu Yan smiled disdainfully. If he hadn't carried Yuer on his back and used his white tiger and black pattern technique, would he still have escaped? Brother Chu Yan, please, put me down. Yuer on Chu Yan's back hurriedly said. Yuer, don't say it, unless I die, I will never leave you behind. Chu Yan said seriously. Lan Yuer, who was leaning on Chu Yan's back, trembled violently, tears welling up in her eyes, but they were bright as stars. In one sentence, the softest place in the girl's heart was deeply touched. Carrying Yuer on his back, Chu Yan's speed is getting faster and faster. After breaking through to the Qi refining realm, this is the first time that Chu Yan has used the Rakshasa real body. But because of this, the wound on the chest was bleeding non-stop. Have to think of a way. Chu Yan frowned and glanced around. If he ran like this, the blood flow would be too much, and his infuriating Qi would also be damaged. Hey! The cave! On the side of the rock in front of him, a large hole half a person's height appeared in Chu Yan's eyes. Chu Yan carried Yuer on his back, and got into it with a cat's waist. A quick inspection in the cave is dry and empty, and extremely safe. Yuer, you stay here, I'll kill those rubbish. Put Yuer down, Chu Yan said. Brother Chu Yan, you, be careful. Yuer pulled the corner of Chu Yan's clothes, and her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Hee, Yuer is good, don't worry. I said, I want to protect you for the rest of my life. Chu Yan said with a light smile. His words made Yuer stay. Forever, protect me. The warm heat is surging wildly in the girl's heart. Chu Yan looked at Yuer, gently hugged him into her arms, groped for the position of her forehead, and kissed her gently. An electric current was sent through the whole body. Yuer's whole body trembled, and she only felt that her heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out. 2 red glows appeared on his face. The dizziness came, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. I only felt that I was completely wrapped in happiness at once. Chu Yan turned around and walked out of the cave. Then he saw the leader of the man in black rushing down the mountainside. Holding a blue long sword, Chu Yan stood quietly at the entrance of the cave, killing intent surging all over his body. Chu Yan, die. The man in black looked at Chu Yan in front of him, snorted coldly, shook the big knife, jumped up suddenly, and slashed towards Chu Yan. The body of the thunder sword trembled violently, making bursts of sword whistling sounds. Court death. Chu Yan shouted loudly, without dodging at all, the long sword stabbed fiercely. Bright sword style. Unparalleled sword intent stimulates. Thunder 13 swords, the second form, the bright sword form is fully swung. A flash of light flashed across the sky, like the most dazzling meteor streaking across the night sky, tearing apart the sky. Then, the swords collided fiercely. Boom! The violent energy exploded and swept through. The long sword of the black-cloaked leader shattered in response, but the sword light only stagnated for a while, and the remaining momentum remained unabated, slashing straight towards the black-cloaked leader's face. What? Shocked, the black-cloaked leader suddenly turned around in the air. During the rush, try to avoid key positions. Puff. The sword light flashed, and a deep visible bone wound appeared on the chest of the black-cloaked collar, and blood spattered. After the man in black landed, he stepped back again and again, clutched his chest, and looked up at Chu Yan, his eyes full of horror. Without thinking about it, the black-cloaked leader turned around and fled, running towards the way he came. Want to go? Chu Yan sneered and chased after him with his sword. After not running far, more than a dozen men in black chased after a white figure and rushed towards this side. Chu Yan looked at the black-cloaked leader, hid behind the black-cloaked men, pointed at him and roared, wrinkling his head involuntarily. Call. The Rakshasa real body unfolded again, and Chu Yan turned into a black ghost and rushed into the crowd in black. Bright sword style. The sword light swept across, and the sword light, with all its strength, pierced the chests of the 2 men in black. These men in black are only at the 2nd to 3rd level of Qi refining realm. Although their strength is not weak, they will only die in seconds if they fight with Chu Yan. Holding the thunder sword, Chu Yan's Rakshasa true Qi unfolds with all his strength, and every step he takes, he must strike a sword. Every sword stabs out, kills one person. In just a few breaths of time, more than a dozen men in black burrowed their corpses and fell into a pool of blood. You. The wounded leader of the man in black, his face full of horror, watched Chu Yan retreat again and again. Speak. Who said you came? Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. I said, will you spare my life? The place where the black cloth's head was covering his chest was still bleeding. Don't say it. Immediately die. Chu Yan shouted violently. The black-clothed leader was shocked, and there was a hint of struggle on his face. Finally, he said softly. The young master of the star-picking building, Gong Sun Xiong. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed leader suddenly turned around and fled when he saw Chu Yan for a moment. He knows very well that by now, Chu Yan will never let him go. At this time, he can only do his best and maybe he can escape. It's a pity, he thought it was too easy. Call out. A sharp sword chi flew towards him, instantly piercing his heart. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he would never be soft on those who wanted to kill him. Gongsun Xiong. You wait. Chu Yan looked towards the direction of Luoyang King City, killing intent emerged in his eyes, and said faintly. All the people in black have been beheaded, and Chu Yan hurriedly walked towards the cave. #C49 Crazy Breakthrough. At the entrance of the cave, Yuer stood at the entrance of the cave, looking anxious. Seeing Chu Yan's figure, he immediately turned from worry to joy, and ran towards Chu Yan with the little white bear. Moon. Chu Yan shouted softly, a smile appeared on his face. Brother Chu Yan. Yuer threw herself into Chu Yan's arms and hugged tightly. In front of the cave, boys and girls hug each other tightly. After a while, Yuer came out of Chu Yan's arms with a blushing face, bowed her head shyly, and twisted her small hands in front of her. Chu Yan chuckled lightly and turned around to see the corpses of men in black, not far away. Lightly frowned, Chu Yan thought for a while, his eyes flickered, and the flame martial spirit behind him suddenly emerged. Wait until I burn these corpses with flame martial arts. He walked slowly to the corpse, activated his martial spirit, raised his hand and waved it out, red flames flashed, and all the corpses burned. What? Just as the corpse was burning violently, Chu Yan felt a large amount of spiritual power pouring into his body crazily, and the flame martial spirit behind him also burst into flames, and the flame body was obviously larger. Especially the fourth star, shaking again, bringing out a faint light. Burn the corpse and refine the gas. The flame martial soul can devour corpses. Chu Yan was taken aback, his eyes widened, his face full of shock. Not daring to hesitate, Chu Yan quickly sat down cross-legged and began to absorb and refine these spiritual powers, and the infuriating vortex in his body quickly spun. These spiritual powers and the spiritual power of heaven and earth do not move, and they are all extremely pure spiritual powers, which are extremely easy to attract. In less than a moment, after all the corpses were incinerated, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. Light flashed in his eyes, and a breath gushed out from Chu Yan, sweeping through like a wave. The second stage of Qi Refining Realm. The second stage of Qi Refining Realm. The second peak of Qi Refining Realm. Qi Refining Realm, triple stage, early stage. What made Chu Yan ecstatic was that the spiritual power burned by these 20 or so corpses actually raised him to a small realm. Directly ascended to the third level of Qi Refining Realm. Unexpectedly, the flame martial arts can still be improved by burning the corpses of martial artists. Thinking about it carefully, the white tiger spirit is to devour similar tiger spirits and elixir to improve, and this flame spirit is also to eat fire seeds and warrior corpses to improve. There seems to be a certain pattern. The warrior has just died, and the infuriating energy in the body has not dissipated. It has been refined by the flame martial arts and collected as used. This is the uniqueness of the flame martial arts. Okay. In this way, it's much easier than finding fire. Chu Yan got up with a chuckle and muttered. At the Qi Refining Realm, martial soul can be materialized. The materialization of this flame martial soul actually has the power of refining. This unexpected gain made Chu Yan overjoyed. Turning his head to look at Yuer, at this time, Yuer had a sluggish expression, her small mouth trembled, and she had an incredible expression. Let's go. Yuer, let's continue to hunt monsters. Brother Chu Yan, your injury is still bleeding. Yuer was distressed and took out a handkerchief to help Chu Yan deal with the wound. Chu Yan took out a pair of trauma medicine from the Rakshasa space, sprinkled it on the wound, and gently stimulated the infuriating energy, and the wound immediately stopped bleeding. With Yuer and Little White Bear, Chu Yan set off into the depths of the mountain range again. Boom! 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 On this road, Chu Yan is like a murder weapon in the world, showing all his sharp edges, killing all the way along the way. No matter what kind of monsters, they are all killed with one sword. As for refining the corpse and refining the qi, Chu Yan tried it and found that the corpse of the monster could not refine the true energy at all, which disappointed Chu Yan. After throwing down the little white bear, he was very happy to collect the demon crystals behind Chu Yan all the way, like eating jelly beans. His belly was round. Roar! There was a roar of a beast that shook the mountain, and a demon tiger in front blocked the way. This demon tiger has a black and yellow body, several meters in length, a body like a bison, and a strong demon power on its body. It turned out to be an Earth-level 1-star monster. It found that a human had entered its territory, and immediately jumped out of the forest angrily, roaring to shock the opponent. Seeing that the human in front of him was roaring, he did not escape, and became more and more violent. The tiger's tail twitched again and again. Suddenly jumping up, a pair of tiger palms brought out the whirring palm wind and slapped towards Chu Yan. Call out! A sword light flashed, and the demon tiger jumped up in the air. The upper part of the tiger's head was cut off. Red and white splashes, and the tiger's head falls to the ground. A fiery red demon crystal was pulled out by the little white bear with a smile and swallowed. The flame martial spirit emerged behind Chu Yan, waved it out, and the flame instantly swallowed the tiger corpse. After closing his eyes to feel it, Chu Yan shook his head in disappointment. Even the demonic beasts at the prefecture level can't refine their true qi. It seems that all the demonic power of the demonic beasts is stored in the demon crystal, and there is absolutely no spiritual power in the flesh for refining. Raising his eyes and scanning the surroundings, Chu Yan really hopes that there will be another wave of men in black. In that case, he can break through to the 3rd level of qi refining. However, unfortunately, in the next 3 days, not a single black-clothed person was encountered. Thinking that the day after tomorrow would be the time to discuss with Xixinglu, Chu Yan planned to return to the city. Moreover, he is just broken through the 3rd level of qi refining realm, and he also needs some time to cultivate to solidify his cultivation. So, taking Yuer and saying goodbye to the little white bear, Chu Yan opened the Tianfeng Mountains and returned to the Luoyang King City. Luoyang King City. On the street, it was still so lively. Chu Yan pulled Yuer just past the Zhaixing building. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, looked back at Yuer, and walked in. "This son, do you need anything?" A maid greeted her with a smile. "I want to buy a soul awakening pill," Chu Yan said. "Okay, 10 high-grade spirit stones and 100 ordinary spirit stones. How many do you need?" The maid's eyes brightened. For those who have money to buy medicinal herbs, in this royal city, they are either rich or expensive. "Well, give me 3. Chu Tian thought about it for a while. Yuer needed 1, and his brother Chu Zhan had not awakened his martial spirit, so he saved another 1. "Okay, a total of 30 high-grade spirit stones." The maid beckoned to a white-robed pharmacist in the distance and made a few gestures. The white-robed pharmacist looked at Chu Yan with a stunned expression, then turned around and entered a room. When he came out, his hand inside is holding 3 jade bottles. Chu Yan handed the maid 30 high-grade spirit stones, took the jade bottle from the white-robed pharmacist, pulled Yuer, turned and left the Xingxing building. It didn't take long before he returned to the Grand Commander's mansion. "Yuer, practice hard today, and tomorrow we will awaken our martial spirit," Chu Yan said to Yuer. "Yeah." Yuer nodded slightly. After returning to the room, Chu Yan sat, cross-legged, and entered a state of cultivation. The flame martial soul floats in the air, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers into a vortex above the martial soul. The endless spiritual energy turned into gray air flow and merged into the meridians in Chu Yan's body. It is the first-level peak cultivation state of the Rakshasa promise technique. Chao is close to the first-level perfection of Rakshasa Wu Ji. The darker the color of Chu Yan's Rakshasa infuriating qi, the better the effect of quenching and refining qi. In particular, the body-quenching effect is several times stronger than ordinary exercises. A large amount of spiritual energy entered Chu Yan's body, turned into Rakshasa's true energy, and merged into his dantian. Chu Yan continuously guides the Rakshasa true qi to circulate in the body, tempering the body and stabilizing the cultivation. Time flies so fast, and in a blink of an eye, one night has passed. #C50 Awakening Martial Soul. This night, Chu Yan's biggest gain was to completely integrate the Rakshasa true qi into his body, reaching the second level of the Rakshasa true qi. The cultivation of the second level of qi refining realm has been completely stabilized. Call. After breathing in and taking interest, Chu Yan gathered up and walked out of the room. The sky just dawned, and the dawn was hazy. In the courtyard, Yuer is standing quietly, her clothes are fluttering, and in the morning mist, she is like a fairy in the clouds, picturesque and beautiful. Yuer, what are you thinking? When Chu Yan made a sound, he had walked over slowly. Brother Chu Yan, what kind of martial spirit do you think you will awaken? Yuer asked nervously. This? I can't say it well either. Chu Yan smiled, and then said, however, my Yuer is so beautiful, how can the awakened spirit be so bad? Brother Chu Yan, you are laughing at me again. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yuer's face immediately looked like a ripe apple, shy. Come on, let's get started. Chu Yan pulled Yuer and turned around and entered the room. Seeing Yuer sitting cross-legged on the bed with a nervous expression, Chu Yan took out a jade bottle from his arms and poured out a soul-awakening pill. Awakening the martial soul is essentially to use the true qi in one's body to impact the sea of consciousness and establish a connection with the sea of consciousness. There are only two ways for all warriors to awaken their martial souls. One is to rely on their own true energy to repeatedly attack. The other is to rely on the powerful spiritual power of the medicinal pill to slowly break the confinement of the sea of consciousness, and establish communication with the bloodline spirit in the sea of consciousness in one fell swoop. Of course, the premise is that there is a bloodline martial spirit in the sea of knowledge. Because Lan Yuer has never learned the exercises in the village, her true qi is not solid enough, and it is difficult to break through the confinement of the sea of consciousness by herself. Therefore, swallowing the soul-awakening pill is the only way. Yuer, you take it. Handing the medicinal pill to Yuer, Chu Yan said softly. Yuer took a deep breath, calmed down her excitement, took the medicine pill gently, and put it into her red lips. Immediately, close your eyes and look, refining the medicinal power. A majestic spiritual power poured out from Yuer's body, forming a dense fog of spiritual power around her body. Part of the spiritual energy mist slowly penetrated into Yuer's body. Chu Yan quietly stood aside, keeping an eye on Yuer's state at all times. Time passed slowly. The spiritual mist surrounding Yuer was disappearing little by little, but Yuer's martial soul showed no sign of awakening. Chu Yan's face slowly changed, and there was a worried look in his eyes. Because, when all the spiritual power mist disappears, it means that the medicinal power of this soul-awakening pill is completely exhausted. If such a huge spiritual power cannot awaken the martial soul, there is only one reason. There is no bloodline martial spirit in Yuer's body. Without the bloodline martial spirit, Yuer would not be able to become a martial artist in her entire life. Finally, the last trace of spiritual energy mist completely disappeared into Yuer's body. Yuer, sitting cross-legged, still hasn't awakened her martial soul. Could it be that Yuer really doesn't have a martial spirit in her body? Chu Yan couldn't help frowning, watching Yuer slowly opening her eyes. The moment Yuer opened her eyes, there was a flash of spiritual light in her eyes, and then, the jade bead under her neck lit up. A dazzling pale green light enveloped the jade bead, detached from Yuer's body, and slowly rose. Chu Yan and Yuer looked at the jade bead in shock. It shattered in the air, and a shadow appeared. That is. Chu Yan looked at it, but it was a green clover. Swish. The green shadow shook violently, spilling a large green brilliance, then rushed straight into Ilan's body and disappeared. In an instant, on Yuer's body, a green light appeared, and in her stunned expression, a phantom slowly appeared behind her. It is that clover spirit. At the top are 3 shining green stars. Samsung Clover Martial Spirit. What martial spirit is this? Chu Yan was stunned. Although there were quite a few grass-type martial spirits, he had never seen one like this, because most grass-type martial arts were of 1-star quality. Brother Chu Yan, what kind of martial spirit am I? Yuer asked excitedly. I'll take a look. Hey. While answering Yuer, Chu Yan's eyes were still carefully looking at the clover spirit. Suddenly, he discovered something special. Behind the 3 stars above the clover spirit, there is a string of vague shadows. This kind of situation, if it is someone else, may not recognize it, but Chu Yan is all too familiar with it. That's an unlit martial soul star. Counting the past, there are 7 dark stars in total, plus 3 bright stars, a total of 10. What's going on? Could it be that Yuer's martial spirit is the same as his own, full of stars martial spirit, and it is also innately insufficient, so it can grow later? Wait, I'll call Zong Tian and Mo Xiong. Chu Yan hurriedly turned and left the room. Afterwards, Chu Yan took Mo Xiong and Zong Tian back to the room. Zong Tian and Mo Xiong were startled when they saw the martial spirit behind Yuer. Clover? Both of them glanced at each other in surprise, and in their memory, they had never seen such a grass-type 3-star martial spirit. After Chu Yan pointed to the 7 dark stars after the 3-star, the 2 of them were shocked to discover the 7-star dark star that was not lit. 10 stars. This. Under the shock, Zong Tian's face changed greatly, staring at Yuer, his face full of disbelief. Back to the young master. Miss Yuer's martial spirit is by no means simple. Zong Tian cupped his hands and said to Chu Yan, ordinary grass-type martial spirits are too weak, their cultivation talents are extremely poor, and their combat power is even inferior. Impossible to exceed 1 star. Mo Xiong also nodded, and then said, yes, in my family, there are people who have awakened a 1-star blue star grass martial arts. They haven't broken through to the Qi refining realm for 30 years, and as far as I know, this kind of clover martial arts, never seen and heard. Hearing the words of the 2, the doubts on Chu Yan's face became heavier. Young master, please allow your subordinates to test your spiritual sense. Zong Tian lowered his head and thought for a while, and said to Chu Yan. In the world of martial arts, the blood of all martial artists belongs to the 5 elements. And they are mutually reinforcing. In addition, the stronger the martial arts, the more powerful it is. This is a natural martial arts advantage, no matter what the martial artist's cultivation is. Overstep. Just like Chu Tian's 10-star white tiger spirit, any spirit in front of it will be shocked by its might. Chu Yan looked at Zong Tian, hesitated for a moment, and nodded slightly. Roar. After a beast roar, behind Zong Tian, a tall and mighty 7-star mad rhinoceros iron-armored beast martial spirit shot out of the sky. The whole body was covered in black light, gleaming scales. On the horn in front of his nose, the flames burst into flames. Zong Tian's face was solemn. He controlled the mad rhinoceros armored beast spirit behind him, and slowly leaned towards the clover spirit behind Yuer. Chu Yan believed that with the strength of Zong Tian's Xiantian realm, controlling Wuhun would never hurt Yuer. I watched nervously as the crazy rhinoceros armored beast slowly moved. When it was just within 1 meter of the clover's martial spirit, the clover moved. The clover martial spirit spun fiercely, spilling a red brilliance, and dispersing toward the mad rhinoceros armored beast. Under the continuous impact of the green brilliance, the mad rhinoceros armored beast Ting stepped back continuously, and with a flash of light, it returned to Zhong Tian's body. What? Just like this, the 7-star martial spirit was forced back. And it's still a mad rhinoceros armored beast with top combat power. Zhong Tian's face changed slightly, he quickly adjusted his breath, and returned to normal in an instant. When he looked up at the clover spirit again, his face was full of horror. Young master, this clover star will definitely surpass my 7-star mad rhinoceros armored beast. When Zhong Tian reported back to Chu Yan, his face was still full of shock. However, the specific name and origin of this clover spirit, please allow me a few days, I will investigate carefully. Chu Yan looked at Zhong Tian and nodded, and waved the two to retreat. Brother Chu Yan, you don't have to worry, I will definitely cultivate well with my martial spirit. Seeing Chu Yan frowning, Yue quickly said with a smile. Although she didn't know much about 3-star and 10-star things, she finally had martial arts and could practice. For her, that was enough. She didn't want Chu Yan to worry too much about her. Yue, don't worry, Zhong Tian will definitely find out the type of your martial spirit. Seeing Yue's sensible smile, Chu Yan said firmly. Even if Zhong Tian can't find out, with Chu Yan's strength, he will leave Luoyang King City one day sooner or later, and he will be stronger in the future, so he will naturally have a way to investigate. After instructing Yue to practice well, Chu Yan left the room. #C51 Twin Martial Soul. After instructing Yue to practice well, Chu Yan left the room. In the small courtyard, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong were waiting. Young master, tomorrow is the day of discussion agreed with Xinglu. I wonder what the young master plans to do. From Zhong Tian's point of view, Chu Yan's cultivation is only at the 9th level of body quenching, and it is really dangerous to start a fight with a martial artist who is at the 2nd level of qi refining. Seeing the worried look in Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong's eyes, Chu Yan couldn't help but smile. With the cultivation of Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong, as long as they investigate Chu Yan a little, they will find that their cultivation has improved. True qi revolved, the flame martial spirit behind him emerged, and the aura of qi refining on his body surged out. What? Qi refining stage 3 stage early stage. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong were shocked at the same time, their eyes widened. Less than a month later, young master's cultivation level not only broke through the important cultivation level from body tempering realm to qi refining realm, but also rose to the 3rd stage of qi refining realm. And when did the young master's spirit become a flame spirit? Is it twin martial souls? Seeing the doubts on the faces of the two of them, Chu Yan trembled, the red light disappeared, the white light appeared, and the white tiger martial spirit rose into the sky, roaring in the sky behind Chu Yan. Ah! Sure enough. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong saw that Chu Yan put away the flame spirit and released the white tiger spirit, and finally confirmed that Chu Yan was a twin spirit. Suddenly, their whole bodies trembled with excitement, and they hurriedly knelt down and said at the same time, "The suzerain will surely dominate the continent, and the Rakshasa sect will last forever." Chu Yan quickly helped the two of them up, and said with a chuckle, "Now, do you have confidence in tomorrow's competition?" Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong looked at each other, then looked at Chu Yan, and the three couldn't help laughing. Silent all night. Today is the day to fight with Xinglu. At this time in Luoyang King City, the central square was crowded with people, and there were no less than 10,000 people gathered. The voices were full of people and it was extremely lively, and all kinds of noisy discussions were heard. I didn't expect so many people to watch this competition today. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of people here. Yeah, people from Xixinglu and the great commander's mansion are here, even the royal family. Look, that's Sun Ting, the owner of the star-picking building, and several of their deacons, even the beautiful Manly is here. I just don't know who will win in today's competition between the two major forces. Needless to say. Of course it's Gongsun Kong. Not necessarily, the man from the Grand Commander's mansion is called Chu Yan. I heard that he was in Rongtian Tower a few days ago and defeated Gongsun Xiong with one move. Then Gongsun Xiong is nothing, only the body tempering state. This Gongsun Kong is the third level of Qi tempering state. On Wangqing Square, a huge platform has been built. On the stands on both sides, on the left are the people from the Grand Commander's mansion, and on the right are the landlord of the Starjiling building and several deacon elders. In addition to this, there are a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes, located in the front of the stand. All of them are prominent figures in Luoyang Royal City, who were invited by the star-picking tower to come to watch the ceremony. The purpose of Xixinglu is self-evident. It is to help Gongsun Xiong, the heir, to regain face in front of everyone. Humph. Why hasn't this Chu Yan arrived yet? He's not afraid to hide, right? On the side of the stand of Xixinglu, a young man said with disdain to Sun Ting, the master of Xixinglu beside him. This person is Gongsun Kong, the adopted son of Gongsun Ting. Ha ha ha, don't be impatient, my son. I think that Zongtian, the great commander, should not be ashamed of this. Gongsun Ting laughed and said with a big laugh. At this time, he couldn't help sneering in his heart. What is the identity of his own son Gongsun Xiong? This Chu Yan is just a guest in the Grand Commander's mansion. Even if Commander Zong Tian values you, he shouldn't slap him in front of everyone. If it wasn't for the scruples of the great Commander Zong Tian, he would have killed the Chu Sha a long time ago, but today, with this huge arena set up, the two of them fought a fair fight, even if they were beaten to death, even if they were accidentally beaten to death. Think about that. Zong Tian also had nothing to say. Thinking of this, the smile on Gongsun Ting's face became even more prosperous, and he became more and more looking forward to it. Chu Yan is here. At this moment, outside the square, someone with good deeds shouted loudly. The crowd separated on both sides, and a pair of young men and women walked in slowly. The young man has a long sword on his back, his brows are cold, the girl's long clothes are fluttering, and the face is like a peony, like a fairy in the world, which is eye-catching. It was Chu Yan and Lan Yuer. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, secretly applauding. This is really a pair of talented and beautiful women. However, there were also many people who shook their heads lightly, with regretful eyes in their eyes. It won't be long before this young man will not be able to live. Chu Yan took Yuer and went directly to the left side of the stand. Little Lord. Zong Tian got up immediately. There are so many people here, all the rituals are exempted. Zong Tian nodded and sat back in the main seat again. After all, Chu Yan had instructed a few days ago that his identity should be kept as secret as possible. Chu Yan, since you're here, let's start. I still have something to do, so I don't have time to waste it here. Gongsun Kong looked at Chu Yan, sneered, then stood up, jumped onto the ring, and shouted at Chu Yan. Then, Sun Ting, the master of picking stars, stood up, smiled at Zong Tian, walked onto the ring, swept his eyes across the crowd, and said, Everyone, today, I, Gongsun Kong of Xixinglu, and Chu Yan of the Grand Commander's mansion fought for life and death, and both parties voluntarily signed the life and death documents. So far, life and death have been settled. After the incident, all the grievances between me and the Grand Commander's mansion will be written off. Don't mention it again. Everyone present today, please be a witness. The crowd under the stage suddenly became lively, shouting loudly like booing. This statement of Gongsun Ting of Xixinglu is obviously well prepared. What kind of discussion there is, it means that he wants to abolish the other party. Seeing Gong Sun Ting's light smile, Zhong Tian nodded heavily. If it were the first 2 days, Zhong Tian would definitely not talk like this, and he would probably have beaten the table long ago. But now it's different. Zhong Tianli didn't bother to care about Gong Sun Ting's sloppy guts, instead he kept sneering in his heart. Okay, let's start now. After Gong Sun Ting returned to his original position and sat down, he nodded to Gong Sun Kong on the stage. Gong Sun Kong waved his hand, picked up a long spear, and with a flick of the spear tip, pointed it at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, today will make you regret for the rest of your life. Gong Sun Kong pointed a gun at Chu Yan, his face was arrogant, and his killing intent was everywhere. Chu Yan glanced at the other party, then turned to Yuer beside him and said, Yuer, you stay by Zhong Tian's side. After speaking, he stood up and was about to play, but suddenly found his body stagnant. When he looked back, he found that the corner of his clothes was caught by Yuer. Brother Chu Yan. Yuer's 2 small hands tightly grasped Chu Yan's clothes, and her big smart eyes kept flashing, full of worry. Yuer, don't worry, everything will be fine. Chu Yan smiled lightly, patted Yuer's head, and tenderness flowed in his eyes. Walking slowly towards the ring, Chu Yan's face became more and more dull. Chu Yan, who came to the stage, didn't even look at Gong Sun Kong. Instead, he turned around, facing the star-picker master Gong Sun Ting, and said softly, I heard that Xinglu has opened a betting table. I wonder if I can place a bet. Everyone was startled at the same time, and looked at the boy on the stage suspiciously. As the owner of Jiuxiao Building, Gong Sun Ting, of course, would not miss the opportunity to make money in this kind of battle that caused a sensation in the whole city. However, the odds of the 2 sides are quite different. Gong Sun Kong, who is at the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, loses 1 for 1, and Chu Yan, who is at the 9th stage of body tempering, loses 10 for 1. The last time he went to pick up the Star Building to buy and sell soul pills, Chu Yan accidentally swept the odds. Of course, I will accept any bet from Xinglu. Gong Sun Ting replied with a smile. Okay, since that's the case, I'll bet myself 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chu Yan said with a grin. Humph. My Grand Commander's mansion is also betting on 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhong Tian immediately got up and shouted when he heard Chu Yan's words. What? 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, if you win, you will lose 10 for 1, and you will be 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you replace them with ordinary spirit stones, you will be 2 million. That's a lot. This Chu Yan can't be crazy. Don't lose your life and lose money. #C52, qualified to let me out of the sword. As soon as Chu Yan and Zhong Tian finished speaking, there was a commotion all around. Okay, since that's the case, I will also put down 2,000 high-grade spirit stones from Xinglu to help with the fun. Gong Sun Kong was just startled, and then immediately resumed his smile. Stupid, money is automatically delivered to your door, if you don't pick it up, you won't pick it up. In his opinion, there is no suspense at all in this battle, and the money is given away for nothing. After everyone finished placing their bets, Chu Yan slowly turned around and faced Gong Sun Kong. The battle begins. Chu Yan, accept your fate, you will die today. It's just that you shouldn't have done anything to our young master. Gong Sun Kong sneered and lowered his voice, completely ignoring Chu Yan. Oh? Accept your fate? Chu Yan chuckled, shook his head, and said, I only hope that your strength is as high as your idiot. Court death. Gong Sun Kong was stunned for a moment, then became furious, and his whole body's true qi surged wildly, blowing gusts of wind on the ring. At this time, in the crowd below the stage, Chu Nan and Yi Meier stood close together, looking at the 2 people who were holding each other on the stage. Mayor, Chu Yan is dead today. What's so good about such a bloody scene, or else, let's go back. Chu Yan glanced coldly at Chu Yan on the stage, as if looking at a dead person. No, I just want to watch him die. Yi Meier looked at Chu Yan on the stage with a sinister look on her face. For the last time, Chu Yan's empathy for her, she expressed such calmness, which deeply hurt her vanity and made her resentful. Therefore, she had never felt anything about Chu Yan. This Gongsun Kong is 27 years old, and he has reached the 3rd level of qi refining. He is a genius in the entire Luoyang kingdom. To deal with Chu Yan, one move is enough. Chu Yan glanced at Chu Yan on the stage disdainfully, and then said, recently, I heard that the Extreme Heaven sect has provided Chu Yan with a large amount of high-level medicinal pills, making his strength reach the 9th level of body-tempering realm, but so what? Gongsun Kong is going to kill this time, just wait and see, a move, ah? Before Chu Yan's words were finished, his face froze for a moment. Because on the stage, Chu Yan's 3rd level qi refining realm cultivation base was all released, and the violent aura swept through the arena. Humph. Even if it is the 3rd level of qi refining realm, you can't win. Chu Yan spoke hard, but what he said felt unfounded. As the 2nd-ranked genius of the Chu family, Chu Yan had invested heavily in the cultivation resources of the entire family since he was a child, and only then did he cultivate to the 5th level of body-tempering realm. And this Chu Yan, who had only awakened his martial spirit for a few days, has now reached the 3rd level of qi refining. 15 years old, the 3rd level of qi refining. How is this practice? Chu Yan's mind went blank, his eyes staring blankly at the stage. In the middle of the ring, Chu Yan stood with cold eyes, and the opposite Gongsun Kong was holding a long spear, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. However, the 3rd layer qi refining realm that Chu Yan burst out was only in the early stage, and he was in the middle stage of the qi refining realm, and it was enough to deal with him. In addition, what makes Gongsun Kong more confident is that the exercises and martial arts that he uses are all treasured by the Xingxinglu, and they are all of earth-level quality. All in all, today, it must be killed. The killing intent on his body unfolded, and the infuriating energy in his body swelled to the extreme. The long spear in his hand was swallowing a foot-long spear glow. Gongsun Kong stared at Chu Yan, and his confidence increased. Damn it, Chu Yan's cultivation is the 3rd level of qi refining? Didn't you say body-quenching state? What's going on? It seems that it must be the ghost of Xingxinglu, trying to deceive our bet. The voices of discussion from the crowd spread, and Sun Ting, the owner of the Star Hunter, whose face had changed greatly, had an old face that turned into a pig's liver, and a sigh was stuck in his chest. Breathing heavily, he almost vomited blood. In the world of martial arts, if you try your best to restrain your cultivation, you can only see that there is a difference of at least 2 major realms. Moreover, the Rakshasa Wu Jiju practiced by Chu Yan is an extremely restrained exercise, so it is not considered a sect. Even an innate powerhouse like Tian may not be able to detect it. Gongsun Ting gasped heavily, and managed to calm down the breath. His eyes swept across the stage, coldly. Snort. Qi refining realm triple stage. The same will die. Compared with the shock on the side of Xingxinglu, the side of the Grand Commander's mansion was relatively flat, and even the majestic Zone Tian showed a smile on his face. At this moment, Gongsun Kong on the stage raised his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that your cultivation base has reached the 3rd level of qi refining, but, it's still the same sentence, today you are dead." As soon as Gongsun Kang's remarks came out, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd and the audience. In the face of opponents of the same rank, Gongsun Kong of this star-picking building is still so confident. It seems that the result of this battle will not change. That's right, what is the Xingxing building for? It's a treasure building. That's right, I see this Gongsun Kong, all kinds of heaven and earth treasures are eaten as meals, and the foundation of body quenching and chi refining is absolutely against the sky. Haha, you all underestimate the star-picking building. The martial arts and combat skills used by Gong Sun Kong are definitely several grades higher than that of Chu Yan. If nothing else, look at the long spear in his hand. That is the acquired spirit. Precious. What? Acquired Lingbao. Everyone's discussion spread, and everyone looked at Chu Yan again, and their sympathy and disdain returned. On stage, Chu Yan was a little impatient. There's a lot of nonsense, so hurry up, I have something to do later, I don't have time to chat with you. Humph. Since you are in a hurry to die, then die. Gong Sun Kong shouted loudly, the spear in his hand shook, and the spear stabbed out. The black long spear went out to sea like a mad dragon, with a sharp whistling sound, it pierced into Chu Yan's chest, and its momentum was astonishing. The posture is okay, the power and speed are not so bad. Chu Yan shook his head, looked at the black spear stabbing in slow motion in front of him, took a step laterally, and the phantom flashed past, easily dodging the spear. Not to mention anything else, only when Chu Yan was in the Jinding trial of the thundering 9 heavens of the extreme heaven sect, the sword chi of those thunder pillars was much faster than this, and they couldn't hurt Chu Yan. Gong Sun Kang's pupil shrank sharply, and he said in surprise, how could you escape so easily? Humph. Chu Yan, the shot just now was just a test, then take my shot. Gong Sun Kang's infuriating energy surged in his body, his feet stomped heavily, and he jumped into the air. The spear in his hand stabbed wildly, and countless spear shadows covered Chu Yan. 1,000 snake shots. This shot is one of Gong Sun Kang's unique moves. A shot is stabbed, blocking all the space around the opponent's body, leaving no way to survive. Die. Gong Sun Kong sneered and shouted confidently. Call out. Call out. Call out. Countless gunfire came from the sky, and the shadows of the guns covered the sky, like 10,000 meteors flying down, completely sealing Chu Yan. Break it for me. Chu Yan stepped out with his left foot, and raised his fists continuously, like thousands of troops moving in unison, like 100 beasts roaring, violent fists blasted out, collided with countless gun shadows in the air, the rolling flood rushed through, shattering all the gun shadows. Boom. 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 The sound of rumbling and rumbling in the air was incessant, and a series of explosive energy rushed to all directions, and the dust was flying. How is it possible that he actually blocked my trick? Gong Sun Kang's face changed greatly, his face was ashen. How could he know that Chu Yan's Bafang shaping technique has reached the realm of great achievement, and it is not far from the perfection realm, and coupled with the physical strength of the quenching body several times that of a martial artist of the same rank, breaking his marksmanship is nothing. Shoot hard. Gong Sun Kong shouted loudly, his infuriating energy reached its limit, and threw himself towards Chu Yan. The spear in his hand traced a black meteor-like trajectory, and the spear spit out to a length of 2 meters. Ah! Heavy shooting, isn't it the mid-grade Xian-level combat skills that caused a sensation in the 5 cities of Luoyang 10 years ago? Yes, at that time, it was taken away by the divine person at the price of 1,000 spiritual stones, but I didn't expect it to be someone from Zexinglu himself. Mysterious rank mid-level combat skills. This Chu Yan is lost. With this shot, that Chu Yan will be smashed into slag. Exclamations came from the crowd, and everyone stared at the gun shadow with countless black gas explosions on the stage, so scared that they even lost their breath. On the stand, Zhong Tian, Mo Xiong, and Yuer's faces tightened at the same time, and 3 pairs of eyes stared at the stage. On the side of Picking Star Building, Gong Sun Ting and the others smiled and nodded. This battle should end here. But just then, a dull voice sounded. It's okay, I'm qualified to let me out of the sword. #C53 It's my turn. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and his right hand slowly stretched behind his back. At this time everyone's faces stiffened, and they stared behind Chu Yan at the same time, only to realize that the young man had been carrying a long sword on his back, but only used his fists to fight Gong Sun Kong. Hiss. Countless puffing sounds are connected together. At the same time, Chu Yan pulled out his sword. Draw sword. This sword is too fast, and it is going to the extreme. Everyone only feels that their eyes are bright, a flash of electric light flashes, and the blue sword energy explodes like thunder. Boom! The sword chi and the spear light collided, and the thunder exploded, the sword chi vertical and horizontal, and the spear light was like thunder. The two of them were shaking violently at the same time, and they retreated again and again. What? That Chu Yan actually caught the shot? The heavy shooting of the middle-rank Shan level was actually caught? Under the stage, the crowd suddenly turned over like a pot, and exclamations rang out. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhong Tian, the great commander above the stand. This person was wrapped in a robe, and under the big cloak, he could faintly see half of his face. Commander Zhong, is this the young man you recommended? It's not bad, the super battle is still a sure winner, not bad, not bad. Zhong Tian looked at the man in the robe beside him, and was stunned for a moment, then smiled lightly. Elder Yun, this time my little brother entered Ling Tian's sect, there should be no problem. Hee, Zhong de Commander is joking, with your personal recommendation, of course it's not a problem to join the sect, but... Zhong Tian turned to look at Elder Yun, frowned slightly and said, but what? Elder Yun turned his head to look at Zhong Tian, the light in his eyes flickered, and said lightly. However, the reward for this sect selection is a 5th-grade medicinal pill, which is a pity. Zhong Tian was stunned, and immediately understood what Elder Yun meant, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes, thought about it, but stopped talking. On the ring. Gong Sun Kang's face was a little red and purple, but Chu Yan took all the shots with ease, making him feel that his face was dull. Chu Yan, I admit that you are not weaker than me, but you still have to lose today. Gong Sun Kang said. Oh? Since that's the case, it's my turn to make a move. It's also 3 moves. Do you dare to take it? Chu Yan's smile was extremely flat. Humph. Joke. Come on. Gong Sun Kang said firmly, but his eyes were full of solemnity. Chu Yan's strength has completely exceeded his expectations. At this time, he felt uneasy in his heart. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes, and at the same time his steps were staggered. The first form of Thunder 13 swords, the sword drawing style, was used. The streamer is bright, and the sword light diffuses. Gong Sun Kang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and saw that Chu Yan had already retracted his sword into the sheath and stood still, as if he hadn't shot at all. Like a breeze blowing, like flowers and leaves, this sword has disappeared without a trace. What? Gong Sun Kang's face changed greatly, a coldness flashed in his heart, and a feeling of extreme danger was born. He had never seen such a strange swordsmanship. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Sometimes visible, sometimes invisible. How to stop this? Before he could think about it, Gong Sun Kang shouted, and the spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out. Bai Lai Gun. Clang. The sword chi slashed on the spear. Gong Sun Kang only felt 10,000 genes of force coming through the spear. His body was shocked, the spear almost let go, and he stepped back a few big steps in a row. When he raised his head to look at Chu Yan again, his face was full of horror. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, without any hesitation, the blood in his body surged, and he dashed forward rapidly, stabbing out a sword. The sword chi broke through the air, and the electric light shone. Drink! Gong Sun Kang shouted violently, and the spear danced, forming a spear curtain in front of him. Defense, Chu Yan's second sword. Boom! The sword energy flashed past, and the powerful force directly slashed Gongsun Kong more than 10 meters away and fell to the edge of the ring. The sword-drawing style of Disheng realm. Not only fast, but also the speed of reaching the peak of strength. How is this possible, you? How can you have such strength? Gongsun stood up on the ground, his face full of shock and roaring. At this moment, his hands were dripping with blood and trembling, and the gun body in his hand kept shaking. A mouthful of blood surged up, and the congestion that had turned to the throat was forcibly held back, making his face look red and purple. One more sword. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, and while looking at Gongsun Kong, he stomped forward with his left foot and stabbed the blue long sword forward with his right hand. Bright sword. Call out. The sword light appeared in shock, as fast as thunder, and condensed like a line, as if tearing apart the space and appearing in shock, with no sharp coldness, and stabbed Gongsun Kong. What? Gongsun Kang's eyes were about to split, the hair on his body exploded, and there was a desperate breath of death from the bottom of his life, which made his liver and gallbladder torn, and a loud roar, a black light appeared behind him, and a phantom figure with a long spear appeared. Warrior martial spirit. The ghost with the gun, the armor is shining, the cloak is flying, and the 6 golden stars above the head are shining. 6-star mutant martial spirit. Blood battle in the world. Gongsun Kang's long hair was flying, and his whole body was frantically surging. This time, he used his strongest move to win the battle with his life. The strength of the martial spirit has increased by at least 50%, the black light radiates everywhere, and the spirit gun blends together. The spear pierced the sky, and the force pierced the void, and faced the shocking sword that was stabbing straight ahead. Boom! The violent power collided fiercely. Puff! The blood mist sprayed out from the sky, and Gongsun Kang's body flew out like a rag, smashing to the ground. Quiet. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide, stared at their eyes, and their faces were dull. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The result was too unexpected. Chu Yan defeated Gongsun Kong with 3 swords. Gongsun Kong was almost vulnerable in front of Chu Yan. Immediately afterwards, a torrent of shouts erupted from above the square. My God, Gongsun Kong actually lost. How can this Chu Yan be so strong? He doesn't seem to even have a martial soul, doesn't he? He just won? The two people have the same level of cultivation, but the difference in strength is so big. All kinds of messy voices exclaimed endlessly. Both sides of the stand. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong were equally shocked. Although they believed that the young master could win, they did not expect to win so powerfully and easily. With a smile on her face, Yuer's 2 big beautiful eyes narrowed into 2 curved slits on her small face. The figure above the stand, as if possessing a huge magical power, attracts him, and he can't take his eyes away. Thinking of what happened to me in the past, when I was most desperate, it was this figure that suddenly appeared, like a hero born, bringing the hope of life to me. Without him, perhaps, he would no longer exist in this world. On the side of the star building, Sun Ting's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he could almost squeeze out ink. His eyes were aimed at the familiar figure lying on the stage, and he couldn't stop scolding in his heart. Behind him, Gongsun Kong, dressed in fancy clothes, had an unsightly expression on his face. He frantically flicked his long sleeves and turned away. On the ring, Gongsun Kong stood up tremblingly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes stared fiercely at the figure not far away. Chu Yan. Clenching his teeth and squeezing out 2 words, Xuanhuan Xiongxiong's anger burned in Gongsun Kang's eyes. Gongsun Kong, didn't you just say you wanted me to die? Now? Chu Yan's smile was full of playfulness. You. Gongsun Kong was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed greatly, not only crazy, but also hideous. I didn't lose. I want you to die. Reaching out into his arms, Gong Sun Kong took out a jade bottle and poured out an elixir. He swallowed it with his mouth open without looking at it. #C54 sword soaring. Ha ha ha. After taking the medicine pill, Gong Sun Kang's body quickly swelled up. At the same time, the aura on his body soared wildly, became extremely violent, and continued to rise. In less than a few breaths, it actually rose from the 3rd level of Qi refining realm to the 5th level of Qi refining realm. What kind of medicine? No, it's the soul pill. He actually swallowed the soul pill. The crowd below the stage exclaimed and exploded in an instant. Storm soul pill, a kind of overbearing elixir. After the martial artist swallows it, he will explode his own martial arts, attracting all the soul power of his own martial arts. But the benefits are huge. Within an hour, after taking the storm soul pill, the strength increased sharply. But the disadvantages are also huge, and it can even be said to be terrifying. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout sounded. I saw Zhong Tian standing up in the stands, looking at Gong Sun Tang and shouting, Gong Sun Tang, what do you want to do at Zhixinglu? Gong Sun Tang was also shocked at this time, but when he looked at Zhong Tian, he chuckled softly and said, I declare that Gong Sun Kong violated the principle of fair competition, and this battle is over. Just when everyone let out a sigh of relief, Gong Sun Ting looked at the crazy Gong Sun Kong on the stage and continued. From now on, Gong Sun Kong does not belong to me, and if he kills someone now, it has nothing to do with me. Gong Sun Kong saw that Gong Sun Ting's eyes were all sinister, and if he heard what he said, he would not understand. A grim smile appeared, and Gong Sun Kong slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yan. What? Gong Sun Kong roared loudly, his body was soaring to the sky, and bursts of violent airflow swept through. All the true qi in the body rushed to the spear in his hand, and the black spear vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling black light. Blood battle in the world. Gong Sun Kong made his move, and it was still his strongest move. But at this time, this move was used, driving the gust of wind, and the air rumbled and exploded, which was many times stronger than the previous one. The long spear in his hand was handed out, like a demon dragon born, madly strangling, towards Chu Yan. In an instant, the clouds and thunder rolled, and the wind and clouds changed, as if there was only a dazzling spear in the sky. Snort. Chu Yan moved, gray air flowed from his body, countless cyclones flew around his body, and a dark red flashed in his eyes. The blue long sword in his hand hummed and vibrated, and the sound of the sword ringing continued to echo in the surrounding cyclone. Moreover, with the tremor of the blue long sword, the sound of the sword ringing became louder and louder. Sword intent unparalleled realm. Chu Yan moved. Step, draw, stab, retract. A sword light was trained, slashing through the void, like a ray of divine electricity bursting out of the dark world, violently slashing out Rakshas's real body. The bright sword style of the unparalleled sword intent. This sword is the culmination of the second style of Thunder 13 swords, and it is also a style with strong attack power. This sword is extremely simple, but when the sword is drawn, it has already been withdrawn. This sword, condensed to the limit, only left a bright line in the air. This sword, there is nothing to see clearly, only when it is in the eyes of the opponent, it is extremely dazzling. With this sword, everyone was shocked and stood on the spot. Even Zhong Tian, the innate powerhouse who was about to jump up and rush to ask for help from Chu Yan, was struck by a sword, causing the true qi in his body to roll over and his body froze. Gong Sun Kong, who had the heart to kill, saw the sword light in his eyes, getting brighter and brighter, but it was even more crazy to stimulate the power of the violent soul in his body, and the black light of the long spear in his hand suddenly brightened. Boom! Everyone was sluggish, and the attack of the two men violently collided, like a meteor falling to the ground, and it exploded. Boom boom boom. The energy like a cloud wave exploded in the ring. The sword energy and spear light turned into countless energy and swept past, and the entire arena was covered with dust and fog. On the stands on both sides, everyone stood up, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the ring. How's it going? Who wins? Who loses? Everyone was waiting for the energy to dissipate, and it was revealed. Finally, the two figures on the ring slowly appeared. Chu Yan and Gong Sun Kong stood with their backs to each other, only a few steps away from each other. The square was silent. Everyone looked at the two figures. Puff. At this moment, I saw Chu Yan on the stage, opening his mouth to spit out a blood mist. What? Chu Yan is defeated. Such a powerful sword was defeated. The crowd exclaimed. Gong Sun Kong swallowed the soul pill, and at the cost of sacrificing his own martial soul, he directly raised his cultivation base to the 5th level of Qi refining realm, opening a whole 2 realms with Chu Yan. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of martial arts can cross this gap. Just when everyone was thinking about it, a mutation suddenly occurred. Bang! The black spear in Gong Sun Kang's hand suddenly fell off his hands. Immediately afterwards, Gong Sun Kong Zhuang, like a giant's body, slowly tilted like a mountain peak, and crashed to the ground. In the middle of his body, a large hole full of flesh and blood flowed out, a lot of blood, dyeing the ring red. Hiss! There was a sound of thumping all around. Gong Sun Kong is defeated. Dead. How is this possible? With the cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi refining, without summoning the spirit, kill the warriors who are in the 5th level of Qi refining. It's true. The scene in front of him told everyone again and again, including the figure standing on the ring and the bright light in his eyes. Since the establishment of Luoyang King City, he is the first person. Oh. The sound of mountains and seas suddenly resounded, boiling like fire, and the noise shook the sky. Ha ha ha. Zhong Tian's laughter echoed in the square, and Chu Yan's performance made him extremely excited. On the other side, Gong Sun Ting's chest heaved violently, and his breathing was like a bellows box, representing his extremely angry mood. This time, not only did he not regain the face of Zhang Xinglu, but he also lost to Gong Sun Kong, an adopted son who reached the 3rd level of Qi refining at the age of 27. A genius of the younger generation who has invested countless precious cultivation resources in Zhang Xinglu. How can this not make his heart hurt? However, other than looking ashen and clenching his teeth, what else can he do? Before the competition, the two sides had already agreed on the rules, and at the same time, he had just announced publicly that Gong Sun Kong was no longer a member of Zhang Xinglu, and he didn't care about killing people. Snort. With a heavy snort, Gong Sun Ting walked away with a sullen face from everyone in the Zhang Xinglu. Brother Chu Yan, where did you get hurt? Yuer jumped onto the ring, ran to Chu Yan's side, and asked with concern. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong stood behind her, as well as a person covered in a robe. It's okay, a little injury, it's okay to rest for a few days. Chu Yan smiled lightly and shook his head. He had just been repulsed by the violent energy, and was suddenly shaken by a small amount of infuriating energy. With Rakshasa infuriating energy, he could recover in at most 3 days. The effect of being perfectly quenched by the Rakshasa true Qi and the White Tiger martial spirit, at this time, shows its strength. Okay, young master, please go back to the manor, to recuperate. Zhong Tian said with concern. Brother Chu Yan, I'll support you. Yuer quickly jumped to Chu Yan's side, stretched out her jade hand, leaned against Chu Yan's body, and gently supported his arm. Chu Yan smiled helplessly, smelling the faint body fragrance coming from Yuer's body. His head suddenly became hot, and his feet swayed for a while. Yuer's complexion changed greatly, and she hurriedly leaned even tighter, and even a jade hand wrapped around Chu Yan's waist, supporting most of Chu Yan's body weight. At this moment, Chu Yan's face suddenly turned red, and the dizziness became stronger. Afterwards, they found the stall in the star-picking building, took the spiritual stone they had won, and went back to their home. Chu Yan and Zhong Tian each bet 1,000 pieces of high-grade spirit stones, and they lose 10, which is 20,000 pieces of top-grade spirit stones, plus 100 pieces of the original bet. This time they won 20,100 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. This result made Chu Yan quite satisfied, and there was no need to worry about running out of money in a short period of time. After returning to the Grand Commander's mansion, Zhong Tian took the elder Ling Tianzong Yun and introduced him to Chu Yan. Ling Tianzong. #C55 Raising Sword. Chu Yan was stunned to look at the robed old man in front of him. Unexpectedly, today's competition even attracted an elder from the first sect of Luoyang Kingdom. Young Master, Elder Yun wants to talk to you about the young master's entry into Lingyun sect. Zhong Tian arched his hands. Entering the Lingyun sect? Chu Yan was startled, looked at Zhong Tian, and then swept towards the smiling Elder Yun. Chu Yan remembered that Zhong Tian had said last time that with his letter of recommendation, there would be no problem in entering the Lingyun sect. Is there any change? Seeing Chu Yan's puzzled face, Elder Yun immediately chuckled and said, Chu Yan, I'm taking the liberty to come here this time, just for a reminder. Chu Yan frowned slightly, nodded and said, Elder Yun, please speak. Ling Tianzong's entrance examination will take place in 7 days. Originally, there was a recommendation letter from Zongtian brother. There is absolutely no problem with Chu Yan's entry into the sect, but... After a pause, Elder Yun smiled and looked at Chu Yan with burning eyes. However, as long as anyone who enters the sect with a letter of recommendation will not be rewarded for the entrance examination, this is a big loss. Elder Yun looked at Chu Yan, his eyes calm, with a hint of anticipation. Reward? Chu Yan was startled and asked in confusion. That's right, my Lingyun sect's entrance examination is held once a year. For all the geniuses in the Luoyang Kingdom, only 100 people are admitted. There are 3 rewards. The 2 will get the same opportunity to enter the Sky Valley to practice, and they will also be rewarded with 10 second-grade medicinal pills and qi refining pills. As for the first place, Chu Yan was already shocked when he heard that the second place rewarded 10 qi refining pills. This qi refining pill is specially used for qi refining realm warriors to improve their cultivation base, and it is very precious, and this Ling Tianzong only enters the sect disciple assessment, and rewards 10 second-grade qi refining pills at one time, which shows the strong strength of the sect. First place, in addition to the first 2 rewards, there is also an opportunity to choose a mentor. Choose your own tutor. Chu Yan said stunned. Yes, my Ling Tian sect is divided into 3 sects and 8 halls, namely, the outer, inner, and dragon sects, Ling Wutang, Ling Jitang, Ling Huntang and other 8 halls, including the sect master. There are thousands of mentors, each with their own strengths. So fine, every year, except for the first place in the entrance examination, other disciples are assigned mentors by the sect, so the first place in previous years can be directly worshipped by the 10 elders. This opportunity. After speaking, Elder Yun had a smile on his face, and his self-evident eyes flashed. Even Zhong Tian on the side was a little moved, and he couldn't help saying, Young Master, with your strength, it is not difficult to win this entrance examination. Young Master, please think twice. Hearing now, Chu Yan was also quite moved. Looking at the eager eyes of the 2, he nodded and said, Thank you Elder Yun for reminding me that I have decided to participate in the entrance examination. However, I heard that Ling Tianzong has a martial soul star requirement for entry-level disciples? Elder Yun was stunned, then chuckled. Little brother Chu Tian has a recommendation letter from brother Zongtian, so there is no need to test the martial soul star rating. Okay, thank you Elder Yun. Chu Tian asked some more details about the entrance examination, and then politely sent the Ling Tianzong elder away. Afterwards, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated, and kept his mind, and the infuriating energy in his body slowly circulated. The grey Rakshasa true chi floated out, forming a faint grey layer of air around Chu Yan's body, faintly flowing, and as Chu Yan inhaled, it entered his body, nourishing the wounded internal injuries. The flame martial spirit was burning faintly behind Chu Yan, and between the light and the dark, it quickly attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and at the same time, it was introduced into Chu Yan's body and merged into his dantian. For 3 full days, Chu Yan sank into a state of cultivation, and while healing his internal injuries, he slowly practiced the Rakshasa Wuji Jutsu. On the morning of the 4th day, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, opened his mouth gently, spit out a mouthful of milky white turbid air, exhaled lightly, and contained his true energy. Get up and stretch. The joints of the whole body crackled, and I immediately felt refreshed, all internal injuries were healed, and the infuriating qi in the body became more pure, and the cultivation base was much more stable. Picking up the thunder sword, Chu Yan walked out of the room and came to the small courtyard. Sword raising. With a low voice, he drew his sword out, the sword light and sword shadow intersected, and a few bright sword lights flashed. Huh. No. Chu Yan stood with his sword in hand, looking at the thunder sword in his hand, frowning slightly. What Chu Yan just used was the 3rd form of Thunder 13 swords, the sword-raising form. However, when the sword was swung out, it felt as if it was about to grasp some key, but nothing was grasped. That feeling was empty and uncomfortable. Subconsciously look up to the sky. Raising swords like clouds. The 4-character swordsmanship made Chu Yan's mind float, standing quietly, Shunshan felt. At this stop, 3 hours have passed. At this time, the sun is in the sky, the blue is like washing, and a few white clouds drift by leisurely. The white clouds drifted by leisurely, and when they walked slowly, they were ever-changing, strange shapes, and different from each other. It's ever-changing. It's easy to separate and combine. Swish. A trace of enlightenment flashed in his mind, and Chu Yan's eyes lit up. With the sword in his hand, his body turned into an afterimage and leaped into the air. Sword raising. The thunder sword slashed out horizontally, and a sword chi slashed down like a 9-day dragon. The thick sword chi was extremely violent. Wherever it passed, the air was swept away, filled with endless explosive power. Cloud is unpredictable. The same is true for the sword-raising style. It seems like a simple move, but it is full of variables. Even Chu Yan himself cannot control it, let alone his opponent. This sword-raising move is extremely domineering. When the sword is released, the wind and clouds are shocked, and the lethality is extremely terrifying. Compared with the drawing sword and the bright sword, it is not known how many times more powerful and how many times faster. After gently landing, Chu Yan smiled lightly and put away the thunder sword. This thunder sword, with its entire body blue in color, is as light as nothing, and on the sword body, spiritual power flashes from time to time, and it is extremely sharp, so Chu Yan can use it quite easily. The last time I played against Gong Sun Kong, if it was there, facing Gong Sun Kang's Lingba level spear, it might not be so easy to win. However, the more he practiced the Thunder 13 swords, the more Chu Yan fit in with the Thunder sword. Brother Chu Yan, Xiaobai came here just now. Seeing that you are comprehending, put down the 2 spirit medicines and left. Not far away, Yuera strolled over with an innocent smile on her face, holding 2 unknown elixir in her hands. The oncoming warm fragrant wind blows on his face, and Chu Yan is momentarily absent-minded. He shook his head ruthlessly, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, raised his hand and gently scratched the little girl's nose. "Is little white bear Wei okay?" Hearing this, Yuer's eyes were slightly curved, like a pair of beautiful crescent moons, and she stretched out her pink jade-like hands to straighten out the wrinkles on her chest for Chu Yan. Chu Yan was stunned, looking at Yuer, who was so close and breathing like a blue. Suddenly a warm current surged in his heart. In the outer porch of the small courtyard, several guards from the Grand Commander's mansion couldn't help but be full of envy and jealousy when they saw Yuer, who was taking care of Chu Yan's clothes like a little daughter-in-law. Looking down at the small face that was so delicate and flawless, a touch of blue silk fell on the smooth forehead, occasionally being swept by the light wind, revealing a pair of smart big eyes, which were very moving. Looking at Yuer slowly, inadvertently, Chu Yan's breathing gradually became a little faster, and there was a ray of heat in his eyes. "Brother Chu Yan, what are you looking at?" After straightening out Chu Yan's clothes, Yuer finally found the pair of fiery eyes. Her little face instantly turned red as peach blossoms, and said softly, "Huh? Chu Yan, who woke up, was also blushing, but fortunately his face was much thicker than Yuer. He laughed twice, and said casually, "No, nothing, just found that Yuer is getting more and more beautiful." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yuer's face became more and more red. She raised her head to look at Chu Yan. Her eyes were facing each other, but she slowly leaned into Chu Yan's arms. Chu Yan hugged Yuer's slender waist, and his breathing became heavier immediately. Seeing the girl in his arms closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttered, and her red lips were dripping. Her heart suddenly jumped like a deer. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a light cough sounded outside the small courtyard, and two figures strode in. It was Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong with a strange smile. The girl in her arms quickly broke free and hid behind Chu Yan, embarrassed. "Young master and girl Yuer are a match made in heaven." "Ha ha ha." Zhong Tian laughed heartily, and while saluting Chu Yan, he said with a smile, "Yeah, young master." Emo Xiong also laughed. Chu Yan heard the light stomping sound coming from behind, and couldn't help but blushed. He laughed twice, and asked, "Yuer is shy, don't make fun of you. Is there something wrong?" When Zhong Tian heard this, his smile faded and he said, "Young master, in 3 days, it will be the day Ling Tian sect recruits disciples. This is a letter of recommendation." Zhong Tian took out a letter and handed it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan took it and took a closer look. There was not only Zhong Tian's signature on it, but also Ling Tianzong's imprint. It seemed that this letter of recommendation was not simple. "Young master, your injury?" Zhong Tian asked worriedly. "It's healed, it's okay." Chu Yan chuckled lightly. Afterwards, after chatting with the two of them, and then instructing Yuer to practice well, Chu Yan returned to the room and began to practice Rakshasa Wu Ji Ju. #C56, how old are you? In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. A touch of morning sun shone into the room through the screen window, and the originally dark room was bright. The content of the room, Chu Yan practiced cross-legged, and his true energy was rolling. For 3 days and 3 nights, the bottleneck in the middle stage of the 3rd stage of Qi refining was still unbreakable. After a while, Chu Yan opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. "Can't break through." The last time the flame martial arts devoured the man in black, his cultivation level soared to the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, but his foundation was not strong, so it was difficult for his cultivation to improve quickly. At least in a short period of time, there was no hope. However, with his current strength, it is difficult for him to have any rivals within the 5th heaven of Qi refining realm. Today is the day of the Ling Tianzong entrance examination, and his goal is the 1st place. When they were taken out of the room, Yuer, Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong had already been waiting outside the door. They followed Chu Yan and walked outside the mansion. Ling Tianzong is not located in Luoyang Wangqing, it is located in a Jedi in the Tianfeng Mountains north of the city. This mountain peak is thousands of feet high, with cliffs on 3 sides and a dead end on the other side. The mountain is so high that it reaches into the clouds. When you climb to the top of the mountain, you can overlook the whole picture of the entire Luoyang royal city. Hence, the name Lingtianzong. At this time, in front of the mountain gate square at the foot of Lingshanzong mountain, a large number of people gathered, all of which were powerful forces from all parties in Luoyang King City. Look, that is Chu Yan. The arrival of Chu Yan seemed to have caused quite a stir. A few days ago, Chu Yan, who killed Gong Sun Kong of Zhexinglu in Wangqing Square. That's right, it is said that in this sect entrance examination, apart from Jiuxiao Li Yu and 9th Prince Su Xing, the most popular candidates for the new chief disciple. Chu Yan's eyes swept over with the voices of the crowd. Not far away, a group of Jiuxiao sect disciples in fiery red uniforms were also looking towards Chu Yan. One of them was a tall young man, tall and straight, a head taller than the others. His eyes were sharp, looking at Chu Yan's. In his eyes, there is a strong fighting intent. This person is the first genius disciple of Jiuxiao sect, Li Yue. And not far from this group of people, a young man with a smile on his face, a golden silk robe of Huangming showing a very luxurious state, but he is alone, standing far away under a tree, looking at Chu Yan from a distance, with a smile on his face. His whole body is restrained, there is no trace of infuriating fluctuations, and he can't see his strength at all. As a prince, he didn't have any followers, which surprised Chu Yan. It is said that the cultivation of the 9th prince has reached the late stage of the 3rd stage of qi refining, and I think it must be the number 1 this year. That's not necessarily true. That Li Yu, he has the top martial arts among the 7 stars, and he is still mutated. His strength is definitely not under the 9th prince. You are too unprofessional, these 3 people are just on the surface. In fact, the real powerful are those who don't show up. Yeah, I heard that last time. It was a young man from a small family. He defeated several strong players and finally won the 1st place. He went to the great elder of Lingtianzong. Most of the discussions in the crowd focused on the 3 strongest. Among them, the 9th prince, Su Xing, was more anticipated. Quiet. At this moment, in front of the mountain gate, a group of people wearing Lingtianzong uniforms walked out and shouted for the first old man. All those who participated in the entrance examination, come here to line up to show their martial arts. Don't waste time for those below 7 stars. The old man's eyes were like electricity, swept across the crowd, and shouted in a deep voice. Also, if you have a letter of recommendation, please stand here and wait. With his voice, the crowd suddenly became chaotic, and many figures appeared more and more, walking towards the old man, and a few people stood on the right side of the old man holding letters. Chu Yan took out the recommendation letter, nodded to Yue, Zhong Tian, and Mo Xiong, and walked over. Wait for the crowd. After a little quiet, the long queue in front of the old man had reached several hundred people, and there were dozens of people holding recommendation letters on his right, among them Chu Yan. Show martial spirit. The old man said to a short young man in front of him. The young man was a little nervous, his face flushed, and his body trembled slightly. After hearing the old man's words, he immediately activated his infuriating energy, and a beast roared behind him, and a phantom appeared. 7-star Earth-type martial spirit, demon-faced mastiff. Ordinary quality. Qualified, next. 7-star Fire-type martial spirit, Jiuxiao iron gun. Medium quality, qualified, next. 6-star Water-type martial spirit, king-faced black jellyfish. High quality, unqualified, next. 7-star Gold-type martial spirit, Thunder Fire Doll Beast. Medium quality, qualified, next. Everyone showed their martial arts in turn, all of them were 7-star martial arts, and there were a few 6-star martial arts. Although they were of high quality, they were still judged to be unqualified. An hour later, nearly 100 people had all completed the test, and 87 people passed the test. I didn't expect that 8-star martial spirits are so rare. Chu Yan stood aside and sighed in his heart. Chu Yan was thinking about it. Suddenly, a young man wearing a light blue robe, about 16 or 7 years old, came over. This young man was born with clear eyes and beautiful eyes, but his demeanor was a little cold and arrogant. Meng Hao. He is Meng Hao. I heard that his martial spirit, Xuanhuan Gold and Silver Needle, is an 8-star mid-grade martial spirit. Yes, it is said that it is the first 8-star martial spirit to appear in Lingtian sect in the past 100 years, and has been accepted as a disciple by the sect master himself. Hearing the discussions around him, Chu Yan watched Meng Hao walk in front of the old man and directly summoned his martial spirit. 2 golden and white beams of light soared into the sky, entwining continuously in the air, and for a while, the rays of light were brilliant and dazzling. Amid the bursts of exclamations from the crowd, the blue-robed Meng Hao turned around to look at Chu Yan beside him, and the corners of his mouth showed a trace of disdain. Then, the playful eyes flashed past. Seeing the disdainful and abusive look in Chu Yan's eyes, Chu Yan sneered in his heart. When he raised his head again, he found that the needle of the mysterious fire gold and silver needle behind the young man was pointing at Chu Yan, which was quite provocative. 8-star gold-type martial arts, Xuanhuan Gold and Silver Needles, medium quality, qualified. While the old man stretched out his hand to signal, he was extremely polite in the face of a smile. After the young man received his martial spirit, he stood to one side, but his eyes were still staring at Chu Yan, and his eyes were full of killing intent. While you are waiting, is there anyone who wants to participate in the assessment test? The old man turned around and faced Chu Yan and other people holding letters of recommendation, and said softly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Over the years, most of the people who came to Lingtian sect with recommendation letters were the children of major wealthy families. The purpose of these people coming to Lingtian sect was not to cultivate and become stronger, but to make friends with the children of talented sects. Therefore, the elders of Lingtianzong often despise them. After just asking a question, the old man expected that no one would dare to stand up. He was about to turn around, but suddenly heard a response. I. Chu Yan walked out lightly. You. The old man looked surprised, but he didn't expect that some people were not afraid of death. After receiving the recommendation letter from Chu Yan, after the old man registered Chu Yan's name, he began to loudly preach the rules of the assessment competition. The assessment is very simple, 2-2 battles, plus random challenges, the rankings change in order, and the 3 who win at the end are the top 3. After a few words, the old man announced that the competition would begin in half an hour. Chu Yan had just returned to Yuer's side, but before he could stand still, a pair of eyes stared at Chu Yan fiercely behind him. Tom. 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 With the sound of his footsteps, Meng Hao walked directly in front of Chu Yan. You are? Chu Yan frowned slightly and looked at each other. Humph. Waste, if you have any last words, please explain it. Immediately, I will destroy your body and soul. Meng Hao's eyes were like fire, and he said coldly. Bold. To be rude to the young master. When Zhong Tian saw that Meng Hao threatened Chu Yan in front of him, he shouted angrily, but Chu Yan raised his hand to stop him. There are many people who want to kill me. How old are you? #C57 Entrance Examination. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes and sneered. A trace of disdain flashed in Meng Hao's eyes, but he turned to look at the 9th prince, Su Xing, who was walking slowly. The killing intent in his eyes flared up again. Su Xing, in today's battle, you will be defeated by me. Meng Hao had a cold and arrogant look on his face, completely ignoring the identity of the other party. Haha, Meng Hao, it's better to be famous if you meet, I'm waiting for you. The ninth prince, Su Xing, replied softly with a flat smile on his face. Humph. His face sank, and Meng Hao hummed heavily, then turned around and left. You are Chu Yan. Hello, my name is Su Xing. The ninth prince didn't even look at Meng Hao, who was leaving. He turned his head and said to Chu Yan. Hello, I'm Chu Yan, I've met the ninth prince. At the same time as Chu Yan responded, Zhong Tian, who was behind him, also nodded lightly at Su Xing as a courtesy. The ninth prince Su Xing saw Zhong Tian nod his head, but hurriedly bowed his hands to salute, looking extremely respectful. Chu Yan, do you know why he knows you? Su Xing laughed. This, I really don't know. Chu Yan answered truthfully. This Meng Hao is from the Meng family in the imperial city of the Red Leaf Empire. She is very talented. She set up a baby family when she was young. This girl's family name is Fang. Su Xing looked at Chu Yan, found that the other party was still puzzled, smiled lightly, and then said. Brother Chu Yan, when you were in the Extreme Heaven sect, did you kill a person with the surname Fang? Fang Heng. Chu Yan was suddenly stunned and exclaimed. Yes, Fang Heng is the only brother of Meng Hao's fiancé. Su Xing smiled, looked at Chu Yan and said. I see. Chu Yan frowned slightly and followed the crowd to look at Meng Hao, who was surrounded by countless people. Looks like there's going to be a fight. Immediately, Chu Yan and Su Xing chatted casually. The small square in front of Lingshanzong Mountain is also a martial arts training ground. At this time, in the middle of the huge training ground, a tall square platform has been erected. Among the four sides of the square, there are many stands on three sides, but there are already many people sitting. Most of them are the noble families of Luoyang Wanqing. Chu Yan even saw the figure of Gong Sun Ting of Zexinglu. Many people who came to watch the lively crowd crowded in the open space on the other side, squatting on their feet, pushing and looking around. I think that the Liyue of the Nine Suns sect will compete for the first place today, and it will be the most fierce battle. Fart, of course, the ninth prince, Su Xing, is the most powerful. He has the resources of the royal family to nurture him since he was a child. Even if Meng Hao's martial arts is stronger by 1 star, he is not necessarily his opponent. Haha, you are stupid, the cultivation base is only temporary, and the martial spirit is permanent. I don't understand this. All kinds of discussions, one after another. The original hot topic, Chu Yan, seems to have been forgotten after Meng Hao appeared. At this time, on the square platform, a figure flashed. The solemn-looking Ling Tianzong assessment elder, Yi Wudao, stood tall. Glancing across the crowd, Luck raised his voice and said, Today, the Ling Tian sect opened the mountain to collect disciples. Thank you for coming to watch the ceremony. I announce that the entrance examination begins. Everyone comes up to draw lots and compete in groups. Until the top 10 are sorted out, you can challenge freely from the beginning. Everyone has more than 2 chances, as long as you have the strength. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he took out the lottery and let every young man participating in the assessment draw lots. This time there are 87 people. The first round is divided into 43 pairs of battles. Meng Hao has a bye. Hearing this, all the young people who participated in the assessment stepped forward to draw lots. Chu Yan also walked up and took out one. Number 67. Chu Yan nodded. After everyone finished smoking, Yi Wudao said loudly. Number 1 and number 2 on stage. What Chu Yan did not expect was that ninth prince actually got the number 1 lottery. His opponent was the son of a duke. As soon as he came to power, he looked at the ninth prince, struggled a few times on his face, and then raised his hand. I surrender. The ninth prince, Su Xing, won without a fight. This result is not surprising. After all, as a child of Wang Ju's family, it is not very good to fight with the prince of the royal family. Moreover, the important thing is that there are still opportunities for challenges in the back, and it is completely possible to turn over. Su Xingxing. On the third and fourth. This time, the two young people who came to power had no reservations. Both of them were at the 7th stage of body tempering realm, and as soon as they came to power, they burst out of true chi and made crazy shots. Horn Fist. Extreme Fire Palm. As the battle on the arena unfolded, the two of them both used their martial arts to fight together. Tom. The short young man released his martial spirit, and with a lure, he saw the opponent's empty door and knocked the opponent off the ring. He Dongxing. Yi Wudao announced. Next is number 4 and number 5. The competition is going on one by one, and the winner of each battle is excited, while the loser is secretly holding back, waiting for the final challenge round to turn over. Number 31 and number 32. Two figures jumped onto the arena. A young man was as strong as an ox, with thick limbs, full of true energy, and fierce eyes. As soon as he got on the stage, he immediately summoned his martial spirit. And his opponent was Li Yue from the Nine Suns sect. This tall young man, when he took the stage, he saw the opponent rushing straight in. Breaking Mountain Fist. With the boost of the Scaled Bull's martial spirit behind him, the stout young man unhesitatingly used his strongest move. Of course he knew the name of this Li Yue, so this punch, the strength of Qi Refining Realm first layer, was fully displayed, without any reservations. It was obvious that he wanted to make a move to determine the outcome. Li Yue wrinkled her head slightly, raised her leg, kicked it out, and a burst of energy rushed towards the attacking fist. Bump. At the same time as a loud bang, the stout young man was blown straight upside down, and fell off the stage with a tumble. As soon as he landed, he opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood mist, which seemed to be severely injured. With such an injury, I am afraid that I will not even have the opportunity to participate in the challenge round. Li Yue wins. Yi Wudao announced directly without looking at the injured person. Li Yu, who was standing coldly on the stage, turned her head to look at Meng Hao, who was beside Yi Wudao, her eyes filled with fighting intent, and then she turned and stepped down. All in awe. Young master, this person is very strong. His opponent has the strength of Qi Refining Realm first layer, and he was defeated with just one move. Zhong Tian said to Chu Yan softly. Well, it's not bad. Chu Yan nodded. The battle on the stage continued, and with the appearance of the first wounded, the battle that followed seemed to heat up even more. Not long after, it was Chu Yan's turn. Number 66 and 67. Chu Yan's opponent was a young man in the 6th rank of body tempering realm. Seeing that the opponent abstained, Chu Yan could only shake his head and step down. It seems that his battle with Gong Sun Kong has already spread his reputation, and many people know about his cultivation. The battle lasted for 2 hours. After the first round of the battle was over, several more rounds were continued, and the preliminary top 10 were finally produced. Including Chu Yanzai, these 10 people have the cultivation base of Qi Refining Realm, and most of them are between 25 and 30 years old. Only Chu Yan looks like a teenager. Yi Wudao looked at Chu Yan, a little surprised, but still a look of disdain. In the beginning, the top 10 have been created, and the challenge round will begin now. You can challenge at will, regardless of the rules, regardless of life or death. The top 10 can also challenge each other. The ranking until no one is on the stage is the final top 10, and you can get the sect reward. After Yi Wudao finished speaking, he withdrew from the ring, but the faces of the 10 people behind him changed, because several figures had already jumped onto the stage. These people have already chosen their opponents and headed directly towards them, and 2 of them headed towards Chu Yan. After all, among these people, only Chu Yan is the youngest, and everyone thinks that he is better to deal with. Seeing this, Chu Tian frowned slightly, jumped up, and jumped off the ring. His behavior immediately made everyone startled. This is equivalent to giving up the top 10 position and abstaining by himself. #C58 War of Genius. Chu Yan, who returned to Yuer, looked at Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong's puzzled eyes, and chuckled softly. Zhongmen wants to fully understand the strength of these potential disciples, so it has set up such a complicated fighting method. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong couldn't help but nodded. However, for me, I only want the first place, so let's wait until they decide the first place. Chu Yan's words suddenly made Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong realize, and turn to look at the battle on stage with a smile on their faces. But at this time an arrogant voice sounded. "Don't be so troublesome, let's all go together." Everyone looked at the source of the voice, and it was Meng Hao who spoke. As soon as his words fell, he immediately caught everyone's attention. He is just that Meng Hao who has an 8-star martial arts spirit. He is arrogant, not ordinary. He takes on everyone's challenges with one person's strength. People are arrogant, that's because they have strength. Yu Wudao was startled. Meng Hao actually challenged everyone. Not all, but at least half of the people who are ready to jump up and challenge this stage. In the distance, Ling Tianzong is halfway up the mountain pavilion. Two tall old men, one of them is the Grand Elder of Ling Tianzong Wei Tong, and the other one is holding two balls, one black and one white, which are constantly turning in his hands. "Sect Master, Meng Hao's words are too big, he is still young," Wei Tong said respectfully to the old man beside him. "Although his strength is good, there are probably dozens of these new disciples, which is too dangerous." That old man was Jiang Shan, the sect master of Ling Tian sect. With a light smile on his face, Jiang Shan said, "Don't underestimate his 8-star martial arts. After all, it is the only unrivaled martial arts in Luoyang Royal City for decades. Let's take a look at it first." Jiang Shan's words clearly challenged Meng Hao's behavior of dozens of people, thinking that he has the corresponding strength. First Elder Wei Tong was startled. At the foot of the mountain, Yu Wudao looked at Meng Hao hesitantly. When he was about to shake his head to refuse, a series of whispers suddenly sounded in his ears. After that, Xiao Wudao's face stiffened. After nodding, he said, "In this case, all the appraisers can challenge Meng Hao without restrictions." When everyone heard this, they all showed incredible expressions, and all looked at Meng Hao. "The one who is not afraid of death, come up." Meng Hao jumped directly into the middle of Nua Da's arena, raised his right hand, pointed at the crowd, Gu swept past, and finally settled on Liu with an extremely arrogant expression. This time, the stage suddenly fell into silence. "I don't believe it. I'll try it." At this time, a tall and fat man jumped onto the ring and stood in front of Meng Hao. Fatty didn't say a word, and directly summoned his martial spirit. The yellow light behind him suddenly appeared, and it turned out to be a turtle. The thick armor shone with blue light and looked extremely hard. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw it. Chu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This fatty's martial spirit turned out to be a turtle, but this kind of martial spirit is often extremely defensive and extremely difficult to defeat. Maybe this is why Fatty dared to challenge Meng Hao. After Fatty summoned his martial spirit, he rushed towards Meng Hao without hesitation, and punched out fiercely, the fist wind whistling. As soon as Chu Yan saw it, he immediately discovered that the fat man's cultivation had reached the qi refining realm. However, his and Meng Hao's 4th-level qi refining cultivation was obviously weaker by a few ranks. After all, Fatty looked like he was only in his early 20s. To be able to cultivate to this qi refining realm was already an amazing talent. When Meng Hao saw the opponent attacking, he raised his left hand, his true energy rushed out, and he raised his fist to meet him. Bump! As the fists collided, with a loud bang, Fatty's body took 3 steps back and looked at Meng Hao with a shocked expression. I I admit defeat. Fatty was easily broken by Meng Hao's defense. With a big change in his face, he simply admitted defeat. Everyone in the audience also thought it was normal. They didn't think it was martial spirit or cultivation. Fatty was far behind others. Originally, he wanted to win because of martial spirit's high defense characteristics. This time, it was enough to prove Meng Hao's strength. However, the next scene shocked everyone. On the ring, Fatty was about to turn around, but a playful smile flashed on the corner of Meng Hao's mouth. What? Fatty screamed and was blasted away, spewing a large mouthful of blood mist, and fell heavily on the ground below the stage, and passed out at that time. On the stage, the audience suddenly became silent, and even the sound of breathing was a little weaker. No one could have imagined that Meng Hao would suddenly attack at this time. Humph. Since you are here to challenge me, you must have the consciousness of death. Meng Hao's words immediately caused an uproar. All the disciples who participated in the assessment had fire in their eyes and glared at Meng Hao, who had a disdainful expression on the stage. Treating future fellow disciples so domineeringly and arrogantly, he also suffered serious injuries and severely injured people. Although everyone was extremely angry, but thinking of Fatty's result and Meng Hao's strength, for a while, no one dared to challenge Meng Hao again. Meng Hao! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Liu walked out slowly, walked behind Meng Hao, and shouted angrily. He, Liu finally came out. Meng Hao turned around slowly, looked at Liu with a furious face, and said nonchalantly. This fat man belongs to your Nine Sons sect. Although I'm a little heavier, but... Meng Hao paused, swept over all the stunned faces on and off the stage, and then continued proudly. However, your Jiuxiao sect is really a waste, even I can't catch a punch. What did you say? Liu took a heavy step forward with her right foot, the aura on her body surged frantically, and her red eyes angered Meng Hao. Humph. If you're not convinced, just come and try, I'll take all of them. Meng Hao smiled slightly, not paying any attention to Liu's anger. Behind Liu, a huge phantom floated out, first 2 green lights lit up, and then the entire martial spirit slowly showed its shape. This is a colorful soul-devouring python. The 7 bright colors on its body are constantly flashing. Very poisonous colorful soul-devouring python. Chu Yan frowned slightly and was slightly stunned. This kind of martial spirit is often extremely powerful. It will add poison damage to the attack of the martial artist, and this poison, except for medicinal pills, ordinary spiritual medicines, can't be cured at all. Then, just when everyone was shocked, Liu's loud roar made everyone scared beyond recognition. Fate Soul Skill. Poison Nova. The martial spirit behind Liu rushed directly into Liu's body, and his body began to quickly turn green. On the skin, various color patterns continued to emerge, and fine snake scales grew. What? Liu's martial soul is actually the martial soul. The poisonous spirit of life, this, is too terrifying. I think this time Meng Hao is dead. Even if he wins Liu, as long as he is poisoned, it won't get better. After Liu's natal martial spirit and natal soul skills exploded, the discussion on and off the stage suddenly exploded, and the eyes that looked at Meng Hao were full of schadenfreude. It is no wonder that Liu can become the first genius of Jiuxiao sect in the top ranking of Luoyang Royal City. Not only is his talent amazing, but he also has a natural martial spirit, a special martial spirit that is even rarer than mutant martial spirits. No wonder it's so tall. Chu Yan nodded and murmured. The natal martial arts are usually accompanied by natal soul skills, and the power is definitely several times that of ordinary martial arts. In addition, Liu's natal martial spirit and natal soul skills are also accompanied by poison attacks. In this case, the talent and strength between the two are infinitely closer. Even if the two are similar in strength, it is understandable. Hiss. At this time, Meng Hao moved and attacked Liu first. #C59 Gold and Silver Double Needle Martial Arts. Meng Hao's body leaped into the air, his right hand and left index finger stretched out, like two big iron nails, stabbed into Liu's chest with speed like lightning. Meng Xi's martial spirit is the profound fire gold and silver needle. This attack is obviously a matching martial skill, and its power is definitely not low. Facing Meng Hao's attack, Liu raised her fist and slammed it out. Boom! Under the collision, the two bodies took a few steps back at the same time. After standing firm, when they looked up at each other, their eyes were solemn. Meng Hao finally put away his contempt, and behind him, the golden and silver rays of light flashed, and the mysterious fire, gold and silver needles, the martial spirit rose into the air. Gold needle and silver armor break. Meng Hao let out a loud roar and attacked with both fists at the same time. The violent punches covered Liu overwhelmingly, with astonishing momentum. The attack was unsuccessful. Meng Hao did not hesitate to use a unique move, and the violent attack surged out like a tidal wave. Liu's eyes flashed brightly, she squatted down halfway, her legs used her strength, she leaped into the air, her right leg was surrounded by green infuriating energy, and she slammed it with a violent whip. The python turns the sky. Boom! The fists and whip legs slammed together, and the infuriating qi burst out, and the strong wind whistled in the arena. Puff! After Liu fell to the ground, she slammed back and sprayed out a mist of blood in the sky. She swayed a few times and slowly fell down. A bloody wound was exposed on his right leg. Not far away, Meng Hao stood proudly, looked at Liu, who fell to the ground, raised his hand and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulders, and turned to face everyone again. How is this possible? Liu, with such a strong natal martial spirit, still loses. It seems that this year's new chief disciple belongs to Meng Hao. Yeah, look at the 9th prince, he didn't plan to shoot at all. After everyone in the audience recovered from the shock, they gradually began to whisper. Several disciples of Jiuxiao sect ran up to the stage and helped the injured Liu down. When they looked at Meng Hao, their eyes were full of anger. Yu Wudao took 2 steps forward and shouted in a deep breath. Okay, since no one will take the stage to challenge again, then, I announce that the chief of this year's disciples' entrance examination is... Wait. Just when Yu Wudao was about to pronounce Meng Hao's name, a cold voice suddenly sounded. In the eyes of everyone looking at monsters, Chu Yan walked slowly towards the stage. Elder Yi, under Chu Yan, I want to challenge Meng Hao. Chu Yan said to Yu Wudao. You. Ha ha ha. Yu Wudao laughed out loud, as if he had heard a big joke. Go down quickly, don't make trouble on purpose. Seeing Chu Yan's indifferent look, Yu Wudao's face sank and he shouted in a low voice. Strange? Isn't this round a challenge round? Can't I challenge? Chu Yan sneered. Chu Yan, don't you understand? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Meng Hao looked at Chu Yan disdainfully, and said, You are just a trash holding a letter of recommendation. However, I will definitely give you this opportunity to make you regret it, and make your life better than death. Regret. Life is better than death. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Meng Hao, and smiled. However, since you're determined to fight me, don't be like the fat guy at the beginning, just give a shit and want to leave. Meng Hao smiled and looked at Chu Yan, his face full of abuse. I understand what you mean. In this case, the two of us have made an agreement that when the battle begins, no one is allowed to admit defeat, only one side will fall. Chu Yan smiled. Meng Hao heard the words, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he shouted heavily. Okay, that's it, come on. Meng Hao walked to the middle of the ring and looked at Chu Yan with a hideous smile on his face. As long as Chu Yan doesn't admit defeat, wait a moment, he can let him experience the pain that life is worse than death, and avenge his dead brother-in-law. Chu Yan walked slowly towards the middle of the ring, ignoring Meng Hao's cold and gloomy eyes. Instead, he turned to look at Yue, who was under the stage with a worried face, smiled at her, and nodded. Is this Chu Yan crazy? I think he's trying to get the limelight, it's just a matter of life. That's right, how could a rubbish Gong Sun Kong compare to Meng Hao? It's really a death sentence. That Li Yue made 3 moves under Meng Hao, I don't think he could hold up even 1 move. On and off the stage, everyone was not optimistic about Chu Yan, they just thought that he was trying to show off, and he couldn't be Meng Hao's opponent at all. In the stands, Yue, Zhong Tian, and Mo Xiong were all worried. After all, Meng Hao's strength just now was too shocking, but they all believed that Chu Yan would definitely defeat Meng Hao. Perhaps Yue is the only one who firmly believes in Chu Yan. On the ring, Meng Hao took out a copper stick from behind, shook it in his hand, and looked at Chu Yan with satisfaction. Meng Hao had already thought about it, and he would use this copper rod to break the first bone on Chu Yan's body later, and watch him howling on the ground, in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. On the other side, Chu Yan took off the long sword from his back and carried it behind him, and his aura slowly changed. A pair of sharp-edged eyes, like sword light, pierced through the heart, and the air of the femoral spear radiated from the body. The change of Chu Yan made Meng Hao slightly startled. However, so what? Die! Meng Hao shouted, the copper rod was raised high, and the dazzling golden light wrapped around it, instantly smashing towards Chu Yan. Swish! A dazzling energy burst out, and the air was shaking. Call out! Call out! Call out! Chu Yan's wrist brought out a phantom, and the long sword was continuously pointed and drawn 3 times in a row. Bump! 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 The explosion sounded like hitting a mountain hammer 3 times. Break it for me! Meng Hao charged forward fiercely, and at the same time that the sword chi broke the copper rod's chi, he had already rushed 10 steps before Chu Yan. The 1,000 gold and silver armor is broken. Swish! The stick shadow, as bright as a star, tore through the void, made a buzzing vibrato, and the dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. It's over. Everyone was shocked. Meng Hao just used this move to seriously injure Li Yue. Even Li Yue couldn't take it. Chu Yan was even more impossible. Bright sword art. Chu Yan's eyes were bright, and his true energy was surging. He raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword light shot into the sky, and a sword was swung out. Boom! The sword sticks collided, and the energy continued to burst. Chu Yan stood with the sword in his hand, swung his right foot back, and the energy swirled, making his robe screeching, his long hair flying, and his majestic figure standing still. What? He is still alive. Everyone stared and opened their mouths wide, completely disbelieving the scene they saw. That young man is still standing there. There are 2 times, no wonder you are not afraid of death. Meng Hao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, however, it still doesn't change anything, take my trick. After he finished speaking, Meng Hao stepped on his feet and jumped up. He swung the copper rod in his hand violently, his true chi soared to the extreme, and he threw it heavily towards Yao Yan below. Jinshan Inue slash. The copper rod swirled like a wheel, drawing a strange arc in mid-air, and under the high-speed rotation, a tornado was brought out, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Break! Facing the tornado of copper rods that turned violently, Chu Yan shouted violently, pressed the hilt of the sword, and brought out the shadow of the sword in the sky, like a meteor passing through the sky. The sword thundered, and the sharp sword light slashed towards the tornado. Like 10,000 rivers rushing to the sea. Puff! 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 The sword chi was like a dragon, and the tornado collapsed instantly. Chu Yan's figure rushed, bringing out an afterimage, dashing through the broken wind curtain, and swung out a sword. Bright sword style. A line of mercury slashed out like lightning, as if to connect time and space, or as if to cut the heaven and the earth, stabbing straight at Meng Hao. What? The trick was broken. Meng Hao's face flushed red, his whole body Zhenqi concentrated on his fists, and he suddenly smashed towards the sword's shadow that was stabbing. Laugh. Quan Jin and Jianing flashed past, and the two stood apart while slowly turning to look at each other. Meng Hao frowned fiercely and slowly looked down at the sleeve of his right robe. The position of the cuff was cut by the sword energy, and the inner lining was exposed in a cut. Chu Yan, I'll give you a chance. If you admit defeat now, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I can let you go. Meng Hao put his right hand behind his back, looked at Chu Yan with a smile, and chuckled lightly. Kowtow and admit your mistake. Chu Yan was startled, then sneered. Yes, this is your only chance. With a wave of Meng Hao's hand, he took a golden long knife from the attendant under the stage and held it in his hand. Chu Yan's eyes were cold, and he said indifferently. Meng Hao, your strength is nothing more than that. Today, you will be defeated. #C69 Lingxian Temple. After speaking, Chu Yan's figure swayed, and the floating shadow was like a cloud, and it moved quickly. In Meng Hao's eyes, there was only a string of afterimages. So fast. Meng Hao was startled, his face was extremely solemn, and there was even a trace of nervousness. Call out. A sword was swung out, and the sword light slashed Meng Hao's left side. Clang. With the golden sword swinging out, Meng Hao subconsciously blocked the sword. Just as he was about to fight back, Chu Yan's figure swept away again, and the figure drifted away. The real body of Rakshasa unfolded, and the speed was already dazzling. Cut. There was a sound of sword energy breaking through the air. Meng Hao's whole body hair exploded, only feeling the coolness coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and waved the sword to block the sword light. Seeing Chu Yan's figure disappearing again, Meng Hao was terrified. He knew that in terms of speed, he was not Chu Yan's opponent at all, so he could only stay on the spot and do his best to defend against the sword light that came at any time. Cut. 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 Chu Yan's shadowy figure like a movie, every time he stopped, he would cut out a sword. When the sword light flashed, his figure flashed up again, and he didn't stop at all. Clang. 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 Every time Meng Hao, who was in a cold sweat, blocked Chu Yan's sudden sword light, the huge sword chi would make him roll with his true chi, and his hands would be numb. His face was ashen, and he was furious. What's the situation? Meng Hao has absolutely no strength to fight back. It's so strange that Chu Yan's speed is so fast. Oh my god, it seems that Chu Yan is only at the 3rd level of chi refining, while Meng Hao is at the 4th level, and he is still an 8-star martial spirit. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed. On the stage, Chu Yan, who was in a hurry, the more the sword was drawn, the more the sword intent surged, and gradually found a sword intent that was different from the sword intent Wuxuang. Faster, stronger and stronger. Drawing sword style. Jiani Wuxuang sword drawing style. Bright sword style. Sword Intrepid's bright sword style. Meng Hao was in a hurry, his heart was cold, his eyes were wide open, his heart was hanging in his throat, for fear of missing any sword, but, clenching his teeth and struggling to support, he looked up angrily, only to find that figure suddenly stopped. Swish. A sword light collapsed. A sharp sword. Almost as soon as I saw the sword light, the sword energy was already in front of me. Sword raising. Meng Hao's eyes were red, his blue veins protruded, his mouth was full of steel teeth, and at the same time as his body retreated, his true energy poured into the golden sword, and he suddenly swung the sword. It's a pity that his sword has just been moved, and the sword chi has already been cut off. Puff. The blood spattered, and Meng Hao suddenly flew upside down. Tom. The blood-stained body fell off the stage, and a large stream of blood arrows spewed out from his chest. Meng Hao's face was ashen. You. Meng Hao, who fell to the ground, covered the wound with one hand and pointed at Chu Yan with a trembling hand, his face full of shock. Actually lost. I actually lost to him. How can that be? Chu Yan on the stage stood with his sword in hand, looking coldly at the fallen person under the stage. The sword just now was just a sword-raising stance swung out of the sword intent, not even 50% of the strength, otherwise, he would have to break it with one sword. In addition, when Meng Hao was pressed and slashed by Chu Yan, the infuriating body protection formed by the golden needle and the silver shield never stopped, otherwise, how could this sword just cut a wound? Meanwhile, there was silence all around. Everyone looked dumbfounded at Meng Hao lying on the ground, and then looked at Chu Yan standing on the stage. Hundreds of people were dumbfounded at the same time. No one would have imagined that Chu Yan, without even having his martial soul, would only rely on a sword and a sword strike. Then Meng Hao was beheaded off the stage. That Meng Hao was an 8-star martial spirit, a once-in-a-lifetime genius in Luoyang Royal City. So, lose? Hurry up and save people. Yi Wudao's roar suddenly woke everyone up. When several Ling Tianzong pharmacists ran towards Meng Hao, the whole square was boiling. Yi Wudao slowly turned his head to look at Chu Yan not far away, his brows furrowed. Could it be that this person's martial spirit and cultivation level surpassed Meng Hao's? In this case, Ling Tianzong did not earn 2 peerless genius disciples this year. Who else? Chu Yan turned around indifferently, faced the 9 people on the stage, opened his mouth softly, swept over a few people with his lightning-like eyes, and asked softly. At the same time, the faces of the 9 people froze, and they all shook their heads. Just kidding, Meng Hao, the 8-star martial artist who defeated Liu in 3 moves, had him beheaded with one sword. Looking for a cut? Seeing the 9 people shaking their heads at the same time, Chu Yan slowly turned to look at Elder Yi Wudao. Elder Yi, this time we can announce it. Yi Wudao glanced at Chu Yan with a complicated look and shouted loudly. I announce that the chief of this new disciple of Ling Tianzong is Chu Yan. 2nd place Meng Hao, 3rd place Liu, 4th place. When he finished the announcement, bursts of cheers erupted from the crowd. Brother Chu Yan, are you not injured? Yue ran to Chu Yan's side in a few seconds, and turned him around to confirm the integrity of Chu Yan. Haha, of course. Chu Yan laughed and reached out to hold her little hand. Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong lined up on both sides, looking at the young boy and girl with a smile on their faces, nodding involuntarily. Talented and beautiful, it is really enviable and fascinating. Okay, everyone, please come to the sect to report on the 10th day. The top 10 rewards will be given out when you enter the sect. Yi Wudao handed over to the surrounding stands and announced. This time, the new disciple entrance examination is over. Thank you for coming to join us. Everyone, scattered in all directions, accompanied by the constant voices of discussion, all of them were still unfinished. On the ring, Chu Yan took Yuer's hand and brought Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong with a smile on his face, ready to leave. Everyone, scattered in all directions, accompanied by the constant voices of discussion, all of them were still unfinished. On the ring, Chu Yan took Yuer's hand and brought Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong with a smile on his face, ready to leave. Boom, rumble. The thunder rolled, the wind was surging, and the clouds rolled like a sea tide, spreading rapidly above the sky. The sky that had been sunny at noon suddenly turned dark. Tom. 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 Like the beating of a war drum and like the sound of stepping on the void, it suddenly sounded. Above the ground, everyone stopped on their feet and looked up in amazement. Above the endless sky, two scorching flames suddenly appeared. On the sky, the originally dark clouds turned into a bright red color at the moment when the two flames appeared, as if the flames had been burned into a sky full of fire clouds, reflecting the entire sky into a fiery red. Xuanhuan Temple, the mistress is here. A majestic voice came from the huge human-shaped flame, as if a goddess from above was judging mortals in the world. It was a vast voice with endless might, like Hongzhong de Lu. Everyone felt the coercion of a trembling soul descending on them, like a continuous mountain range pressing on their shoulders, unable to generate any resistance. Who? Jiuxiao Temple? Never heard of it? Luoyang King City, and even the Red Leaf Empire, haven't heard of this Jiuxiao Temple? Who is it? Burn the sky. What's going on? What kind of flame has such a powerful power to actually burn the entire sky red? This is too sensational. Is this still something that people can do? At the same time, everyone's eyes widened, watching the two flames in the air slowly descend, and their hearts were extremely shocked. I saw that when the two flames fell to a height of 100 feet, the flames all over the body suddenly retracted, revealing two figures. #C61 Moon's Life Experience. A splendid lady wearing a fiery red robe with 9 color ribbons, gold ornaments, and treasures, graceful and noble, with her gestures, she has the trend of mother ceremonies in the world. The other, a white robe, a golden silk red cloud robe, with 3 flames of different colors embroidered on his chest. His face is like a crown of jade, and his aura is mysterious. As the two showed their bodies, the flames in the sky extinguished in an instant, the tumbling fire and clouds retreated, and everything returned to calm, as if the scene just now had never happened. The two of them walked in the void, their eyes constantly swept across the crowd below. Wherever their scorching eyes passed, everyone was shocked, their bodies flushed, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down, and their faces were painful. This is just the power of a glance. It can be seen how powerful these two are. Chu Yan suddenly felt his heart tighten, the true qi in his body was frantic, and the temperature soared, as if his blood was about to burn. The lady ran straight to Yuer, her face was full of excitement, and there was a hint of moisture in her eyes. Moon. Her voice was choked, her tears fell, she reached out to Yuer's hand, trembling unceasingly. I'm your mother. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yan only felt a sudden shock in the small hand that was originally in his hand. Yuer looked at the lady with a dull expression, and was completely frozen. Yuer, don't blame my mother. For the past 10 years, my mother has been thinking of you every day, thinking of you. Moon's daughter. Chu Yan frowned sharply and was shocked. Yuer looked at the lady's face, her spiritual eyes kept shaking, and she was equally shocked. Yuer, don't blame your mother, she has been looking for you for more than 10 years, and I finally see you today. I will take you back to the palace immediately, and I will never let you leave your mother's side again. The noble woman's face was warm and she explained with a whimpering voice. Back to the palace. Yuer suddenly trembled and turned to look at Chu Yan. Following Yuer's movements, the lady and the white-robed young man looked at Chu Yan at the same time, glanced over, and finally settled on the two holding hands. The lady frowned. The young man in white robes had flames blooming in his eyes. You, really my mother? Yueru's chest rose and fell, looked at the lady, and asked in a hesitant tone. Originally, when she awakened her martial spirit last time, the jade bead hanging around her neck was broken. She thought that it would be impossible to find her relatives in this life, but she did not expect today. When she was excited, this sentence was full of anticipation. For more than 10 years, guarding the jade beads, Yuer is always thinking about her own life experience and her parents. On this noble lady, Yuer really felt a familiar aura, this feeling that made her heart tremble, made her heart beat violently. Yuer, I'm sorry for you, mother. 15 years ago, When your father's 3-color golden elixir was made, the enemy broke into the palace and snatched you as an infant. He wanted to hold you hostage and force your father to hand over the golden elixir. Your father hesitated for a while, but as a result, you were taken away by the enemy. This parting is 15 years. The lady took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes trembling. She looked at Yue, and continued. For the past 10 years, if it wasn't for the soul orb you brought with you, it would have been difficult for my mother to find your position when you woke up a few days ago. Master, it's good to find Junior sister now. Why don't we go back to the palace as soon as possible? The white-robed young man smiled at Yue, his eyes flashed, and said. Yes, Yue, let's go back to the palace with your mother. This kind of small place is not the place where you should stay. When the lady heard the words, she immediately raised her face to look at Xuanhuan. Her eyes were full of love, and she said sincerely. The man in the white robe also had a sunny smile on his face, looking at Yue and nodding his head again and again. His eyes were full of amazing and shining colors. From the first time he saw Yue, this kind of light never stopped. This kind of gaze. It made Chu Yan feel very familiar. When Yue heard this, she frowned and looked hesitant. She turned her head to look at Chu Yan again. When the lady reached out to grab her hand, she backed abruptly and took a step back, her expression extremely solid. Said. No, I don't want to leave Brother Chu Yan. I want to be with him. I'm afraid of death. The lady's grasping hand was stagnant in the air, her expression trembled, she frowned suddenly and looked at Chu Yan, and the young man in white robe looked over with her. However, in the eyes of the white-robed youth, there was a strong disdain and a killing intent. Let go. A broken drink suddenly exploded in Chu Yan's ear. This voice carried a trace of true qi, and suddenly rolled towards Chu Yan, causing a burst of qi and blood in Chu Yan's body, and the true qi suddenly surged, bursting like fire and rushing towards Chu Yan's internal organs. Chu snorted, his body vibrated violently, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You dare to hurt the young master. Zhong Tian saw that Chu Yan was injured, violent like thunder, jumped up violently, his true energy poured out, and he punched the white-robed youth directly. At the same time as Zhong Tian, there was also a Mo Xiong. The two flashed from behind Chu Yan, one left and one center, and suddenly attacked the white-robed youth. At this time, the two of them were both burning with anger, their eyes were red, and their whole bodies' infuriating qi was running to the extreme. One punch, one palm with a violent momentum, with a thunderous sound, directly attacked the white-robed youth. Humph! The young man in white robe squinted when he saw the two attacking, from left and right, his hands behind his back, and he snorted heavily. This humming sound, a fierce energy suddenly exploded, divided into two, and rushed towards the two at the same time. Bump! Bump! Qi Jin slammed on Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong, and the two flew out at the same time, thrown into the air like sacks, and then landed heavily. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and both of them were seriously injured. They looked up at the white-robed youth, and they were all shocked. Powerful. Too strong. He didn't even move his fingers, just snorted out a breath of energy, and he hit a strong person in the second stage of the innate realm and a powerhouse at the 8th level of qi refining. This kind of strength is really terrifying to the extreme. But the young man in white robe didn't even look at the two of them, and his eyes slowly moved towards Chu Yan in front of him. Yue took a step forward and stood in front of Chu Yan, her big eyes were full of anger, she stared at the young man, her face flushed red. You dare to hurt Brother Chu Yan, I will fight with you. As soon as the voice fell, a green light suddenly appeared behind Yue, and the three-leaf martial spirit rose into the air, floating in the air, emitting a large amount of spiritual light. What? Three leaves. The moment Yue's martial spirit appeared, the expressions of the lady and the white-robed young man changed drastically at the same time. They looked at the Sanyu martial arts behind Yuer, shocked and full of horror. "Oh my god, it's actually Sanyu Xianling." The lady and the white-robed young man looked at each other in astonishment, and ecstasy flashed in their eyes at the same time. "Yi Feng, don't be rude." Seeing Yuer's angry expression, the lady suppressed her excitement and turned to shout at the white-robed youth. The young man in white robe, Yi Feng, hurriedly bowed his head and nodded. Yuer's disgusted eyes were withdrawn from Yi Feng, but her heart was as cold as ice for the person who hurt brother Chu Yan. Seeing Yuer's eyes, Yi Feng immediately frowned and swept towards Chu Yan's eyes. His killing intent became a little heavier. #C62 Wait for me, 3 years. Brother Chu Yan, are you alright? Yuer turned to look at Chu Yan nervously. Yuer, it's okay, it doesn't matter. Chu Yan smiled softly and said softly. Yuer, I won't let you leave me. As soon as the voice fell, 2 auras rose up in front of him, one of which clearly had killing intent. What kind of thing are you? Garbage-like things are also worthy of being compared with the young palace master. Yi Feng snorted coldly, and suddenly swung out a palm. The palm wind passed by, rushed towards Chu Yan, and instantly slapped Chu Yan's left face. Puff! A blood mist spewed out, and Chu Yan's body flew upside down immediately, landing heavily on the ground. Brother Chu Yan. Yuer was in a hurry, so she ran over and helped Chu Yan up. Yuer, get out of the way. Chu Yan wiped the bloodshot at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were blood red. He stood up from the ground, reached behind his back, pulled the thunder sword in his hand, glared at Yi Feng, and walked towards him step by step. Trash. Are you looking for death? Yi Feng looked at Chu Yan, who was approaching with cold eyes, raised his right hand, and a burst of infuriating energy rushed out, but the energy was unpleasant, and he slowly rushed towards Chu Yan. Little lord. Mo Xiong struggled to get up from the ground, gritted his teeth, and suddenly rushed in front of Chu Yan. He was hit in the back by the energy, spewing a mouthful of dirty blood, and his body swirled and was thrown into the air. Mo Xiong. Chu Yan's infuriating rage, looking at Mo Xiong, who was thrown into the air, his eyes were splitting. Young master, little heart. After Zhong Tian saw Mo Xiong fly away, the energy was only stagnant, and he still rushed straight towards Chu Yan. He immediately slammed into the injured body and raised his true energy, just like Mo Xiong, and rushed to Chu Yan. In front of him, blocked the chi with his body. Bump. The ball of energy slammed on Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian roared violently, and after only half a breath, he turned his body and was still knocked into the air. One of the ones that fell from midair fell to the ground. Fainted. What? Under Chu Yan's roar, his whole body was full of infuriating energy. Rakshas's real body was possessed, and his eyes immediately became as red as blood. Jiani Wuxuan's ascension sword style. The right foot stomped out, and the blue long sword in his hand turned into a thunderstorm, bringing out bursts of swords that broke through the air, and stabbed straight at the Qi Jin. Hum. The sword entered the air mass, but the body of the sword suddenly trembled. Click. In less than half a breath, the thunder sword that was wrapped by the air mass actually cracked open. In Chu Yan's shocked eyes, it was twisted into a dozen pieces and fell to the ground. And that group of energy also disappeared. Chu Yan looked at the dozen or so pieces of sword body on the ground, his expression stiffened, and his eyes were full of astonishment when he looked up at the young man. This young man in his 20s not only blasted Mo Xiong and Zhong Tian away with one move, but at the same time, he was unable to resist even his full-strength sword. Even the Thunder Sword, a long sword comparable to the acquired spirit treasure, was destroyed by this group of energy. Just one hit. What? Yi Feng's face was startled, and he raised his hand again, ready to shoot Chu Yan directly. Yue rushed over, stood in front of Chu Yan, picked up a fragment of the thunder sword from the ground, and pressed it towards her throat. If you hurt Brother Chu Yan again, I'll be right in front of you. Everyone's faces changed greatly at the same time, and they kept exclaiming. Yue, don't. Young palace master, no. Daughter, put it down. A streak of blood appeared on the jade neck, slowly flowing down, that trace of crimson, as red, like the only color between heaven and earth. Chu Yan's heart stabbed for a while, and when he opened and closed his mouth, he couldn't utter a single word. The deep guilt and self-blame made Chu Yan as if his soul was burning, but he was powerless. Daughter, let it go, we promise you. The lady's frightened Hua Rong turned pale, her face was anxious, and she screamed again and again. As long as you go back with me, we will never hurt anyone again. Hearing the lady's assurance, Yue's whole body loosened, her eyes were red, and she turned to look at Chu Yan. 2 lines of glittering slipped down, along the pale little face, silently slipped. Yue. Chu Yan raised his hand, and just wanted to take a step, but he felt a pressure of qi, and set himself on the spot, unable to move at all. What? Chu Yan was furious again, his whole body madly rushing out of true qi. The grey true qi of Rakshas's true qi surged around Chu Tian's body like a tide, but it stirred the surrounding air, making a harsh rubbing sound. Right hand trembling, struggling to lift. But it was as if the whole world was on this hand. A sliver, a millimeter, an inch. Every time you lift a little distance, a few drops of sweat the size of beans will roll down from your forehead. Chu Yan's eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth, and the blue veins burst out on his face, but he didn't give up at all, and still just desperately resisted this energy. Against this heaven-defying strength. Fight against this injustice. Finally. The right hand lightly touched the corner of Yue's blue shirt, the pure and affectionate clothes in the world, the only attachment in her heart. Suddenly, a mass of vigor rolled up again, and rolled Yue, who was full of tears, to the lady's side. Don't waste any more time, let's go. The lady frowned slightly, glanced at Chu Yan, who was trembling all over, and drank softly. Moon. Chu Yan roared furiously, his voice was like the sound of golden thunder, shaking the world. Let go of me, let me go. Brother Chu Yan. Yue lost her voice in grief, tears swaying, but she couldn't break free from the restraints on her body. Junior sister, he is not worthy of you at all, you and him will never be together. Yi Feng, whose face is full of hideous colors, said to Yue with a gloomy face. No. I don't want it, I'm going to be with Brother Chu Yan. Yue ignored her, crying even more sadly, her face like a pear blossom with rain. Hey, daughter, you are people of the 2 worlds. A trace of unbearable flashed in the eyes of the lady, and she finally persuaded softly. He's just an ordinary person, but you are the young master of the Jiuling Shantian Temple in Zhongtian Continent, one of the 8 ancient sections. The status is very different, just like heaven and earth. When you return to Shantian Temple, you will know it. Clear. The sky and the earth, the continent and the sky, as soon as a word falls, it becomes an eternal distance. Yue. Listen to me. Chu Yan's face was solemn, his burning eyes stared at Yue tightly, and he said word by word. You go with them. Yue's face changed greatly, her hands covered her trembling red lips, and tears flowed from her eyes. But, wait for me, 3 years. The light in Chu Yan's eyes burst out, like 2 shining sun, moon and stars, with an unquenchable flame, he continued to speak firmly. 3 years later, I will definitely find you. Today, all of this can't be changed. The other party has Yue's relatives, and he also has an irreversible strength like the sky. With his current strength, no matter what he does or says, it is meaningless. Everything is because of his own strength, too weak. Hashtag C63, Duping rose with the same wind on the first, soaring to 90,000 miles. Clenched fists, slicing deep into the flesh. Grind your steel teeth tightly, your heart is burning. Yuer slowly put down her hands, looked at Chu Yan with her big smart eyes, and nodded heavily for a long time. Brother Chu Yan, I will definitely wait for you, no matter if the sky is exhausted, the earth is boundless. I will never give up in this life. The reddish eyes, with endless determination, Yuer flicked her hair, the sword light flashed in her hand, and a strand of jet black fell into Yuer's small hand. Softly. Handing the wispy hair to Chu Yan, Yuer moved the lotus step lightly and walked to Chu Yan's side. The lady hesitated for a while, but she slowly put down her hand, without restraining Yuer, she sighed softly, and slowly turned to stand. Reaching out her jade wrist, she carefully smoothed out every wrinkle on Chu Yan's chest, and a faint smile appeared. At this moment, Yuer's incomparable face was so calm and peaceful, as if time and space were reconciled. Returning to that small courtyard, I returned to the picture of Yuer is so beautiful. The breeze blew, took the light silk on Yuer's forehead, raised her jade head, and looked at the familiar face. Yuer stretched out her hand and stroked his face. Finally, he turned sharply and walked towards the noble woman. Moon. Chu Yan's whole body trembled violently, and the boiling blood made the pain in Chu Yan's heart reach the limit. In the blurred eyes, the shadow of the shadow went farther and farther, and it became more and more difficult to see. Humph. Garbage, it's just a daydream, the toad wants to eat swan meat, and you will never see the junior sister in the future. Yifeng finally couldn't help it, and said sarcastically, with a livid face. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, and he looked at Yifeng fiercely. This young man was shocking strength, but unreasonable, arrogant, and domineering, had killing intent in his heart. Not only do I want to see Yuer again, but at that time, the hatred of today's palm will be repaid. Chu Yan was like ice. Ha ha ha, trash knows how fast he speaks. Do you know my identity? Do you know my strength? Yifeng laughed out loud, as if he heard a joke bigger than the sky. I don't even know about Zhongtian continent, and I haven't even heard of Jiuling Xiantian temple, but they actually want to take revenge. Chu Yan was startled and looked at Yifeng Dao. Dare you say it? Humph. It's beyond your own power. As long as you know that Jiuling Xiantian temple is one of the 8 ancient sects, you can make any empire on the mainland to ashes with a single gesture. After Yifeng finished speaking, when he saw Chu Yan's body shaking violently, his face suddenly became complacent, and the corner of his mouth lifted lightly and said, And my strength? I don't think you may have heard of it. The realm that you can't even reach in your next life. 3 Heaven Transformation Realm. However, to Yifeng's dissatisfaction, the young man who did not know his abilities was not shocked after hearing about his cultivation. On Chu Yan's tense face, the corners of his mouth slowly opened, gently rising. That's right. He laughed. Smiling so lightly, Chu Yan's eyes swept over Yifeng, who frowned slightly, and slowly opened his mouth and said, 3 years. Still 3 years. After 3 years, I will go to the 9 spirits Xiantian sect and challenge you. As soon as the words fell, everyone around was startled at the same time, and even the lady turned around abruptly, looking at Chu Yan in surprise. Ha ha ha, okay, since you are so ignorant, remember my name. My name is Yifeng, the 9 spirits Xiantian sect, the chief disciple of the sect master, martial soul, tricolor karma, Danwu Xuanxiao. Waiting for you. It has only been 3 years. In Yifeng's opinion, no matter the 3 years, whether this young man will come to challenge himself or not will be the key to ending his position in junior sister Lan Yuer's heart. Therefore, Yifeng agreed to chew without hesitation. Inflammation. And also, Chu Yan said lightly. The words of heaven and earth just said. I have something to say. Chu Yan looked at the noble lady, her eyes were like electricity, and her breath was long. When the noble lady was stunned, she said softly. Dapeng rises with the same wind in one day and soars up to 90,000 miles. These words, which did not have a trace of infuriating fluctuations, echoed in the sky like a morning bell and a twilight drum, and the reverberation lingered. A look of shock flashed in the lady's eyes, but then she shook her head gently and said nothing. Okay, let's go. The lady took Yuer's hand and nodded to Yifeng. 3 color flames rose from Yifeng's body, turned into a cloud of fire, and floated at the feet of the 3 of them. The moment it rose, he looked back at Chu Yan and shouted. It's just trash, it's just a fool's dream, going against the sky, stupid. After speaking, the fire cloud rose up and flew towards the sky with the 3 of them. Brother Chu Yan, I will wait for you, forever. The voice of the moon echoed in the air, and it was as light as the wind, sprinkled with large pieces of crystal. Under the irradiation of the flame, it was like a ruby in the sky, and it was as red as a didn flower blooming in the sky. Yuer, wait for me. Chu Yan shouted, ran 2 steps, and watched the cloud of fire in the air disappear. In the sky, it suddenly started to rain, pattering. Everything just now was like a dream. Only the strand of blue silk in his hand was tightly held by a pair of hands for a long time, for a long time. That young man, standing still in the rain, just looked up at the sky, motionless, as if he had melted into one with the heaven and the earth, and had disappeared into the space and time. Little Lord. Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong supported each other, stood behind Chu Yan, and finally called out. Go, let's go back. Chu Yan turned around abruptly, put Qingxi carefully into his arms, and strode down the mountain. Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong looked at each other and quickly followed. Afterwards, returning to the Grand Commander's mansion, Chu Yan sat quietly in Yuer's room without saying a word. Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong dragged their wounded bodies and stayed outside the room. From time to time, they turned their heads to look at the silent room, with hesitant expressions on their faces. They didn't dare to disturb them, so they could only watch quietly. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. At the same time, in Luoyang King City, the news about Chu Yan defeating the 8-star Wuhun Menghao with 1 sword and 1 sword spread all over the city. Streets and alleys, street teahouses, everyone is talking about what happened that day. What excites everyone the most is not the genius Menghao that Chu Yan defeated Ling Tianzong once in decades, but the 2 mysterious powerhouses who appeared that day, and the 9-star Xian Tianzong of Zhongtian continent. A powerhouse of the 3rd heaven transformation realm. And that Chu Yan actually challenged him to become a sect of other people after 3 years. This kind of joke has become the talk of everyone after dinner, and is talked about by countless people. Following the rumors all over the city, the great commanders Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong had been guarding the door for 5 days. There was still silence in Yuer's room. Chu Yan sat on the chair, with a strand of blue silk in his hand, his eyes were dull, and his face was haggard. Ask what love is in the world, it's just a promise of life and death. Chu Yan finally understood this sentence. Brother Chu Yan, I will wait for you, forever. An echo from Kongming suddenly resounded in Chu Yan's heart, and Chu Yan, who was in a sluggish expression, suddenly woke up. The light flashed in the eyes, the breath of the whole body exploded, and a group of flame martial arts rose up behind him, making the sound of burning flames. He stood up abruptly, Chu Yan's fists clenched tightly, his eyes were red, and he was gasping for breath. Suddenly, he raised his head and stared out. However, there was nothing in front of him. Chu Yan was startled, the expression on his face slowly subsided, and his breath gradually weakened. Dawnwood double cultivation. 3-color karmic fire. 3 heaven transformation realm. Words flashed in Chu Yan's mind. 9 spirits profound heaven sect. Yi Feng. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and murmured, with his eyes shaking. He got up and walked towards the door. The moment the door was opened, the 3 figures knelt down at the same time and said in unison, "See Sect Master." Among the people kneeling in front of him, in addition to Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong, there was also an old man in grey robe, about 60 years old, but Chu Yan had never seen it before. Reaching out his hand to lift the 3 of them up, Chu Yan looked at the old man in front of him with a puzzled expression. Zhong Tian saw it, and quickly cupped his hands to explain. Reporting to the sect master, this is the next master, Luo Ping. #C64 Donwu Double Repair. Luo Ping. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and was turning his head to look, but the old man hurriedly knelt on the ground again, and said with a very respectful attitude, "See the sect master, the next is the elder of the outer sect of the Raksha sect, Luo Ping." Quickly helping Luo Ping up, Chu Yan greeted the 3 of them to the outer living room and took their seats. Without waiting for Chu Yan to ask, Luo Ping, who was wearing a grey robe and had half-white hair and beard, stood up and said, "Sect Master, I received a message from my disciples Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong, and immediately rushed back from the Dragon Mark Zonghua to meet you." After speaking, his face was a little uneasy, and he stammered while hesitating. "Can you ask the sect master to see the Rakshasa order?" Chu Yan nodded, and was cautious about this Rakshasa sect Weizong elder, secretly applauding, gently raising his right hand, palms facing each other. Sure enough. Rakshasa order. Luo Ping's whole body was shocked, and he quickly knelt down on the ground. Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong also knelt down. "Get up." Chu Yan waved his hand. "Elder Luo Ping, tell us about the current situation of the Rakshasa sect." Luo Ping stood up and stood respectfully to the side, hearing the words, but he frowned and sighed faintly. "Back to the sect master, the Rakshasa sect is now already dead in name only." "What? Live in name only?" Chu Yan was shocked when he heard the words, and stood up abruptly, staring at Luo Ping in disbelief. "Yes, back to the sect master. Since the previous old sect master disappeared, the outer sect and the inner sect of the Rakshasa sect fought day and night, trying to win the position of the sect master, and the result was taken advantage of by foreign enemies. The entire sect headquarters was surrounded, and finally, also, only a few elders escaped, but there is no news at all." "Who did it?" Chu Yan asked. "Back to the sect master. The Rakshasa sect has been established for thousands of years, and there are countless enemies. In the battle 5 years ago, the opponents all concealed their identities. I have been tracking down the identities of these people." Luo Ping replied, turning to look at Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong at the same time, and then said, "That the 9 spirits Shantian sect is also one of the hostile forces of our Rakshasa sect. Please don't be too sad. In the future, they will have to pay the price." As soon as the words fell, Luo Ping's aura skyrocketed, and a gust of wind swept across his body. "The 9 spirits Shantian sect is also the old enemy of the Rakshasa sect?" Chu Yan asked in a daze. "Yes, sect master, my Rakshasa sect is headquartered in Jiuxiao Jedi in Zhongtian continent, not far from the 9 spirits profound heaven sect. When it was strong back then, it could also compete with the 9 spirits profound heaven sect, but unfortunately now." "What is Elder Luo's current cultivation? Have you heard of the heaven transformation realm?" Chu Yan asked quickly. "Of course, this subordinate is now in the late stage of the 4th stage of the vacuum realm. The next big realm is the heavenly transformation realm." Luo Ping said softly, "From the very beginning, the body-quenching realm and the energy-refining realm are the basic realms of martial arts. Tempering the body and the Sea of Qi are the main ones, and then the Xiantian realm and the real martial realm are beyond the ordinary and become saints. Once you enter these two realms, you will have the strength to walk on all continents. Once you enter the heavenly realm and the realm, if you reach the heavenly realm, you can go up to the ground, move mountains, and fill the sea, and you can do anything. Hearing Luo Ping's words, Chu Yan frowned slightly. I am only now at the third level of qi refinement. I must first be promoted to the innate realm, and then to the true martial realm, before I can break through to the heaven transformation realm. In this way, it takes at least 1 year to improve a big realm, before it is possible to achieve a 3-year appointment. Body quenching state. Refining qi realm. Innate realm. True martial realm. Transform into heaven. Heavenly realm. 3 whole realms. Sect Master, it is said that there is a higher realm after the heaven-reaching realm, but with my current cultivation level, it is unknown. Luo Ping continued to explain, looking at Chu Yan's dull face, thinking about it, and then said. I heard that Yi Feng is a dual cultivator of Dan and Wu. There are very few such martial arts, but this is also the reason why he can rise to such a level of cultivation at such an age. Chu Yan was startled. How do you say this? He asked, suspiciously. The alchemist has a distinguished status. Any sect power that has an alchemist will dominate one side sooner or later. It is precisely because of the anti-sky effect of medicinal herbs on cultivation, such as qi refining pills. 1 medicinal pill is equivalent to several months of hard work. And if you reach the Jindan level, that 1 medicinal pill is equivalent to decades of work. So powerful. Chu Yan exclaimed in shock. That's right, Sect Master, that Yi Feng has the true color of the industry, and there is a certain chance to refine it and turn it into a golden pill. After swallowing it, he can save 10 years of hard work. If the elixir continues to supply him to refine the pills, the Sect Master thinks, the speed of cultivation. Hiss. Chu Yan involuntarily took a breath of cold air. A single turn Jindan is decades of cultivation, and 10 is 100 years. What is the first turn golden core? What are the requirements for a martial artist who is a dual cultivator of Danwu? Chu Tian asked hurriedly. Back to the Sect Master, medicinal pills are divided into 9 grades, and 9 grades according to their quality, that is, 9 colors and 9 grades. Ordinary medicinal pills only have 9 grades. If there is a fire pattern on the medicinal pill, it is called Jindan, also called 1 grade. The golden core, the 9-color fire pattern, is called the 9-turn golden core. After Luo Ping finished speaking, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and immediately remembered that Yi Feng's chest had embroidered patterns with 3-color fire patterns, which should be the corresponding alchemy master rank. As for the dual cultivation of Dan and martial arts, the conditions are extremely harsh. They must be twin martial arts. One of the twin souls must have a flame-like martial arts. It is possible to cultivate both alchemy and martial arts by cultivating with fire and becoming a Dan fire. As soon as Luo Ping finished speaking, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong were shocked at the same time. Chu Yan was also stunned, and his heart shook. Immediately, his infuriating spirit revolved, and the flame martial spirit appeared behind him. When he stretched out his hand again, a red flame appeared in his palm. What? This is pill fire. Luo Ping was extremely shocked, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Originally, Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong just told Luo Ping that the young master Chu Yan had the best martial spirit of beasts, but because Chu Yan had previously issued a seal order, they went without even telling the master. At this time, Luo Ping suddenly saw Chu Yan's flame martial arts spirit, and then saw the red flames in Chu Yan's palm, and his whole body trembled in shock. What does the flame stand for? It represents the basic conditions for becoming an alchemist. And after listening to Zhong Tian and Mo Xiong say that the sect master Chu Yan is the best martial spirit of beasts, but now he sees a flame martial arts spirit, He vaguely guesses that Chu Yan is very likely to be a twin martial spirit, in that case. There was no need for Luo Ping to guess. Chu Yan had already put away the flame martial arts spirit and released the white tiger mythical beast martial spirit, full of 10 gold stars, illuminating the whole room with golden light. When Elder Luo Ping saw the white tiger mythical beast martial spirit, a pair of golden eyes looked down with endless might. His heart immediately tightened, and a kind of coercion from heaven and earth made his breathing a little stagnant. 10 stars of the white tiger, flame martial spirit, twin martial spirits. Twin martial spirits also have pill fire. A look of ecstasy appeared on Luo Ping's face, his eyes were shining brightly. He knelt down on the ground suddenly, hit his head against the ground, and repeatedly buckled. The suzerain has the ability to cultivate both Danwu and Wuxiao, and my Rakshasa sect will surely prosper. Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong also knelt down on the ground, and the two were no less shocked than Luo Ping. When Chu Yan lifted up the three, Elder Luo Ping was still excited and his whole body trembled slightly, his face flushed. The spirit of the star-filled white tiger mythical beast, coupled with a Dan fire, is the standard qualification of double cultivation of Danwu, and even among the double cultivators of Danwu, with the spirit of the star-filled white tiger mythical beast, it is absolutely like a heavenly charm the presence. In the entire Haotian continent, there is absolutely no chance of a peerless genius like Chu Yan. Even in the Zhongtian continent, this kind of talent is definitely ranked among the top 10 geniuses. Sect Master, that's great, great. I'll immediately gather people from the Rakshasa sect scattered all over the place to rebuild the sect, and when the sect master grows up, my Rakshasa sect will definitely be among the top 10 sects in Zhongtian continent. Luo Ping got up and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Chu Yan. Elder Luo, this alchemy skill? Chu Yan asked. #C65 Black Market. Back to the sect master. The method of alchemy is based on the pill recipe and the elixir as the material. It is put into the pill furnace and refined with the pill alchemist's own pill fire. The more skilled it is, the higher the quality of pills. The same kind of pill medicine can be refined up to 9 turn golden pills, and if you take one, you can go straight to several realms, without any blockage, and even those who are connected to the heavenly realm can take it. Of course, these are all legendary things. Luo Ping said. It turns out that the grade of medicinal pills is based on the flame pattern. Chu Yan thought secretly, and after a while, looked up at Luo Ping Dao. Elder Luo, it must be difficult to go here, so let's take Zhong Tian and Emo Xiong with you, and you will do more. Chu Yan said. This? No, there must be someone to protect the sect master, otherwise. Luo Ping was startled and said quickly. No, soon, I will enter Ling Tianzong to practice. I think it should be safe. Chu Yan shook his head and said. Luo Ping saw that Chu Yan had made up his mind, and thought that he needed manpower to contact all places, but nodded and replied. As ordered. Chu Yan chatted with the three of them for a while, and after asking some questions, he sent the three of them away. Before Zhong Tian left, he instructed everyone in the commander-in-chief to obey Chu Yan's orders, and to repair a letter to the king. After finishing, under Luo Ping's haste, he set foot on the trip overnight. After Chu Yan sent the three away, he returned to the room to meditate. It seems that we have to prepare the pill furnace and elixir first, and then find some simple pill recipes. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, but after making a decision, he planned to go to the Wangqing market tomorrow to purchase everything. After making up his mind, Chu Yan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, his inner qi circulated, and began to practice. 3 years, whether it is long or short, Chu Yan can only complete the 3-year contract if he takes a short time. The night passed, and the next day, at dawn, Chu Yan left the house and headed for the market. Walking on the street, Chu Yan did not go to Pick Star Building, but went straight to the black market. The last time I killed the people in the Starjiling building in front of the whole city, I certainly couldn't go there for the purchase of a pill stove this time. Half an hour later, Chu Yan came to the front of a huge other courtyard. Above the gate of the other courtyard, on the gilded plaque, the three characters Bulk Cargo Street were dancing. Bulk Street, commonly known as the Black Market, is a large yard covering an area of 100 acres. It is the place with the most shops except for the Xingxing building. As long as you have money, whether it is exercises, medicine pills, or weapons, anything related to cultivation items are readily available here. It is said that there are even some treasures in the black market here, so here, it depends on some luck. This son, look at my golden spear, this is a weapon of the Lingbao level. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a young man near the door began to sell to Chu Yan. Chu Yan glanced at the Ling treasure in his hand, smiled lightly, shook his head, and then lifted his feet to leave. Chu Yan recognized the fake one with iron on the inside and gold powder on the outside. This young master, look at this elixir, the milieu flower, it has 100 years of quality, it will guarantee you to improve your first-order cultivation base. Look at me, the good ground-level demon crystals, there is nowhere to buy them if you have money, I will sell them to you at a cheaper price. Body-tempering pill, a piece of spirit stone, how many are there? Wind-chasing art, chasing wind art, Huang-level middle-grade exercises, 5 spirit stones, it's cheap. Walking to the core area, along both sides of the small streets in the courtyard, all kinds of street vendors and vendors are constantly shouting and selling. It is really all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Chu Yan's goal today is very clear, so he doesn't care much about other things, and scans all the way to find it. Because of the scarcity of alchemy masters, things like alchemy furnaces are already rare. Chu Yan also just reported the psychology of chance, and looked for it while shopping. This courtyard is very large. The cross paths in the courtyard are all ordinary street stalls, but there are many rooms around, but they are shops that have been fixed here all year round. They vary in size and sell different things. Chu Yan walked to this shop, specializing in cauldrons. When he stopped to watch, an old man in gray robe at the counter saw Chu Yan and asked with a smile. This young man, what kind of medicine stove do you need? Is there a pill furnace used for alchemy? Chu Yan asked. The so-called cauldrons are mostly used by pharmacists to refine medicine, but they are absolutely impossible to withstand the burning of the fire. However, those excellent medicinal cauldrons were also unusual. Chu Yan didn't know that there would be pill furnaces for alchemy for sale, so he just came to try his luck. Pill furnace? The gray-robed old man was stunned for a moment, and asked uncertainly, what are you talking about? The pill furnace used by alchemists. Not bad, isn't it? Chu Yan asked. This business is too big, the old man can't be in charge, I'll go and call the shopkeeper, please come in and wait a moment. After the old man finished speaking, he lifted his foot and entered the back room, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment and shook the road. In desperation, he could only step into the store and wait. After a while, the old man hurried back and said to Chu Yan. This son, the shopkeeper has a request. Lead the way. Chu Yan said. Behind this shop is a small building, and Chu Yan followed the old man into the small building. As soon as he entered, Chu Yan was stunned. I saw a woman sitting in the hall, an extremely beautiful and coquettish woman. This woman wears a rose tight-fitting robe-sleeve top, a green skirt with scattered flowers, and a large bow tied with gold threads around her waist. Absolutely charming and charming, a peerless stunner. Monli. Chu Yan lost his mouth. Young master knows the little girl? Manli was slightly startled, raised her eyebrows and chuckled, and asked with her lips slightly open. Her smile was sweet, with a faint breath of incense, and even the voice of her speech made one's bones brittle. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he woke up, scolding fairy, and was almost fascinated by her. "Young Master Chu, please sit down." The corner of Manli's mouth twitched lightly, and she raised her hand to signal. She has seen countless men, and the one who sees herself is not fascinated and infatuated with ugly faces. The young man in front of him just recovered with a flick of his eyes. "Young Master Chu wants a pill furnace?" Manly asked directly. Chu Yan frowned slightly, pondered a little, and said, "Yes, but I don't want to deal with Xinglu." Giggle, Master Chu has been worrying too much. Last time the little girl was hired by Xinglu. This Tianfang pavilion is my business. I just hope Master Chu Yan will take care of her. A charming smile appeared on Manli's face, and she chuckled lightly. Chu Yan was startled, then nodded. Seeing that, Manli continued, "If young Master Chu wants to buy a pill furnace, I have a few of them. But the rank, they are not high. They are all of the acquired Lingbao level, and the innate Lingbao level is temporarily down." "No time." "Lingbao?" Chu Yan asked suspiciously. "Yes, 300 high-grade spirit stones for a piece." Manli offered the price. "Okay, I want one." Chu Yan said, took out a bag of 300 high-grade spirit stones from his arms, and handed it to Manli. Although the rank is not high, it is enough for Chu Yan to practice his hands. In the future, just look for it carefully. "Yeah." Manli nodded lightly, and between the waves, a bronze-colored square tripod appeared on the table, between the two of them. Unexpectedly, this Manli actually has a precious storage space spirit treasure in her hands. This tripod stands on 4 legs, with a rust-colored surface. The material seems to be precious luo copper. There are some patterns painted on the surface. It is extremely exquisite and looks quite simple. Chu Yan took a closer look and waved Luo Tongding away. Standing up, Chu Yan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "I don't know if there is a medicine tripod?" "I want one too." Chu Yan thought that at the beginning, he tried the medicine tripod first. When he was a child, he followed his father in the medicine business, and watched those medicine master dances, refining ordinary medicine powder and ointment, and he was familiar. Therefore, Chu Yan plans to prepare one. Giggle, "Young Master Chu, there are a lot of medicine cauldrons. I will let Uncle Fu take you to choose at will, and I will give it to you." Chu Wei was startled, but he didn't expect Manli to be so generous. After nodding his thanks, Chu Yan followed the old man who was waiting outside, bypassed the small building, and arrived at a huge warehouse at the back. When the warehouse door was opened, the dust was flying, and it seemed that no one had come here to take care of it for a long time. #C66 Coffin Medicine Tripod. "Master, this is the warehouse of my Tianfang pavilion, you can choose at will, I will wait for you here." The old man said to Chu Yan very politely. Chu Yan nodded and stepped inside. Entering the library, looking around, there are hundreds of wooden racks with medicine cauldrons of various sizes and shapes, and there are piles everywhere on the ground in the corner of the wall, which makes Chu Yan a little confused. It seems that Tianfang Pavilion is really making money. Chu Yan murmured to himself, carefully walking along the empty ground, his eyes swept around, checking various medicine cauldrons. Although it's just an ordinary medicine tripod, let's choose a good one carefully. Chu Yan pondered secretly, but he went further and further, and inadvertently, he actually walked into a room with only a few hundred square meters in the middle. This place is much smaller than the thousands of square meters outside, giving me a feeling of being crowded, especially the countless dusty medicine tripods. Chu Yan chose with a heart, and basically swept them away. What? Suddenly, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the yellow martial soul light group suddenly woke up and flew over in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan was stunned and stopped. This feeling was just like when the flame martial soul encountered the 3-star demon fire. Could it be? Chu Yan pondered for a while, but his eyes flashed. He raised his hand and touched a white medicine cauldron beside him. It was a hexagonal medicinal cauldron, with 2 circles at the top and bottom, and 6 sides of equal length around it. It looked very strange in shape. Slowly reaching out, Chu Yan was about to touch it when the yellow martial soul light group in the sea of consciousness suddenly stopped. No, it's not it. Chu Yan was startled, then reached out and pushed it away. Behind it, a gray rectangular medicine tripod appeared. Rectangle. Chu Yan was stunned for a while. The shape of the medicine tripod is mostly circular, with a small amount of square and polygonal shapes. Such rectangular shapes are extremely rare. This medicine cauldron is so strange. No matter how you look at it, it feels like a coffin, with vague lines on the 6 sides. Holding it in his hand, the yellow martial spirit in the sea of knowledge immediately became violent, rushing around, trying to get out of the body. That's it. Chu Yan strongly suppressed the light group of the yellow martial spirit, and walked out with this medicine tripod, which was nearly 1 meter long. Experience. When the martial spirit riots, it is very likely to encounter rare objects. When the medicine cauldron was moved to the door, the old man was stunned when he saw it. Master, why did you choose this medicine cauldron? I don't know how many years this medicine cauldron has been placed here, because it looks like a coffin, so no one has ever taken a fancy to it. Master, are you sure you want to choose it? The old man stroked his beard and persuaded in good faith. That's it. Chu Yan felt better the more he looked at it, and decided. The old man persuaded him a few more words, seeing that Chu Yan's attitude was firm, but he didn't say anything, and sent Chu Tiangong to the door of the store. After putting the coffin medicine cauldron into the contract space, Chu Yan left Fong Tian Pavilion, bought a common qi refining pill in the market, purchased more than a dozen of the elixir needed to refine the qi refining pill, and left. Black Market. Back at the Grand Commander's mansion, Chu Tian entered the room and closed the room. Summoned a few things, and placed them neatly in front of him. The Luotong Dan furnace, the pill recipe for qi refining pill, and a small pile of elixir were all prepared. Pick up the herbs that you bought, put them in your hands, and observe carefully, looking at each one very seriously. Although he is not a pharmacist, he has watched his father in the elixir business since he was a child. Over time, he gradually gained some experience in elixir. There are many plants and spirits in the world, some of which can be taken directly, but if you make a noodle medicine, the effect will be multiplied. Chu Yan and Chen Ling checked all the elixir once. But he frowned slightly. It's still unstable. The key point of alchemy is the chance of becoming a pill. Although it is the simplest yellow level 2-star elixir, it is still very easy to fail. After sitting cross-legged, Chu Yan took a deep breath, and his eyes fell on the Luotong Dan furnace. Under the impetus of true qi, the flame martial spirit rose, and a fiery red Dan fire appeared in the palm of his hand. After being refined by the flame martial spirit, this pale yellow 3-star demon fire turned fiery red. Although it was unknown how many stars it was definitely higher than the original 3-star. And after the flame martial spirit devoured the body of the man in black last time, the color of this pill fire seems to have changed a bit. He waved his hand and threw the pill fire into the pill stove, and the flame ignited in the pill stove all the time. The whole room became hotter, and the pill stove was even redder visible to the naked eye. Qi refining pills, ordinary second-grade pills, suitable for people below the innate realm. Chu Yan was very serious, and after thinking about the prescription of qi refining pills several times in his mind. Start alchemy. Picking up a spirit medicine, the infuriating energy in the body dissipated, forming a vigorous rubbing, and the spirit medicine suddenly turned into countless powders and fell into the pill furnace. With a touch, the pill furnace immediately raised bursts of thick smoke. Chu Yan's face tightened, and at the moment when the mist appeared, he rubbed all the prepared elixir into powder with his hands flying, and sprinkled them into the elixir furnace one by one. Reaching out his consciousness, he carefully controlled the temperature of the fire in the furnace, making the mist thicker and thicker. Chu Yan frowned, his consciousness was controlled to the limit, his eyes flashed brightly, he stared at the pill furnace, and controlled the flame to slowly change the temperature. The sweat on his forehead rolled down in large drops due to his high concentration. Boom! An hour later, a muffled sound exploded from the contents of the furnace. At the same time, the scorched black mist scattered in all directions. Chu Yan only felt a strong irritating smell coming from, coughing repeatedly, and quickly looked into the furnace. A bunch of black residue. Failed. Chu Yan's brows were wrinkled, his eyes were thoughtful, recalling all the details of alchemy just now. Not disappointed, not discouraged, but immersed in reflection. For a whole night, Chu Yan reflected on the process of the first alchemy 1,000 times in his mind. Temperature, timing, ratio, etc., these conditions are related to the probability of becoming a pill. If there is a slight difference, there will be a difference between heaven and earth. The next day, just before dawn, Chu Yan started the second furnace. Boom! The Dan furnace exploded again, a large group of thick smoke dispersed, and there was still a mass of residue in the furnace. Chu Yan's eyes tightened. The persistence in his temperament rose up in his heart. He reached out to pick up the residue, checked it carefully, and compared the pills repeatedly. Chu Yan was completely insane. Another day has passed. The third time the furnace was opened, and seeing the elixir powder in the furnace slowly merging into a ball, hope just rose in Chu Yan's eyes. Boom! The failed pill furnace made a booming sound, and Chu Yan stared at the Luotong Dan furnace with round eyes. After a long time, Chu Yan sat down gently, closed his eyes, fell into the sea of consciousness again, and pondered carefully. Sunrise and sunset, the moon shines, day and night pass. #C67 Lingbao recognizes the Lord. Sunrise and sunset, the moon shines, day and night pass. The contents of the room, Chu Yan closed his eyes and thought, his solemn face, frowning day by day, and sometimes stretching, with the fluctuation of his consciousness, the Dan fire in the Luotong Dan furnace in front of him was beating slightly. Just as Chu Yan's consciousness gradually connected with the fire in the furnace, a red light suddenly appeared behind him, but the flame martial spirit came out of his body, floating behind Chu Yan, and slowly undulating. In this scene, if there are other alchemists here, they will be surprised. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, martial spirit, and fire, the realm of fusion of the three, turned out to be the realm of unity of man and furnace that is rare in the world. In 3 days, Chu Yan has only opened 3 furnaces. If it was replaced by other alchemists who were just beginning to learn, they might have opened hundreds of furnaces. Because alchemy is really difficult, it is said that there are only 2 real alchemists in Luoyang Kingdom. Just these 2, they are only second-rank alchemists, and they haven't heard of the possibility of promotion for more than 10 years. The reason why it is difficult for an alchemist to advance to the rank is resources. Every alchemist's promotion depends on the accumulation of a huge amount of resources, and they continue to open the furnace to refine alchemy. Chance. The way to improve this probability, everyone knows, is to continuously practice and increase proficiency. This is almost the same as the pharmacist industry that Chu Yan has seen since childhood. Only with enough proficiency can you increase the chance of becoming an elixir. There is a big difference between 1,000 elixir and 100 elixir. The path that Chu Yan took is basically the same as that of all alchemists. The difference is that the number of times that Chu Yan has opened the furnace is really a little less. This is related to Chu Yan's martial arts character. When practicing Bafang shattering fist and thunder swordsmanship, Chu Yan developed the habit of comprehension, using comprehension to grasp the core and key points. Although it takes a relatively long time, there are often fabulous results. One day and one night, Chu Yan sank into the realm of unity of people and furnaces, and realized it carefully. On the fourth day, at dawn, Chu Yan abruptly opened his eyes and turned on the furnace again. The fourth furnace failed. The fifth furnace fail. The sixth furnace fail. In the seventh furnace, the sound of the roaring furnace did not appear, but the fragrance of Dan came from the nostrils. Chu Yan's spirit was greatly lifted, and he looked at the 2 gray medicinal pills in the Luotong Dan furnace with a happy expression on his face. The 8th furnace, success. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan immediately started the 8th furnace, success. The 9th furnace, success. The 10th furnace, it is still Qingdan. However, one of the 2 medicinal pills in the 10th furnace was gray in color, with a hint of variegation, and the smell was slightly different from other medicinal pills. Just when Chu Yan was stunned, the entire Grand Commander's mansion shook. To be precise, not only the Grand Commander's mansion, but the entire Luoyang royal city shook. Boom, rumble. A thunderstorm suddenly exploded over Luoyang Wanqing, and the divine electricity as thick as a water tank crashed down with the power of heaven and earth, illuminating the whole sky. The strange thing is that this thunder is very different from ordinary thunder. It does not disappear in a flash, but just stays on the sky. The thick thunder body flashed repeatedly from white to gray, yellow, green, blue. Above the Luoyang royal city, the colorful flashes, and the different colors came one after another. In all parts of the Luoyang King City, there are constantly strong people who wake up from their cultivation and look at the sky from a distance, and everyone is terrified. Immediately afterwards, the divine thunder disappeared, and flames began to appear in the sky, which also started from white to 9-colored flames, burning the entire sky red. Boom, rumble. Rolling thunder. Like the might of the sky, God punished the world. Could it be that there is divine condemnation? Hey! The vision of the 9 flames burning the sky. It hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, so how could it appear in Luoyang King City? Ha ha! I finally have a peerless alchemist from the King City of Luoyang. This is an omen of great prosperity. I don't know that it was the alchemist who succeeded in offering alchemy. He's really a genius who comes out every 10,000 years. Well, find this master as soon as possible. For a time, in more than a dozen corners of the entire Luoyang royal city, the thoughts of many strong people were like clouds, and they were extremely shocked. Chu Yan, who was completely unaware of the thoughts of the hidden powerhouses in the royal city, was putting 8 qi refining pills into the coffin medicine cauldron. The medicine cauldron has the effect of nourishing the elixir, and Chu Yan estimates that it has some effect on the elixir. Just when Chu Yan was about to put away the coffin and medicine tripod, a vision suddenly appeared. Die. A thunderstorm fell from the sky, penetrated the roof of the room, and slammed onto Chu Yan's Luotongdan furnace. Boom. 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 The Luotongdan furnace exploded in an instant, the explosive pieces splashed, and the furnace fire scattered. Chu Yan was slammed out of the sky by the sudden explosion of Tianwei energy, hitting the wall of the room heavily and bouncing to the ground. The fire in the room ignited the debris, and the flames were everywhere. Chu Yan struggled to stand up, dizzy, raised his eyes, and glanced around. The roof above his head blew up, revealing a large starry sky, flames in the room, and thick smoke as far as the eyes could see. At the same time, on the ground, the medicine cauldron of the coffin was ignited by scattered pill fires, and it was blazing brightly. I saw that the fire just touched the coffin medicine cauldron, and the surface pattern on the top of the coffin cauldron was instantly bright, and the scattered fire around it was violently inhaled. In a short time, all the fire in the room was sucked into the coffin, and the lines on the top of the coffin were all lit up. This is... Chu Yan was terrified and unbelievable. Suddenly, silver light flashed and came straight to Chu Yan. This change came so suddenly that Chu Yan didn't have time to react. His eyes lit up, and an indescribable coldness penetrated his body. After the coldness entered the body, he rushed straight to Chu Yan's dantian, and as soon as he touched the Rakshasa true chi, he slammed violently. Rakshasa's true chi was like a whale's rainbow, and it was quickly taken out of Chu Yan's body and rushed into the coffin. The freezing time of 10 breaths made Chu Yan's body seem to be sealed, unable to move at all. The Rakshasa true chi was completely evacuated, and all of it merged into the medicine cauldron on the ground. After a while, Chu Yan's face was pale, his eyes were blurred, he was dumbfounded, and he didn't even feel the seal was lifted. Sitting on the ground, panting heavily, Chu Yan was stunned. After calming down a bit, he looked at the coffin medicine tripod, and doubts flashed in his eyes. Chu Yan had a faint feeling that after the Rakshasa true chi was taken away, he established some kind of connection with the coffin medicine tripod, as if he could control it. With a movement of consciousness, he pointed his right hand toward the coffin. Immediately, the medicine cauldron flashed with silver light, and it suddenly shrank and flew towards Chu Yan, disappearing at his fingertips in the blink of an eye. Chu Yan was startled, stood up abruptly, stepped back again and again, looked down at his fingers, and then looked at the empty ground. This. Chu Yan's right hand pointed to the ground again, the silver light flashed, and with a touch, the coffin cauldron appeared. After trying several times in a row, Chu Yan's expression became ecstatic. Ling Bao recognizes the master. Chu Yan is very clear that only the spiritual treasures above the congenital spiritual treasure can recognize the master, that is to say, this coffin medicine cauldron is actually a congenital spiritual treasure? Surprised, Chu Yan walked to the coffin cauldron, gently stroked the coffin cauldron, and opened the coffin cauldron. Chu Yan was stunned when he saw it. He quickly took out a qi refining pill, placed it in the palm of his hand, and stared at it with round eyes. The medicine pill is about the size of a thumb, the whole body is white, and there are faint blue ripples lingering, like spreading ripples. It looks completely different from the original gray. 3-rank Baidan. Chu Yan was stunned, and his heart was horrified. This medicinal pill has actually been upgraded. Medicine pills are divided into 9 grades, which are distinguished by color. From the lowest grade black medicine pills up, they are black, gray, white, cyan, blue, red, purple, silver, and gold, a total of 9 colors and 9 grades. In addition to the 9th rank, there are still 9 turns. The first turn is that a spiritual power pill pattern appears on the medicine pill. Medicines of all colors and grades may be able to refine the pill pattern and turn it into a magic pill. Medicine. As the rank of the medicinal pill increases, its medicinal effect will of course increase exponentially, just like the ordinary 2nd grade gray qi refining pill in front of me. When it is upgraded to the 3rd grade white pill, its medicinal effect will at least double. A full 8 3rd grade white qi refining pills. This coffin cauldron can improve the level of medicine pills. #C68 Ling Tianzong. Chu Yan stared at the medicine tripod in the shape of a coffin, and the light flashed in his eyes. Moreover, seeing that it attracted pill fire just now, it means that this medicine tripod can withstand the temperature of pill fire, then, that is to say, it is not a medicine tripod, but a pill furnace. A pill furnace that can improve the quality of pills. Chu Yan was surprised, but a happy expression gradually appeared on his face. Such a precious spirit treasure pill stove is definitely the treasure of a certain alchemist, but he was accidentally acquired by himself. Chu Yan was thinking about it, and there seemed to be a chaotic voice outside the door. "Master, what happened?" Outside the door, it was the noise of the guards from the Grand Commander's mansion. Chu Yan put away everything, opened the door, and stepped out. Dozens of guards had gathered outside the door, and they were all relieved to see Chu Yan walking out safely. "I just practiced martial arts," and I accidentally damaged the room. You guys can deal with it, I'll change the place. Chu Yan explained casually and went to Mo Xiong's room opposite. When Chu Yan left, those guards looked at the mess in the room, and their faces were shocked. I didn't expect that the martial arts practiced by the young master would be so powerful. Everyone was busy cleaning up, but Chu Yan had already changed rooms and sat cross-legged on the bed. Take out a third-grade white qi refining pill and swallow it with your mouth open. The medicinal power was instantly dissolved in the body, and the majestic medicinal power turned into a heat flow that rushed to Chu Yan's limbs and bones, and then returned to his dantian. In the originally empty dantian, a large amount of Rakshasa infuriating qi quickly appeared. Almost in an instant, all the Rakshasa infuriating qi was restored, and it was still growing rapidly. Qi refining realm triple stage. As the heat wave-like medicinal power continued to transform into pure infuriating energy in Chu Yan's body, Chu Yan's cultivation base quickly broke through. The third stage of Qi refining realm. After half an hour, Chu Yan exhaled and breathed in, slowly withdrawing his energy, and at the same time as his eyes opened, the light in his eyes flowed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chu Yan was overjoyed. He didn't expect these 3-grade qi refining pills to be so miraculous. With just one, he allowed himself to break through 2 small realms in a row and reached the third stage of the qi refining realm. If it is ordinary cultivation, even if Chu Yan has a 10-star martial arts, plus Rakshasa Wuji Ju, it will take at least 3 months to break through the 2 small realms. Breakthrough. It's no wonder that the children of noble families have such high cultivation at such a young age. This medicine pill is really a good thing. Chu Yan chuckled, stood up, looked at the coffin furnace in front of him, and was very excited. Originally, I wanted to continue to study this pill furnace, but after thinking about it, tomorrow was the deadline for reporting to Ling Tianzong, so Chu Yan put the coffin furnace into the Rakshasa space, got up and walked out. Ling Tianzong, located outside Luoyang Wanqing, is based on Lingtian Peak and has been established for thousands of years. At this moment, Chu Yan was standing at the foot of Lingtian Peak. In front of him was a huge arch with a height of 50 meters. Through the arch, you could see a row of cyan stone roads, winding up to the peak. On the top of the towering mountain, there are misty clouds and mist, a tall and majestic red palace, looming, making people feel small. This is Ling Tianzong, the largest sect of Luoyang Kingdom, the only sect that can participate in the Battle of the Emperor's List in the Red Leaf Empire. In the entire Luoyang Kingdom, countless young geniuses dream of a martial arts holy land. Even Chu Yan, standing at the foot of this mountain and looking up, couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Entering Ling Tianzong will be the beginning of Chu Yan's contact with the entire martial spirit world and stepping onto a broader stage. But this year's new disciple? Report your name. A Ling Tianzong disciple came out from behind the mountain gate and asked Chu Yan. Xia Chu Yan, come and report on time. Chu Yan glanced at the other party and took out the number plate issued last time. To the other party. The disciple, who was about 25 or 6 years old, was stunned when he heard the word Chu Yan, and immediately became polite. He took the number plate with a smile, and led Chu Yan towards the mountain road. Junior brother Chu Yan, my Lingtian sect is divided into outer sect, inner sect, and dragon sect. When each new disciple joins the sect, regardless of the martial arts star rating, they are all outer sect disciples. Promoted to inner sect disciple. This Ling Tianzong disciple was extremely enthusiastic along the way and kept explaining to Chu Yan. Chu Yan nodded slightly and was amazed. It is worthy of being the largest sect in Luoyang Kingdom, and under the 8th level of Qi refining realm, it is only an outer sect disciple. This means that in some powerful sects in small towns, they can become elders. Then may I ask, Longmen disciple? Chu Yan asked politely. Dragon Gate disciple, you must reach the third level of the Xiantian realm. The young man smiled lightly and continued. Outer sect disciples usually live in the outer courtyard, while inner sect disciples can open up their own caves. The Lingtian sect is divided into several halls, which are Ling Wutang's teaching place, Ling Jitang's life and death battle, and Ling Huntang's martial arts. Ling Beitang is in charge of Ling Bao, and Ling Xiatang is in charge of credit. There are 5 main halls in total. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly. In addition, there are 3 iron laws in this sect. After the junior and junior brothers enter the sect, be sure to keep it in mind. The disciple smiled and said sternly. First, after stepping into the sect, you must not leave the sect without permission. Second, in the sect, except for the platform of life and death, you cannot kill your fellow sect. Please do not enter without permission. Anyone who violates these 3 rules will be abolished by the sect and expelled from the sect. Abolish the cultivation base and expel the sect. Although Chu Yan was a little surprised, he also understood that each sect usually has this kind of order. Arrive. Chu Yan, who was about to ask questions, had already arrived at the sect. This is a huge square, with a radius of thousands of feet, but there are many disciples of Ling Tianzong gathered in the square. The disciple who led the way made Chu Yan walk directly to a tall old man. Elderly, this is the new disciple, Chu Yan, this is his number plate. The tall old man took the number plate, glanced at Chu Yan, and waved his hand. Well, you go down. The disciple who led the way bowed and saluted, smiled at Chu Yan, and went down the mountain along the way. Chu Yan. There is a letter of recommendation, and I also won the first place in the new disciples' entrance examination. Not bad. The tall elderly looked at Chu Yan, nodded slightly, then took out a jade bottle and a token to Chu Yan, saying, "This is your reward, 10 qi refining pills, and a certificate to enter the Sky Valley. As for choosing a teacher, you can decide for yourself." Chu Yan took the jade bottle and token, and was about to speak, but elderly took out a piece of jade and handed it to Chu Yan. "Although you have a recommender, in order to understand your talent, now you release your martial spirit and let me register." As soon as elderly finished speaking, the scattered disciples of Ling Tianzong gathered around here. Obviously, they all want to see the martial spirit of this disciple. After all, every disciple will be a potential competitor after entering the sect, and the more powerful the martial arts, the more amazing the talent. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and then released his own flame martial spirit. Samsung martial spirit. Elderly, his face stiffened, and then frowned.